Chapter 1. Thud, thud, thud. The crisp sound of metal striking metal echoed within the confines of the narrow, dimly lit cave. At that moment, Tony Stark wore a grave expression as he focused intently on the steel helmet he was forging, his gaze as resolute as one preparing for battle. "We must hurry. If we delay any longer, they will grow suspicious," Dr. Ethan whispered cautiously from beside him. Tony Stark offered no response, merely quickening the rhythm of his hammering. Just as the two were racing against time, a voice suddenly emerged from behind them. "Pardon my intrusion, but where is this place?" At the sound of the voice, both Tony Stark and Dr. Ethan froze, their bodies stiffening as they halted their actions. Silence enveloped the cave, so profound that one could hear the rapid beating of their hearts. After an indeterminate span of time, Tony Stark finally turned stiffly, only to discover that the speaker was a youth who appeared to have just reached adulthood. Eyeing the boy with suspicion, Tony Stark inquired in a low voice, "Who are you?" The boy responded politely, "Greetings, I'm Luo Bai." Tony Stark remained on high alert, pressing further, "Are you with him?" A look of confusion crossed Luo Bai's face as he retorted, "Who are they?" "The terrorists outside," Tony Stark replied, his eyes narrowing with intensity. Luo Bai was taken aback, promptly denying, "Certainly not. Do I look like a terrorist to you? Then how did you get in here?" Tony Stark pressed on. Luo Bai fell silent for a moment. After a brief hesitation, he tentatively asked, "Would you believe me if I said I just appeared out of thin air?" Tony Stark, "Ethan." Luo Bai was not lying. He truly had materialized out of thin air. However, it was not through any magical means, but rather a phenomenon known as time travel. Can you believe that he merely went downstairs to collect a package and ended up here? He neither encountered an accident nor fell into a sewer, simply traversed dimensions. Initially, Luo Bai had been incredulous about his own situation. As a top student from Qingbei University, he had always placed his faith in the principles of science. It wasn't until he noticed the disheveled man before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Robert Downey Jr., the actor who portrayed Iron Man in the Marvel movies, and mentioned terrorists, that he began to suspect he had indeed traveled through time. As a devoted fan of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, this scenario was all too familiar to him. It was precisely the plot of Iron Man 1. Tony Stark had been captured by terrorists and brought to a cave, where he ultimately crafted his suit of armor. And at that moment, the very steel helmet in the man's hands was unmistakably the same. Realizing he had truly crossed into the Marvel Universe, Luo Bai felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Anyone with even a cursory knowledge of this world would understand that it was far from a mundane urban setting. Here, terrorist attacks and gang violence were mere trifles compared to the cataclysmic events involving alien invasions. How was a sheltered university student, who had never even touched a gun, supposed to survive in such a realm? His immediate concern was how to escape the cave. System? Old man, didn't they say that all time travelers have some sort of cheat? Where's mine? Luo Bai silently screamed within his mind. Noticing his prolonged silence and the grimace on his face, Tony Stark finally broke the tension, asking, "Are you all right?" Fortunately, Luo Bai's command of English was sufficient, allowing for effective communication. "I don't feel particularly well," Luo Bai replied, his tone glum. "Being trapped here, no one would feel well," Tony Stark said with a wry smile. Before Luo Bai could respond, Tony Stark continued, "You mentioned you just appeared out of nowhere. What do you mean by that?" Luo Bai struggled to articulate the complexities of his time travel, ultimately responding with resignation. "It's a complicated matter, and I'm not quite sure how to explain it." "No way to explain?" Tony Stark retorted, skepticism lacing his voice. Luo Bai had sensed the hostility emanating from him and understood the reason behind it. Having been abducted by terrorists and subjected to inhumane treatment, it was only natural that Tony Stark would question Luo Bai's identity. However, in order to escape, Luo Bai needed Tony Stark's assistance. Realizing this, Luo Bai quickly clarified, "Though my identity may seem questionable, I assure you I am not affiliated with those terrorists." "And how can you prove that?" Tony Stark inquired. "There is no need for proof. If I were a terrorist, you would have already been exposed," Luo Bai countered. At that moment, Stark and Ethan were clandestinely crafting their means of escape. If Luo Bai were indeed a terrorist, any revelation would have prompted immediate action, leaving no room for idle conversation. Tony Stark remained silent, yet the shift in his expression signaled a relaxation of his wariness. "Very well, you've convinced me. But if you're not one of the terrorists, Why are you here? This is certainly not a welcoming place, Tony Stark pressed once more. Luo Bai sighed. Truthfully, I had no desire to come here. He had arrived here upon his unexpected time travel. He had no choice in the matter. You, Tony, we are running out of time, Dr. Ethan interjected, cutting off Tony Stark's words. Considering their urgent situation, Tony Stark refrained from further inquiries, suppressing his myriad of questions as he resumed hammering the steel helmet. With Tony Stark no longer suspicious, Luo Bai finally exhaled in relief. However, his anxiety remained unresolved, as he was acutely aware that a grueling battle awaited him. With this thought, Luo Bai mentally lamented, "Please, I'm a time traveler, there can't truly be no system, right? It can't be, it can't be." He called out to the universe for about a minute. Yet, even after Tony Stark completed his forging, the voice of the system remained conspicuously absent, leading Luo Bai to the disheartening conclusion that he truly lacked a system. This realization filled him with despair, but what made it worse was that the terrorists outside had seemingly caught wind of the peculiar happenings within the cave. Once tranquil, the cave was now filled with the sound of heavy banging and curses, punctuated by the occasional echo of gunfire. Realizing the terrorists had taken notice, Dr. Ethan grew frantic. "Tony, are you finished yet? They've sensed something is off," he exclaimed anxiously. In short order, Tony Stark responded, "Done. Ethan, help me don the armor." Without hesitation, Ethan rushed to assist him in donning the suit. However, merely putting on the armor was just the first step it required power to function, and without it, the suit was useless. "The suit needs 5 minutes to become operational. We must hurry," Dr. Ethan said, casting worried glances toward the entrance, ever alert for any terrorists that might breach their sanctuary. His anxiety manifested in trembling limbs. Though Tony Stark felt the tension as well, he attempted to reassure Ethan, "Do not worry, we rigged the door with explosives. If they attempt to force their way in, they will be blown to bits, which may buy us some time." As he spoke, a sudden thought struck him. "When you entered, did you activate the explosives outside?" "Luo Bai," Tony Stark queried, a note of confusion in his voice. Luo Bai fell silent. After all, he hadn't entered through the front door, so naturally, he hadn't triggered any traps. But before he could clarify, a deafening explosion shattered the cave's stillness. The terrorists had breached the door. The silver lining was that the assailants who had forced their entry were obliterated in the blast. The grim news, however, was that this would undoubtedly alert the remaining terrorists, and time was no longer on their side. "Tony, now is not the time for trivial questions. We need to buy more time for the armor to activate," Dr. Ethan exclaimed in frustration. Before Tony Stark could respond, Dr. Ethan continued, "Luo Bai, can you assist us? What do you need me to do?" Luo Bai asked, an ominous feeling rising within him. As expected, the very next moment, he heard Ethan plead, "Can you help us stall for time? We need your assistance." The moment those words left Ethan's lips, Luo Bai was left dumbfounded. "What on earth? You want a fragile university student like me to hold off armed terrorists?" To be honest, Luo Bai felt he was quite unlikely to succeed. Yet, if the iron armor failed to activate, his only fate would be death. Upon contemplating this, he could only grit his teeth and acquiesce. "Very well, what must I do?" "We shall venture forth and engage those terrorists in a fierce confrontation," Dr. Ethan declared, his gaze resolute as if he were pledging allegiance. In stark contrast to his unwavering determination, Luo Bai felt considerably less assured. "Then let us proceed," Luo Bai replied weakly, as the two of them stepped outside in a single file. Upon reaching the threshold, Luo Bai was confronted with the grim sight of the entrance obliterated, with dismembered corpses strewn across the ground. Had it not been for his relatively robust mental fortitude, he likely would have succumbed to the urge to retch. Dr. Ethan, having spent an extended duration in the cavern, appeared to be inured to such horrors. With a calm demeanor, he approached and retrieved a usable firearm from beside the cadavers, handing it to Luo Bai. "Here, I believe this will serve you well. And do ensure your own safety," Dr. Ethan advised kindly. Luo Bai remained silent. Though he feigned composure on the exterior, internally he was in a state of utter turmoil. Gazing at the firearm in his hands, he could not help but internally lament, "But how on earth does one operate this thing? I have read about firearms, yet I have never truly fired one." Before he could even begin to familiarize himself with the weapon, the terrorists had already breached their sanctuary. Hearing the thunderous footsteps and shouts approaching from a distance, Dr. Ethan tightened his grip on the gun, preparing to charge out, while simultaneously conferring with Luo Bai. "They are upon us. I shall take them down. You cover me from behind." Luo Bai urgently called out, "Wait, don't rush out." Dr. Ethan halted, his anxiety palpable as he exclaimed, "If we don't act now, we will surely perish once they enter." Luo Bai hurriedly explained, "The entrance to the cave is narrow, easily defensible. Let us hold our ground and await their arrival." Although Dr. Ethan appeared valiant, he was, after all, a scientist and had never encountered such a situation before being captured. Like Luo Bai, he had never wielded a firearm, nor experienced anything remotely akin to this. His calm facade was merely a ruse, as he too was in a state of disarray within. Perhaps swayed by Luo Bai's seemingly logical reasoning, he chose to stand alongside him at the entrance. Before long, they beheld 3 or 4 terrorists armed with machine guns approaching. The confines of the cave left little room for concealment, and Luo Bai understood that should the terrorists spot them and fire first, their fates would be dire. Thus, upon the first sighting of the terrorists, Luo Bai shouted, "Fire!" Without waiting for Dr. Ethan to respond, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the adversaries. To be frank, Luo Bai had never anticipated that he could hit a target with gunfire. After all, this was his inaugural experience with a firearm, and he was still grappling with the concept of aiming. Moreover, the cave was shrouded in darkness, making it exceedingly challenging to strike a target. Yet, to his utter astonishment, after a few rounds echoed through the cavern, a series of agonized screams reverberated, and the terrorists collapsed, silenced forever. In that instant, Luo Bai was rendered speechless. Had he truly hit them? Lost in thought, Dr. Ethan could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "What remarkable marksmanship! I barely had time to react before you dispatched all the foes. Your precision suggests you must have undergone professional training." Luo Bai remained silent, though internally he could not help but murmur, "In truth, this is my first time firing a weapon." To be honest, even he found it peculiar. After all, it was his first foray into shooting, and in such a challenging environment, he had managed to strike the target 4 times consecutively. Who would believe he was not a professional? Even Luo Bai found himself puzzled, unable to suppress the thought, could it be that I possess an innate talent for shooting? He had little time to ponder, for a second wave of terrorists had infiltrated the cave. Although the precise number of intruders remained unknown, the cacophony of footsteps indicated that they were significantly more numerous than before. This revelation left Luo Bai feeling somewhat anxious. After all, despite his innate talent, this was his inaugural encounter with firearms. Could he truly survive against such a multitude of terrorists? How much longer would it take for his equipment to activate? Luo Bai couldn't help but voice his impatience, desperately wishing for Tony Stark to arrive and rescue him. "IT will take approximately 1 more minute to power up." Ethan replied, "0.1 minute?" By the time it was ready, he would likely be beyond saving. For the first time, Luo Bai perceived 1 minute as an interminable duration. Relying on Tony Stark seemed out of the question. For now, he could only depend on himself. There was no alternative. It appeared that he had to engage in a firefight. "Ethan, when you see someone peek out, shoot without hesitation," Luo Bai instructed. He held his breath, gripping his weapon tightly as the footsteps grew ever closer. His grip tightened further that moment. He was so tense that he dared not even exhale, his eyes fixed ahead, fearful of missing anything. Finally, when the terrorists came into view, Luo Bai wasted no time and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Simultaneously, the terrorists spotted him and began to return fire. The staccato of gunfire reverberated throughout the cave as bullets flew in a chaotic frenzy that, in truth, Luo Bai felt no sense of victory. He considered himself merely a newcomer to this world, likely destined to meet his end right from the outset. Thus, during the tumultuous exchange, he kept his eyes nearly shut. Only when the last bullet had been expended did he cease firing. And to his astonishment, he found himself still alive. Luo Bai's eyes widened in surprise. Upon opening them, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Scattered about him lay a multitude of terrorists, seemingly lifeless. Could it be that he had dispatched them all? Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to Dr. Ethan for confirmation. However, Ethan's expression was even more remarkable than his own. After scrutinizing him for a moment, Dr. Ethan finally asked, "You were shot at by so many, and yet you bear no wounds." "Wounds?" Luo Bai examined himself closely and replied after a moment. "None." Dr. Ethan was left speechless. Point 6. It truly is 6. He had witnessed the chaotic gunfight with clarity. Point 7 or 8 terrorists had unleashed a hail of bullets at Luo Bai. Yet miraculously, he had emerged unscathed. Even Dr. Ethan himself had sustained injuries to his arm and leg, while Luo Bai had not suffered scratch. This defied all logic. Dr. Ethan was baffled, pondering endlessly. "You are completely unscathed? How is that possible?" Unable to restrain himself, Ethan expressed his disbelief. After uttering those words, he seemed to realize they might not be appropriate, quickly adding, "While I certainly don't wish for you to be hurt, I am genuinely curious. How did you evade those bullets?" "I didn't evade them," Luo Bai replied earnestly. "But why was I the only one injured?" Ethan couldn't help but retort, his face a portrait of frustration. In such a confined space, amidst a chaotic gunfight, not only had he eliminated all his foes, but he had also done so without a single scratch. How was that even possible? Not only was he perplexed, but Luo Bai himself felt somewhat bewildered. Given the pandemonium, it seemed illogical that he had escaped entirely unscathed. Unable to suppress his thoughts, he asked, "Dr. Ethan, do you think I might just be extraordinarily lucky?" "Your luck is indeed quite remarkable," Ethan mused, unable to hide his admiration. After all, killing enemies might stem from skill, but surviving in such circumstances without a scratch could only be attributed to sheer luck. However, Luo Bai could not revel in his fortune for long. As the battle had yet to conclude, more terrorists awaited them. Observing the lack of noise from their comrades, the terrorists had grown wiser. They no longer sent individuals into the cave, but instead shouted from outside, "Stark, if you don't come out now, we will detonate a bomb." The cave was so confined that if a bomb were truly thrown in, Luo Bai dared not contemplate the consequences. Fortunately, at that moment, the Iron Man suit completed its power dash-up. As Tony Stark emerged from the chamber clad in his massive armor, Dr. Ethan erupted in joyous tears, exclaiming, "Finally, it's done. We can leave this place." Overcome with excitement, he was unable to suppress a fit of coughing. Noticing his distress, Tony Stark inquired, "Are you injured?" Dr. Ethan shook his head, quickly replying, "Just a minor injury, nothing serious." "Thank you for buying me time, Tony." Tony Stark expressed his gratitude. "I appreciate your help." Ethan shook his head and insisted, "It wasn't me, it was him. Luo Bai helped buy you time. He took down all these terrorists." "Luo Bai." Tony Stark was taken aback. He turned to observe the fallen terrorists, then glanced at the fragile college student, Luo Bai, with incredulity that he single-handedly dealt with all these terrorists. Tony Stark asked, "Indeed, he is remarkable. His aim is impeccable. He can be said to never miss a shot." Dr. Ethan praised without reservation. Tony Stark was left bewildered. Never miss a shot. Is he really that skilled? Though he was deeply curious. Time was of the essence. "Well then, Luo Bai, thank you, but we must leave this place immediately," Tony Stark said. With the Iron Man suit, their escape became significantly easier. Stark engaged the terrorists in fierce combat, nearly obliterating their stronghold. The remaining terrorists, sensing the tide turning against them, fled as swiftly as they could. Seizing the moment, the trio hastily made their exit. However, they had not gone far when Stark's suit malfunctioned, likely unable to withstand the earlier intense combat. Fortunately, a rescue aircraft arrived just in time. That IT was only when they boarded the plane that Luo Bai's anxieties finally eased. IT seemed that fate had smiled upon him, allowing him to survive the ordeal. Yet he was left pondering how to navigate life in the Marvel Universe, especially since he appeared to lack even a basic identity. What a predicament! In America, New York. After an indeterminate duration of flight, the aircraft finally touched down at a military base. As soon as he disembarked, Tony Stark approached him. "Your name is Luo Bai, correct? Where do you live? I can arrange for someone to take you home." Tony Stark inquired. Having just survived a harrowing ordeal, Stark's suspicions of Luo Bai had significantly lessened. As a gesture of gratitude, he intended to ensure Luo Bai's safe return. However, to his surprise, Luo Bai responded with a hint of dejection. "I don't have a home here as a traveler from another world. How could he possibly have a home? Tony Stark appeared taken aback and continued, "You have no family? I did once, but now I do not." Luo Bai replied. Tony Stark, having misconstrued the situation, paused before exclaiming, "What a poor child." Without waiting for Luo Bai to clarify, he bellowed, "Pepper, take her to my apartment to rest." Moments later, a blonde beauty approached. Luo Bai recognized her as Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's personal assistant, affectionately known as Pepper. Upon receiving her employer's instructions, Pepper led Luo Bai to a Bentley. Once inside, she expressed her gratitude. "I heard you helped Tony escape. Thank you." Luo Bai shook his head modestly. "There's no need for thanks. I merely lent a hand that I suspect you must be weary. Let me take you to the apartment to rest. Would you like something to eat? I can have the chef prepare something for you right away." Pepper inquired. "How about hot pot?" Luo Bai suggested after a moment's thought. Having narrowly escaped death, he yearned for a comforting meal to help him regain his composure. "Tea may take a bit of time, but I can have the chef prepare it for you immediately." Little Pepper spoke as she dialed the phone to make arrangements. This arrangement was merely for 15 minutes. It was only when the car came to a halt that Little Pepper hurriedly exited to open the door for him. "Thank you," Luo Bai said, expressing his gratitude as he stepped out of the vehicle. The moment he alighted, he was taken aback. Wait, wasn't it supposed to be an apartment? Why had they stopped in front of a villa? Tony had said that to express his gratitude for saving him, he was gifting this villa to him, that I had already arranged for someone to clean the rooms, and daily necessities have been placed inside. By the way, here are the keys that Little Pepper spoke. She handed him the keys that moment. Luo Bai understood what it truly meant to have a wealthy benefactor. It was one thing for Tony to call the villa an apartment, but to casually gift it to him? Although somewhat surprised, Luo Bai maintained an air of calm as he accepted the keys, replying, "Please thank Tony for me. It is only right that I shall take my leave now." "Mr. Luo Bai, should you require anything, feel free to dial the phone in your room," Little Pepper said with a smile as she bid farewell. "Goodbye, Pepper," Luo Bai waved as he saw her off. Once Little Pepper left, he could hardly contain his excitement as he entered the villa. Although Luo Bai's circumstances before crossing over were not dire, he certainly wasn't in a position to reside in a villa, especially one of such grandeur that it could easily be mistaken for a hotel. The location was also prime, situated merely 2 or 3 streets away from downtown New York City, a place where every inch is precious. It was no wonder Tony Stark was regarded as a top-notch billionaire. As he marveled at the situation, Luo Bai toured the entire villa, and due to fatigue, he casually chose a room to lie down. At that moment, he finally had the opportunity to calm his mind and reflect on all that had transpired. Not only had he escaped from a terrorist stronghold, but he had also emerged unscathed. Initially concerned about being in an unfamiliar place without a place to stay, it turned out that Tony had gifted him a villa. If one were to say he didn't possess a touch of luck, he would never believe it. With such fortune, it would be a shame not to buy a lottery ticket, he thought to himself. Just as he finished his musings, Luo Bai sensed something was amiss. He noticed the scene before him suddenly shatter, the fragmentation spreading like glass. It enveloped him entirely, wrapping him in a kaleidoscopic world. "What the hell?" Luo Bai muttered, springing up from the bed with a start. As he rose, he saw a figure clad in yellow robe and hood standing before him. The attire seemed somewhat familiar. As Luo Bai pondered this, the individual removed the hood, revealing a gleaming bald head. It was the Ancient One. At that moment, Luo Bai felt a surge of panic, for he knew that when the Ancient One sought him out, it was never for good reason. Who was the Ancient One? The most powerful supreme sorcerer on Earth, the protector of the planet, constantly monitoring its every move. How could a traveler like him, from another world or parallel universe, possibly escape the Ancient One's gaze? "I have found you, traveler of the multiverse." Just as he was deep in thought, the Ancient One spoke. Luo Bai's heart sank. The Ancient One's arrival was indeed ominous, encountering a formidable figure in a new world. He knew he had to concede. "I admit I come from the multiverse, or perhaps a parallel world, but I did not come here willingly. I harbor no malice towards Earth, and I have no means of returning." Luo Bai explained, sincerity written across his face. The Ancient One did not respond, her expression inscrutable as her piercing black eyes fixed upon him, sending chills down his spine. After what felt like an eternity, She finally spoke. I attempted to glimpse your future, but I could not see clearly. Thus, I turned my attention to the future of Earth that I discovered that with your arrival, the future of Earth has changed. This intrigues me, traveler of the multiverse. Upon hearing her words, Luo Bai grew even more anxious. The future of Earth had changed. Was it for better or worse? He cautiously inquired, for this would undoubtedly determine the course of his fate. However, the Ancient One did not provide a definitive answer. Instead, she shook her head in confusion and replied, I do not know that I cannot alter the future, so I cannot pass judgment upon you. Perhaps it is a matter for you to resolve. With that, she produced a book and handed it to him. Luo Bai hesitated before reaching out to accept the book, glancing at it. The cover boldly displayed 4 large characters. Supreme compilation. Wait, wasn't this the book of magic from Kamar Taj? Why was the Ancient One giving it to him? Is this for me? Luo Bai asked, I tease alone that I hope your presence is not a disaster for Earth, but rather a blessing. The Ancient One replied. Before Luo Bai could continue questioning, the mirror-like space vanished, taking the Ancient One with it. Everything around him returned to its original state, and had he not still been holding the Supreme compilation, he might have doubted whether the encounter had been merely a dream. What was happening? The Ancient One did not expel him for being an outsider. Not only did she not cast him out, but she also gifted him a book of magic. Was this for him to practice magic? But he wasn't even a disciple of Kamar Taj. Moreover, what did the Ancient One mean by the future changing? Why did she enjoy speaking in riddles? At that moment, Luo Bai was plagued by numerous questions he could not comprehend. Yet he had no opportunity to seek clarity, for the Ancient One had already departed. However, gazing at the magic book in his hands, Luo Bai felt an overwhelming sense of joy. After all, his greatest fear in such a perilous world was lacking the ability to survive. Now, the Ancient One had bestowed upon him a book of magic. This was indeed a momentous occasion, yet he had heard that the magic of Kamar Taj was not easily learned. If one lacked talent, it would be futile, just as he was about to open the book to see if he could learn anything. The doorbell rang. It was the hot pot delivery. Perfect, he could enjoy the hot pot while perusing the book. Once everything was set, Luo Bai sat at the dining table, indulging in hot pot as he opened the first page of the Supreme compilation. In truth, he did not expect to comprehend the text on his first read. As it turned out, he was indeed unable to understand it. The reason for his confusion was that he could not decipher the characters on the page. While he could manage to grasp some words, others were completely foreign to him. Frowning in frustration, Luo Bai realized he would have to rely on high technology for translation. However, it suddenly dawned on him that since arriving in this world, he had neither a phone nor a computer, and most critically, no money. In an instant, Luo Bai lamented that despite residing in such a grand villa, he had not a single cent to his name. Could anyone believe it? No. He had to think of a way to earn some money. But as an undocumented individual, where could he find work? Just as he was lost in thought, the doorbell rang again. Luo Bai got up to answer. Seeing Tony Stark standing outside the door did not surprise him. The only individuals aware of his residence here, apart from Little Pepper and the Ancient One, were Tony Stark. But how's it going? Are you settling in well? Tony Stark inquired as he entered the house, taking a seat at the dining table without ceremony. Luo Bai didn't mind and took the opportunity to express his gratitude. It's great. Thank you for gifting me this villa. You saved my life. It is only right to offer you some compensation. What is that delightful aroma? Tony Stark asked, sniffing the air eagerly. Hot pot, Luo Bai replied. After returning from that hellhole, I immediately went to hold a press conference. And I only managed to eat a cheeseburger in the meantime. Now I'm so hungry I can hardly see straight. Having food here is a blessing, Tony Stark exclaimed as he pulled out a clean set of utensils and began to devour the meal. As he ate, he remarked, Oh, this is fantastic. I haven't had such delicious food in ages. Is this cuisine from your country? Yes, Luo Bai nodded. It's quite tasty, but it's a bit hot to eat with a knife and fork. That thing in your hand? Yes, the chopsticks. Could you give me a new pair? Tony Stark requested. Mentioning chopsticks reminded Luo Bai of Little Pepper's thoughtfulness. She had even arranged for chopsticks to be delivered. Not just one pair either. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine eating hot pot with a knife and fork. Here you go. Luo Bai handed over the documents. Observing Tony Stark's friendly demeanor, he half-jokingly inquired, Since you have gifted me this apartment, does that mean you no longer doubt my identity? Seemingly recalling his initially unfriendly attitude towards Luo Bai, Tony Stark quickly clarified. The situation was urgent at that time, and I was preparing to escape. Your sudden appearance certainly made me cautious. Luo Bai nodded in understanding, then asked, so, is there something you need to discuss with me now? After devouring several pieces of meat, Tony Stark, with a hint of confusion, responded, I asked Rhodey about you, and he mentioned that you were not sent by them to rescue me. The critical point is that there is no information about you available globally, which piqued my curiosity. Luo Bai was at a loss for how to explain and decided to appeal to emotions. After all, I did save you, and you are investigating me. Tony Stark shook his head and promptly explained. It's not me. It's Rhodey. The incident of my abduction by terrorists had significant repercussions, so Rhodey and the others are bound to conduct an investigation. They have scrutinized everyone's information, not just yours. I was merely curious and asked out of casual interest. Seemingly recalling Luo Bai's comment about having no family, he opted not to pursue the matter further and continued, I've already assured them that they will not disturb you. It will be challenging for you to live here without an identity, so I've arranged for someone to help you obtain one. Is that all you want to ask me? Luo Bai inquired again. Tony Stark shook his head and extended an invitation. Of course not. I have organized a party tonight and would like to invite you and Ethan to join me for some relaxation, as a means to celebrate our survival. Are you interested? Though Luo Bai was not particularly fond of parties, he agreed, considering that he might need Tony Stark's assistance in making money. All right, see you at 7. Let us not be late. Tony Stark's private party was held on the top floor of a luxurious hotel. By the time Luo Bai arrived via a dedicated vehicle, the venue was already bustling with people. Most attendees were affluent elites like Stark, accompanied by various service staff. The vibrant DJ, dancers, swimming pool, champagne, and gaming tables showcased Tony Stark's extravagant lifestyle, although Luo Bai had never attended such a lavish gathering. His disinterest in crowds kept him from feeling overly excited. He pondered how best to approach Stark about his financial needs. Hey there, buddy. Glad you made it. A voice interrupted his thoughts. Following the sound, he spotted Tony Stark approaching with exuberance. Watching Stark's lively demeanor, Luo Bai couldn't help but express his envy. I truly admire how you can enjoy yourself so thoroughly after just escaping danger. Tony Stark smiled and replied, precisely because I have faced danger, I cherish the present even more. But you, at such a young age, appear rather troubled. Luo Bai hesitated, grappling with the difficulty of broaching the subject of money. Just as he was contemplating, Stark interjected, by the way, Dr. Ethan is over there having some fun. Shall we go find him? Luo Bai nodded, and together they made their way to Dr. Ethan, who was engrossed in a card game. Despite his injuries, he was not deterred from having a good time. Completely oblivious to their arrival, it was Tony Stark who greeted him first. How's the game going, Ethan? Only then did Dr. Ethan notice the two, promptly rising to greet them. Tony, Luo Bai, you both made it. Tony Stark glanced at the card table and jested, playing Caribbean Treasure. I never thought you were into this. Dr. Ethan chuckled awkwardly and admitted, it's actually my first time playing. Curious, Tony Stark asked, what sparked your interest? Dr. Ethan sighed and replied, while trapped in that cave, I had already composed my last words in my mind that I never expected to emerge alive. Perhaps due to that experience, I've come to realize that one must try everything at least once. Tony Stark understood his sentiment perfectly. After facing life-threatening situations, it was only natural to seek greater enjoyment in life. So, did you win or lose? He inquired with a smile that Dr. Ethan sheepishly responded, I lost. I just can't seem to grasp the game. Tony Stark seemed unfazed and generously said, play as much as you like. Tonight, I'll cover your losses. In that case, I should play well. Dr. Ethan grinned, resuming his game while Stark and Luo Bai watched. As it turned out, Dr. Ethan's luck was rather dismal. After half an hour of play, he hadn't won a single hand. Since he had lost only Stark's money, he began to feel guilty about his poor performance. I think I've lost enough for tonight, Dr. Ethan remarked, his tone tinged with remorse. Don't worry, it's not much, Tony Stark casually assured him. While to Stark, Dr. Ethan's losses might have equated to the price of a mere shirt, Dr. Ethan still felt uncomfortable and adamantly refused to continue playing. Tony Stark did not press the issue but turned to Luo Bai and asked, would you like to give it a try? If you lose, I'll still cover your expenses. Taken aback, Luo Bai realized that in over 20 years, He had never played cards. His disinterest in games like poker and mahjong stemmed from a belief that they relied solely on luck, which he felt he lacked. Furthermore, given that Stark's private party was populated by the wealthy elite, the stakes were high. Just half an hour of play had resulted in losses reaching hundreds of thousands of dollars. Under normal circumstances, Luo Bai would have declined, but he was currently in need of money. Plus, Stark had offered to cover any losses, which encouraged Luo Bai to give a shot, viewing it as a chance to earn some funds that I suppose I'll give it a try. Luo Bai agreed. Though inexperienced, he spent an hour observing the rules of Caribbean treasure and managed to grasp its essence. It was purely a game of luck, determining who could draw the best 5-card hand. Although he did not expect to be particularly lucky, he hoped to win at least once. To his astonishment, he won the very first round. "Your luck surpasses Ethan's by a mile," Tony Stark remarked with a chuckle. "Perhaps it's because Ethan has lost so much that fortune has favored me," Luo Bai replied, half-jokingly. Dr. Ethan joined in the laughter, adding, "Seems like I've absorbed all the bad luck." Winning the first hand. Nobody thought much of it, including Luo Bai, who initially intended to take his winnings and leave. However, winning once made it difficult to walk away without giving others a fair chance, so he resolved to play a little longer. To his surprise, he won again in the second round. As the third and fourth rounds passed, an hour went by without a single loss for Luo Bai, prompting the others to realize something was amiss. "Are you cheating?" Tony Stark asked, unable to contain his surprise as he scrutinized Luo Bai's expression. After all, he had been sitting next to him, awestruck for an entire hour. Luo Bai, too, was taken aback by his own luck. How had he not noticed his fortunate streak before? He couldn't help but reflect, "I never anticipated that I would be so lucky." Until now, everyone merely regarded Luo Bai as a person fortunate by chance. Although astonished, it had only been an hour after all. Such instances of initial good fortune followed by a string of losses were not unheard of. However, as the hours passed, 1, 2, 3, and finally 4, everyone began to sense that something was amiss. Something profoundly unsettling that, in a way, are you seriously restocking your supplies? Not a single loss. You've won them all. Brother, you're exaggerating just a tad. The sheer magnitude of Luo Bai's luck was beyond comprehension, observing the mountain of chips piled before him. The astonishment of Tony Stark and Ethan was beyond verbal expression. "Brother, if I weren't watching you closely, I would certainly suspect you of cheating. Can you explain how you achieved this?" After a full minute of astonished silence, Tony Stark could no longer restrain his incredulity. It was truly outrageous. 4 whole hours, and Luo Bai had not lost a single hand. Even the greatest gamblers, without resorting to deceit, could not accomplish such a feat. Were it not for Tony Stark's presence, those playing card with Luo Bai would likely have searched him to see if he was concealing cards. That I didn't expect my luck to be this extraordinary. Luo Bai mumbled softly. Truthfully, he too felt a bit bewildered at that moment. While he had sensed a peculiar streak of good fortune since arriving in a Marvel world, he had not been entirely certain until these past 4 hours confirmed it. He indeed possessed remarkable luck. Winning at a game purely based on chance for 4 consecutive hours was a feat only achievable with divine fortune. Your luck is simply unscientific. Ethan, unable to suppress his own astonishment, lamented. Luo Bai smiled shyly, taken aback by the extent of his own fortune. Could it be that he possessed a hidden advantage, an astonishingly favorable destiny? By the way, Tony, your friends won't have any objections about losing so much money to you, will they? Luo Bai inquired, somewhat playfully. Tony Stark shrugged, indicating that even if they did, it was of little consequence. However, your luck today has truly opened my eyes. Have you always been this fortunate? Not really, but my luck has been quite good lately. Luo Bai replied candidly. Well, Tony, just as Tony Stark seemed poised to ask something further, a voice interrupted. Following the sound, a burly bald man approached. Luo Bai recognized him. Obadiah Stane, a shareholder of Stark Industries, he appeared anxious, skipping pleasantries with Luo Bai and Ethan, and went straight to Tony. Listen, Tony, you cannot unilaterally decide to shut down the weapons manufacturing division. This will result in immense losses for Stark Industries. Obadiah asserted, his tone tinged with firmness. Tony, seemingly unfazed by his arrival or his words, responded, Weren't you present at this afternoon's press conference? I was, but you didn't consult me. Obadiah retorted angrily, "I've already told you. The terrorists who captured me were armed with weapons manufactured by Stark Industries. Do you understand? My intention in producing weapons was to combat crime, not to assist criminals." Tony Stark replied earnestly. "Combat criminals? Tony, we are businessmen. Perhaps I was a businessman once, but I am no longer. Are you trying to be a hero? Tony, is that not permissible? Tony, you truly lack reason." After uttering a curse, Obadiah stormed out, clearly indicating that the two had not reached an agreement. Watching him leave, the joy on Tony Stark's face dissipated, replaced by a solemn expression. "Tony, are you facing some trouble?" Ethan inquired. Why first order of business upon returning to New York was to hold a press conference announcing the indefinite closure of the weapons manufacturing division. However, the shareholders have some objections. "It's not exactly a crisis," Tony explained. "I heard about it. I was quite surprised that you would make such a decision," Ethan remarked. "There's nothing surprising about it," Tony replied, lost in thought for a moment before suddenly bidding farewell. "It's getting late. I'll take my leave. Enjoy yourselves." This caught everyone off guard. Checking the time, it was just past 11. Ethan, curious, asked, "I thought with your personality, you'd stay until the early hours. It's only a little after 11, and you're leaving?" Tony Stark chuckled. "The purpose of this party was for your merriment. I initially planned to greet you all and depart. But Luo Bai's luck truly surprised me. So, I inadvertently monopolized your time for 4 hours. Luo Bai joked in response. Tony shook his head, smiling. "Not quite. I merely intended to return and work on the Iron Man suit." "The device we constructed in the cave?" Ethan asked. "Yes," Tony nodded. "The materials and time were limited in the cave. I can create a superior version." "Very well. I'll play for a bit longer before I leave," Ethan replied. Thus, Tony Stark departed first, while Ethan remained to continue the festivities for Luo Bai. Despite Ethan's enthusiastic invitation to stay, he chose to leave. After all, Luo Bai had originally come to resolve financial matters. With that resolved, he naturally intended to return and study the magic book. Before heading home, Luo Bai exchanged his chips. To his astonishment, he discovered he had earned a total of $3 million. This was still a conservative estimate, as the wealthy players had sensed something was amiss, but, disinclined to leave abruptly due to Tony Stark's presence, had moderated their reactions. Had they played normally, the amount would likely have been even greater. Although $300,000 was insignificant to those affluent individuals, it constituted a substantial fortune for Luo Bai at present. Tony Stark seemed to have anticipated this outcome. He likely didn't want Luo Bai to take it all. Hence he had made arrangements in advance. After taking some cash for immediate use, Luo Bai converted the remainder into checks. Once the funds were secured, the subsequent matters became straightforward. He casually found an open store, purchased a computer and a phone, and upon returning home, he began to diligently explore the Supreme Compendium. With the computer translating the text, he could finally comprehend the contents of the Supreme Compendium. Beginning with the first chapter, it elaborated on the origins of magic, the relationship between the human body and magic, fundamental magical knowledge, and how to practice magic. The book was replete with information, even encompassing biology, geography, mathematics, and more. Were it not for the knowledge that this was a magic book, Luo Bai might have mistaken it for a textbook. Although the writing was rather tedious, he persevered with diligence. As he continued reading, he noticed something peculiar. It was as if a switch had been flipped within him, gradually drawing in energy from the external world. According to the book, this indicated that he had officially embarked on the path of magical practice. As described in the text, understanding the connection between the human body and magic was the key to commencing magical training. While the text appeared simple, the reality was far from it. After all, as Luo Bai knew, all white magic learned by humanity on Earth in the Marvel Universe was derived from the Vishanti to learn white magic. One must borrow energy from the Vishani for training. Although it was termed borrowing, not everyone could do so. One needed a certain level of magical aptitude to successfully borrow energy that I never expected I might possess the makings of mage. Feeling the surge of energy coursing through him, Luo Bai couldn't help but exclaim, his face adorned with uncontainable surprise. Initially, he had harbored doubts about his magical aptitude, but to his astonishment, he discovered he indeed possessed a talent. This revelation filled Luo Bai with immense joy, igniting a newfound motivation to learn. Although the early chapters of the Supreme Compendium appeared to resemble a scientific textbook, laden with knowledge and scientific discussions, the content unraveled into something far more exhilarating as he progressed. The IT was filled with concrete magical teachings, ranging from invisibility, energy projection, and object penetration to telekinesis, teleportation, and spatial transference. The compendium meticulously documented over 100 methods for mastering white magic. Luo Bai marveled at the stark contrast. After initially urging the reader to believe in science, the text abruptly dove into the realm of spatial teleportation. What a playful twist! As he pondered this, Luo Bai embarked on his magical studies. He began with the fundamentals, focusing on energy gathering. Typically, a mage's first step in their training involves absorbing energy. At this stage, the energy merely manifests as a swirling aura within him, perceptible yet unusable. Energy gathering entails consolidating and manipulating this aura. Following the book's guidance, Luo Bai concentrated his attention and attempted to release the energy within him, despite recognizing every word and diligently following the instructions. After several attempts, he found himself unable to produce even a whisper of energy. This left Luo Bai somewhat distressed, muttering to himself, "Why can't I gather the energy? Is my concentration insufficient?" Gazing at his empty hands for an extended moment, Luo Bai suddenly came to a realization. "Wait a minute, Ancient One, you gifted me a spellbook but failed to provide me with the suspended ring. What gives?" The suspended ring, a magical artifact from Kamartaj, was developed by the 5th generation of Supreme Sorcerers. Its purpose is to aid mages in focusing their attention more effectively, as well as to open portals and facilitate interdimensional travel. In simpler terms, possessing it would enable a mage to concentrate better. Yet, how could the Ancient One neglect to provide him with such a vital tool? Without the suspended ring, was he expected to practice through sheer willpower? Luo Bai couldn't help but scoff that he felt a twinge of regret. Why hadn't he thought to ask the Ancient One for the ring earlier? Now, the Ancient One was likely in Kamartaj, a place impossibly far from him. It seemed he had no choice but to practice diligently on his own. With a sigh, Luo Bai commenced his arduous journey of training. Due to his intense focus on training, he lost track of time. Eventually, Luo Bai succeeded in gathering and controlling energy. He brought his hands together and then spread them apart. A delicate beam of yellow light emerging between them. As he rotated his hands, the slender stream of energy expanded into a square shape. Taking a deep breath, Luo Bai envisioned the form of the light in his mind while manipulating his hands. In no time, an energy array materialized in the air. With a forceful push, he sent the magical array scattering. After successfully gathering the energy array once, Luo Bai repeated the motions. With continuous practice, his control over the energy steadily improved, and the energy within him grew stronger. From initially sustaining the energy array for only a minute, he progressed to 10 minutes, and ultimately, he could control the duration at will, dedicating an entire day to this endeavor. Once he felt he had mastered the technique, Luo Bai resolved to learn a second ability, the teleportation spell, the Door of Secrets. Yes, that very spell which, with a mere drawing of a yellow circle in the air, could transport any person or object to a designated location. In truth, teleportation magic was merely a fundamental aspect of Kamartaj's white magic. However, Luo Bai had often heard tales of it and seen it on television, making him quite eager to learn. After thoroughly reviewing the training method, he experienced a moment of clarity. The procedure was not overly complex. One only needed to visualize the destination in their mind and then open the portal to complete the teleportation. The challenge lay in the requirement for the user to possess strong control abilities and a foundational understanding of spatial magic. Otherwise, issues such as inaccurate teleportation locations, failure to open the portal, or the portal closing prematurely could arise. For Luo Bai, achieving perfect control over the portal was currently beyond reach, necessitating further practice. With another sigh, Luo Bai resumed his training. Days passed in a blur of effort. Although he faced numerous failures, he remained undeterred. He focused intently, drawing circles with his right hand and consistently repeating the motions, honing his concentration. At last, a yellow circle appeared in the air, gradually expanding. Finally, Luo Bai succeeded. He excitedly approached the portal, only to discover, quite unexpectedly, But the teleportation destination was not as he had envisioned. He had intended to transport himself to Kamar Taj, eager to inquire of the Ancient One why he had received the Supreme Compendium and to request a suspended ring. Instead, he found himself atop a rooftop, serendipitously witnessing Tony Stark being soundly thrashed. I could see that moment. Tony Stark, clad in his newly developed red Iron Man suit, faced off against a man in a black iron suit. The two appear to have just emerged from a fierce battle, with Tony clearly at a disadvantage, being hoisted in the air like a mere chicken by his adversary, just as the man prepared to deliver a punch to Tony's face. Luo Bai materialized. His sudden appearance caught the attention of both combatants. Luo Bai instinctively thought to flee, but due to his lack of proficiency in teleportation, the portal closed before he could escape. Luo Bai's expression darkened as he awkwardly greeted. Tony, I think my timing might be a bit off. He had not anticipated that he would open the portal so inaccurately. His intention had been to arrive at Kamar Taj, yet he found himself before Tony Stark, who was currently embroiled in a confrontation with a villain. How could his luck have turned so disastrous? At that moment, both he and Tony Stark were equally surprised upon seeing Luo Bai appear out of thin air once more. Tony was bewildered. Luo Bai, where did you suddenly come from? He asked, lifting his helmet to reveal his face. It's a bit of an accident, Luo Bai replied with a hint of exasperation. An accident? Tony echoed, confused. Although Luo Bai wished to explain the situation, he could not help but comment on Tony's predicament. Let us discuss this once you're safe. Prompted by Luo Bai's reminder, Tony finally recalled the gravity of his situation. The man in the black iron suit also regained his focus. Glaring at Luo Bai with a menacing tone, I remember you. Your name is Luo Bai. I assent to it. You are the one who helped Tony escape from the cave. Before Luo Bai could respond, Tony interjected, this is our conflict. It has nothing to do with him. Are you really in a position to worry about others? Focus on yourself first, Tony. The man in the black iron suit retorted angrily, then unleashed a powerful punch towards Tony Stark, sending him hurtling through the air. With a resounding crash, Tony Stark was propelled like a bowling ball, crashing heavily against the wall, although he was clad in his iron suit and likely unharmed. The tremendous noise prompted Luo Bai to anxiously inquire, Tony, are you all right? Tony Stark did not respond immediately, seemingly due to his serious injuries. Fortunately, after a brief pause, he managed to reply, I'm not dead yet. As he spoke, Tony Stark rose to his feet. Although he had many questions he wished to pose to Luo Bai, he understood that the moment was not opportune, that a great deal had transpired in recent days, and he would elaborate on the specifics later. You need to leave here quickly, Tony Stark urged hastily. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai promptly replied, all right, then I shall take my leave. Take care of yourself. Tony, this straightforward response left Tony Stark momentarily bewildered. While he recognized the urgency of the situation and hoped for Luo Bai's swift departure, he did not anticipate such a decisive agreement from him. I thought you would at least hesitate a bit. I didn't expect you to agree so readily. Aren't we friends? Tony Stark remarked half-jokingly. Luo Bai, though feigning calmness with a smile, internally muttered, I am not foolish. Why would I stick around in such danger? Besides, you have your Iron Man suit and won't die. Although Tony Stark refrained from explaining the current circumstances, he had surmised the gist of it. Based on the known narrative, after escaping from terrorists using the Mark I armor he had created, Tony Stark had been intent on developing more advanced Iron Man suits, which led to the creation of the Mark II and Mark III. Consequently, Tony Stark truly became Iron Man, appearing in America and attracting attention from various factions. Obadiah, who had long coveted Stark Industries, noticed the emergence of the Iron Man suit and began collaborating with terrorists to secretly develop his own armor. Ultimately, he succeeded in creating the Ironmonger suit and became a formidable antagonist in the Marvel Universe. Following this, a final confrontation ensued between Obadiah and Tony Stark, if Luo Bai was not mistaken. The man clad in black armor at that moment must be Obadiah. With this understanding, Luo Bai saw no reason to remain. After all, this was an internal conflict within Stark Industries, and, as an outsider, it was inappropriate for him to intervene. Although Tony Stark had a decent relationship with him, and as a friend, he could lend a hand, Obadiah's armor was a high-tech weapon. It could not only fire machine guns and six-shot missiles, but also had rocket propulsion for high-speed flight. How could a novice mage like Luo Bai stand against missile attacks? That was simply excessive. He had hoped to survive a bit longer to develop his skills. Who knew how long the goddess of fortune would favor him? With this thought in mind, Luo Bai resolved to open a portal and leave, that he concentrated on visualizing the appearance of the villa in his mind, then began to draw circles with his hand. As they seemed to prepare for departure, Obadiah bellowed, "Try to run? You both will die here." With that, he raised his armored right hand towards Luo Bai, ready to fire the machine gun. Despite having previously teased Luo Bai about his lack of loyalty, Tony Stark's jest was merely playful. Upon witnessing the imminent danger, he instinctively lunged to help. Initially, his intention was to buy time for Luo Bai to escape swiftly. However, since Obadiah had studied and upgraded Tony Stark's Iron Man suit while creating the Ironmonger, the latter's performance vastly outstripped that of the Mark III. Tony Stark's armor was utterly incapable of withstanding the Ironmonger's assault, and after enduring a barrage from the machine gun, he was rendered completely incapacitated. Observing Tony Stark sprawled on the ground, unable to move, Obadiah's face broke into a triumphant grin. "You seem quite concerned about this Luo Bai fellow. Allow me to send him to hell with you." "No need to thank me," Obadiah quipped, madness evident in his eyes that he is innocent. "Obadiah!" Tony Stark roared, infuriated. He wished to intervene, but he was powerless to stop it. All he could do was shout, "Run!" At that moment, however, Luo Bai was entirely focused on opening the portal and did not hear Tony Stark's warning. The use of magical energy required intense concentration, especially since Luo Bai was merely a novice mage, necessitating even greater focus. Fortunately, drawing upon his previous successful experience and the urgency of the situation, he managed to open the portal quite effectively. Though it took a little longer than before, it was considerably smoother. Just as the portal successfully opened, Luo Bai heard a shout from behind. "Watch out!" Suddenly, a dark shadow swiftly darted past Luo Bai and entered the portal. Luo Bai was taken aback. He was about to investigate what had slipped through the portal when, to his astonishment, the portal vanished in an instant. Luo Bai. Tony Stark. At that moment, both Luo Bai and Tony Stark were somewhat dazed. "Did a large black rat just scurry in?" Luo Bai inquired. "That was Obadiah," Tony Stark replied, a hint of bewilderment in his tone. "Then why did he go into the portal?" Luo Bai asked in confusion. "I have no idea. He was about to attack you, but for some reason, he just vanished," Tony Stark responded, his tone laced with incredulity, and his expression was quite remarkable. It seemed he had yet to fully grasp the situation. However, Luo Bai began to understand. So, while he was focused on opening the portal, Obadiah had attempted to ambush him. As luck would have it, the goddess of fortune intervened and sent Obadiah through the portal. How fortunate! He must truly be the favored one. Luo Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, the goddess of fortune had not abandoned him, saving him in his moment of need. Consequently, Luo Bai even smiled, a hint of joy illuminating his face. Yet, Tony Stark was far from amused, his expression one of shock as he asked, "Wait a moment. Why did Obadiah disappear?" He could not comprehend how such a large figure as Obadiah could vanish so suddenly. He entered the portal himself and was sent away. Luo Bai explained, "A portal? What on earth is that?" Tony Stark inquired, his brow furrowing even tighter. "A mystical gateway. It's a form of space teleportation magic." Luo Bai continued to elucidate. Though he spoke casually, Tony Stark was unable to calm down. "Magic? Are you joking?" he exclaimed, nearly shouting. Luo Bai remained remarkably calm and serious as he retorted, "Do I appear to be joking?" Although it was difficult to believe, considering Obadiah's sudden disappearance, even Tony Stark had to concede to the possibility. "Honestly, I've only seen magic on television. The existence of magic in this world is simply unscientific." Tony Stark exclaimed once more, his mouth agape in disbelief that in truth, the Marvel Universe had never been a typical urban world. Mages, superhumans, and other such beings were commonplace. However, it was understandable that Tony Stark, as an ordinary human, was unfamiliar with these supernatural phenomena. With this realization, Luo Bai could not help but respond, "That's because you know far too little about this world." Tony Stark's expression darkened as he incredulously replied, "I find it hard to believe that you, who look a full decade younger than me, are telling me this, for heaven's sake. You look like a college student, and I'm over 30. Being chided about his ignorance by someone who appeared to be a college student was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, in light of recent events, it was evident that he did indeed know far less. So your frequent, inexplicable appearances are also due to this magic? Tony Stark queried. Pretty much, Luo Bai responded, as he had no better explanation to provide. So, you are indeed a mage? Tony Stark asked again. Luo Bai nodded earnestly and affirmed. Yes, I am a mage. Tony Stark remained silent, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. It was unclear how much time passed before he finally regained his composure and posed a crucial question. So, where exactly did you just use magic to transport Obadiah? Will he come back? Where is he sent? Luo Bai was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, he was not entirely certain himself. After all, he had opened the portal intending to return home, so the destination was set at his villa. However, due to his still developing proficiency with teleportation magic, he noticed that what lay beyond the portal was not the villa, but rather an unfamiliar place. Before he could ascertain where he had opened the portal, Obadiah had already rushed through it. Where was he sent then? Luo Bai pondered. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Kamar Taj, Ancient One and Obadiah were locked in a fierce stare. The two remained silent for about 5 seconds before Obadiah erupted in fury. What the hell? Where is this place? Where's Tony? P.S. in Kamar Taj, replied Ancient One calmly. Kamar Taj. What kind of place is that? Obadiah shouted in anger. Ancient One maintained his serene demeanor, responding indifferently. Kamar Taj is located in Kathmandu, a sanctum of magic. A sanctum of magic? Are you joking with me? I was just in New York. And now you're saying I'm in Nepal? Obadiah exclaimed in disbelief, his face a canvas of skepticism. It is worth noting that just a moment ago, he had been battling Tony Stark, only to be confronted now by a bald man claiming he had arrived in Kathmandu. And what was this talk of magic? Could he possibly believe it? I get it now. You and Tony, along with that Luo Bai kid, are in cahoots. I never imagined Tony had so many allies. I'll deal with you first, bald man, and then I'll go kill Tony. Die, bald man. Obadiah cursed. With that, he raised his armored arm, preparing to unleash his cannon at Ancient One. But before he could fire, Ancient One swiftly struck Obadiah's iron suit with a palm. The next moment, Obadiah's soul detached from his body, drifting into the sky. OMG. Me. Obadiah was utterly bewildered. In a way. Am I dead? How did I just ascend? Who are you? What is happening to me? Obadiah exclaimed in astonishment. He had initially thought that with the power of the Iron Overlord, he would be invincible. Yet he had not anticipated encountering a being of such divine prowess that could expel his soul with a single strike. At that moment, he truly grasped the terrifying nature of the bald figure before him. This was the Supreme Sorcerer of Kamar Taj, as the nearby Mordo approached to provide an answer. The Supreme Sorcerer? No way, he encountered a real sorcerer. So how did I end up here? Obadiah inquired, on the verge of tears, for he was genuinely perplexed. However, even Mordo was uncertain about how he arrived. It seems you were transported here. But who would bring you to Kamar Taj? Mordo mused, appearing to address Obadiah's question while also seeming to speak to himself. Puzzled, he turned his gaze towards Ancient One. Ancient One's expression remained inscrutable, as if he already knew the answer. That it was Luo Bai. Ancient One replied. Luo Bai, the college student who follows Tony. He's also a sorcerer, Obadiah asked, his tone tinged with disbelief. Indeed, Ancient One affirmed with a nod, stating, although he has not undergone formal training, it appears he has indeed become a sorcerer. Obadiah fell silent, still somewhat astonished. In no way. Luo Bai looks like just a fragile college student, and he is also a sorcerer? Of course, Obadiah was not the only one taken aback. Mordo also exhibited signs of surprise. Luo Bai? The name you just mentioned, Supreme Sorcerer, I've never heard of it. Mordo inquired curiously, asked the senior disciple at Kamar Taj. Ancient One's first pupil. He was familiar with all newly inducted sorcerers. After all, he was primarily responsible for training novice sorcerers. Yet, it was strange that he had never heard of a sorcerer named Luo Bai at Kamar Taj. Soon, Ancient One provided an explanation. He is an anomaly. Hence, I did not bring him back to Kamar Taj, but instead gave him a book to study on his own that I wanted to verify certain matters. Upon hearing this, Mordo was taken aback. Supreme Sorcerer, are you saying he learned magic by himself? Mordo asked, astonished. Ancient One nodded affirmatively. Yes, and he accomplished it in just about a week. What on earth? He mastered teleportation magic in just about a week. That's extraordinary. If it weren't for Ancient One's own words, Mordo would hardly believe that anyone could learn teleportation magic in such a brief span. As a master sorcerer, Mordo was acutely aware of how challenging magic could be to learn. Although Kamar Taj adhered to the principle of inclusivity, the prerequisite was being able to find Kamar Taj in the first place. Most individuals lacking magical aptitude couldn't even locate the entrance to Kamar Taj. Therefore, sorcerers capable of finding and entering Kamar Taj typically possessed some level of magical talent, with many being exceptionally gifted. As Ancient One's first disciple, Mordo had essentially witnessed the growth of all sorcerers at Kamar Taj. Though teleportation magic was considered basic, mastering it was no simple feat. Luo Bai, without any guidance, learned it in a week. What kind of deity is he? Moreover, this did not seem to be the crux of the matter. The key point was that Mordo noticed the suspended rings at Kamar Taj had not diminished in number. Artifacts were of utmost importance to sorcerers, so, as the senior disciple, Mordo frequently accounted for any lost artifacts at Kamar Taj. Yet recently, the number of suspended rings had remained constant. Contemplating this, Mordo could not help but ask, Supreme Sorcerer, did you give him a suspended ring? Ancient One shook his head. No. Mordo fell into silence. His expression a vivid portrayal of shock in One taught him, and there were no suspended rings that Kamar Taj might be on the verge of producing a deity. Although Mordo said nothing, his astonishment was evident on his face. An Ancient One could fully comprehend why he was so taken aback. After all, even Ancient One, who typically bore a stoic expression, rarely displayed signs of surprise. His talent has surpassed my expectations, Ancient One mused. Mordo nodded in agreement. However, he did not understand. Given his extraordinary talent, why did you not bring him back to Kamar Taj, Supreme Sorcerer? Mordo inquired. Ancient One did not respond directly, but instead asked, do you recall the previous anomalies detected on Earth? Mordo replied respectfully, I do. The Sanctum detected an incursion, seemingly from a traveler from the multiverse. Ancient One furrowed his brow and began to explain slowly, I had once sought to glimpse the future. Logically, this invader should not have appeared, yet he did. This compelled me to explore the future once more, only to discover that Earth's future had been altered, and this invader had already been recorded in Earth's timeline. I grew curious about the identity of this invader, but I could not clearly discern his future. I could only investigate the occasional times and events of his appearances through Earth's future. To this point, Ancient One paused, seemingly lost in thought. Mordo understood he should refrain from asking too many questions. Yet his curiosity was insatiable. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously inquired, Supreme Sorcerer, are you referring to Luo Bai as the invader? Ancient One nodded out. So, what did you see, Supreme Sorcerer? Mordo pressed further. Ancient One did not withhold any information. Responding candidly, I saw him become the Supreme Sorcerer. Mordo's eyes widened in realization. The future he envisioned did not surprise him. The title Supreme Sorcerer inherently denoted the most powerful sorcerer, given Luo Bai's exceptional talent. It was only a matter of time before he ascended to that rank. After all, no amount of effort could rival extraordinary talent. Reflecting on this, Mordo could not help but exclaim, with Luo Bai's remarkable talent, it is only natural he would become the Supreme Sorcerer in the future. As soon as the words left her lips, Gu-I shook her head in denial. No, this is not normal. Mordo, perplexed, inquired, I do not understand. Why is this not normal? Gu-I elucidated. According to the original timeline, Dr. Strange was destined to become the Sorcerer Supreme. Before Mordo could voice another thought, Gu-I continued her explanation. The future has been altered. An unprecedented occurrence. Yet, I am unable to ascertain how he became the Sorcerer Supreme, that I can only surmise that his innate talents and qualities must far exceed those of Strange. Hence, you have left him a grimoire to self-study. In order to test his abilities, correct? Following Gu Yi's line of reasoning, Mordo asked that Jiu Yi nodded, affirming her response. Upon realizing that Luo Bai would ascend to become the Sorcerer Supreme, she understood that she could no longer expel this intruder from Earth. For she could not alter the future. Since it was beyond her control, she could only adapt and seek answers. Initially, when Gu Yi approached Luo Bai, she merely harbored a suspicion that his talents would be remarkable. However, she never anticipated that his abilities would surpass her expectations to such an extent that even she was astonished. Without the aid of magical artifacts or guidance, he managed to open a portal solely with the Supreme Compendium. His potential is extraordinary. But what of Strange? Forget about Strange for now. Should I bring him back to Kamartaj for training? Mordo pondered aloud, having confirmed Luo Bai's exceptional talent and the possibility of his future as the Sorcerer Supreme. Mordo naturally contemplated whether he should personally fetch this divine being to spare the Sorcerer Supreme another journey. Yet, Gu Yi seemed to have her own plans. Not for now. Let's wait a bit longer, she replied. She wished to observe just how strong Luo Bai's talents could truly be. Thus, it would not be too late to bring him back after he had fully studied the entire Supreme Compendium. Moreover, sorcerers inherently require field experience, so allowing him to wander and hone his skills outside would also be beneficial. Can the two sorcerers take a look at me? At that moment, Abadiah, who had been lingering nearby, could no longer contain himself. He was quite anxious, having been left in limbo for an extended period while listening to the sorcerers discuss the Sorcerer Supreme and the future. The more he listened, the more apprehensive he became, especially since he was currently in a disembodied state, unable to return. He lamented to himself, why did he have to offend a sorcerer? With that thought, Abadiah pleaded, nearly in tears, could you please let my soul return to my body? His words drew the attention of Gu Yi and Mordo, considering that his presence in Kamartaj was inappropriate. Mordo inquired, Sorcerer Supreme, how should we handle him? Exile his soul, Gu Yi replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Abadiah panicked, exclaiming, what does soul exile mean? Before he could finish, Mordo cast a spell, and he vanished from the hall. After dealing with Abadiah, Mordo prepared to depart, saying, Sorcerer Supreme, I shall take my leave. Yes, as soon as he spoke, Gu Yi interjected, later, go find Luo Bai and give him the pendant that I will provide you with the address. Mordo nodded, understood, Sorcerer Supreme. Meanwhile, on a rooftop in New York, Tony Stark furrowed his brow and asked with utmost seriousness, so Luo Bai, you truly have no idea where you sent Abadiah? Luo Bai shook his head, responding with a hint of exasperation, I do not know. Hearing his uncertainty, Tony Stark could not help but feel a twinge of worry. After all, Abadiah now seemed to have lost his sanity, and should he cause chaos in New York, it would be disastrous. With this thought, Tony Stark quickly ordered J.A.R.V.I.S. initiate a citywide search for Abadiah's location and see if we can locate him. J.A.R.V.I.S. The artificial intelligence butler was a program implanted within Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, endowed with numerous functions, including tracking. Upon receiving the command, J.A.R.V.I.S. promptly activated the citywide tracking system and soon responded, I apologize, Mr. Stark, but no trace of Abadiah has been found within New York City. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark could not help but scoff. It seems he is no longer in New York. Did you send him that far away? Luo Bai shrugged and replied nonchalantly, who knows? Initially, Tony Stark had been concerned, but upon learning that Abadiah was no longer in New York, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Abadiah merely sought to seize Stark Industries, and with him gone, tranquility should prevail for a while. Thank you for saving me once again, Tony Stark said, slumping to the ground, his face weary. The recent confrontation had exhausted him tremendously. He had thought that creating the Mark III suit was a significant achievement. Yet he was surprised to discover that Abadiah had crafted an even more formidable suit. This stirred a sense of rivalry within him. The person you just sent away is named Abadiah. He is my father's business partner, but he sought me out at the party. You must have seen him, Tony Stark explained. Yes, I've seen him. What about it? Luo Bai inquired. With a hint of anger, Tony Stark elaborated. At the party, I mentioned that he opposed my decision to shut down the weapons division. However, I never anticipated that he was secretly researching Iron Man suits and had developed an upgraded version targeting mine. Yet, as soon as Iron Man's suit was mentioned, the anger on Tony Stark's face dissipated, replaced by pride and excitement. The lot has transpired during your absence. For instance, the suit I am wearing now is my latest creation. The Mark III, isn't it far more impressive than the one I built in the cave? Tony Stark boasted. He even stood up to showcase the full appearance of the Mark III, seeing his enthusiastic display. Luo Bai naturally responded with praise that it did indeed appear significantly more advanced, and Luo Bai nodded in approval. Flattered by the compliment, Tony Stark replied with a hint of arrogance, "Of course, I haven't slept for several days while creating the Mark III. In fact, it has many more functions. Would you like to see?" He seemed eager to showcase every aspect of the Mark III's capabilities. However, Luo Bai, being a time traveler, had already witnessed Tony Stark's future creation of the nanotech suit. Let alone the Mark III, considering that he needed to swiftly learn magic to enhance his own strength. Luo Bai hurriedly interrupted. "It's too late today. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. We can discuss this another time." Without waiting for Tony Stark to respond, he raised his hand and activated a portal. Having successfully opened 2 portals previously, Luo Bai had become quite adept this time. The destination was precisely his villa. Satisfied with the accuracy, Luo Bai nodded and waved goodbye. "Farewell, Tony." As the portal closed, Tony Stark remained on the rooftop, bewildered by the wind. Time passed, and eventually, Tony Stark could not help but exclaim, "Is this the power of a sorcerer?" Truly, although he had already witnessed Luo Bai open a portal to send Abadiah away, seeing it again still left him in awe. This magic is incredibly useful. He had once thought that creating an Iron Man suit capable of flight and missile launch was impressive, yet Luo Bai's magic appeared far more dazzling than his suits in an instant. Tony Stark felt his Mark III had lost its allure. Magic exists in this world, and sorcerers. My goodness, this is utterly insane. I must upgrade my suit. As Tony Stark stood in place, lost in contemplation, Luo Bai had already returned to the villa to commence his magical studies. Although he had only recently mastered the teleportation spell, he was pleasantly surprised to discover, following the earlier battle, that he had become quite adept at it, managing several successful attempts without a single error. This clearly indicated that he had fully grasped the intricacies of teleportation magic, filling him with excitement. That it is often said that combat is the most effective means of enhancing one's abilities. And indeed, after practicing for an extended period at home, he had only barely managed to learn the teleportation spell. Yet, after facing danger, he had instantaneously mastered it. Initially, Luo Bai had harbored some concerns. After all, if he truly possessed the luck of a cheat, he should not have found himself in perilous situations. With just a few days of learning basic magic, it seemed implausible that he could have bested someone like Obadiah, clad in iron tyrant armor. Yet, not only had he emerged unscathed, but he had also enhanced his capabilities. Thus, what had initially appeared to be a dangerous encounter was, in fact, orchestrated by the goddess of fortune, arranging for him to engage in real combat. This was not an isolated incident. Luo Bai realized that each time he had faced supposed danger, it had not been dangerous at all. Although he had found himself in the den of terrorists upon his arrival, it had also led him to meet the affluent Tony Stark. His current residence in a grand villa was undoubtedly due to Stark's assistance. And no wonder he was learning magic at such a rapid pace. It could be said that he was exceptionally gifted. It seemed the goddess of fortune had favored him. Luo Bai mused, recognizing that while many possessed magical talent, attaining the highest level of magical aptitude required a stroke of luck. Reflecting on this, he felt increasingly grateful for the blessings of the goddess of fortune and resolved to complete the Supreme Compendium as swiftly as possible. Just then, the doorbell rang, prompting Luo Bai to rise and answer it. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a young man clad in monk's robes standing outside. "Hello, is this the residence of Luo Bai?" the young man inquired with a smile. "Who are you?" Luo Bai asked. "My name is Mordo," the young man introduced himself. Upon hearing this, Luo Bai suddenly realized why he looked so familiar. It was indeed Mordo. But what brought him to seek out Luo Bai? "Where is Gui?" he asked out of curiosity. "I am Luo Bai. Is there something you need from me?" Mordo remained silent, merely handing over an object, the Camardage's magical artifact, the suspended ring, through his recent studies in magic. Luo Bai had discovered his exceptional talent, as he could comprehend and learn the spells from the Supreme Compendium with just a single reading. Previously, he had struggled with the teleportation portal due to his inexperience in accurately locating it. Yet here was Mordo delivering the suspended ring to him. While he had become proficient in the teleportation spell, the suspended ring would not only assist in precise location, but also aid a mage in performing interdimensional teleportation. This meant that if Luo Bai wished to learn the advanced version of teleportation magic, transitioning from interdimensional to interdimensional travel, the suspended ring was an essential tool. Mordo's arrival with the ring was akin to a stroke of luck. The Supreme Mage instructed me to bring this to you. You will surely find it useful, he explained. Pondering this, Luo Bai accepted the ring and adorned it on his finger. The moment it encircled him, he felt a distinct change. Previously, he had to exert considerable effort to concentrate, but with the ring, his focus seemed to sharpen instantly, saving him a great deal of time. What a treasure! Luo Bai could not help but exclaim. Had I received this sooner, my learning speed would have likely doubled. It is called the Suspended Ring, one of the indispensable artifacts for mages that aids in better concentration and facilitates travel across the multiverse. Mordo provided a brief explanation of its use. Although Luo Bai was already aware of its significance, he nevertheless expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for making the trip to deliver this. It was no trouble." Mordo replied calmly, introducing himself further. "I am a disciple of the Supreme Mage and a Grandmaster of Kumartage. You are now also considered a Mage of Kumartage, so we may frequently cross paths. Just call me Mordo." While Kumartage did not strictly differentiate ranks, various titles existed, such as Mage Apprentice, Mage, Temple Mage, and Grandmaster. Typically, only those ranked among the top would be designated as Grandmasters, and Mordo was one of Kumartage's Grandmasters. Luo Bai understood this, which fueled his curiosity about other matters. Given Guyi's character and prowess, she would not have forgotten to provide the suspended ring unless she had not intended to give it at all. Why had she not given it to him earlier only to send Mordo with it now? Contemplating this, Luo Bai cautiously inquired, "Did the Supreme Mage say anything else?" Mordo, clearly grasping his intent, smiled and responded, "Just moments ago, a portal appeared in Kumartage, bringing forth an individual named Obadiah before the Supreme Mage." Obadiah? Wait, so he was sent to Kumartage and to stand before Guyi? Luo Bai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he awkwardly asked, "And then what?" He insulted the Supreme Mage, calling her bald, and attempted to take action, only to be subsequently banished. Mordo succinctly explained the situation. This left Luo Bai dumbfounded. Goodness, I only dare to think of Guyi as bald in my mind. Yet Obadiah had the audacity to say to her face, "SK, where is he banished to? Will he return?" Luo Bai continued to inquire. Mordo shook his head and replied coolly, "He's off traveling through the multiverse." Luo Bai exclaimed, of all people to offend, "He chose Guyi. SK. Obadiah, was he the one you brought to Kumartage?" Mordo suddenly asked, drawing Luo Bai's thoughts back to the present. "Yes, that was an accident. I did not anticipate him being sent to Kumartage," Luo Bai explained. Mordo, however, seemed unfazed and even expressed understanding. "I heard the Supreme Mage mention that you had only been studying magic for a few days, and without the suspended ring, encountering such situations is quite normal. With the ring, things should improve significantly." Before Luo Bai could respond, Mordo continued, "By the way, how far along are you in your studies?" "I've just begun learning teleportation magic," Luo Bai replied. Upon hearing this, Mordo nodded and said, "It appears you are not yet fully proficient in the application of teleportation magic. How long have you been practicing?" "I'm not sure, perhaps a few days," Luo Bai stated, although Mordo had long been aware of Luo Bai's exceptional talent. His response left him quite astonished. A few days? Such a modest time frame. Is learning magic now measured in days? How did you acquire such a unique talent? Mordo could not help but marvel. "Perhaps it is due to my good fortune." Luo Bai considered and replied honestly. "Good fortune?" Mordo raised an eyebrow, half-jokingly remarking, "You must possess extraordinary luck to have such unparalleled talent." "Just a tad fortunate," Luo Bai replied in a similarly jesting tone. Mordo remained silent. His task of delivering the suspended ring was complete. "I must take my leave now." Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out at Kumartaj, Mordo stated as he prepared to depart. Luo Bai called out to him, curiously asking, Mordo, didn't the Supreme Mage instruct you to take me along? Having begun his studies in Kumartaj and received the suspended ring from Gu Yi, it seemed logical that he should continue his education there. However, it appeared that Mordo had no intention of taking him along, which felt illogical. The Supreme Mage advised you to first master the spells within the Supreme Compendium. Using this opportunity to gain some real-world experience, Mordo clarified. Luo Bai suddenly grasped the implication. This meant he had effectively been given a chance to explore on his own. However, he would eventually master it himself. After all, where could one not learn? Moreover, it is only through practical experience that one can truly enhance their abilities. With this thought in mind, he ceased to ponder further. After bidding farewell to Modu, Luo Bai once again immersed himself in the study of magic. With the suspended ring in hand, he found it considerably easier to concentrate, allowing him to learn magic at an accelerated pace. Fundamental spells, such as teleportation and magical shields, he could almost master with a mere glance, quickly gaining proficiency. Once he had grasped most of the basic spells, he delved into the study of advanced magic. Dedicating an entire night to this pursuit, it was not until the arrival of Tony Stark the following morning that he finally paused. Hey, Luo Bai, did you sleep well last night? I have some wonderful news to share with you. Would you like to hear it? I know you would. You've become famous. Have you seen the latest newspapers and news reports? We made the headlines, and it's front-page news. Iron Man versus Mysterious Man. Doesn't that sound impressive? To be honest, I quite like the title Iron Man that everyone has given me. Tony Stark exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Tony's words flowed like a machine gun, and he hardly provided Luo Bai an opportunity to respond. After a lengthy monologue, he finally noticed Luo Bai's silence and could not help but ask, why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you happy to be in headlines? Of course I am. It's just that your exuberance makes me seem less enthusiastic, Luo Bai replied with a chuckle. Only then did Tony Stark realize his excessive excitement, and he awkwardly attempted to clarify, I'm thrilled for you. You know, as a celebrity, I am accustomed to being featured in the news that it's just part of my life. Really? But I didn't get a chance to interject at all, Luo Bai continued to jest. Feeling more embarrassed, Tony quickly shifted the topic. All right, enough of that. Would you like to know what people are saying about you? Let me show you today. As he spoke, he pulled out a newspaper. Luo Bai took it and glanced at the headline, which boldly proclaimed, New York Crisis. In truth, even without reading it, Luo Bai was aware of the contents. Before the emergence of Iron Man, most citizens of New York were oblivious to the existence of superpowers. However, after last night's events, they realized that the situation was far more complex. The media, government, and citizens were all taking this matter seriously. Some found the appearance of superpowered individuals to be thrilling, while others felt a sense of concern. Such reactions were entirely normal, and thus Luo Bai did not dwell on them. What truly caught his attention was the fact that the newspaper referred to him as the Mysterious Man. Why does everyone call you Iron Man while I am dubbed the Mysterious Man? Luo Bai could not help but complain. Perhaps it's because they have yet to realize that you can wield magic. Tony Stark explained. Luo Bai remained silent, as he could not refute this. Although the newspaper had published photographs captured by drones, clearly showing his face and his use of teleportation magic, it was evident that it would be difficult for the media to label him as a sorcerer. After all, like Tony Stark, most people did not truly believe in the existence of magic in this world. With this in mind, Luo Bai could somewhat accept the title of Mysterious Man nonetheless. He remained curious. Tony, did you specifically come to find me just to tell me that I made the news? Luo Bai inquired. Tony Stark shook his head while pulling out sunglasses from his pocket, putting them on as he replied. Of course not. That I came to take you to a press conference. A press conference? Luo Bai asked, intrigued. What does that mean? Tony Stark chuckled, his excitement palpable. You saved New York yesterday, and you can use magic. The world needs to know about you. I've already arranged a press conference through Stark Industries, where I will announce my identity as Iron Man, and I want to introduce you to the citizens of New York. A sorcerer in New York is a truly remarkable thing. Due to their amicable relationship and the fact that Luo Bai was a sorcerer, Tony Stark envisioned introducing him to the press conference. With Stark Industries' influence, if Luo Bai agreed to participate, he might become a highly influential superhero. However, Such exposure would also mean that his identity would be completely uncovered, considering his desire for a quieter life. Luo Bai declined this generous offer. I think I prefer a more tranquil existence. This piqued Tony Stark's curiosity, prompting him to ask, don't you want everyone to know you are a sorcerer? If I could use magic, I do want the whole world to know. After all, it's undeniably cool. Luo Bai shook his head, explaining, while the feeling of being famous is indeed exhilarating, it also brings numerous troubles. Troubles? What troubles? Tony Stark asked, puzzled. If it were anyone else, he might not have been so confused, but when it came to Luo Bai, he simply could not understand. After all, Luo Bai was a sorcerer capable of sending someone thousands of miles away with a mere wave of his hand. What troubles could someone with such power possibly face? There are many troubles, and I can't elaborate at the moment. You'll understand in due time, Luo Bai replied, leaving Tony Stark bewildered. However, Tony felt that this response was rather vague. All right, though I don't understand why, I respect your decision. I have a press conference to attend, so I'll take my leave for now, Tony Stark said, not pressing the issue further. Once he departed, Luo Bai found himself contemplating the newspaper in his hands. His surprise. After unexpectedly joining the battle last night, he had reaped so many benefits. Not only had he obtained the suspended ring, but he also made a public appearance in New York. Although fame could be advantageous, it also instilled in Luo Bai a heightened sense of urgency. After all, notoriety could attract more villains, and it seemed that he would need to dedicate himself even more fervently to the study of magic. Lost in thought, Luo Bai returned to his room to continue his magical studies. Time slipped away until he finally completed all the white magic contained within the Supreme Compendium. Not wasting a moment, he opened a portal and arrived at Kamar-Taj. In the main hall of Kamar-Taj, the Ancient One was engaged in an academic discussion with a visiting sorcerer, while Modo listened attentively. That moment, a sudden portal drew the attention of all three. Had this been before, Modu might have felt anxious about an unknown portal appearing, concerned that Kamar-Taj had been breached. However, after the previous incident, he no longer felt such trepidation. Especially upon seeing Luo Bai step through the portal, a smile crept across his face, confirming his suspicions. Hey, good to see you again. Modu greeted first. Luo Bai responded politely, indeed, it's good to see you again. Are you practicing teleportation magic? The suspended ring certainly aids in your positioning, but it is merely an auxiliary tool that not be disheartened. You have only been practicing for 2 days. That it is normal to encounter some difficulties at the beginning. Simply keep at it. Modu reassured with a smile. He seemed to have misunderstood, believing Luo Bai had merely opened a portal incorrectly. Thus, he was exceedingly patient in his encouragement. In fact, he was not alone in this misunderstanding. Even the Ancient One was misled. Just as she contemplated intervening to help expedite Luo Bai's progress, she heard him say, it was a bit challenging before, but with the suspended ring, it has become much smoother. Modu paused, asking, so you specifically teleported over here? Yes, I came to see the Supreme Sorcerer, Luo Bai clarified. There's something you wish to discuss with the Supreme Sorcerer? Modu inquired. Luo Bai nodded, smiling as he stated, I have returned the book. I have completed all the content within the Supreme Compendium. This declaration. The main hall fell into an immediate silence. Modu, the Ancient One? Huh, you finished it. It's only been a few days. Mordu and Gu fell into a profound silence. Their expressions remarkably vivid. No, it has only been a few days. Mordu exclaimed incredulously. You claim you have mastered over 100 types of white magic? After a full 5 seconds of silence, Mordu finally inquired, are you suggesting that you have indeed learned all the spells contained in this Supreme Compendium? His tone was laced with disbelief, to the point where he momentarily questioned his own hearing. It was only when Luo Bai nodded affirmatively, confirming, yes, I have learned them all, that Mordu dared to believe his ears. He turned his gaze towards Gu, who remained silent, merely glancing through the Supreme Compendium before her. Upon finishing, she couldn't help but ponder. The book was not mistakenly given. It indeed contained records of over 100 types of white magic. How could one possibly learn them all in such a short span of time? How was it achieved? Although Gu was internally astonished, she did not overtly display her surprise. She politely asked the visiting mage to leave, and once alone with Luo Bai, she began a serious discussion. Have you truly mastered all the spells within this tome? Gu Yi inquired earnestly. While it was indeed astonishing that Luo Bai could learn all the spells in the Supreme Compendium so swiftly, considering his exceptional talent, it was somewhat understandable. However, mastery and mere learning were two different matters. It was not that Gu Yi was nitpicking, but rather, if the fundamentals were not solid, further learning would prove challenging. Luo Bai was aware of this and replied, I am relatively proficient. It was certainly remarkable that he could skillfully wield over 100 spells. Yet with his extraordinary talent, he had ample time to learn all the spells within the Supreme Compendium. After all, the spells documented therein were foundational types of magic, such as space magic, defensive magic, and energy magic. Once the basic theories were grasped, the learning process accelerated significantly. It was a classic case of difficult entry, but rapid advancement thereafter. As for advanced magic, none of it could be found in the tome associated with Waishandi, which was why he had come to Kamartaj in search of more formidable spells. Gu Yi understood his intentions for coming here. But learning advanced magic was not a simple task. It was not that she was unwilling to teach. Rather, without sufficient training and experience, one might struggle to comprehend it. Yet, she did not state this directly. Instead, kindly advising, though the spells in the Supreme Compendium are foundational, mastering them can unleash immense power. You must practice diligently. Luo Bai nodded in acknowledgement, replying, I understand. Gu Yi continued, now that you have learned all the contents of this book, you may visit the library in the future. There, you might find the tomes you seek. The Kamartaj Library was indeed a splendid place, housing an extensive collection of magic books, a veritable treasure trove of all white magic literature. If Luo Bai were allowed entry, he could learn whatever he desired. Mordu, please escort him to the library and return this book. Gu Yi began to organize. Mordu nodded politely, responding, very well, Supreme Mage, I shall take my leave. Seeing this, Luo Bai hastily added, I shall also take my leave, Supreme Mage. The two then exited the main hall. As they stepped outside, Mordu suddenly halted, his smile fading as he spoke solemnly. One must not pursue magic with haste. As a Grand Mage of Kamartaj, Mordu bore the responsibility of overseeing all novice mages. Although Luo Bai exhibited great talent, Mordu found it hard to believe that he had fully mastered all fundamental spells in such a brief period. Concerned that Luo Bai might be overly eager, he felt compelled to caution him. Magic is not as easily learned as you might think. Excessive haste will only lead to setbacks. Every mage aspires to grow stronger. But there are no shortcuts in learning magic. I have followed the Supreme Mage and trained many mages. A number of them, after only a few days or months of study, sought to delve into more advanced magic, only to ultimately fail due to their inability to comprehend it. Some even contemplated the dark arts. Although Kamartaj is a place of freedom, the study of dark magic is strictly prohibited, as it exacts a heavy toll, often even that of one's soul. I hope you will never tread that path. Mordu spoke earnestly, his concern for Luo Bai evident. Yet, despite his good intentions, the delivery felt somewhat uncomfortable. I believe I've already become quite proficient in the spells recorded in the Supreme Compendium. Luo Bai asserted, his tone growing more resolute. Mordu chuckled and asked, shall we put that to the test? Although Kamartaj did not require mages to undergo formal assessments, practical drills were common, serving to reveal a mage's true prowess. Luo Bai understood that, while his talent was remarkable, defeating a Grand Mage at this stage would still pose a challenge. Nevertheless, he was eager to demonstrate his abilities and willingly accepted the trial. Let us proceed then, Luo Bai agreed. Mordu, eager to see if Luo Bai truly had mastered all basic spells, decided to give him a chance. You may initiate the first move, Mordu said with a smile. As soon as Mordu finished speaking, Luo Bai sprang into action. He clenched his fists and conjured a magical shield, launching an attack towards Mordu. The magical shield, as its name implies, was a protective barrier formed from magical energy. Not only did it serve a defensive purpose, but it also possessed sharp edges capable of inflicting damage upon an adversary. Although this was merely a fundamental close combat technique, Mordu was taken aback by Luo Bai's adept use of the magical shield. As he deflected Luo Bai's assault with the shield, he mused, to wield magical energy with such finesse is truly astounding. If Luo Bai had trained for 6 months and achieved this level of skill, Mordu would have deemed it reasonable. Yet, To do so after merely half a month was indeed impressive. However, despite his admiration, Mordu recognized that it would still be exceedingly difficult for Luo Bai to defeat him. And he found the situation manageable. He even managed to converse casually while fending off Luo Bai's strikes, asking, "What other spells do you know?" Though it was just a friendly spar, Luo Bai felt a competitive spirit ignited within him. As a man, how could he possibly wish to be defeated, especially in such an unflattering manner? Observing how effortlessly Mordu countered his moves only fueled Luo Bai's desire to win. He understood that overcoming an opponent with such a vast disparity in power was challenging. But it did not imply that it was entirely impossible. Although Kamartaj mages favored close combat magic, he was a mage. Why engage in melee? Magic should be wielded in a magical manner. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai ceased his attacks. Noticing his sudden stoppage, Mordu inquired, "Why have you halted? You cannot possibly have only mastered this one spell." Luo Bai shook his head, stating, "Of course not." He then cast another spell. And it was at this moment that Mordu realized he was employing the object retrieval spell. The object retrieval spell encompassed some foundational principles of space magic, while it bore similarities to a portal. There were subtle differences. Mordu did not intervene, for in his view, even if Luo Bai did manage to retrieve something, it would be challenging to defeat him. Moreover, this spar was intended to ascertain whether Luo Bai had truly mastered all basic spells. And the object retrieval spell was indeed one of them. Mordu's curiosity heightened as he wondered how adept Luo Bai would be in utilizing the object retrieval spell. The object retrieval spell? For a mage, possessing good magical artifact can significantly enhance one's chances in battle. This is a shrewd approach. However, given your current capabilities, there are many artifacts that you simply cannot wield, Mordu remarked with a smile. This was not mockery, but rather the truth. Indeed, in the Marvel Universe, numerous treasures exist. Some potent artifact can instantaneously enhance a person's strength. However, the more formidable the treasure, the greater the power required to wield it. Not to mention whether the artifact that Luo Bai retrieved was genuinely powerful. The crux of the matter lay in his ability to master it. Luo Bai was naturally aware of this fact. Thus, even he was entirely uncertain about what he would bring back, completely relying on fate to go triumph over Mordu. He could only resort to divine artifacts. He had previously familiarized himself with the artifacts of the Marvel Universe, such as the Infinity Stones, which are indeed exceptionally powerful. Yet, harnessing the power of the Infinity Stones is exceedingly challenging. Even Thanos struggled when he wielded the Power Stone, let alone Luo Bai with his slight stature. It was unlikely he could make effective use of it. Engaging in a minor sparring match with his life on the line seemed unnecessary. Realizing this, he temporarily abandoned the idea of retrieving the Infinity Stone. The retrieval spell necessitates envisioning the location of the artifact within one's mind to accurately open a portal to obtain the desired treasure. However, due to the limited time, Luo Bai could not think of any other artifacts apart from the Infinity Stone that could alter the tide of battle. Thus, he had to heed the whims of Lady Luck. The spell commenced, and Luo Bai thrust his hand into the portal at that moment. Mordu remained blissfully unaware that the ensuing events would surpass his expectations. In fact, Kamartaj possesses many remarkable artifacts. Mordu had initially intended to mention that Kamartaj's repository housed numerous magical items. If Luo Bai genuinely required assistance, it would not be overly complicated for him to lend some temporarily. Yet, the next moment, Luo Bai unexpectedly produced a hammer, Thor's hammer. In an instant, Mordu was left bewildered. His usually meticulous demeanor faltered, and he could not suppress an expletive. This reaction was understandable, for he was utterly speechless. Thor's hammer is the weapon of Odin's son, the god of thunder. How did Luo Bai manage to acquire it? How did you get Thor's hammer? Mordu exclaimed, his square face transforming into a look of shock. Kamartaj monitors all movements on Earth, and its library contains numerous tomes chronicling knowledge from Earth and the multiverse. Mordu could not possibly be unaware of the significance of Thor's hammer. It is forged from a star and imbued with the power of Odin, the All-Father. How could Luo Bai even think of using this in combat? This was akin to asking him to fight Odin himself. Mordu was momentarily speechless. Luo Bai was equally astonished, while he was somewhat surprised. The overwhelming feeling was one of joy. Indeed, how could he have forgotten about Thor's hammer? This artifact is enhanced by Odin's enchantments. Only those deemed worthy can lift it. This meant that, as long as he was recognized, wielding Thor's hammer would be a trivial matter. The key point was that it was immensely powerful. With the might of Odin backing him, Modu's mere sorcerers would be no match. Gazing upon Thor's hammer, Luo Bai felt emboldened. "We can continue now," Luo Bai declared with a smile. Modu fell silent, the silence deafening. After a moment, he began to voice his thoughts. "This hammer is made from star. There is no need to take this so seriously for a mere sparring match. I simply wish to demonstrate my mastery of basic magic." Luo Bai shrugged, speaking with an air of resignation. Modu chuckled, his tone tinged with awkwardness as he replied, "You have indeed mastered it with remarkable proficiency." "Goodness gracious," he added, "Thor's hammer is the exclusive weapon of Thor. Thor resides in Asgard, a realm entirely separate from Earth." Setting aside how Luo Bai managed to acquire Thor's hammer, it was imperative to note that he must have mastered interdimensional spatial magic to obtain it. That was far from elementary magic. It was an advanced form of spatial magic. Many sorcerers who had trained for 4 or 5 years in Camartage might not succeed, yet this individual, having practiced for such a brief period, reached into Asgard. "How did you accomplish this? You mastered interdimensional retrieval in such a short time." Modu could not help but inquired at that moment. He was not the only one astonished. Ancient One was equally taken aback. The commotion outside the main hall drew her attention. After all, she was not deaf. She refrained from intervening, eager to observe the extent of Luo Bai's mastery over magic. Yet she had not anticipated that he would achieve such feats in such a brief span. It seemed the future held no errors. He truly was the supreme sorcerer. Ancient One's eyes widened, her gaze filled with astonishment. It was incredible, yet she believed it. The future was not mistaken. The error lay with her. With this thought, Ancient One stepped out, interrupting the sparring. "Luo Bai, come inside." Modu, wait outside. The sudden arrival of Ancient One caught both of them off guard. Luo Bai felt perplexed, while Modu was relieved. Thankfully, the Supreme Sorcerer had come to his aid, preserving his dignity. Otherwise, as a Grand Sorcerer, being bested by a novice sorcerer would be a scandal, making it difficult for him to instruct newcomers in the future. Modu promptly expressed his gratitude. "Yes." Supreme Sorcerer, he then obediently stood aside, awaiting further instructions. Luo Bai re-entered the sanctum, his expression tinged with curiosity. "Yes, there's something you require, Supreme Sorcerer?" Luo Bai inquired. And no sooner had he spoken than Ancient One removed an artifact from around her neck and extended it toward him. "This is the Eye of Agamotto. You must vow to protect it with your life from this day forth." Luo Bai was utterly confounded. Was this not the Time Stone? Ancient One was actually giving it to him. The Eye of Agamotto is an artifact, a vessel containing an extraordinary item. The Time Stone that in the Marvel Universe, there are 6 infinity stones, also known as gems. Time, power, space, reality, soul, and mind. Each stone resides in different locations, guarded by various individuals. The Time Stone is kept in Camartage and protected by successive Supreme Sorcerers. Hence, the title of Guardian of the Stones is also attributed to the Supreme Sorcerer. Now that Ancient One had entrusted the Time Stone to Luo Bai, did this mean she intended for him to become the next Supreme Sorcerer? While his talent was indeed high, how long had he been studying magic? He had not even undergone formal training in Camartage. How could Ancient One so readily bestow the Time Stone upon him? Although Luo Bai was perplexed by the reasoning, he still affirmed, "I will protect it with my life. So this means it is a gift for me." Indeed, Ancient One nodded, presenting the Eye of Agamotto. Luo Bai, still somewhat bewildered, accepted it and began to examine it earnestly. The exterior of the Eye of Agamotto is an artifact designed to house the stone within. The stone contained within is known as the Time Stone, which grants its possessor the ability to manipulate time. Controlling the power of time requires a certain amount of magical energy. For your current abilities, it may be somewhat challenging. However, given your talent, it should merely be a matter of time before you master it. To unlock the Eye of Agamotto, a specific incantation is required to ensure the safety of the Time Stone. This incantation is quite complex, having been crafted through the efforts of past Supreme Sorcerers. I will now impart the incantation to you, but you must not disclose it to anyone else. Only you and the future Supreme Sorcerer shall know this incantation. Ancient One patiently explained the function and usage of the stone. Considering that the Eye of Agamotto requires an incantation to unlock, she decided to share the incantation with Luo Bai. However, before she could even begin, Luo Bai cast a spell accompanied by hand gestures. As a green light illuminated the room, the Eye of Agamotto was instantly unlocked. Ancient One, Luo Bai. The two stared at each other in stunned silence for a full minute, the atmosphere becoming exceedingly awkward. Luo Bai could distinctly see Ancient One's astonished gaze and her mouth gradually falling open. How did you unlock it? It was unclear how much time passed before Ancient One finally regained her composure and asked. Luo Bai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Supreme Sorcerer, would you believe me if I said I just guessed? Ancient One remained silent, yet her expression seemed to convey, do you think I would believe that? Although it was indeed hard to accept. Luo Bai had merely stumbled upon it by chance. Understanding the plot, he was well aware that to activate the Time Stone, incantations were required. Thus, upon acquiring the Eye of Agamotto, he immediately began to tinker with it. Contemplating how to unlock its secrets, to his astonishment, he actually succeeded. It is no wonder that his fortune is exceptional. He even managed to stumble upon the incantation by sheer luck. Supreme Sorcerer, I must admit, I have always been particularly fortunate, Luo Bai explained sincerely. Ancient One furrowed her brow slightly, her tone laced with curiosity as she inquired. Fortunate? She knew that among mutants, there existed a girl whose superpower revolved around luck. Yet, could mere good fortune truly lead to deciphering Agamotto's incantation? Ancient One found it difficult to comprehend, but since the incantation was originally meant to be disclosed to Luo Bai, she chose not to delve deeper. It is well that you have acquired this knowledge. Go forth. The library holds the information you seek. Ancient One regained her composure, her voice imbued with a sense of tranquility. Seeing her refrain from further questioning brought great joy to Luo Bai. After adorning himself with the Eye of Agamotto, he prepared to leave the sanctum. However, just a few steps away, Ancient One called out to him, the weapon of the Thunder God. You should return it to him. It is best for Asgard and Kamartaj to maintain their distance and coexist peacefully. Luo Bai nodded in understanding. With the Time Stone in his possession, he pondered the necessity of retaining the broken hammer. Thus, he utilized teleportation magic to swiftly return the hammer. Having concluded all matters, Luo Bai departed. Once he was gone, Ancient One gazed at his receding figure, unable to suppress her musings. Is his luck truly that remarkable? How could he have guessed the incantation? Ancient One was left perplexed. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of Asgard, another individual was even more bewildered at the dining table. They could not fathom what had transpired. How could I have lost such a large hammer? Where has my hammer gone? Thor bellowed, anger compelling him to hurl wine jugs to the ground. Could it have been stolen? Inquired a friend beside him. Impossible! That hammer can only be wielded by me. It cannot be stolen. Thor responded with unwavering certainty. However, you attempted to summon it multiple times and it did not appear, his friend reminded him. Most enchanted weapons recognize their masters. And Thor's hammer was no exception in the past, whenever the Thunder God called for it, regardless of its location, it would come flying back to him. Yet now, the hammer remained unresponsive. Not only was Thor's friend bewildered, but Thor himself felt a sense of confusion that it used to return to me. Why can I not summon it now? He muttered to himself. Curiosity piqued about the hammer's whereabouts. That I must go find it, Thor declared. Rising to search for his hammer, that moment, a small yellow circle suddenly appeared in space. Someone noticed it and shouted, "Look! What is that?" Instantly, all eyes turned toward the yellow circle before they could investigate further. A hammer was abruptly ejected from within the circle. Thor quickly caught it with his hand. At first glance, he could hardly believe it. Was this not his hammer? My hammer! This is my hammer! Thor exclaimed with exuberance. His companions joined in the celebration, all rejoicing at Thor's retrieval of the hammer. However, amidst the jubilation, Thor began to sense something amiss. Wait, what was that yellow portal about? Teleportation? Thor questioned. It appeared to be a form of teleportation. His friend concurred. Thor furrowed his brow. How audacious! Who dares to reach into Asgard? Does anyone know what that teleportation was about? Thor inquired, but all shook their heads. After all, they had no idea who had sent the hammer and vanished without a trace. Moreover, they had never witnessed such power before. This does not seem to be the work of Asgardians, someone noted. Thor frowned, realizing that the power had definitely not originated from Asgard. Someone had managed to infiltrate Asgard without detection. They had nearly made off with his hammer. I must uncover this intruder. Let us seek Heimdall. He possesses the all-seeing eye and will surely know who invaded Asgard, Thor proclaimed, leading a group of friends determinedly towards the Bifrost Bridge. In Kamartaj, within the confines of the sanctum, Luo Bai felt elated after obtaining the Time Stone, a broad smile illuminating his face. Mordo, who was guiding him, seemingly sensed his joy and remarked, "You appear to be in high spirits. It seems the Supreme Sorcerer has delivered good news." Luo Bai nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, there is good news." Mordo refrained from pressing further, as his mind was still occupied with the earlier trial, although the trial had been interrupted midway. He genuinely admired Luo Bai's abilities. Achieving such a level of mastery in merely a few days was truly remarkable. Observing Luo Bai's current demeanor, Mordo explained, "I must admit, I had some doubts about you earlier. I simply did not expect your talent to be so extraordinary, which surprised me greatly." I meant no offense that Mordo's willingness to reconcile caught Luo Bai off guard. He need not have gone to such lengths. Yet it demonstrated a degree of sincerity. Luo Bai, not one to hold grudges, replied, "I did not take it to heart." Mordo shrugged, exclaiming, "I can say without exaggeration that you're the most gifted sorcerer I have ever encountered. I initially thought it would take you at least a month to complete your training, yet you managed to accomplish it in mere days. Unbelievable." While he recognized Luo Bai's exceptional talent, he had not anticipated it to be quite so extraordinary. The disparity between individuals is truly astounding, Mordo sighed. Just then Luo Bai inquired, "By the way, what time does training typically commence in Kamartaj?" Mordo, puzzled, replied, "Why do you ask?" Luo Bai responded, "For training, of course. Shouldn't novice sorcerers undergo systematic training?" Mordo shook his head and explained, "You no longer require training. You have surpassed that stage." Luo Bai, somewhat perplexed, pressed on, "What do you mean by no longer require training?" Mordo elaborated, "Once a sorcerer completes their introductory courses, they are generally free to act independently. You are now at liberty to explore the library to study more magic or venture out for practical experience. There is no strict requirement to remain here." "Does that mean I can act freely from now on?" Luo Bai inquired. "Yes, not if you encounter any obstacles that hinder your progress. You may seek assistance from me or the Supreme Sorcerer. Kamartaj comprises 3 sanctums, and in the event of danger, all sorcerers will be summoned back to the sanctum, allowing for immediate return to Kamartaj," Mordo explained. Luo Bai furrowed his brow, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "So I am entirely reliant on self-study? I am a disciple of Kamartaj and have acquired the Time Stone. Why does it feel like I am being left to my own devices?" Mordo chuckled. "With your talent, it is unlikely anyone could teach you much in just a few days." This was not a slight, but rather a truthful observation. Given his extraordinary talent, he would likely master the fundamentals in no time. Furthermore, the training content was quite systematic, with daily lessons being quite fixed. Following the traditional training regimen might even hinder his learning pace. After all, who could predict just how quickly he would learn? Mordo sighed, having studied magic for half his life and being a master-level sorcerer. He had never encountered a novice sorcerer he could not teach. "Well then, we have arrived at the library." Without further contemplation, Modu opened his mouth to remind. The two halted before a building that appeared rather unremarkable and somewhat dilapidated from the outside. Through an old iron gate, they entered the library. As they stepped inside, they spotted a mage seated at a table. The mage noticed them as well and rose to his feet. "This individual is the librarian, and if you wish to borrow books, you must register with him," Modu introduced. Observing the mage before him, Luo Bai felt a twinge of curiosity. After all, in his recollection, the librarian seemed to be Wang. However, upon deeper reflection, it was reasonable to note that Wang assumed the role only after the previous librarian was slain by Caecilius. Hence, it was quite normal for the current librarian to not be Wang. "All right, if you wish to borrow books in the future, this is the place to come. Are you planning to reside in Kamatij?" Modu suddenly inquired. Luo Bai pondered for a moment and asked, "Am I not allowed to live elsewhere? You have already mastered teleportation magic. With your talent, could I possibly hinder you from leaving?" Modu retorted, "It seemed to make sense that a room has been prepared for you. Here is the address. You can find your way there on your own. However, since you already possess a villa, I doubt you would choose to stay in the dormitory." Modu continued. Luo Bai replied with a smile, "That may not necessarily be the case. After all, Comitij is considerably safer than the outside world. Currently, I only know some rudimentary magic, so staying here to learn more before venturing out would be prudent. Well then, I shall take my leave. If you have any other questions, feel free to seek me out." Modu bid farewell and departed. Once he left, Luo Bai began to search for books within the library. The collection was meticulously categorized, featuring various types of magical tomes on space, time, and more. He selected one book from each category. And to his surprise, he discovered the book of Vishanti.I in the Marvel Universe. There are two sacred texts, each chronicling all the magic in existence. Point one is the Book of Vishanti, while the other is the Darkhold. The former details white magic, and the latter covers dark magic. However, due to Comitij's strict prohibition on the study of dark magic, the Darkhold could not possibly be found within the library. Nonetheless, the books he had borrowed were sufficient for his studies. 13 volumes in total. One might think he was preparing for a college entrance exam. Luo Bai sighed. After registering with the librarian, he returned to his dormitory based on the given address and promptly entered into study mode. Luo Bai's first focus was the Book of Vishanti. After all, this tome encompassed all forms of white magic, and mastering the spells within would significantly enhance his magical energy reserves. Subsequently, learning higher-level magic such as time and space would be considerably easier. However, the spells contained within the Book of Vishanti were evidently more powerful than those in the Supreme compilation. After a preliminary review, Luo Bai noted that it contained teachings on the Mystic Gate, i.e., teleportation, multidimensional transfer secrets, the Gragador Ring, mirror dimension, the Holy Sword of Vishanti, astral projection, gravity manipulation, and numerous other advanced magical techniques. On the final page, there is even a method to enter the Supreme Dimension, with a note indicating that entering this realm would grant him the blessings of Vishanti. All in all, it appeared quite intricate. Yet, despite the complexity, he had to persevere in his studies. Although Luo Bai grasped the theoretical aspects and possessed a certain foundation, the short duration of his training meant his magical energy was still not particularly formidable. Most white magic in the Book of Vishanti required substantial magical energy for mastery, which posed considerable challenges to his training. The first spell Luo Bai attempted to learn was named Aiken's Journey. Its function allowed him to create countless duplicates of himself, each capable of casting spells simultaneously, with each duplicate possessing equal strength to the original. The more magical energy he harbored, the greater the number of duplicates he could summon. After several days of practice, Luo Bai managed to create 2 duplicates, albeit with considerable effort. Though his learning speed was commendable, the accumulation of energy was not something to be rushed, unless he were to receive the blessings of Vishanti or some ancient deity. He had no choice but to proceed gradually. The concept of blessings simply meant the bestowal of power. Generally speaking, receiving such blessings was a challenging endeavor. The final page of the book described that one must possess the ability to enter the Supreme Dimension for the ancient gods to take notice. Otherwise, why would they bestow blessings without cause? Given Luo Bai's current strength, entering the Supreme Dimension was utterly implausible. Reluctantly, he could only take his time. With a sigh, Luo Bai prepared to practice magic once more at that moment. A sudden golden light illuminated his eyes, blinding him. Before he could react, he felt as though he were plummeting into a realm of chaos. At the end of this chaos, a golden light awaited him. Within this golden radiance, 3 colossal heads materialized before him. The heads loomed large like mountains, so immense that Luo Bai could not see their entirety. The abrupt turn of events left him somewhat disoriented. Though he was unsure of what had appeared before him, he could feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. In an instant, Luo Bai even forgot to think, until a voice resonated near him. Extraordinary talent. A rare sight indeed. Another voice followed. Child, you possess an extraordinary future. A third voice chimed in. You are deserving of blessings. The three heads uttered three distinct phrases before Luo Bai could regain his composure. The golden light intensified, bright enough to cause pain to his eyes. Instinctively, he closed them. When he opened them again, the three heads had vanished. Along with the peculiar space, he found himself back in his dormitory. Within the modest confines of Comatij, everything felt like a surreal dream. Yet Luo Bai distinctly sensed a newfound clarity within himself. It was as if he had been forcibly infused with magical energy, resulting in a significant amplification of his internal magical reserves. This was a blessing. Good heavens! Had he truly been blessed by Vishanti? Vishanti is not a singular ancient god, but rather a collective term for three ancient deities: the omnipotent Ashuit, the all-seeing Agamotto, and the ancient Hogarth. Together, they formed the trinity known as Vishanti. Thus, in Luo Bai's memory, the image of Vishanti was that of three heads. With the combination of their words, Luo Bai could confirm with absolute certainty that he had indeed received blessings. He had initially believed that to obtain Vishanti's blessings, he would need to wait until he had the capability to enter the supreme dimension. To his astonishment, he had been pursued and blessed by Vishanti. Luo Bai was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Feeling the powerful energy surging within him, he eagerly began his training. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the Ancient One, deep in meditation and traversing the multiverse, suddenly opened her eyes. Comatij was a creation of the Ancient One, and one might say it was her dimensional space. This meant that she could immediately perceive any occurrences within Comatij. Even if others were oblivious, she could feel the anomalies within Comatij, for she was too familiar with it. That was a blessing. The blessing of Vishanti, that a blessing had manifested within Comatij, and it was Vishanti who had come in search of it. Even without asking, the Ancient One could surmise that the recipient of this blessing could only be Luo Bai. It was truly astonishing that Vishanti had taken the initiative to bestow blessings. The Ancient One couldn't help but marveled in her recollection. Ancient gods had never actively bestowed blessings, let alone come forth to do so. Typically, those who received blessings from Vishanti were individuals who had undergone trials, those who had entered the Supreme Dimension. Yet this time, Vishanti had actively come forward. It seemed that Luo Bai's extraordinary talent had captured their attention. Dr. Strange murmured once more, "The Emperor of Vashan governs all white magic, and whenever someone dares to learn it, they are inevitably aware, for the power is borrowed from them, that it stands to reason that they must have sensed Luo Bai's extraordinary talent, prompting them to bestow their blessings. This is logical yet unexpected. Nonetheless, it is fortuitous. With the Emperor of Vashan's blessing, Luo Bai will grow at an accelerated pace, and soon she will be able to leave without concern." Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Mordo approached. Supreme Sorcerer, he called out as he entered, "Is there something amiss?" Dr. Strange inquired. Mordo nodded solemnly, responding earnestly. "A peculiar group has arrived from Kathmandu, inquiring everywhere about the location of Kamartaj. They do not seem to come with good intentions." Dr. Strange remained silent. Yet comprehension dawned upon him. It must be Thor who had come searching. That god of thunder is reputed to have a tempestuous temperament. Much like Odin in his prime, that it is only natural that he would seek out the hammer he lost to Luo Bai. "Supreme Sorcerer, shall I intervene?" Mordo asked, noting her silence. Dr. Strange shook his head, saying, "Let them be. If they cannot find it, they will eventually return. Should they linger, I shall investigate. Finding Kamartaj is no simple task. If Dr. Strange desires not to be found, it becomes all the more challenging." Thus, Thor spent a full 3 days in Kathmandu, unable to locate even a doorway. "Thor, have we made an error?" One of his companions exclaimed, "I feel as though we have questioned every citizen in the city. Yet not a single soul knows where Kamartaj lies. Could it possibly not exist at all? Heimdall should not be mistaken, right? Yet he did mention that he could not ascertain who had taken the hammer, only that it likely originated from Kamartaj. How perplexing. Heimdall possesses the all-seeing eye. How can there be a place even he cannot perceive?" Thor's companions debated animatedly, while Thor himself simmered with frustration. 3 days. An entire 3 days, and still no gateway in sight. Could such a ghostly place truly exist? Thor vented his exasperation on Earth. How could there be a location they could not uncover? He felt as if this place did not exist at all. In the Nine Realms, Earth is already the weakest existence that I cannot believe there would be any so-called sanctum of magic here. I think we should return. Thor, one of his friends, lamented. Though reluctant, the consensus was that after such a fruitless search, they believed the sanctum of magic simply could not be real. With no other option, Thor grumbled as they departed Kathmandu. Noticing this development, Mordo hurried to report. Supreme Sorcerer, that group has now left. Doctor Strange was not surprised, merely responding with a calm, I am aware. Seeing that she knew, Mordo chose to shift the topic. Supreme Sorcerer, I have a matter to inquire. What is it? Doctor Strange asked. Mordo replied, Luo Bai has not ventured outside for quite some time. He has remained in his quarters. He must be studying, Doctor Strange speculated. Indeed, a week ago he borrowed a multitude of books for his studies. Mordo added, a hint of concern etched on his face. Doctor Strange, sensing his unease, inquired, You appear troubled. Is there a problem, Mordo? After a moment's hesitation, Mordo began, I recently checked his borrowing records at the library. What books has he borrowed? Doctor Strange asked with curiosity. Mordo quickly responded, The Book of Vashan, Compendium of Time, Concepts of Space, and other such titles. Doctor Strange nodded, replying calmly, These are indeed arcane tomes. Mordo, surprised by her nonchalance, exclaimed, Supreme Sorcerer, are you not astonished that he has borrowed such books? Before Doctor Strange could respond, he continued, I am aware of Luo Bai's remarkable talent, yet he has only recently begun his studies. Many of these texts are beyond my understanding, and I fear he may be squandering his time. Mordo's concerns were not unfounded. Generally speaking, sorcerers learn in a structured manner, beginning with basic spells before progressing to intermediate and advanced magic, ultimately culminating in the comprehensive study of white magic. The corresponding texts include the Supreme Compendium, a brief history of the arcane anthology, and the Book of Vashan. Only after mastering all forms of white magic do sorcerers delve into more complex subjects such as time, space, and multidimensional magic. However, Luo Bai skipped the intermediate works, which indicated he was bypassing the foundational stage of sorcery, leaping directly to the final phase, which naturally concerned Mordo. Such situations had arisen before. Some overly ambitious sorcerers, eager to learn more powerful magic, borrowed a plethora of incomprehensible texts, only to waste half a year with no progress, squandering their time. In previous instances, Mordo would directly intervene and offer timely guidance. Yet, given Luo Bai's unique circumstances, he hesitated to act unilaterally, thus seeking Doctor Strange's counsel. Supreme Sorcerer, should I remind Luo Bai to stay on track? Mordo asked. Doctor Strange shook her head, stating, No need. Let him learn at his own pace. If he cannot grasp it, he will come to me with questions. His silence indicates he is capable of learning. While I too harbor some concerns, I recall that the Emperor of Vashan specially bestowed blessings upon him not long ago. Perhaps I should place my faith in Luo Bai. Reflecting on this, Doctor Strange concluded, his talent transcends the understanding of ordinary individuals. Let him pursue his path. If he seeks guidance, I shall provide it then. There is no need to monitor him closely. Luo Bai's extraordinary talent suggests that granting him autonomy may indeed facilitate his growth. Mordo, seemingly grasping this rationale, replied, Very well. After reporting all developments, Mordo exited the sanctum. Initially intending to observe the training of other sorcerers, his concern compelled him to visit the sorcerer's quarters to check on Luo Bai's progress. Arriving at Luo Bai's door, he hesitated but ultimately knocked. Soon Luo Bai opened the door a crack. The moment the door swung open, Mordo was greeted by an enticing aroma wafting from within, a fragrance of food. Are you eating? Mordo inquired. Luo Bai nodded, replying, Indeed. Have you eaten? Would you like some? Mordo shook his head, asking, May I come in for a moment? Of course, Luo Bai warmly invited, opening the door wider. As the door fully opened, Mordo was taken aback. Good heavens, this is no dormitory. It resembles a dining hall. In the center of the modest room stood a round table, atop which simmered a large pot of red broth, surrounded by an array of ingredients, meat, vegetables, seafood, everything one could desire. Upon closer inspection, he noticed an open tome of magic lying atop the table. What are you eating? Mordo asked, bewildered. Luo Bai, holding a bowl, replied while eating. Hot pot, I have heard of it. But where did you acquire all this? I have not seen you leave your quarters, Mordo questioned, puzzled. Luo Bai calmly explained, I summoned these using the ring of Jagir. In simple terms, is a teleportation magic, as long as I envision it. I can conjure any desired item or weapon. Mordo was aware, but had not anticipated this. This how you utilize your arcane knowledge. He could not help but scoff. The magic of Camartage is also referred to as arcane arts or mystical arts. It is merely a difference in terminology and should not be overly scrutinized. I have many books to study and no time to venture out, so I thought to simplify matters. Luo Bai elucidated. Having mastered magic, it is only natural to employ it to resolve issues that can be addressed through sorcery. Although Mordo longed to continue his critique, he restrained himself, recalling the purpose of his visit. How goes your studies? Mordo inquired. Fairly well, Luo Bai replied. Fairly well. Upon hearing this response, Mordo's mind erupted in incredulity. For heaven's sake, you have borrowed a plethora of magical tomes that even I cannot comprehend. And you say you are doing fairly well? Have I wasted decades of my own magical studies for naught? Although his heart was already in turmoil, Modu still made a concerted effort to maintain his composure and inquired once more. Which book are you currently studying? This one, the Book of Ashanti, Luo Bai replied, gesturing toward the half-open tome of magic on the table. How is your progress? Modu pressed further. Luo Bai shook his head slightly and replied, It's going all right. I managed to cover half. Modu exclaimed, half? It's only been just over a week, and you tell me you've covered half? In a week's time, you've accomplished that. Unable to contain his astonishment, Modu continued to question him. Upon hearing this, Luo Bai frowned slightly, his expression tinged with helplessness. Yes, this book is quite challenging. To master entirely will likely take a considerable amount of time. After that, I still have 12 more books to study, and I have no idea how long that will take. I can't just stay cooped up in the dormitory forever. Luo Bai was genuinely at a loss. The sight of the more than 10 additional tomes he had yet to tackle made him feel lightheaded. However, Modu could not comprehend his predicament and even felt slightly irritated. For heaven's sake, just the Book of Ashanti alone could occupy a mage for the better part of their life. Yet, Luo Bai harbored ambitions of completing all 13 books he had borrowed in such a short span. No, he hadn't even finished this one yet. Modu felt a sense of frustration welling up within him. Continuing the conversation with Luo Bai was beginning to make him question his own life choices. Suddenly, he found himself agreeing with the Supreme Mage. A mage as exceptional as Luo Bai ought to be set free. With such talent, even conversing with him made Modu feel unworthy. I merely came to check on you. To see if you had any questions, since you seem to be doing well. I shall take my leave, Modu declared, turning to depart. He could hardly bear to remain in this place for another moment. However, before he could take 2 steps, Luo Bai called out to him, Modu, I actually do have a question. Modu halted, his face a mask of confusion. You still have questions? Have you encountered any difficulties in your studies? He asked, astonished. Luo Bai shook his head in response. Not exactly. I just want to know if the Book of Camartage can be taken outside. No, it cannot, Modu replied firmly. To ensure the safety of the books. None are permitted to leave Camartage. Are you suggesting you wish to go outside? Yes, there are a few matters I need to attend to, Luo Bai replied. He was unsure how Tony had obtained his phone number, but he had received a text stating there was an urgent matter requiring his attention. Considering that he could not possibly master more than 10 books in a short time, he decided it would be prudent to head to New York. While he could go to New York, he could not afford to neglect his studies. Therefore, he might have to study those books in New York. However, it seemed that would not be feasible for now. The prohibition against taking Camartage books outside indicated that even using teleportation magic to sneak them away would be impossible, which left Luo Bai feeling somewhat vexed. You could memorize the contents of the books. So even if you cannot take them out, you can still practice, Modu suggested. Memorize the contents? Have an eidetic memory? That is a capability I do not possess, Luo Bai lamented. I am merely fortunate, not endowed with any extraordinary buffs. How could I possibly have the ability to remember everything at a glance? Reflecting on this, Luo Bai sighed in resignation. There is far too much content. I cannot possibly memorize it all. after a moment of silence. Modu finally responded, "Most of the books in a library are exceedingly precious. While they can be borrowed, they must not be damaged. If the books leave Kamar Taj, it is difficult to ensure their integrity. And they may even be lost. Hence, under normal circumstances, they are not permitted to leave. However, there are always mages who use the Gragador ring to take books from the library, which complicates matters for me. Although I have reprimanded them, they have returned the books in pristine condition, so I cannot impose any penalties that I even specifically inquired with the Supreme Mage on how to handle this situation. Yet, the Supreme Mage believes that mages should be free and should not be overly restricted. IT raises the question, who can truly control mage, right, Luo Bai? This matter truly is quite distressing, Modu said, his face reflecting his concern. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. This smile, coupled with his previous remarks, led Luo Bai to a sudden realization. Goodness! Modu's implication was clear, although it was officially forbidden. It was not unheard of for mages to do so in secret. As long as the books were returned in good condition, no one would pursue the matter, not even the Supreme Mage. Thus, he was subtly suggesting that Luo Bai could discreetly take them out. No wonder Caecilius was able to smuggle books out of the library. Kamar Taj was far too lenient with this in mind. Luo Bai spoke earnestly, Modu, such practices must be curtailed. The books of Kamar Taj are invaluable. Should they be lost, it would be disastrous. I share your sentiment, so you would not engage in such behavior, would you? Modu inquired, Of course not. You must trust my integrity, Modu. Luo Bai replied hastily, I do trust you. Very well. I shall take my leave now to focus on your studies, Modu said before departing, offering a few feigned admonitions as he left. Once he was gone, Luo Bai began to tidy up his dormitory. Although he had just promised Modu he would not take the books outside, it was evident to any discerning observer that they were merely engaging in pleasantries. Modu had hinted at it so obviously that if he were to refuse to heed it, it would be his fault. Thus, after tidying up his room, Luo Bai clutched the books and opened a portal to Stark's villa. Upon gazing at his expansive villa, Luo Bai could not help but marvel. While Kamar Taj was indeed splendid, who would not prefer residing in a villa? He wondered what urgent matter Stark could possibly want to discuss with him. Luo Bai made his way to the study on the second floor and placed the magic books carefully upon the shelf. Just as he was about to call Stark to inquire about the matter, he heard some commotion outside the door. The sound was not particularly loud. It was the faint patter of water coming from the bathroom. The bathroom was located at the end of the second-floor corridor, a distance away from the study. Yet, due to his training in magic, Luo Bai's senses were far more acute than those of an ordinary person. Even the faintest sounds caught his attention. This piqued Luo Bai's curiosity. Why was there water running in the bathroom? Could it be that during his absence, a thief had broken into his home? His concerns were not unfounded. The crime rate in America was notoriously high, and burglaries were all too common. Given the size of his villa, it was only natural that it might attract the attention of thieves. With this thought, Luo Bai furrowed his brow. The audacity of a thief to invade a mage's home was outrageous. As he pondered, he stealthily approached the bathroom, fully alert and ready to act at a moment's notice. To his surprise, upon reaching the bathroom door, he was met with the sight of a woman, drenched and clad only in a towel, her figure strikingly graceful at that moment. The woman, who was drying her green hair with a towel, turned her head upon sensing his presence. Luo Bai wasted no time. He immediately unleashed the magic of the Scarlet Chains of Sidorak. The Scarlet Chains, recorded in the Book of Vishani, were a form of white magic that could summon deep crimson chains to bind an adversary. Though, given Luo Bai's current strength, he could only summon 4 chains. That was more than sufficient to restrain the woman before him. In an instant, for deep crimson chains erupted from all directions, ensnaring the woman. It appeared she was no ordinary person, as she attempted to retaliate against Luo Bai. Frowning, he promptly activated the mirror dimension, enveloping the entire villa and forcibly drawing the woman into his space. At that moment, the woman finally ceased her struggles. Evidently astonished by this unfamiliar ability, she exclaimed, "What is this power? Where am I? Why do I feel so disconnected from everything around me?" But Luo Bai offered no response. His face remained cold as he demanded, You dare to steal from a mage's home? Steal. Mage. The woman quickly grasped several key words and asked, "So you're not a member of the Mutant Association sent to apprehend me? Are you the owner of this villa?" Luo Bai did not answer her. Instead, he retorted, "Do you believe you have the right to ask me any questions at this moment? Entering someone else's home without the owner's consent, and then failing to overpower the resident, certainly undermines the woman's right to question." Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, she hastily apologized with genuine sincerity, saying, "I am sorry. Please feel free to ask me anything." Luo Bai, with his hands clasped behind his back, scrutinized the woman before inquiring, "You just mentioned the Mutant Association. Does that mean you are a mutant?" The woman nodded and earnestly replied, "Yes. What is your name? And why are you in my home?" Luo Bai pressed further. At last, the woman found the opportunity to explain, "And my name is Lorna Dane. That I assure you, I am not a thief. You must have misunderstood. I recognize that intruding into your home was wrong, but I had no choice. I sought refuge here to evade pursuers. I only intended to stay for a couple of days before leaving. I swear I did not steal anything. You may search the room, truly," Lorna Dane explained, her eyes reflecting sincerity. Upon hearing her name and observing her appearance, Luo Bai realized she was not lying. Lorna Dane, a mutant, also known as Polaris, is the daughter of Magneto, having inherited her father's powers to manipulate magnetic fields. Her most distinctive feature was her long, green hair, with the knowledge that she was indeed Polaris. Luo Bai pieced together the circumstances surrounding her predicament. In the Marvel Universe, mutants have long been marginalized, primarily due to their formidable abilities, which pose a threat to humanity. As a result, governments worldwide exhibit significant hostility towards mutants. Unable to eliminate these powerful beings, authorities resort to management, leading to the establishment of the Mutant Association. This organization is tasked with overseeing mutants, often taking them for surveillance and research, which ultimately subjects them to a fate worse than death. Consequently, most mutants are reluctant to be captured, as who would willingly endure such torment? Polaris likely found herself in a similar predicament, having inadvertently sought refuge in his villa to escape capture, discovering the villa empty. She intended to remain for a couple of days until it was safe to leave, only to encounter Luo Bai upon his return. While her intrusion was understandable, it could not be excused. Even if it was unintentional, entering someone else's home uninvited is still wrong. Moreover, you actually took a shower in my house. How brazen of you! Luo Bai could not help but retort. Polaris, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly explained, "I have not had the chance to bathe for quite some time due to evading capture. So I borrowed your bathroom. That I truly apologize. If apologies were effective, we wouldn't need the police." Luo Bai frowned and continued to press her. Upon hearing the word police, Polaris appeared anxious. "You may punish me. I will comply with whatever you ask, but please do not hand me over to the police. Once they discover I am a mutant, I will be turned over to the Mutant Association," she implored urgently. Seeing her desperation, Luo Bai remarked gravely, "And you still dare to make demands? Understand that your actions today grant me the right to defend myself. Even with lethal force, according to American law, that a homeowner is indeed entitled to shoot intruders." Polaris clearly grasped the implications that if you truly wish to kill me, I can accept that, but please do not turn me over to the Mutant Association, she pleaded. Her fear of the Mutant Association was palpable, as she would rather face death than be captured by them. It is often said that death is preferable to dishonor. Luo Bai understood her sentiment. Observing her sincere apology and recognizing that she was merely a young woman, he felt a twinge of empathy. Although he was infuriated by her trespass, he did not harbor a desire to take her life. With this in mind, he retracted the crimson chains and dissolved the mirrored space, restoring normalcy to their surroundings. Seeing he did not continue his assault, Polaris asked in surprise, "Are you not going to kill me? Your actions, while reprehensible, are your first offense and can be understood. Thus, I will refrain from being excessively harsh," Luo Bai replied. "Thank you," Polaris exclaimed gratefully. However, he continued, "Nevertheless, I do not intend to let you off scot-free." Polaris froze, her expression shifting to one of alarm. "Are you still planning to hand me over to the police?" she inquired. Before Luo Bai could respond, she added, Please do not do that. Not all of us mutants are as dreadful as the propaganda suggests. Since my earliest memories, I have been hunted. Yet, I have never used my powers to harm anyone that I merely wish to survive. You cannot fathom how we mutants are treated. Those within the mutant association endure inhumane torment. And many of my friends have never returned. From her words, Luo Bai sensed something amiss. In his recollection, Polaris had a personality akin to her father's, often attempting to resist the mutant association by establishing an underground organization for mutants. Why did she now seem devoid of any intention to resist? Could it be that the timeline had yet to reach that point? Contemplating this, Luo Bai asked, "How old are you?" 18, Polaris replied. 18. No wonder. She had only just reached adulthood. However, Luo Bai remained puzzled and further questioned. I recall Professor X striving to negotiate with the government for peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans. Why are you in such dire straits? Polaris sighed. I wanted to rescue my friends, but I failed. Luo Bai felt a revelation dawn upon him, and at that moment he had no further questions. Yet Polaris remained anxious. So, how do you plan to punish me? She asked. I require a housekeeper. Since you have so graciously presented yourself, you will serve as my housekeeper. For 3 months, you will be responsible for cleaning, guarding the house, and cooking, Luo Bai declared. Polaris was taken aback, her mind racing. She had anticipated various forms of punishment from Luo Bai, but never did she expect to be assigned as a housekeeper. She stammered, struggling to process his words. What? Are you unwilling? Luo Bai countered. Polaris quickly shook her head. No, then it is settled. Oh, and your movements will be restricted to the first floor. You are not permitted upstairs if I discover otherwise. You know the consequences. Also, you will not receive any wages during these 3 months. Luo Bai added. Polaris was once again caught off guard. No wages for cooking. Was she expected to incur expenses? What about the grocery money? She inquired. You'll have to figure that out yourself. After all, this is a punishment. I am not hiring you. Luo Bai shrugged, expressing his exasperation. Fine, Polaris acquiesced reluctantly. Truthfully, Polaris was somewhat disinclined to play the role of a housekeeper, given her lineage as the daughter of Magneto, inherently instilling in her a strong spirit of rebellion. Had she not committed an offense and been unable to best Luo Bai, she would never have acquiesced so readily. Yet, she found herself with no choice but to comply with this free labor. However, before proceeding, Polaris felt it necessary to clarify a few matters. I have something to say. She hesitated before speaking. Go ahead, Luo Bai prompted. Polaris appeared somewhat bashful, and after a moment, she said, I may sometimes exhibit erratic behavior. I have been diagnosed with a mental health condition since childhood. At times, I may become extremely angry or, conversely, very withdrawn and depressed. Bipolar disorder, is it? Luo Bai inquired. The reply from Polaris was somewhat uncertain. It might be called that, but I haven't specifically remembered it. However, when I experience emotional turmoil, I often find it difficult to control my abilities that I hope you can exercise some restraint while working. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to confine you to the little black room. Luo Bai responded earnestly. Polaris was taken aback, her confusion evident as she asked, What does little black room mean? Considering that explaining it would be quite troublesome, Luo Bai offered a dismissive reply. You'll understand what it means when the time comes. Luo Bai appeared quite serious. Although he seemed to be quite young, perhaps not much older than Polaris, for some reason, she felt he exuded an air of maturity that made him seem difficult to approach. This perception made Polaris speak to him with a degree of caution. May I ask your name? How should I address you in the future? Polaris inquired. Luo Bai the mage, he replied. Upon hearing the term mage, Polaris was momentarily stunned. Mage, like the kind that uses magic in television shows? She asked. Mutants, from a biological perspective, refer to individuals whose genetic mutations have resulted in aberrations. Thus, most mutants either possess certain abilities from birth or inherit them. In the Marvel Universe, such individuals are typically referred to as deformed humans, which is significantly different from a mage. Moreover, mages generally prefer to remain out of the public eye. Therefore, like most people, Polaris had never heard of the existence of mages in this world. When Luo Bai declared himself a mage, Polaris's eyes instantly sparkled, as if she had discovered a new world. Without waiting for Luo Bai to respond, she continued to inquire. So, the red chains you conjured earlier. And that inexplicable space were all magic, right? At that moment, Polaris's expression reflected a childlike curiosity and delight. Luo Bai felt that these questions would be challenging to explain in a short time, so he decided to forego answering. You should put on some clothes first, Luo Bai suggested. It was only then that Polaris remembered she was merely wrapped in a bathrobe, although it was somewhat inappropriate for a woman to be so exposed in front of a strange man. Polaris seemed to be unconcerned. Isn't this just a bathrobe? Luo Bai the mage. Could you tell me what a mage is like? When I was a child, I watched television, and it seemed that mages could turn people into frogs and curse others. Is that true? Polaris continued to press for answers. Luo Bai remained silent, leaving in exasperation. He went straight to his study to continue organizing his spellbooks, pondering the events that had just transpired, to be honest. Luo Bai had not anticipated that upon returning home, he would stumble upon a housekeeper. He had been considering the inconvenience of managing such a large villa without any help, as he didn't have time to tidy up every day. He hadn't expected Polaris to present herself as a solution. Despite appearing somewhat young and perhaps not very reliable, she was a mutant with the ability to manipulate magnetic fields. She was not someone an ordinary person could easily contend with. Finding a housekeeper who could not only safeguard the house but also organize and cook was no small feat. What could he say? It seemed that fortune was on his side. With this thought, Luo Bai felt quite pleased, and after finishing the organization of his spellbooks, he sent a message to Stark that he had not forgotten that his trip to New York was due to Stark. Approximately 15 minutes later, Stark arrived outside the villa. As soon as the door opened, Stark entered without any formality. Just like before he walked in, Stark remarked, Luo Bai, where have you been lately? I've been looking for you. He approached the sofa, intending to sit down, but before he could do so, he noticed something amiss. There was an additional person in the room. Moreover, there was a young girl who appeared to be underage. Who is this? Stark couldn't help but asked. She's my new housekeeper, Luo Bai replied calmly. This time, Stark was anything but calm. What on earth? Your new housekeeper? Are you serious? Stark inquired incredulously. Luo Bai nodded, affirming. Indeed, Stark still seemed unable to believe it. Come on, this girl looks underage. What kind of family would send a minor to work as a housekeeper? There are plenty of other jobs. With this, Stark continued, I'm not that conservative. You look mature enough. And it's about time to start dating that I won't judge you for it. There's no need to hide it from me, or, is she a minor? If that's the case, I must say something to you. You should at least date someone of legal age. One must admit, Stark could sometimes be quite imaginative. This line of reasoning left Luo Bai speechless. Fortunately, Polaris spoke up in time to clarify. Hello. Mr. Stark, my name is Lorna Dane, and I'm the new housekeeper employed by Mage Luo Bai. Stark was a renowned figure in America. His presence could be felt in television, newspapers, and magazines that it was nearly impossible for anyone in New York not to recognize him. And thus Polaris was naturally aware of who he was. Consequently, Stark was not curious about how Polaris knew him. Instead, he was intrigued by the fact that she was indeed hired as Luo Bai's housekeeper. He scrutinized her for a long moment before finally asking, Child, are you facing any difficulties? If you're truly in need, I can help you. You should still be in college. Polaris shook her head and replied, I have no difficulties. I voluntarily chose to be Mage Luo Bai's housekeeper. Stark was utterly speechless. He looked at Luo Bai with eyes filled with envy and resentment, asking, So, where on earth did you find such a beautiful young girl who is willing to be your housekeeper? Luo Bai did not respond, but countered with a question. Tony, didn't you mention you had urgent matters to discuss with me? At this moment, Stark finally recalled the purpose of his visit. Oh, right, I do have urgent matters to discuss with you. To be honest, Luo Bai, I've been feeling incredibly down during your absence. It's been truly disheartening. I think I may not have much longer to live. As Stark spoke, his expression suddenly darkened. Not much longer to live? What do you mean? Luo Bai asked in confusion. How could someone who seemed fine suddenly express such despair? Polaris, too, was startled by his words and couldn't help but ask. You've been frequently appearing in the news and newspapers. You're wealthy and famous. Why would you suddenly say something like that? Stark sighed and replied, A lot has happened while you were away. I only appear to be happy. But in reality, I'm running out of time. My arc reactor has a problem. The arc reactor? Upon hearing this, Luo Bai recalled the matter. You've been poisoned by palladium, haven't you? Luo Bai inquired. Stark's eyes lit up at this remark. You know about my condition? Stark asked. Based on your symptoms, it seems quite likely, Luo Bai noted, pointing to the prominent veins on Stark's neck, which were clearly abnormal. Seeing that Luo Bai understood the issue of palladium poisoning, Stark eagerly asked, do you know how to handle it? Honestly, I can't think of any solutions. I've tried many methods, but none have worked. Stark could clearly feel his health deteriorating. His intelligent assistant Jarvis had been constantly alerting him that his condition was dire. Yet he had no means to address it. Although he had been diligently researching, he still couldn't find a fundamental solution to the problem of palladium poisoning. He had to rely on various methods to alleviate the symptoms. Have you seen this? Stark asked, pulling out a large jug filled with a green, viscous liquid. Look at this chlorophyll juice that I have to drink this stuff every day, and honestly, it's absolutely disgusting, Stark sighed, grimacing in distaste. Luo Bai empathized, saying, I truly sympathize with your plight. Oh, I need sympathy? No, I need a solution. Do you have any good ideas, Luo Bai? I would like to hear your thoughts. Ethan has also run out of ideas. Stark expressed his grievances. Since the terrible incident, the only individuals he could trust were Ethan and Luo Bai. However, he did pose the right question to Luo Bai, for after comprehending the situation, Luo Bai indeed knew how to address the issue of palladium poisoning. Is there still some shrapnel from missiles left in your heart? Luo Bai inquired. Tony nodded in response. Yes, that I should be able to assist you with this matter, Luo Bai replied, subsequently activating the Eye of Agamotto. Targeting Stark's heart, Luo Bai endeavored to utilize time reversal. It was the first time he was employing the time stone. Having just recently acquired it, some tremors were inevitable. Fortunately, everything proceeded relatively smoothly, and soon Stark's heart was restored to its original state. The moment his heart was restored, Stark felt a remarkable difference. It was as if he could truly live again. Sensing the transformation within his body, Stark exclaimed in astonishment, Oh my God, Luo Bai, how did you accomplish this? Just a touch of minor magic, Luo Bai replied with a smile. Cool, Stark exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, he quickly recollected another matter and could not help but say, Luo Bai, I am immensely grateful to you for saving my life once more. Yet, I am troubled by the materials for the arc reactor. Stark had used palladium as the core material for the arc reactor, which had led to his poisoning. Although his heart had returned to normal, he still needed to replace the core material of the arc reactor. However, my suit has been continuously upgrading and requires a powerful energy source. With the current technology, I truly cannot fathom what materials should be used to fabricate a new arc reactor. Stark sighed in response. Luo Bai pondered for a moment and asked, Tony, is your relationship with your father not particularly good? Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Stark responded, puzzled. Luo Bai explained, aren't you looking to replace the core material of the arc reactor? Your father might have a solution. Why father? Stark retorted in confusion, but he has been gone for a long time. What I mean is, your father once researched a new technology that could precisely resolve the issue with the reactor's materials. Luo Bai clarified. New technology? My father. Why is it that even I am unaware of my father's research into new technology, yet you seem to know? Stark questioned, his face a mask of bewilderment. Well, as a mage, I have the ability to foresee certain futures, so it seems quite normal, Luo Bai chuckled. Though this explanation might have seemed tenuous elsewhere, it made sense coming from a mage like Luo Bai. Foreseeing the future. Are all you mages so impressive? Stark exclaimed in shock. After his moment of disbelief, Stark's expression shifted to one of contemplation, as if he were pondering something. Speaking of this, it reminds me that I recently encountered an organization called SHIL. Do they seem to possess some of my father's belongings? That I heard that this S.H.I.E.L.D is also somehow related to my father. Stark mentioned that S.H.I.E.L.D, fully known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, is a specialized agency established by the International Security Council to handle various unusual incidents. In simpler terms, it was founded by the U.S. government to manage individuals with superhuman abilities. While the initial intention and purpose of its establishment were commendable, the fact remains that it is a human-managed organization, specifically overseen by agents. Consequently, Luo Bai was not particularly fond of their operational style, especially that of director Nick Fury. Although some of his actions were indeed benevolent and stemmed from a desire to benefit humanity, Luo Bai found his philosophy rather unsettling. Furthermore, the combat capabilities within Silva were quite lacking. Such a deficient organization could hardly manage individuals with superhuman abilities. From what Luo Bai understood, the upper echelons of Silva had largely been infiltrated by hostile forces, so it was better left unmentioned. Nonetheless, in Stark's situation, S.H.E.L.D. could indeed offer some assistance that I in this matter, S.H.I.L.D. can genuinely lend you a hand. Luo Bai explained, by the way, they also want me to join some Avengers initiative. Stark scoffed, so, are you planning to join? Though he already anticipated the answer, Luo Bai still asked symbolically, as expected. Stark affirmed, I have this idea. To be precise, I've already joined. They claim the Avengers initiative was created to save the world, which aligns perfectly with my intentions. By the way, they also seem to want you to join. Why would they know about me? Luo Bai asked, perplexed. Stark explained, do you remember when we dealt with Obadiah together? SHL monitored the situation through their surveillance system, which is how they discovered your existence. They inquired about you, and I informed them that you're a mage.ic, but I have no interest in joining the Avengers initiative. Luo Bai firmly declined. I actually anticipated your refusal. As I perceive you to be quite understated in your dealings, I had previously declined on your behalf, but they expressed a desire to meet you and are currently waiting outside. Would you like to meet them? Stark inquired. His words caused Luo Bai to hesitate. If he were to follow his heart's desire, he would certainly prefer not to meet them. However, considering Nick Fury's character, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to see him. To avoid future complications, Luo Bai felt it would be prudent to clarify matters now. Since they are here, let us invite them in, Luo Bai conceded. Stark remained silent, merely retrieving his phone to send a text message. Before long, a knock echoed from outside, and Polaris swiftly went to open the door. Upon opening it, a strikingly attractive woman with short hair appeared. Beside her stood a bald man. Yes, another bald head, though this time it was an egg-shaped head. Knowing that the visitors belonged to S.H.I.L.D., their identities were not difficult to surmise. That egg-shaped head must indeed be Director Nick Fury of S.H.E.L. Diaz for the woman beside him. She was likely Black Widow. Full name Natasha Romanoff. Both of these individuals were distinguished agents of S.H.I.L.D. With Nick Fury often referred to as the King of Agents, AS agents, they had undoubtedly undergone extensive professional training, possessing profound insights into human nature and psychology, particularly those of Fury's caliber. This confidence led him to believe he could persuade anyone. Upon entering, Nick Fury maintained a serious demeanor as he approached the sofa and sat down. He then briefly introduced himself. Hello. My name is Nick Fury. I believe Tony has already relayed some general information to you. As Luo Bai preferred to avoid excessive conversation. He replied directly. He has mentioned it. I have no interest in the Avengers initiative. Nick Fury appeared unperturbed, even choosing not to dwell on the matter any further. He shifted the topic. I hear from Tony that you are a mage. Indeed, Luo Bai nodded. Nick Fury remarked with a touch of incredulity. Although I find it hard to believe that mages exist on Earth, I cannot explain how you made Obadiah vanish into thin air. May I inquire how many mages like yourself exist on this planet? Luo Bai furrowed his brow and replied, Your question is rather impolite. Nick Fury seemed to comprehend this, explaining, You see, the majority of the population on Earth consists of ordinary people. S.H.I.L.D. S responsibility is to protect and manage the planet. Therefore, I must eliminate any factors that could pose a threat to Earth. You believe that mages are a threat to Earth? Luo Bai questioned. Nick Fury shook his head, stating, I am uncertain that if you are indeed a mage, then you possess power beyond that of ordinary humans. That if mages or superpowered individuals ever devised a plan to annihilate the Earth, humanity would struggle to withstand it. When superhumans emerge, some individuals may find it quite fascinating, while others harbor concerns that their existence could pose a threat to humanity. It is evident that Nick Fury is one such individual. Although Luo Bai comprehend his apprehensions, he cannot help but feel a tinge of dissatisfaction at being questioned. Nevertheless, he refrains from engaging in an extensive debate and merely smiles slightly, countering Nick Fury's inquiry. If a sorcerer truly intended to harm the Earth, do you believe you possess the means to counter that? The Avengers are the answer, Nick Fury replies earnestly. Everyone in the Avengers will protect the Earth and thwart any malevolent forces that threaten it. So, do you believe that any superpowered individuals unwilling to join the Avengers will pose a threat to the Earth? Luo Bai retorts, a profound smile gracing his face. Nick Fury is momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he responds, yes. Luo Bai falls silent. Yet the smile on his face gradually fades away. His silence prompts Nick Fury to grow quiet as well. Their gazes lock, and the atmosphere becomes palpably tense. Sensing the unease, Natasha interjects. I believe Luo Bai will not be detrimental to the Earth. After all, he previously assisted Stark in resolving the last crisis. As an agent, Natasha naturally aligns herself with Nick Fury. Although Luo Bai understands that the two are likely playing roles, one is the antagonist and the other is the protagonist, he finds Natasha's perspective more palatable. I think you are far more articulate than he is, so why aren't you the king of spies? Luo Bai inquires. Natasha shrugs, half joking. Perhaps it is because he is older than I am. Experience is highly valued in our line of work. You have quite the disadvantage then, Luo Bai quips back, both jesting. Their banter causes Nick Fury's expression to darken further. Agent Romanoff, mind your words and actions. Nick Fury admonishes. Natasha merely shrugs and falls silent. However, Nick Fury senses something amiss. Do you know that I am the king of spies? He asks that it is worth noting that all information within H.I.E.L.D. is classified, and ordinary individuals cannot access it. Personal files of agents like them are even more confidential. How could Luo Bai possibly know he is the king of spies? Have you investigated me? You shouldn't have been able to access my information. Nick Fury is perplexed at this moment. His gaze towards Luo Bai grows increasingly dubious. Luo Bai, however, smiles brightly and nonchalantly replies, of course I know. I even know that you were a colonel in the army during World War II, before joining SHIELD. How do you know these things? Nick Fury inquires, his expression turning serious. Luo Bai does not answer directly, but instead counters. Nick Fury, do you genuinely believe that S.I.E.L.D. is well protected and impenetrable? Is it possible that S.I.E.L.D. is entirely different from what you envision? What do you mean? Nick Fury asks, confused, his demeanor growing more grave. Luo Bai continues to withhold a direct answer, simply stating, you perceive that everything is within your control and planning. Yet in reality, all matters have long since slipped from your grasp. That I do not believe you can adequately protect the Earth, and thus, I have no desire to join the Avengers. His words are unequivocally direct, even bordering on unkind. It is no wonder Nick Fury's expression darkens further with every word. Yet he finds himself at a loss for rebuttal, for from the current situation, it is clear that he has already lost this game. Despite his best efforts, Nick Fury has uncovered no information regarding Luo Bai, while Luo Bai appears to know him intimately. Hence, by this measure alone, he has already been defeated, that he understands that persuading Luo Bai to join the Avengers is now impossible. But he wishes to make one last attempt. The Security Council will not permit superhumans to exist beyond their control. Moreover, there's virtually no information about you available globally if you are unwilling to join the Avengers. Have you considered how you will face scrutiny? Nick Fury inquires. This statement is not a threat, but rather a piece of advice. After all, despite Nick Fury's considerable power, he must heed the directives from above, specifically from the Security Council. However, Luo Bai remains entirely unfazed. Was Tony not pursued and faced opposition at the United Nations meetings? Yet, do you see Tony caring? Luo Bai queries. Stark readily concurs. I do not care at all. Just treat those people as if they are talking nonsense. Thus, Nick Fury is left utterly speechless. Very well. Then I wish you good fortune. That I hope you will not take offense at some of the things I've said today. For my intentions are solely to ensure the safety of the Earth, Nick Fury states. Although some of Nick Fury's remarks were indeed rather unpleasant, considering his good intentions, and since Luo Bai does not wish to entangle himself with but excessively, he does not dwell on it. I have always had quite good luck, Luo Bai casually remarks. With the necessary discussions concluded, the time has come to resolve matters. Nick Fury and Natasha prepare to depart. As for Stark, he is eager to address the poisoning situation and also intends to leave. Just as the three are about to exit, Nick Fury receives a phone call. After answering, Nick Fury's expression turns grave. Trouble is brewing. "Tony, I believe we need your assistance this time." Stark's agreement to join the Avengers does not imply his endorsement of S.H.I.L.D. It is merely because the Avengers are connected to his father. He harbors a deep-seated dislike for Nick Fury and S.H.I.L.D., especially since he has yet to resolve his issues with the Palladium. Thus, he is feeling quite irritable. "Honestly, there has never been a time when you sought my help without it being a hassle." Stark replies coldly. Upon saying this, he turns to Luo Bai to express his grievance. "To be honest, I'm not fond of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s methods. Previously, when I was recruiting bodyguards, Natasha came to apply. I only later discovered that she was sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. to get close to me. Isn't that quite annoying?" As Stark speaks, he shoots a glance at Nick Fury. Nick Fury hastily counters. "Tony, I believe you should understand that we are here to help you." Stark scoffs in response. "You could have approached me directly, but using this method makes it difficult for me to accept. Moreover, if you are indeed here to help me, you should be aware that my situation is dire." Nick Fury seems reluctant to continue this argument, so he shifts the topic. "Let us not dwell on past matters. This time, we genuinely need your help. The Hulk has gone out of control." "The Hulk?" Luo Bai furrows his brow. After all, he is all too familiar with that name. Is it not the infamous Green Giant? During his absence, Banner has even joined the Avengers. The Hulk is out of control. Just as this thought crosses his mind, Stark suddenly interjects. At this moment, his expression grows serious, indicating that he understands the gravity of the situation. After pondering for a moment, he inquires, "Where is he now?" "Near S.H.I.L.D. And the situation is extremely dire. He is causing widespread destruction." Nick Fury explains. Stark recognizes the destructive potential of the Green Giant. Initially reluctant to assist, he now finds himself anxious. "Then let us hurry and see what is happening." "Luo Bai, I must take my leave now." He hurriedly bids farewell to Luo Bai before following Nick Fury and the others out. Once they depart, Polaris cannot help but express her thoughts. This man named Nick Fury certainly has a way with words. Indeed, Luo Bai responds dismissively. Glancing at the time, he is surprised by how quickly time has passed. It feels as though they had only just begun conversing, yet it is already dinner time. Time truly flies. "It is time to eat. Please prepare dinner," Luo Bai instructs. Upon hearing the phrase "prepare dinner," Polaris's expression shifts instantly. She hesitantly asks, "Luo Bai, are you truly planning for me to cook dinner?" Luo Bai nods in reply. "Of course. This is what we agreed upon." Polaris offers an awkward smile and responds, "I know I owe you for my previous conduct. However, I have never cooked before, and I fear you may find it unpalatable." Upon hearing her words, Luo Bai fell into a contemplative silence. After all, Bai Jixing was merely 18 years old, having just reached adulthood. It was quite normal for her not to possess culinary skills. Expecting someone who had never cooked before to prepare a meal was indeed a bit unreasonable. Just as Bai Jixing had mentioned, even if she were willing to try, Luo Bai wouldn't necessarily have the courage to partake in her cooking. With this thought in mind, he quickly suggested, "Why don't you just buy something from outside?" Upon hearing she wouldn't have to cook dinner, Bai Jixing let out a sigh of relief. "All right, I'll head to the nearby supermarket to grab some food," she responded enthusiastically before stepping out. Meanwhile, in the study, Luo Bai had already opened the book of his shanty and began his studies. With the matter concerning Stark resolved, Luo Bai felt that his purpose for coming to New York had been fulfilled. However, he was in no hurry to return to Kamar Taj, primarily because he realized that his practical combat experience was still insufficient. Learning magic should not solely involve burying oneself in books. Rather, a combination of study and practice was the optimal approach. Hence, he decided to linger in New York for a while, as the city was rife with opportunities for real-world experience. Unexpectedly, the opportunity for practical engagement presented itself rather swiftly. While he was engrossed in his reading, his phone suddenly rang. To his surprise, the caller was Stark. Hadn't he just left a short while ago? Why was he calling again? Luo Bai murmured to himself as he answered the call. The moment he picked up, a cacophony of chaotic sounds erupted from the other end. cries for help, the sounds of smashing, and police sirens all blended together, leading one to believe that Stark had entered a battlefield. Before Luo Bai could inquire about the situation, Stark's voice came through, fragmented yet urgent. Luo Bai, can you hear me? I need your help. Could you come over? I'll send you my location. The situation is critical. I don't have time to explain much. Hulk is too powerful. With a crackling sound, the connection abruptly ended. Piecing together Stark's call and the earlier conversations at the villa, Luo Bai quickly deduced that Stark was currently grappling with the rampaging Hulk, and the situation was dire. He was not particularly surprised by this outcome or the desperate phone call. After all, based on Luo Bai's understanding, among all the members of the Avengers, Hulk's combat prowess was exceptionally formidable. He possessed strength, speed, stamina, and regenerative capabilities far beyond that of an ordinary human, with his abilities escalating in direct correlation to his anger. The angrier Hulk became, the stronger he grew. Given Stark's technological capabilities, it was virtually impossible for him to subdue Hulk. That it was truly commendable that he had agreed to assist Nick Fury in the first place. Now, faced with the reality of his limitations, Stark had resorted to seeking Luo Bai's assistance. Although Luo Bai acknowledged that in a direct confrontation, he would indeed struggle against Hulk, he was a sorcerer. Sorcerers do not rely on brute strength or speed. They wield magic. Thus, he felt confident in his ability to handle Hulk, recognizing the urgency of the situation and his need for practical experience. Luo Bai resolved to intervene. Raising his hand, he cast the portal spell, swiftly arriving at the scene of the incident based on Stark's location. Upon stepping through the portal, he beheld a colossal green figure resembling a massive boulder standing in the middle of the road. Roaring in fury, the surrounding pedestrians, having never encountered such a terrifying giant, screamed in terror and fled. Stark, clad in his iron suit, was attempting to flank Hulk to launch an attack. In addition to Stark, both Singh and the police had deployed their forces. Machine guns and bullets rained down upon Hulk. Yet such feeble attacks merely tickled him, causing no harm whatsoever and only serving to incite his fury further. With a sweeping motion, Hulk unleashed a powerful punch towards Stark, fortuitously sending him crashing to the ground at Luo Bai's feet. Hi, Tony, are you all right? Luo Bai greeted. Stark raised his visor, revealing his weary and disheartened face. Not at all. This guy is incredibly strong, Stark lamented, his anxiety palpable. Despite having witnessed Hulk's strength before, he had not anticipated the sheer difficulty of managing him this time. His attacks were utterly ineffective against Hulk. And even with the considerable force deployed by Asali and the police, they were unable to rein in Hulk's rampage. That Hulk's might was simply unfathomable. Thank goodness you arrived, Luo Bai. I truly appreciate your willingness to help. I wouldn't bother you if I had any other choice, Stark said, struggling to rise from the ground. Luo Bai nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Just then, Stark, his expression filled with concern, inquired, You can handle this giant, right? Of course, otherwise, why would you have called me for assistance? Luo Bai responded. Stark quickly clarified, I know you can teleport people away with that magic of yours, but what I mean is, can you subdue him? He is technically one of the Avengers, but due to certain circumstances, he has lost control. The situation is quite complex, and we don't have time for a detailed discussion now. That I'll explain everything once this is sorted out. Perhaps due to the urgency, Stark was unable to articulate the specifics clearly, but Luo Bai grasped the essence of his message. So, you mean all I need to do is subdue him, correct? Luo Bai asked. Stark nodded affirmatively. Yes, that do not harm him. He is actually a good person. That is simple enough, Luo Bai replied confidently. Although Stark had faith in Luo Bai's abilities, he still worried that he might underestimate the situation. Understand you're a powerful sorcerer, but you must exercise caution. He is not easy to deal with, Stark urged. Luo Bai remained silent, resolutely striding towards Hulk, who was currently besieged by law enforcement and agents. A multitude of police vehicles and helicopters had nearly encircled Hulk, and the entire street had been cordoned off. The civilians who needed to evacuate had largely done so, indicating that it was aimed to contain Hulk within this area. Despite their efforts, the bullets proved ineffective against Hulk, while he retaliated with overwhelming force. Helicopters were being knocked from the skies, scattering debris and leaving craters in their wake. The situation seemed to have spiraled beyond control. prompting Nick Fury, observing from a safe distance, to furrow his brow in concern he wished to avoid harming Hulk. Yet if this continued, Hulk would be subjected to a global manhunt. The Avengers were already short-handed, and he had only just persuaded the Security Council to acknowledge the existence of the Avengers. What would he do if the Security Council demanded accountability for this incident? As he contemplated how to address this predicament, a figure suddenly emerged from the encirclement. Luo Bai. What is he doing here? Nick Fury wondered aloud. Stark must have contacted him. Their relationship seems quite amicable, Natasha speculated. Is he really planning to face Hulk without any weapons? Nick Fury remarked in astonishment, unable to fathom Luo Bai's audacity in confronting Hulk unarmed. Natasha, equally surprised, chimed in, "What he is doing is exceedingly dangerous. Should I go retrieve him?" Nick Fury remained silent, deep in thought. While he harbored doubts about Luo Bai's claims of being a sorcerer with magical abilities, the current circumstances and Stark's assessments indicated that Luo Bai possessed considerable capability. If that were the case, why not allow him the chance? What if he truly could control Hulk? With that thought in mind, Nick Fury quickly replied, "No, let him try. You go and instruct everyone to temporarily cease their attacks. We must not harm Luo Bai." Natasha nodded and then proceeded to make arrangements. Soon, she returned to continue observing alongside Nick Fury. At this moment, it was evident that Hulk had taken notice of Luo Bai. With the streets cordoned off, there were virtually no signs of life in the vicinity. The armed forces mostly hid behind police cars or attacked from helicopters using weapons and firearms. Suddenly, a figure boldly approached, naturally drawing Hulk's attention. Hulk was furious. His anger swelled, causing veins to bulge and overtaking his consciousness, rendering him incapable of rational thought. The instant Luo Bai came into view, Hulk's bloodshot gaze fixated on him as he lifted a car parked by the roadside. Hulk's intentions were abundantly clear. Everyone anticipated that he would hurl the vehicle at Luo Bai. Under typical circumstances, one would expect a person in such a situation to take evasive action upon witnessing Hulk hoisting a car. However, to everyone's astonishment, Luo Bai appeared entirely unfazed, continuing to advance towards Hulk. This bewildered Natasha, who questioned in confusion, is he not planning to evade? Although Nick Fury was curious, he remained silent, choosing to observe, eager to see if Luo Bai would take any action. Yet, even as Hulk launched the car towards Luo Bai, he remained still, showing no signs of movement. Nick Fury found himself utterly perplexed. What did this mean? He muttered under his breath at that moment. Not only did he find it incomprehensible, but even Stark, who had the closest relationship with Luo Bai, was baffled. "Luo Bai, what are you doing?" "Use your magic now," Stark shouted anxiously. Just as his words faded, the car Hulk had thrown zipped past Luo Bai like an arrow released from a bow, resembling a shooting star as it narrowly missed him. In an instant, everyone was left in a state of shock, their minds flooded with a colossal question mark. Wait, it can be like this? Silence enveloped the crowd, deafening in its intensity. Even Hulk seemed momentarily stunned. After what felt like an eternity, Nick Fury finally regained his composure and couldn't help but remark, "By the way, does Hulk have poor eyesight? I noticed he aimed pretty well when smashing the helicopter. I never sensed his vision was this bad." Natasha couldn't resist responding. Stark, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Oh, for crying out loud. Why was he so accurate when he threw at me?" Anyone who claims Hulk has bad eyesight is in for a fight. After all, during his confrontation with Hulk, Stark had been struck countless times, nearly rendering his suit obsolete. Why, then, was Hulk so inaccurate when targeting Luo Bai? This was simply unjust. At this juncture, everyone was puzzled, even astonished that Hulk could miss the car by such a wide margin at such a close distance. Yet, Luo Bai remained remarkably calm and unsurprised. His lack of evasive action stemmed from an unshakable faith in his own luck. A man favored by the goddess of fortune. How could he easily be struck? With this thought in mind, Luo Bai brushed off the dust from his clothes and continued toward Hulk. This seemingly provoked Hulk further. Witnessing his projectile fail to connect, Hulk roared once more, "Hulk!" and directly raised his clenched fist, charging at Luo Bai. The sight of Hulk, with his tightly clenched fist sprinting towards Luo Bai, sent shivers down the spines of all present. Anyone who had faced Hulk knew the sheer force behind a single punch. T.O. put it plainly. If a bus were placed before Hulk, he could effortlessly demolish it, and a punch directed at the ground could shatter the very earth itself. Such terrifying power was beyond the capacity of any ordinary person to withstand. Under normal circumstances, anyone would brace for a counterattack or seek refuge to avoid being struck by Hulk's blow. However, to everyone's astonishment, Luo Bai appeared resolutely unperturbed. He even halted his advance, standing still with his hands clasped behind his back. This inexplicable behavior left everyone dumbfounded. What was he doing? Why had he placed his hands behind him? Natasha exclaimed in disbelief. Even Nick Fury was losing his composure. Is he really not planning to act? He can't possibly think Hulk will miss. Can he? It was one thing for him to not dodge when Hulk threw a car. After all, they were separated by some distance, and the car missing was somewhat understandable. But now, with Hulk charging directly at him, how could he possibly miss? It's utterly incomprehensible for Luo Bai to remain passive at this moment. Nick Fury began to doubt whether Luo Bai truly possessed the strength he was rumored to have. Could he genuinely handle Hulk? He muttered to himself. Natasha furrowed her brow, uncertainly replying, given how calm he is in the face of Hulk, he must have some confidence, right? Hulk's strength is well known, if Luo Bai had no assurance. How could he dare confront Hulk directly? While Nick Fury understood this reasoning, he could not fathom why Luo Bai would not take action. Was it possible that he wasn't calm, but rather stunned with fear? Fury contemplated. His skepticism was not without merit. If that were the case, wouldn't Luo Bai be doomed? As Hulk closed the gap between himself and Luo Bai, Natasha anxiously inquired, "Shall I go to save him now?" "It's too late," Nick Fury replied. With Hulk's speed, there was no way Natasha could intervene in time. Perhaps Stark, clad in his suit, could still make it. Yet Stark remained immobile, possibly believing in Luo Bai's capability to confront Hulk. "Perhaps I misjudged. Luo Bai truly has the means to defeat Hulk," Nick Fury muttered nervously, his gaze fixed on the still, unmoving Luo Bai. All present shared his tension. They watched as Hulk charged towards Luo Bai, the distance narrowing rapidly. Everyone speculated on what kind of technique Luo Bai would employ to counter Hulk's impending punch. However, to their utter astonishment, before Luo Bai could make a move, Hulk continued his charge, and, just as he was about to reach Luo Bai, the ground suddenly gave way with a resounding boom. In an instant, the once fearsome Hulk vanished, and the crowd heard a single exclamation, "Hulk!" followed by the sight of him plunging into a gaping hole. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Nick Fury. Natasha? Stark? Luo Bai? At this moment, not only was everyone else bewildered, but even Luo Bai himself was taken aback when Hulk had charged at him. He had intended to stand his ground and deliver a decisive blow, aiming to extract Hulk's essence from his corporeal form. Despite Hulk's formidable strength and resilience, he was nearly devoid of magical resistance. A single strike from Luo Bai would have released Hulk's soul, effectively bringing the encounter to a conclusion. However, what Luo Bai had not anticipated was that the ground would collapse just as he was preparing to act, causing Hulk to fall into the abyss without any warning or indication. What a twist of fate! The ground beneath him gave way, yet Luo Bai's position remained unscathed. It was clear that the goddess of fortune had intervened. What had begun as a moment to showcase his prowess had turned into an unexpected turn of events. With a sigh, Luo Bai turned to Stark, who stood with his mouth agape, clearly in shock. After what felt like an eternity, Stark finally regained his senses and, with a hint of astonishment in his gaze, asked, "What magic did you just use?" "I didn't see you make a move at all." Stark believed it to be magic. However, the reality was that Luo Bai had not even had the chance to make a move. "Would you believe me if I said I hadn't even had the time to use magic?" Luo Bai retorted. Stark paused, uncertainty flickering his eyes as he asked, "Are you implying that the ground collapsing was not caused by your magic?" "No," Luo Bai replied. Stark's gaze grew even more perplexed, and he couldn't help but inquire further. "Then why did the ground suddenly cave in?" After a moment of contemplation, Luo Bai suggested, "Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. You know, aside from my magical abilities, I also have exceptional luck." "Luck? You mean to say luck can cause the ground to collapse?" Stark questioned skeptically, doubt evident in his voice. "Can you explain why the ground caved in then?" Luo Bai pondered. Could it be possible that Hulk's earlier pounding was too forceful, and this road is a shoddy construction? When he ran just now, the ground couldn't withstand it, so it collapsed. Stark, although this explanation seemed plausible, wasn't it a bit too coincidental? Stark couldn't help but scoff. Luo Bai mused, "There's nothing I can do. You know that's just how luck works." Stark fell silent, and after a moment, he responded with 2 words, "Impressive." That truly was impressive, to be honest. He found it hard to believe that he would rather accept that Luo Bai had used magic to cause the ground to collapse than believe it was merely due to luck. After all, the former could be somewhat rationalized. It was not unusual for certain individuals to possess superpowers in this world. But the latter, come on, how could one possibly believe that sheer luck could lead to such a phenomenon? So, such a vast area collapsed, and you genuinely didn't use any magic? Stark inquired. Before Luo Bai could respond, Nick Fury and Natasha approached. As they drew near, Nick Fury scowled and admonished, "Tony, are you certain that Luo Bai truly possesses magical abilities? That was far too dangerous. If it weren't for the poor quality of this road, which couldn't withstand Hulk's attack, I shudder to think of the consequences had he landed that punch." Stark was taken aback, turning in shock to face Luo Bai. "No, my friend, you've pushed your luck a bit too far that moment." Stark was genuinely bewildered. He had never anticipated that Luo Bai had merely relied on luck to deal with Hulk. "Are you sure the ground collapsing was an accident?" Still hesitant to believe, Stark sought confirmation from Nick Fury. Nick Fury, taken aback by the question, replied, "Why do you ask?" Stark, astonished, responded, "Don't you think all of this is too coincidental?" Nick Fury fell silent. Upon witnessing the situation initially, he too had been astonished. Just as Hulk was about to strike Luo Bai, the ground collapsed. At first, he had suspected that Luo Bai might have used some ability that caused the ground to cave in. However, he had not seen Luo Bai make a move at all. This prompted him to have someone investigate the matter. While there may be other things the Yisishilda might not handle well, gathering intelligence was certainly their forte. Soon, Esarisha found the evidence that I just received the report and discovered that this road's quality was indeed problematic. You know Hulk's strength is extraordinary, so I deduced that the significant collapse of the ground was related to Hulk's attack and the substandard quality of the road. Nick Fury explained that, to be honest, Stark didn't entirely believe Nick Fury's explanation. However, considering that Luo Bai had previously said the same thing and denied using magic, he had no choice but to accept it. Accepting it was the most terrifying part, that he couldn't fathom that someone in this world could possess such incredible luck. And furthermore, a mage with such extraordinary luck? Could you even imagine? Honestly, Luo Bai, your luck is astonishing, Stark remarked, coming back to his senses. Hearing this, Nick Fury was curious and asked, "What does this have to do with luck?" Stark quickly retorted, "Don't you think? Everything is just too coincidental. If it weren't for luck, do you have any other explanation?" At this moment, Nick Fury and Natasha suddenly realized something was amiss. Earlier, due to the urgency of the situation, they hadn't thought it through thoroughly. Now, reflecting on it, Luo Bai's luck was indeed extraordinary. Just as Hulk was about to pounce, the ground caved in at that critical moment. Upon realizing this, the ground's collapse had effectively saved Luo Bai's life. After piecing everything together, Nick Fury couldn't help but exclaim, "You truly have remarkable luck." Natasha chimed in, half-jokingly teasing, "Indeed, your luck is quite impressive. It seems Lady Luck has taken quite a liking to you." Luo Bai. Before Luo Bai could respond, Nick Fury continued, "Though you've been fortunate enough to escape this peril, good fortune won't always be by your side. Your actions just now were far too reckless." Reckless? Luo Bai felt puzzled and couldn't help but ask, why was it reckless? Hulk's power is not something ordinary people can endure. You nearly fell victim to his attack, Nick Fury explained, considering that he was expressing concern. Luo Bai calmly replied, "Even if the ground hadn't collapsed, I could have controlled Hulk. It was merely that Lady Luck acted before I could." Nick Fury said nothing, but the skepticism in his gaze was palpable. It wasn't that he doubted Luo Bai's abilities entirely. After all, he had previously dealt with Obadiah. However, Hulk was on an entirely different level. Thus, Nick Fury found himself questioning whether Luo Bai could truly defeat Hulk. Of course, despite his doubts, he did not voice them. After all, Hulk was likely already neutralized, and there was no need to antagonize Luo Bai. With this in mind, Nick Fury said, "All right, since the situation has been resolved, let's first take care of Hulk." Nick Fury initially intended to call for someone to take Hulk back to SHLD, but before he could finish his sentence, a furious roar echoed. "Hulk!" Instantly, everyone's expressions changed. Hulk was still conscious. Before anyone could regain their composure, they saw Hulk leap from the rubble-filled pit into the air, then plummeting towards them. For heaven's sake, that was Hulk. If he landed a hit, it would either be fatal or leave one severely injured. Witnessing this scene, panic ensued. "Run!" Natasha shouted, frantically fleeing to the side. Nick Fury and Stark quickly dodged as well, but Luo Bai did not run. He merely stood his ground, gazing up at Hulk. Feeling exhilarated, he had thought he wouldn't need to take action today, yet Lady Luck had still granted him a chance for real combat. As he pondered this, he gathered energy from all around him, and the instant Hulk descended before him. He raised his hand for a strike, that a silent blow, containing all the power Luo Bai had cultivated during this period. This strike struck at the very depths of the soul, causing the surrounding time to momentarily freeze. His expectation, the sound of Hulk crashing to the ground did not resonate. Stark, Nick Fury, and the others, halfway through their escape, sensed something was amiss. They halted, turning around to witness Luo Bai's palm making contact with Hulk's chest. As this contact occurred, Hulk's soul was expelled from his body in that fleeting moment. Everyone was left in shock. Are you serious? This act of soul expulsion was indeed a tangible phenomenon. Typically, ordinary people cannot perceive souls. However, as a mage, it was relatively simple for Luo Bai to make an ordinary person see a soul. To prove that he had truly neutralized Hulk, Luo Bai employed a small spell alongside his strike, exposing Hulk's soul to the public eye. All right, this should have resolved everything. Amidst the bewilderment of the crowd, Luo Bai clapped his hands and casually uttered a single phrase. This remark jolted everyone back to their senses. Ultimately, it was Stark who broke the silence, inquiring, "Am I mistaken? Luo Bai, is that the soul of the Hulk?" He gestured towards the floating, dumbfounded Banner. Banner is the true name of the Hulk, or rather, his conscious self. In truth, before transforming into the Hulk, Banner was merely an ordinary yet renowned physicist. During an experimental mishap, he was inadvertently irradiated by the gamma bomb he had created, resulting in a dramatic mutation of his body. Thus, the Hulk was born. 1 could also interpret this as radiation granting Banner an alternate persona, the Hulk. Therefore, at its core, the soul residing within the Hulk is still that of Banner. The soul that Luo Bai manifested with a single strike was indeed the awakened Banner. At this moment, the extracted soul of Banner appeared rather perplexed. Wait, what just happened? Am I ascending? What is going on? Unable to contain himself, Banner inquired as he gazed at his ethereal form floating in midair. However, he was not alone in his confusion, save for Luo Bai. Everyone else was equally bewildered. They too wished to understand the nature of this bizarre phenomenon. They had witnessed Luo Bai strike the Hulk, yet how had the Hulk transformed into a soul? The crowd stared in astonishment, exchanging glances for quite some time. After a brief pause, Stark was the first to speak again. "Luo Bai, could you possibly elucidate what exactly is transpiring?" Stark asked, his expression clearly reflecting his bewilderment. Luo Bai, however, remained composed, replying nonchalantly, "It is quite evident that this is magic." Stark was well aware that it was indeed magic. He had previously witnessed Luo Bai wielding magical powers, yet the circumstances were different this time. Previously, Luo Bai employed teleportation magic, which did not allow Stark to perceive the disparity in power directly. However, having just experienced the stark difference, Stark felt profoundly astonished. "While I have seen you use magic before, you must understand, I have never truly engaged with it. I always assumed that mages wield powers akin to divination or curses." Stark began to jest. Yet, halfway through his quip, he fell silent, realizing that he had said too much and exposed his own ignorance. With this thought, Stark shifted the topic, asking, "Are all mages as formidable as you? I mean, are there mages even more powerful than you?" Luo Bai nodded affirmatively, stating, "Of course." Upon hearing this confirmation, Stark fell silent once more. After a moment, he expressed. To be honest, Nick Fury, I suddenly find myself understanding you a bit more. Stark held a deep trust in Luo Bai's character. After all, they had shared life and death experiences, and Stark firmly believed that Luo Bai would always stand on the side of justice. Yet, he was acutely aware that there were other mages in the world besides Luo Bai. Previously, Nick Fury had consistently emphasized the potential threat posed by mages should they harbor evil intentions, prompting Stark to reflect on his earlier indifference to Fury's warnings. However, after witnessing Luo Bai's capabilities, Stark's apprehension began to surface. If all mages were like Luo Bai, how could humanity possibly survive? With this troubling thought, Stark couldn't help but explain, honestly, if every mage possessed such formidable abilities as you, I shudder to think of the precarious position humanity would find itself in. Luo Bai. Stark meant no harm, and Luo Bai was well aware of this. Humans instinctively feel fear when confronted with overwhelming power, a fact that Luo Bai understood deeply. Thus, he reassured Stark, do not worry. The majority of mages are dedicated to protecting the Earth and humanity. Relieved by this statement, Stark exhaled. That is indeed splendid news. He could scarcely fathom the implications should mages choose to oppose humanity. Fortunately, it appeared that mages would not turn against mankind, just as Stark was feeling grateful. Luo Bai suddenly added, however, not all mages are devoted to protecting the Earth and humanity. Mages can embody both good and evil. What? Evil mages? Pray tell, does that not place us in a dire predicament? Stark couldn't help but inquire. Not quite. As long as there are supreme mages, no evil mage would dare recklessly attack the Earth. Luo Bai clarified. Supreme mage? Stark echoed, curiosity piqued. What does that title entail? The most powerful mage on Earth. Other mages refer to them as the Supreme Mage. Luo Bai elucidated, so, the Supreme Mage will protect the Earth. Stark inquired further. Luo Bai affirmed, every Supreme Mage is tasked with safeguarding the Earth. It is their duty. Thank heavens, Stark exclaimed. It is a relief that the strongest mage is not a villain. Otherwise, what would become of us? Throughout their conversation, Nick Fury had been listening intently. Although he had remained silent, his expression betrayed his shock and alarm. Internally, Fury was cursing vehemently. Oh, damn. Mages? Magic. There are indeed mages on Earth, and they wield magic. No one ever warned me that the Earth was so perilous. Is this even scientific? This defies all logic, despite the tumultuous thoughts racing through his mind. Fury maintained a facade of calm. Once he sensed that Luo Bai and Stark had nearly concluded their discussion, he timidly interjected, excuse me, may I ask a question? Luo Bai, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, what do you wish to inquire? Are there many mages on Earth? Nick Fury asked. Luo Bai did not answer directly, but instead retorted with a smile. Your question indicates that you have come to believe in the existence of mages on Earth. Nick Fury felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he had consistently expressed skepticism regarding the notion of mages. Now, faced with undeniable evidence, he could only awkwardly respond. This is utterly astonishing. It has completely upended my understanding. I do not wish to believe, yet your actions compel me to accept this reality. Luo Bai chuckled and continued. Nick Fury, you have always held the conviction that you can master everything. So now. Do you think you can master mages? Nick Fury fell silent. He recognized that Luo Bai was countering his previous boasts. Indeed, as an ordinary human, he was only marginally more capable than the average person. How could he dare to assert that he could manage mages? Nick Fury remained silent. Observing his demeanor, Stark felt a pang of sympathy and teased. Honestly, Nick Fury, I admire your courage. I never expected you to provoke a mage. Nick Fury fell further into silence, internally berating himself. Who could have known that Luo Bai is truly a mage? Although Stark had jested about Fury, he genuinely desired to learn more about mages. Actually, I have been meaning to ask you about mages for quite some time. However, you were away for a spell, and I've been quite perplexed lately, so I never had the chance, seizing this opportunity. I would like to ask, are there many mages on Earth? Stark inquired. Luo Bai replied calmly. Not many. Learn magic requires a certain level of talent, and individuals with high magical aptitude are quite rare. Are there many who have achieved your level of proficiency? Stark pressed on. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Bai answered honestly. Not many. Magic is such that the higher the talent, the more one can learn. You know that I have always had good fortune, so my talent is quite high, allowing me to learn at a pace far superior to that of the average person. Good fortune? Star questioned, puzzled. How does good fortune relate to one's magical aptitude? It certainly does. Someone like me, possessing an extraordinary talent for cultivation, would require a touch of luck to attain such feats, Luo Bai explained. Stark furrowed his brow and quipped, I can't shake the feeling that you are subtly praising yourself that I am not. I speak only the truth, Luo Bai asserted. Fair enough. Then how long have you studied magic? Stark asked. I cannot recall. Perhaps half a month or a month. Luo Bai replied after some reflection. Half a month? Due to Stark's unfamiliarity with the arcane arts, he could not fathom the sheer terror of attaining such a level as Luo Bai did in merely half a month. He furrowed his brow and could not help but inquire, is it truly possible to achieve your level of mastery in just half a month? Is magic so easily learned? Fortunately, his question did not reach the ears of the other sorcerers of Kamartash. Otherwise, most would likely have fallen into a profound silence that, of course, Luo Bai chose not to elaborate. Deeming it unnecessary, I end the fleeting moment of their silence. A timid voice floated over. Could you please spare me a glance? Can someone attend to me? My soul is still wandering outside. Banner felt somewhat helpless. How was it that amidst their conversation, they had forgotten about him? This reminder finally brought the others' attention back to Banner. Dr. Banner, I sincerely apologize for overlooking you, Stark quickly said. Banner nodded, exasperatedly retorting, Of course I know. Am I not the one directly involved? Stark continued, So, how are you feeling now? Have you experienced any discomfort from your soul being out of your body for so long? Banner replied earnestly, Not really. I simply feel a bit frightened. Would you kindly return me to my body? Are you certain that returning you won't summon the Hulk? Stark pressed again. After a moment of contemplation, Banner answered seriously, I believe the likelihood of that is low. After all, this situation is exceedingly frightening. Following their brief exchange, Stark introduced Dr. Banner to Luo Bai, saying, Luo Bai, as you can see, the Hulk resides within Dr. Banner, which is a rather complicated matter. Allow me to briefly explain. Stark proceeded to recount the events, explaining that during Luo Bai's return to Kamartash, S.H.I.E.L.D. had discovered Dr. Banner in Brazil, mutated by gamma radiation. Considering S.H.I.E.L.D. was short-staffed, Stark extended an invitation to him. Thus, Dr. Banner joined the Avengers as the Hulk. In truth, Dr. Banner is a world-renowned physicist and a brilliant nuclear physicist. Before transforming into the Hulk, he was quite approachable and gentle. However, once he becomes the Hulk, he becomes uncontrollable, Stark elucidated. Understanding the context, Luo Bai was already well aware of these details. He did not ask further questions, merely greeting Dr. Banner. Hello, Dr. Banner. At that moment, Dr. Banner appeared somewhat panicked. His gaze towards Luo Bai filled with trepidation. Fearing another display of power from Luo Bai, he hastily explained, I apologize for the trouble I've caused. I've been diligently communicating with the Hulk and attempting to manage my emotions. However, I am unsure why the Hulk suddenly manifested today. I am truly sorry. Before Luo Bai could respond, Nick Fury interjected with a grave expression. Dr. Banner, you promised me you would control the Hulk's appearances. Had S.H.I.E.L.D. not discovered this situation in a timely manner and evacuated the civilians, the consequences would have been dire. I am deeply sorry, Dr. Banner replied, filled with remorse, though it seemed Dr. Banner had failed to control the Hulk. Leading to its emergence, Luo Bai held a different perspective. He chuckled softly, interrupting their dialogue. Nick Fury, I do not believe the fault lies with Dr. Banner this time. Nick Fury paused in surprise. Previously, he might have contested Luo Bai's assertion. But after witnessing Luo Bai's capabilities, his tone had noticeably softened. Why do you think that? Nick Fury asked, confused. Luo Bai smiled and explained, Stark just informed me that Dr. Banner intended to retreat into seclusion after becoming aware of his circumstances. It was you who went to Brazil specifically to invite Dr. Banner to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, prior to that, you were aware that Dr. Banner could not fully control the Hulk, since you were cognizant of all the facts. You should have had contingency plans in place. It is evident that Dr. Banner's emergence from S.H.I.E.L.D. indicates a failure in your security measures. Is it not? How can this be attributed to Dr. Banner? Luo Bai's reasoning left Nick Fury momentarily dumbfounded. It indeed seemed to be the case. Had Dr. Banner remained in the wilderness, even if he transformed into the Hulk, no one would have been harmed, nor would there have been such economic losses. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. had invited him to New York and integrated him into the Avengers. Given that he was brought in by S.H.I.E.L.D., the organization should bear full responsibility. At that moment, an awkward expression crossed Nick Fury's face. All right, I concede. This is indeed a failure on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s part. I apologize, Dr. Banner. With a sigh, Nick Fury offered an uncharacteristic apology. Before Dr. Banner could respond, Luo Bai interjected. Shouldn't you express some gratitude towards me? Nick Fury paused for a moment, but soon grasped Luo Bai's implication. Indeed, you have aided S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers in resolving this crisis on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. and everyone in the Avengers. I extend my heartfelt thanks, Nick Fury said sincerely. However, Luo Bai frowned and asked, Is that all? Nick Fury. He understood Luo Bai's meaning, yet had not anticipated it. Did you not say that a sorcerer's duty is to protect the Earth? Must there be compensation for that? Nick Fury could not help but retort. Luo Bai shook his head, quickly countering, Please, that a sorcerer's duty to protect the Earth is to prevent invasions from other dimensions and multiverses that could annihilate it. The Hulk is an internal matter for S.H.I.E.L.D. How does that relate to the destruction of Earth? This does not fall within my responsibilities. My assistance here is solely out of respect for Tony. However, I am not well acquainted with S.H.I.E.L.D., so you cannot expect me to offer my help without any reward. Nick Fury fell silent once more. He took a deep breath and asked after a moment, What compensation do you seek? Luo Bai pondered for a moment. Given Nick Fury's nature, he doubted he would readily offer anything too extravagant, and he saw no need to invite trouble. Thus, he shrugged and helplessly remarked, Perhaps a small fee for my efforts. Although Luo Bai had already won $3 million, he was not in dire need of money at the moment. However, who would ever turn down more funds? Yet, Nick Fury appeared somewhat perplexed, unable to restrain himself from asking, What does a sorcerer need money for? Sorcerers are human too and have living expenses. Why would we not need money? Luo Bai exclaimed. Before joining Camartage, he had indeed believed sorcerers were beyond the need for currency, but he later discovered that sorcerers, like ordinary people, required money. The means of earning it, however, may differ. Naturally, this was a concept that might elude the average person. I had thought you sorcerers could conjure money at will, Nick Fury remarked. Unable to contain himself, Luo Bai chuckled and replied, Of course we can. Sorcerers could even empty the banks of New York. Would you like to witness such a scenario? Certainly not, Nick Fury exclaimed. Though both were jesting, he began to understand Luo Bai's point. With a sigh, Nick Fury said, I will arrange for someone to deliver the money to you. Now, Dr. Banner, can you return his soul to his body? Of course, Luo Bai responded. With a swift gesture, Dr. Banner's soul returned his body. His soul re-entered. Dr. Banner resumed his original form. Oh my goodness, friends. I am truly alive again. Dr. Banner exclaimed, exhilarated as he looked at himself, standing intact. However, Nick Fury could not share in the joy. Truthfully, he bore the brunt of the losses from this incident. The public facilities damaged by the Hulk would require substantial funds from S.H.I.E.L.D. for repairs. Moreover, he still had to compensate Luo Bai. He was uncertain whether S.H.I.E.L.D.'s budget would suffice. At that moment, Nick Fury felt a pang of regret. Why had he provoked Luo Bai in the first place? Alas, to be honest, it seems that Nick Fury is likely losing so much that he might have to dip into his own savings. S.H.I.E.L.D. The name sounds rather impressive, akin to a significant institution. However, in reality, this organization is hardly favored by the government, and ever since the establishment of the Avengers, there have been persistent voices of dissent from the upper echelons. Nick Fury, despite the immense pressure, managed to initiate the Avengers project solely through the power of his persuasive tongue. Little did he expect to encounter such formidable obstacles right at the outset. Now, the situation has escalated. The expenses for road repairs and the compensation for Luo Bai are weighing heavily upon him. The thought of suddenly having to disburse such a substantial sum makes Nick Fury's heart bleed. The higher-ups are certainly not going to reimburse him. It seems his only option is to resort to arms dealing. Of course, there is another alternative: borrowing money from Stark. The mere contemplation of this gives Nick Fury a severe headache. I must take my leave, Nick Fury declared with a dark expression, without a backward glance. He departed, fearing that if he lingered, he would find himself incurring further expenses. Once Nick Fury had entered his vehicle, Natasha could no longer contain her astonishment. Luo Bai, you are truly something else. After working alongside Nick Fury for so long, this is the first time I've witnessed him so flustered. As the king of spies, Nick Fury has always been adept at silencing others while reaping the benefits for himself. Who would have thought he would suffer such a significant loss at the hands of Luo Bai? Reflecting on this, Natasha continued, you may not be aware, but throughout his career as a spy, Nick Fury has rarely faced setbacks. He has always been the one to profit at the expense of others. I must say, I have high hopes for you. Upon hearing this, Luo Bai could not help but retort. You seem rather pleased? Natasha nodded. Of course, who among the working class wishes to see their boss in high spirits? As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, Natasha's superior is none other than Nick Fury. It is no exaggeration to say that Nick Fury is her direct boss. No worker enjoys the company of their employer, and Natasha is no exception. Seeing her boss disgruntled naturally brings her joy this moment. Natasha's smile radiated brightly. However, prompted by her remarks, Stark suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, has Nick Fury not compensated me either? After all, it was he who invited me to join the Avengers. Logically, he should have offered me some remuneration, Stark murmured. Although Stark is not lacking in funds and does not place much importance on monetary matters, he became aware of the discrepancy after Luo Bai's reminder. Regardless, it was Nick Fury who extended the invitation to him to join the Avengers. Not only has he received no benefits, but he also finds himself running errands for Nick Fury daily. While pondering this, Luo Bai interjected, since it was Nick Fury who invited you to join the Avengers, he is indeed obligated to compensate you. Stark was left speechless, unable to resist exclaiming, honestly, not only have I received no compensation, but I have even provided weapons to Sichaldia. If you are concerned, you might want to discuss this matter with him. Although you may not be in need of money, you could request something else, Luo Bai suggested. Stark shrugged. I should certainly have a word with Nick Fury. He still owes me my father's belongings. And my palladium poisoning issue remains unresolved. After speaking, Stark turned to Natasha and asked, are you heading to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Take me with you. Natasha nodded in response, of course. I need to bring Dr. Banner back. With matters resolved, Natasha and the others prepared to leave, while Luo Bai planned to return to his studies in magic. Just before departing, Natasha suddenly invited Luo Bai. It was a pleasure meeting you. Luo Bai, if you have some free time later, perhaps we could grab a cup of coffee together. Luo Bai, without much thought, casually replied, let us discuss it later. He then opened a portal and returned to the villa. Upon returning to the villa, Luo Bai discovered that Polaris had already returned from the supermarket. She was seated on the sofa, watching television while enjoying a hamburger. Upon noticing Luo Bai's arrival, she quickly stood and said, Luo Bai the mage, you're back. This is the dinner I brought for you. Polaris indicated the food on the coffee table. Excellent, fried chicken and hamburgers. Is this all you bought? Luo Bai inquired with a furrowed brow. There's also milk, bread, and some frozen food in the fridge, Polaris explained. Luo Bai fell silent. Noticing his silence, Polaris hurriedly asked, Luo Bai the mage, are you not going to eat this? I can make you pasta or a salad. Oh, and by the way, would you like some pizza? Luo Bai remained even more silent. Although he does not oppose fried chicken, hamburgers, and pasta, it seemed from Polaris's words that she intends for them to subsist on this diet for the next few months. Contemplating this, Luo Bai could not help but ask, you're not planning to have me eat this for the next few months, are you? Is there a problem? Polaris inquired cautiously. Luo Bai sighed. How could he forget that they were in New York? Eating such fare seemed normal. However, I cannot sustain myself on this for months. I need rice. If you cannot prepare it, you could also purchase some from a restaurant. Luo Bai stated plainly. Rice? But Luo Bai the mage, I don't have that much money, Polaris replied honestly. Luo Bai, he had indeed overlooked the fact that they were in America. The cost of the items he mentioned was indeed shockingly high, and without some assets, it would be impossible to afford them. People are generally unwilling to employ mutants like them. Moreover, he is still a wanted fugitive. If the Mutant Association were to discover him, he would likely be captured. While he was musing, Polaris lamented, then where did you get the money when you were on the run? Luo Bai asked. I earned some money through various channels with my friends. Well, not exactly legal channels, but we have to survive. However, the Mutant Association has been pursuing us quite relentlessly lately, so we have been cautious in our actions, Polaris responded. All right. Luo Bai sighed again. Although he had previously suggested that Polaris handle her own meals, she had indeed resolved the issue. Yet he could hardly adapt to such food in order to ensure his own comfort in the future. Luo Bai conceded, "I will cover the cost of our meals from now on, but I will only pay for my portion. You will have to manage yours." After all, having her act as a housekeeper was a punishment. Luo Bai could not be expected to support her entirely while providing food and lodging. Polaris showed no objection, nodding in agreement. "All right, the money is in the box Natasha sent. You can retrieve it yourself in the future," Luo Bai mentioned. As Polaris munched on her hamburger, she sighed, revealing her exasperation. While eating, Luo Bai engaged her in a brief conversation. "What are your plans after 3 months? Will you continue to hide?" Luo Bai asked, taking a bite of his hamburger. Polaris understood the implication behind his words. Although it seemed quite unfair that Luo Bai had her working for free, in a way, he was also helping her. After all, Polaris currently has a place to stay, but once their agreement expires in 3 months, she would be left without a home. Considering this, Polaris replied, "My identity leaves me with no other choice." Luo Bai shook his head, analyzing seriously. "That's not entirely accurate. You could go to Professor X. Joining the X-Men would certainly be better than hiding." Polaris immediately rejected the notion. "I will not return to Professor X. The Mutant Association has killed many of my friends. I cannot work for them any longer." The Mutant Association is ostensibly established by high-ranking government officials to regulate mutants. Similarly, Professor X's X-Men are, in essence, collaborating with the government. Therefore, fundamentally speaking, both the X-Men and the Mutant Association are under governmental control, which Polar Star naturally resents returning to. When this matter is mentioned, Polar Star becomes unexpectedly agitated, her emotions surging uncontrollably. In her excitement, the metallic objects within the villa begin to tremble restlessly, particularly the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, swaying violently as if it might plummet at any moment. Observing this, Luo Bai half-jokingly reminds her, "If any items in the house are damaged, you will be responsible for compensation." Upon hearing the word compensation, Polar Star's gaze instantly clears. She is currently in dire financial straits. How could she afford to compensate? The room falls silent in an instant, and her emotions stabilize considerably. Noticing her newfound composure, Luo Bai continues, "Do you intend to confront the Mutant Association moving forward?" Polar Star nods, her eyes resolute as she declares, "Yes. Although I currently lack the strength to contend with them, I will strive to grow stronger. One day, I will help mutants reclaim their societal status, ensuring they're treated with the same respect as ordinary people, free from discrimination." After saying this, she takes a fierce bite of her hamburger. Luo Bai remains silent, yet his mind is contemplative. Indeed, although he encountered Polar Star somewhat early on, her character remains unchanged. Deep down, she embodies a leader's spirit, unwilling to be exploited. Thus, she will inevitably tread the path laid out for her in the narrative, rapidly evolving along the way. However, it must be said that the Mutant Association has indeed overstepped. Had they merely sought to regulate mutants, such resistance would not have arisen. The core issue lies in their blatant disregard for mutants as individuals. Under such oppression, rebellion is inevitable. This truth remains timeless. "Why do you ask me these things?" Polar Star suddenly inquires, her curiosity piqued regarding Luo Bai's questions, as they seem unrelated to him or her domestic duties. "I was just casually asking," Luo Bai replies while munching on his hamburger. Tea was merely a light-hearted chat during mealtime, yet Polar Star appears to have misconstrued his intent. Luo Bai, "Are you concerned about my future?" Polar Star suddenly poses the question. Upon hearing this, Luo Bai is momentarily taken aback. Before he can respond, she continues, "I'm quite surprised that I always thought you were rather serious. I never expected you to care about me." Luo Bai wishes to clarify that he was simply asking out of curiosity. However, considering that such an explanation might come off as overly blunt, he opts instead to jokingly retort, "Am I really that serious?" Polar Star smiles faintly, her lips curling into a slight grin as she replies, "You certainly weren't so amiable when you thought I was a thief. Circumstances were different. Who would be approachable toward a thief?" Luo Bai responds, "True." Polar Star nods in agreement. Just then, a newsflash interrupts their conversation on the television. "Breaking news! A green giant has suddenly appeared on the streets of New York today. Special forces quickly evacuated and relocated the crowd. Ultimately, the green giant was subdued by a mysterious man. The news anchor's voice resonates through the room. News is a daily occurrence, and at her age, Polar Star is not particularly inclined to watch it. However, the figure that appears on the screen swiftly captures her attention. That moment, apart from the Hulk, a young man's silhouette stands out prominently. Doubting her eyes, Polar Star can't help but point at the screen and ask, "Luo Bai, is that you on the television?" Luo Bai glances at the screen while still chewing his hamburger. "Well, would you look at that? It really is me," he mutters in disbelief, realizing he's been caught on camera. Upon hearing this, Polar Star affirms, "So while I was at the supermarket, you were out saving the world?" Her brow furrows as she can't help but chide him. She had wondered why she hadn't seen Luo Bai upon her return, only to discover he had been busy dealing with the Hulk. Saving the world is a stretch. It was merely a minor inconvenience, Luo Bai clarifies. Just as he finishes speaking, the television showcases the moment he extracted the Hulk's soul with a single sweep of his hand. Polar Star's eyes widen in astonishment. OMG. This is a news channel. They surely didn't add any special effects, did they? You extracted his soul with one hand? Polar Star exclaims, utterly flabbergasted. This is beyond absurd. While Polar Star is taken aback, Luo Bai remains remarkably composed, stating, "Actually, this is just a relatively basic control spell. For someone without magical resistance, it is quite effortless." Relatively basic? This magic is basic, Polar Star exclaims, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over her. "Thank goodness you didn't use that spell when you thought I was a thief. Otherwise, I can't even fathom how I would still be alive." Luo Bai refrains from elaborating further, as explaining such concept to someone unfamiliar with magic could be quite cumbersome. He simply watches the report on the television, musing internally. He never anticipated that his confrontation with the Hulk would make it to the news, which could potentially lead to newfound fame. With this thought, Luo Bai opens his phone and discovers that nearly the entire internet is buzzing about him. Some refer to him as a superpower, while others call him a mage. In any case, he has become quite the sensation, attracting a new wave of fans who have affectionately dubbed him the Soul Mage. Soul Mage. This nickname doesn't quite have the same ring as Supreme Mage, he muses as he scrolls through the online comments. Polar Star, perplexed, inquires, "What is this Soul Mage and Supreme Mage you speak of?" "It's nothing," Luo Bai replies nonchalantly, but internally he contemplates the implications of his newfound notoriety. While fame can be advantageous, it also attracts unwanted attention. After all, there are many formidable mages on Earth, which means he might face even more scrutiny. Thus, he must expedite his growth in strength. With this in mind, Luo Bai swiftly finishes his hamburger and rises, stating, "I'm heading to the study that, if anyone comes to deliver something, Luna, please remember to receive it." Returning to the study, Luo Bai resumes his studies of the Book of Vishani. Although he hardly utilized magic during his encounter with the Hulk, given that dealing with these superpowered individuals posed little challenge for a mage, he did gain some practical experience and a slight enhancement in magical energy. While the assistance may not have been monumental, it was certainly beneficial. Throughout the subsequent learning process, Luo Bai absorbed knowledge rapidly, gaining a deeper comprehension. After an entire night of study, he had fully mastered the contents of the Book of Vishani and began delving into time manipulation. Although he had previously used a time gem, he had never systematically learned how to harness its full potential. It was time to refine his skills. Time manipulation. The title suggests a study of temporal mechanics. But in essence, it is a magical tome instructing one on how to wield time itself. This book chronicles the understandings of time magic by various supreme mages throughout history. It encompasses fundamental concepts of time, the effects of timelines on the universe and multiverse, foundational theories of time, and time-related spells. Despite the book's extensive content, it can be simplified to an analysis of the time gem. Most supreme mages cannot control time autonomously. They require the powers contained within the time gem. Through this artifact, mages can learn spells associated with time. The book explicitly states on its first page, the time gem contains boundless power. No one can fully comprehend it. The meaning of this statement is self-evident. It suggests that although the supreme masters throughout the ages have utilized the time stone, No one has ever fully comprehended the energy and profound significance contained within it. Thus, those who wield the time stone can, through their own understanding, further analyze the energy it embodies. After perusing the theoretical analysis and foundational introduction regarding the time stone, Luo Bai took out the eye of Agamotto and began to manipulate the time stone. As he focused his attention, a green glow illuminated in Luo Bai's hand, representing the temporal power within the time stone. He casually found a chair in the room and commenced his experimentation. A clockwise motion of his palm accelerated time, causing the chair to manifest a future form. Conversely, a counterclockwise motion reverted time, restoring the chair to its original state, or perhaps even to a previous appearance. As Luo Bai was still a novice in mastering the power of time, he occasionally faltered. His concentration was so intense that he failed to notice the persistent knocking at the door. Meanwhile, Polaris had been knocking for a full minute outside. Though she could hear movements within, her prolonged wait for Luo Bai to open the door left her utterly perplexed. How could there be someone inside, yet not respond? Polaris murmured to herself. Curiously, she attempted to twist the doorknob, only to discover that it was unlocked, and the door swung open instantly. However, before she could assess the situation inside, a radiant green light burst forth. Subsequently, a miniature version of Polaris appeared before Luo Bai. Indeed, due to Polaris's sudden appearance, Luo Bai remained oblivious, and in practicing time magic, he inadvertently transformed her into a childlike form through the reversal of time. Although young Polaris was rather charming, the situation posed a dilemma. Who would attend to her as a housekeeper now that she had reverted to childhood? Reflecting on this, Luo Bai couldn't help but inquire. What brings you here? Did I not mention that unless there is a special circumstance, you should refrain from coming upstairs? The small Polaris, with her wide, innocent eyes, seemed to misunderstand, asking, "Big brother, what are you saying? Where is this place?" Upon hearing her response, Luo Bai recalled the book's explanation. If time magic alters a person's temporal state, such as reverting them to the past, their memories would likewise remain fixed in that earlier period. In simpler terms, Luo Bai had inadvertently transformed Polaris back into her childhood form, and consequently, her memories were trapped in that time. This implied that young Polaris had no recollection of prior events. Luo Bai endeavored to employ time magic to restore Polaris to her current self, but his lack of proficiency led to repeated failures. His peculiar actions left young Polaris bewildered. "Big brother, what are you doing? What does that gesture mean?" she inquired, her innocent gaze fixed upon him. Luo Bai fell silent. After a while, he resolved to temporarily abandon his attempts, opting to practice until he fully mastered time magic before reversing Polaris's transformation. With this in mind, he patiently suggested, "Luo Na, this is Big Brother's room. You're currently staying with me. Why not go downstairs and play for a while? Once I finish my tasks, I promise to join you." Young Polaris, seemingly obedient as a child, nodded and replied, "All right, Big Brother." After saying this, she descended the stairs. However, she soon returned upstairs. "Big Brother, there's a big sister downstairs looking for you. She insists on meeting you." Small Polaris announced, "She insists on seeing me?" Luo Bai paused his actions and hurried downstairs. Upon his arrival, he discovered Natasha seated upon the sofa, a silver box placed upon the coffee table. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to a money chest from a television drama, leading Luo Bai to speculate that she had come bearing gifts. Indeed, in the next moment, Natasha remarked, "This is the payment Nick Fury promised you, a total of 300,000. Would you like to count it?" "No need," Luo Bai replied. Curiosity piqued as he continued, "Just hand the box over to Luo Na. Did you specifically summon me for some matter?" Natasha chuckled softly, saying she mentioned that, but I insisted you come to collect it yourself. After all, you did promise to join me for coffee, did you not? It was then that Luo Bai finally comprehended why Polaris had suddenly sought him out in the study. It was all because of Natasha. Although Natasha had indeed invited him for coffee, he had dismissed it as a jest at the time. "I thought you were joking." Moreover, I never actually agreed. I merely said I would consider it later. Luo Bai replied. Natasha smiled but did not elaborate further. She merely inquired with curiosity, "I didn't expect you to be so young and already have a daughter." With that, her gaze shifted to young Polaris. Luo Bai recognized her evident misunderstanding and hastened to clarify, "She is not my daughter." "Then who is she?" Natasha asked, perplexed. Luo Bai, uncertain of how to explain, could only say, the situation is quite complicated, suffice it to say. She is indeed Luo Na. This little girl is Polaris? Natasha was utterly bewildered, frowning as she remarked, I do not comprehend what you mean. Luo Bai refrained from further explanation, as a sudden thought struck him. Given that Luo Na had reverted to childhood and required care, coupled with his need for tranquility, Natasha's appearance was fortuitous. Contemplating this, Luo Bai smiled and inquired of Natasha, Did you come to see me today to invite me for coffee? Not entirely. There are a few matters, Natasha replied. Luo Bai promptly interrupted, Let's discuss those later. I still have something to attend to. If you wish to invite me for coffee, could you please look after Luo Na for a while? I promise to join you once I'm finished. Natasha fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, she asked, How long will you need? Uncertain, perhaps around an hour, or possibly longer, Luo Bai explained. Natasha pondered for a moment, seemingly deep in thought, before smiling and agreeing, Very well, I see that you are quite young and likely lack experience in caring for children, so I shall assist you. However, do remember our agreement once you are finished. Of course, Luo Bai replied with a smile, and then he ascended the stairs to continue practicing his magic. This practice extended throughout the entire day. Little did Natasha realize, she had unwittingly become Luo Bai's caretaker for an entire day. He engaged in his studies from dawn until dusk, emerging from the study only in the early hours of the morning. As he descended the stairs, he heard Natasha's exasperated voice. It has been a full 17 hours since I last saw you. What on earth have you been doing in the study all this time? Luo Bai did not respond, but instead asked, You mean to say you have not left and have been tending to Luo Na this whole time? Of course, Natasha replied. I awaited you for our coffee date, yet I feel more like a nanny at this point. She gestured towards Luo Na, who had fallen asleep on the sofa, clearly indicating that she had spent the entire day caring for the child. Luo Bai felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly apologized. I was practicing magic and completely lost track of time. I'm truly sorry. This is one of the drawbacks of learning magic. When one becomes overly focused, time slips away unnoticed. In truth, Luo Bai had already mastered the control of the time stone's energy. It was merely the allure of time magic that had kept him engrossed in his studies. It was only just now that he remembered Polaris and decided to check downstairs, assuming Natasha had long departed, given her responsibilities as an agent of SH.L.D, which often kept her busy with missions. To his surprise, Natasha was still there, prompting his curiosity as he asked, Do you not have any missions today, spending the entire day at my home? Missions, Natasha replied. My task for today was simply to accompany you for coffee. Natasha responded in a half-joking manner, To be fair, she does have quite a pleasant temperament. Even though she had inadvertently kept him waiting all day, she did not seem the least bit upset. In truth, Luo Bai understood that she might be sent by Nick Fury to persuade him to join the Avengers. However, considering he had indeed promised Natasha, he relented. I wonder if there's still coffee available at this hour. There is certainly none left, but you haven't eaten all day. Shall we go grab a bite together? Natasha inquired. Sure, but you'll have to wait for me a moment, Luo Bai replied. That I hope you're not going to make me wait another day? Natasha asked half-jokingly. Though her tone suggested jest, Natasha genuinely harbored some concern. Luo Bai was indeed not the easiest person to wait for. Not at all. It will be quick, Luo Bai said with a smile. He then raised his hand and cast a time acceleration spell on Polaris. The green magical circle illuminated between his palms. As he spun his hand, Polaris, who had merely appeared as a child while lounging on the sofa, swiftly grew to her original form. Luo Bai ceased his incantation only when she had returned to her true appearance. Natasha, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, wore an expression so remarkable that it could hardly be described as mere astonishment. All right, we're ready to go, Luo Bai said calmly. His words snapped Natasha back to reality, and the next moment, her exclamation echoed throughout the living room. OMG! Did I just see that correctly? You transformed a little girl into Lorna? Luo Bai shook his head in correction. She wasn't transformed. She originally was Lorna. Then why did Lorna appear as a child? Natasha continued her inquiry. Earlier this morning, while I was practicing magic, she barged into my study that I didn't notice, and then she ended up like this, Luo Bai explained. This morning, Natasha paused, suddenly recalling, and oh wonder she mentioned that Lorna had gone upstairs and hadn't he come down, only for a little girl to appear instead. That's what happened. What kind of magic is this? It's simply unbelievable, Natasha asked in astonishment. Despite having witnessed Luo Bai's prowess before, she still felt a wave of shock. After all, who could remain unperturbed upon encountering magic? Perhaps due to her overwhelming surprise, she continued without waiting for Luo Bai to respond. Were you using some sort of time control magic just now? So, can you mages manipulate time at will? May I inquire what else is beyond your capabilities? Natasha bombarded him with a series of questions. Typically, as an agent, she maintained a calm demeanor and emotional stability. But at this moment, she was truly unable to keep her composure. Her voice rose to such a volume that it startled Polaris awake. Upon opening her eyes, Polaris was bewildered to find Luo Bai and Natasha before her. She quickly sat up on the sofa and asked in confusion, "Why did I fall asleep?" Luo Bai replied calmly, "That's a question for Natasha. She has taken care of you all day." "Taken care of me all day?" Polaris was taken aback, her expression growing more perplexed. "I suddenly feel like a flood of memories has surged into my mind. It seems I arrived at this place when I was 10. And Natasha has been looking after me all day," Polaris murmured. The time acceleration spell did not alter Polaris's original memories, so everything she had experienced remained intact. However, having just woken up, her recollections were still incomplete. It was Luo Bai who reminded her. "That memory, ISNT, from when you were TN.T. Oh, put it simply, you burst into my study this morning while I was practicing magic and inadvertently fell victim to it, causing time to rewind and return you to your 10-year-old self." With Luo Bai's reminder, Polaris recalled everything vividly. "Yes, that's exactly what happened," Polaris exclaimed, then added, "At that time, Natasha came to find you and insisted on meeting you. That's why I went to the study. I didn't mean to go upstairs." Polaris was somewhat flustered, for Luo Bai had previously mentioned not to venture upstairs without special circumstances to avoid any misunderstandings. She felt the need to explain herself quickly. However, from Luo Bai's demeanor, it seemed he was already aware of everything. "Understood. Just remember not to open the study door carelessly in the future, of course. That is partly my responsibility. I shall remember to lock the door," Luo Bai remarked. "I merely heard some noise from the room, but didn't see anyone open the door, which made me a bit anxious." "I promise I won't be so reckless again," Polaris quickly apologized. Goodness, who would dare open a mage's door? Thankfully, this time it was only a regression to childhood. What if I turned into a frog next time? Upon this thought, Polaris's curiosity piqued. She couldn't help but cautiously ask, "So, can mages really do what is portrayed on television and turn people into frogs?" Luo Bai was somewhat exasperated by the logic of these individuals. Must a mage transform people into frogs? He refrained from answering, simply stating, "I need to step out with Natasha now. Please tidy up the room." After saying this, he turned to the astonished Natasha and asked, "Ready to go?" It was only then that Natasha finally regained her composure. The two exited the villa and climbed into Natasha's vehicle. Yet, even as she took the driver's seat, Natasha's mind was still buzzing. Struggling to process everything, she took a few deep breaths to steady herself before starting the engine. A brief silence enveloped the air, quickly shattered by Natasha. "You can actually control time. Does that mean you can manipulate time for the entire Earth?" Luo Bai did not respond, instead retorting, "I'm surprised you waited for me all day. However, I suspect you must have come with a mission to find me." Luo Bai's demeanor was evidently clear. He did not wish to delve in the matter further. Thus, Natasha refrained from pursuing the topic, simply following Luo Bai's lead. "It seems you've guessed correctly. Nick Fury did indeed send me to persuade you to join the Avengers. But I understand you would decline, so my visit today was entirely of my own volition. I have a keen interest in mages, to be honest. I think you're quite impressive." Natasha was astute. She recognized what Luo Bai was avoiding and succinctly navigated around it. Furthermore, she knew that most men appreciated compliments, so she began by praising Luo Bai. Naturally, her admiration was sincere, if you don't mind. "Perhaps we could be friends," Natasha continued. Such a simple request was one Luo Bai wouldn't refuse. However, he cautioned, of course I don't mind, but I won't make any exceptions merely because we are friends. Natasha nodded in understanding. Rest assured, I won't trouble you excessively. We can just meet for a meal, or perhaps some coffee if I have the time, that I'd be happy to. Luo Bai replied with a smile. Natasha returned his smile, saying nothing more. After a brief silence, she suddenly inquired, Do you mages have any rivals? Luo Bai, somewhat puzzled, asked, Why do you ask? I'm merely curious. Your power is astounding. You can alter time and control souls. Are there really rivals for mages like you? Natasha probed. Doubt of course there are. Luo Bai replied, that I recall you mentioning something about the Sorcerer Supreme, the most powerful mage on earth. Does even the Sorcerer Supreme have adversaries? Natasha continued her questioning. Luo Bai chuckled softly and answered, Certainly. This universe is far more vast than you can imagine. Upon hearing this, Natasha's expression turned exceptionally serious. Her inquiries were not merely for intelligence. They stemmed from concern. Natasha had always been aware that Earth was not safe, and that the dangers it faced were far more terrifying than one might envision. It was precisely this awareness that led her to worry about the emergence of formidable beings that could not be subdued. Luo Bai was already so powerful, yet there were still Sorcerer Supreme who surpassed him. Even the Sorcerer Supreme had adversaries, making it difficult to fathom the formidable and terrifying foes that mages had to confront. Realizing this, Natasha quickly clarified, My questions aren't meant to pry for information. I am simply concerned about the plight of humanity and Earth that I understand, Luo Bai affirmed. However, there is no need for you to be concerned about these matters, for your worry would be in vain. Luo Bai's response was quite forthright. This statement was not intended as a taunt, but rather a reflection of reality. Given the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D., what purpose would worry serve? Could they truly contend with Dormammu and those dark sorcerers? Compared to Natasha, it is Luo Bai who ought to be more apprehensive about such threats. The fact that the Ancient One entrusted him with the Time Stone clearly indicates her intention for him to become the Sorcerer Supreme. As the Sorcerer Supreme, must he not confront the dark sorcerers of Dormammu? To be honest, I have always been aware of Earth's perilous nature. It was only after meeting you that I realized Earth's predicament might be even more dire than I had imagined. Although I have not personally witnessed those terrifying foes, your presence and your descriptions have led me to believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot resolve the crises that loom over the universe. I understand your reluctance to join the Avengers, as the entities you sorcerers face might exist beyond human comprehension, that I hold great admiration for you and am deeply grateful to all sorcerers for their unwavering protection of Earth and humanity. Yet, I still feel compelled to ask, can you truly confront those dreadful beings? Natasha spoke with a tone of genuine concern, akin to that of an old friend who inquires, Can you really tackle those challenges? Do you require my assistance? Though this old friend may be unable to offer practical help, they could provide a listening ear and emotional support. However, Luo Bai did not particularly seek such emotional solace. Of course, it's not an issue. After all, I am a man favored by the goddess of fortune, Luo Bai replied, half-jokingly. Natasha paused for a moment, interpreting his words as jest, and responded in kind, Then I hope the goddess of fortune continues to bless you and keep you on a smooth path. I believe she will. With a smile, Luo Bai concurred. Their light-hearted exchange was abruptly halted as they arrived at the restaurant No, to be more precise, a hotel. Luo Bai was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't the plan to dine out? Why had they ended up at a hotel? Just as he pondered this, Natasha spoke. The top floor of this hotel features a restaurant that operates 24 hours a day to accommodate guests. And the food is quite delightful. That is challenging to find a restaurant that suits one's taste at this hour. So I brought you here. Would you like to give it a try? Her reasoning was sound, and thus Luo Bai did not object. Then let us give it a try, he said. The two entered the elevator and soon arrived at the restaurant on the top floor. The establishment was not overly crowded, and the ambience was quite pleasant. They selected a cozy spot with a sofa, but as soon as Luo Bai sat down, he noticed something amiss. That a book lay quietly on the sofa in front of him. This book appeared rather peculiar, looking quite worn and tattered. The cover bore several red letters that seemed unsettling and glaring. A sorcerer. Luo Bai could discern that the book emanated a faint aura of dark energy. Although he could not decipher the meaning of the letters on the cover, He sensed the book's strangeness, that it resembled a spell book, yet it differed from the magic he was accustomed to. It seemed more akin to a tome of dark magic. In fact, Luo Bai had already formed a vague suspicion, prompting him to pick up the book and glance inside. To his astonishment, his hunch was correct. Holy cow! This is indeed a book of dark magic, and it is a long-lost tome of divine dark magic. One might wonder how Luo Bai knew this, that it was simply due to the book's peculiar nature. Upon opening the first page, he found a line written in Chinese. Congratulations. Fortunate one, by acquiring this book, you have attained supreme power, for it is called the Book of Darkness. The Book of Darkness, a mysterious tome containing powerful dark magic, was crafted by Zaisorn, one of the ancient four gods of dark magic. The spells inscribed within this book stood in stark opposition to those of the Book of Ashanti, and the corrupting influence of the Book of Darkness was profound, enticing individuals to wield its recorded spells. Although the magic contained within was formidable, its usage was devoid of moral constraints, with all actions centered solely on achieving one's objectives. To be frank, Luo Bai never anticipated that during a simple outing for a meal, he would stumble upon a tome of dark magic. It is well known that Kamartaj strictly prohibits the use of dark magic. If the Ancient One were to discover this, what would be the consequence? Despite possessing the Time Stone, which would render him difficult to confront, the Ancient One could still easily overpower him. Gazing at the book before him, Luo Bai found himself in a quandary. The Book of Darkness had a potent corruptive nature that ignited an insatiable desire to read further. At that moment, Luo Bai felt an overwhelming urge to continue perusing the pages. However, thinking of the Ancient One made his hands tremble. Fortunately, Natasha's words broke through his reverie. You carry a book with you when you go out? Her remark jolted Luo Bai back to reality. He understood the immense power contained within the Book of Darkness. Yet he also recognized that with his current abilities, he could not withstand its corruptive influence. Without hesitation, Luo Bai activated a portal and discarded the book. Of course, he did not simply toss it aside. Rather, he concealed it within the realm of the portal. Once the book was out of sight, Luo Bai finally regained his composure. I apologize. I was momentarily lost in thought, he said. Natasha smiled and replied, It's all right. However, do focus on your meal. You can take your time to study magic after we finish eating. Luo Bai nodded, yet he remained somewhat distracted. He was acutely aware that long ago, Zaisorn, the ancient god who had fallen into darkness, was forced to flee to other dimensions to escape the devourer of gods. Before his escape, Zaisorn inscribed all his misdeeds and spells onto indestructible parchment, creating the Book of Darkness. This tome was Zaisorn's legacy left on Earth before his exile, serving as a conduit for influencing the world and releasing energy. In simple terms, it was a means for Zaisorn to gather followers. Previously, Luo Bai had learned that in the Marvel Universe, all magic is obtained through borrowing, which entails drawing upon the power of a particular ancient god. When studying white magic, one borrows the power of the Vishani. Although the Vishani may require repayment, the cost is not exorbitant. However, if one were to seek power from Zaisorn through the Book of Darkness, the price would be steep. This ancient god demands souls in return. As for why these ancient gods lend their power, it ties back to the issue of followers, though the ancient gods do not explicitly state it. In the Marvel Universe, nearly all deities require followers. Followers provide the gods with strength, and Zaisorn is no exception. Thus, the Book of Darkness can be understood as Zaisorn's tool for seeking followers. Anyone who studies the contents of the Book of Darkness will inevitably become a follower of Zaisorn, offering their most precious possession, their soul, in exchange for power. Consequently, this book ensures that its users, regardless of their nationality, can comprehend its contents. While the Book of Darkness is described as a spell book, it can also be interpreted as a magical artifact created by Zaisorn, endowing the book with a form of sentience. This implies that it may choose its own host. Clearly, Luo Bai is highly likely to have been selected. Yet, Luo Bai could not fathom why he had been bestowed with this book. After all, to learn from it would mean sacrificing one's soul, which hardly seemed like an opportunity to pursue. Could it be that the goddess of fortune was confident he would remain unaffected? This is not merely Luo Bai's wild speculation. After all, While the Book of Darkness possesses corruptive tendencies that may lead to one's downfall, it ultimately hinges on the reader's own willpower, when one's resolve is sufficiently strong. A mere book cannot dominate one's consciousness. It is often said that studying dark magic leads to corruption and transformation into an evil sorcerer. Yet look at the Ancient One. She too has absorbed dark magic. It's not as though there are no matters at hand at AS for why Ancient One absorbed dark magic. It stemmed from the inadequacy of white magic's potency. Alternatively, it could be said that individuals like Dr. Strange are simply too conservative. They borrow power only in minuscule amounts, unlike Hisoka, who bestows upon you a force capable of cataclysmic destruction, even granting you additional lifespan. Protect the Earth and confront Dormammu along with numerous dark sorcerers. Ancient One must inevitably draw upon some dark magical power. This revelation suddenly led Luo Bai to contemplate that perhaps the arrival of this dark grimoire is not a misfortune for him, but rather a fortuitous opportunity for enhancement. Deep in thought, he failed to notice that Natasha had called him numerous times. Seeing his lack of response, Natasha raised her voice slightly. Luo Bai? This time he snapped back to reality. What are you pondering? The food is getting cold, Natasha remarked with a hint of exasperation. Luo Bai shrugged and apologized. Some unforeseen events occurred, causing me to reflect quite seriously. Noticing his solemn expression, Natasha grew concerned and inquired, "Is the Earth facing some trouble?" "Not exactly. Rather, I've encountered some difficulties," Luo Bai replied. To be candid, this situation was indeed rather troublesome for him. He found himself entangled in a dilemma between studying and not studying. "I know I may not be able to assist you, but if you need someone to listen, perhaps I could offer some guidance," Natasha said, gently. As a skilled agent, she was indeed adept at providing comfort. However, in this particular matter, Luo Bai felt it would be more fruitful to consult Ancient One than her. "That's unnecessary. Let us hasten our meal. I have matters to attend to." Luo Bai declined her kind offer. At that moment, he was solely focused on finishing his food swiftly to seek out Ancient One. Although Luo Bai was progressing rapidly in his magical studies, he had not yet reached a point where he could forego sustenance entirely. And thus he found himself quite hungry. The combination of hunger and urgency prompted him to eat at a hurried pace. Natasha couldn't help but comment, "It's evident that you're in a hurry. But before you leave, I wish to ask you something." Luo Bai, still eating, inquired, "What is it?" "Yesterday, a hammer suddenly fell from the sky. Do you know what the situation is?" Natasha asked. "A hammer fell from the sky." "Thor's hammer?" Luo Bai blurted out in speculation. "Thor's hammer? What do you mean? Are you referring to the son of Odin from Norse mythology?" Natasha interjected incredulously. "You can tell me there's a wizard in this world. But you won't tell me that Odin is also real, will you? Are mythological figures coming to life now? Do you have any pictures or something to show me?" Luo Bai questioned, his curiosity piqued. Natasha nodded and produced her phone. "This is IT. IT landed in a small town in Mexico. Carlson has already sent people there, and S.H.I.E.L.D is currently investigating. I want to know whether this thing poses a threat to Earth, considering the enormous energy fluctuations it caused upon landing," Natasha explained as she handed him the photo. After a brief glance, Luo Bai confirmed, "This is indeed Thor's hammer. So, Thor has been exiled by his father? Do you know what this is?" Noticing his silence, Natasha asked again. Luo Bai returned to the moment, calmly responding while eating, "It's merely an ordinary hammer. There's no need for excessive research. It won't significantly impact the Earth." "An ordinary hammer? Just that? Please, the power it unleashed upon landing was far from trivial. There's a massive crater where it fell. And you're telling me it's just an ordinary hammer?" Of course, for a wizard like Luo Bai, it might indeed seem like nothing more than an ordinary hammer. Upon hearing that there was no imminent danger, Natasha felt relieved. "That's good to hear. We were concerned that this might be a warning or provocation from some extraterrestrial race." Natasha elaborated, "That seems unlikely." "Well then, Miss Natasha, I must take my leave," Luo Bai said as he quickly finished his dinner and waved goodbye. This left Natasha momentarily stunned, as she had anticipated a more extended conversation with him. "Are you leaving so soon?" "Honestly, I feel quite reluctant," Natasha expressed with a hint of sadness. She seemed to want to persuade Luo Bai to stay, but he was in a great hurry. "Just look forward to our next meeting." Luo Bai replied. With the appearance of a yellow circle, a portal opened, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Bai vanished. This spectacle drew the attention of the restaurant's patrons. What just happened? I saw someone suddenly disappear. I think I've seen that yellow circle before. Wasn't it reported in the news? It's the Soul Sorcerer. My goodness, I just shared a restaurant with the Soul Sorcerer? Damn it, I forgot to ask him for an autograph. Instantly, a lively discussion erupted in the restaurant. Listening to the chatter around her, Natasha couldn't help but chuckle. Truly a mysterious soul sorcerer, appearing and vanishing without a trace, she murmured. With Luo Bai gone, she lost her appetite. Rising from her seat, she went to settle the bill. Meanwhile, Luo Bai had already arrived at the sanctum sanctorum of Kumar Dashtot. As fate would have it, Ancient One was in meditation at that moment. Sensing a disturbance, she opened her eyes. Upon seeing Luo Bai, she was not surprised. Instead, she rose to pour 2 cups of tea. Luo Bai, what brings you here? Is there something troubling you? Ancient One inquired, handing him 1 cup while taking the other for herself. Indeed, Supreme Sorceress, I have a significant question to pose, Luo Bai replied. Ancient One remained calm, speaking in a measured tone. Do not rush. Take a seat. She gestured for Luo Bai to sit down. Once they were both settled, she began to speak leisurely. Have you encountered an insurmountable problem? Luo Bai nodded, affirming, Yes, Supreme Sorceress. Ancient One replied serenely. Magic, often referred to as the arcane arts, encompasses boundless mysteries within the multiverse. Encountering obstacles is entirely normal. Perhaps you should patiently attune yourself. The energy will guide you. However, it seems that this energy cannot guide me. I must make my own choices. Luo Bai couldn't help but interject. I am quite curious. Luo Bai, what choices are you currently facing? Ancient One asked, her eyes revealing a flicker of genuine curiosity. Meeting her sincere gaze, Luo Bai took a deep breath, then unleashed a teleportation spell, retrieving the dark grimoire that had been sealed within the teleportation space. Supreme Sorceress, this is the choice I am confronted with, Luo Bai declared. Ancient One's expression shifted. She was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, is this not the dark grimoire? For an instant, Luo Bai could see Ancient One's astonishment. She had not been surprised that he sought her out, as it is common for wizards to face challenges in their studies. Although Luo Bai possessed considerable talent, encountering insurmountable barriers was entirely normal. With her teaching experience, Ancient One had initially maintained her composure and tranquility until he produced the dark grimoire. In that moment, she was stunned. I thought you were struggling with your studies, that I never expected you to tell me that you were chosen by the dark grimoire. This complicates matters. Where on earth did you find this book? Ancient One inquired. Luo Bai replied honestly. I found it on the sofa while dining at a restaurant. I sensed something was amiss when I saw it, and upon opening it, I realized it was the dark grimoire. Luo Bai's candid confession was primarily rooted in his belief in the principle of leniency for those who come forth with the truth. Furthermore, he held the conviction that Gu Yi would understand him. After all, in a certain sense, Gu Yi was akin to a mentor to him, possessing her own experiences with the arcane arts of dark magic. Thus, he trusted that she would provide him with the appropriate guidance to be frank upon arriving in the Marvel Universe. The individual he trusted most was indeed Gu Yi. She had bestowed upon him the Time Stone. And this singular act was sufficient to convince Luo Bai that she genuinely wished to nurture his potential. Consequently, he felt compelled to seek her assistance, perhaps due to the sight of the Darkhold. Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback, pausing for a full half-second. After all, this tome was not easily acquired. She was acutely aware of the multitude of scheming sorcerers within a magical realm who desired the Darkhold for themselves, willing to go to any lengths to obtain it. Did one truly consider Zysorn a philanthropist, willing to simply hand it over? No, as an ancient deity, there were indeed criteria for choosing followers as a result. Most sorcerers found it exceedingly difficult to locate this book. Yet, unexpectedly, it had been discovered by Luo Bai. Although it was a grimoire of dark magic, it could not be denied that it was also a sacred text. Contemplating this, Gu Yi fell silent. After a considerable time, Gu Yi finally spoke. Regarding this matter, I am at a loss as to how I can assist you. Indeed, she was genuinely powerless in this situation. The Darkhold had chosen Luo Bai, which signified that he had drawn the attention of Zysorn. This was akin to the concept of the Vishanti bestowing blessings upon Luo Bai. Currently, It was as if Zaisorn were granting him favor. Was Luo Bai truly a blessed vessel? Why were so many ancient gods pursuing him for their blessings? Reflecting on this, Gu Yi explained, I cannot aid you. Only you can save yourself. Throughout a sorcerer's life, one will face numerous choices, and all such decisions must be made independently, free from external interference. This is your destiny, and it is for you to navigate. However, no one can deter Zaisorn's gaze upon you. Gu Yi's insistence on Luo by making his own choices took him by surprise. The Supreme Sorcerer, the laws of Kamartaj prohibit the study of witchcraft and dark magic. Do you not intend to stop me? He inquired. Gu Yi remained silent for a moment, and after what felt like an eternity, she gently clarified. This is a restriction placed upon other sorcerers, but you are the future Supreme Sorcerer. No one can impede you. Not even at having said that, Gu Yi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, as if recalling something significant. Before Luo Bai could interject, she continued, moreover, when it comes to protecting Earth, sometimes we have no other choice. The phrase no other choice reflected Gu Yi's resignation. She understood all too well that the power granted by the Vishanti was ultimately feeble when compared to the dark sorcerers of the universe. Protecting Earth as the Supreme Sorcerer while facing the threats of the multiverse was no simple task. Ultimately, human sorcerers were merely extensions of the divine beings within the multiverse. The paramount concern was to choose the right deity and align with the appropriate faction. Thus, Gu Yi opted to pursue eternity. Gu Yi could not assist Luo Bai in making decisions, for matters of the multiverse were beyond her control. However, after much contemplation, she resolved to offer him some friendly advice. While I cannot decide your future for you, perhaps I can provide you with some well-intentioned counsel. That would be splendid, Luo Bai replied eagerly. Gu Yi paused for a moment, casting her gaze upon the dark hold before inquiring, Have you perused this book? I have opened it, but have only read a single page, Luo Bai replied honestly. What are your impressions? Gu Yi pressed further. It captivates me, igniting an irresistible urge to delve deeper. Luo Bai elucidated. Gu Yi continued her inquiry. What do you know about dark power? After a moment's reflection, Luo Bai responded, Not much, but I recall that dark magic consumes souls and leads to one's downfall. Gu Yi shook her head, clarifying, It is not the dark power that ensnares individuals, but rather the power itself. Fundamentally, whether it is the Book of Vishanti or the Darkhold, both grant sorcerers power. When one wields immense power, they risk losing control and succumbing to corruption. This is why Kamartaj forbids sorcerers from harnessing dark power. Most sorcerer souls are inadequate to withstand its corruption. You perceive the Darkhold as a source of corruption, compelling you to look further. This indicates that your soul is currently insufficient to resist the Darkhold, and you cannot fully master its power. Gu Yi's implication was starkly clear. She was advising Luo Bai that he could study it, but the time was not yet ripe. Luo Bai recognized this truth, prompting him to ask, I recall that the texts indicate the Book of Vishanti and the Darkhold are mutually exclusive. If they counterbalance each other, could a harmonious equilibrium be achieved? Gu Yi did not hesitate, responding straightforwardly. Indeed, in that instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. Although Luo Bai was familiar with the narrative, the intricacies of magic were far from simple. Receiving Gu Yi's precise affirmation provided an added layer of assurance, which is why he sought her counsel. Through her response, Luo Bai comprehended the essence of it all. As long as he thoroughly mastered every spell within the Book of Vishanti and cultivated a robust soul through rigorous practice, he could ultimately command the powers within the Darkhold and wield them for his own ends. It was likely that Gu Yi had absorbed the powers of dark magic in a similar manner in her past. As for the matter of sacrificing one's soul, Luo Bai grasped the underlying principles, yet he yearned for a definitive response from Gu Yi, given the potential ramifications for his destiny and very life. Thus, he posed his inquiry once more. Supreme Sorcerer, I have another question that remains unanswered. Gu Yi replied calmly. Ask away. The essence of a sorcerer's power lies in borrowing strength from the formidable deities of the multiverse. Correct, Luo Bai articulated. Gu Yi paused momentarily before countering. Borrowing? Why do you frame it in such a manner? Luo Bai analyzed earnestly the act of drawing power from the multiverse, receiving blessings from ancient gods. and then exchanging a price in return seems to bear a striking resemblance to borrowing. Gu smiled and nodded, a rather unique characterization, yet can indeed be understood in that light. Luo Bai nodded in agreement and continued, whether seeking energy from the Vishani or other ancient gods, there must ultimately be a repayment. But I wish to inquire, Supreme Sorcerer, what occurs if I borrow energy from every ancient god? How would one ultimately repay that? Gu fell silent. It is no wonder that she was the Supreme Sorcerer. Their thoughts aligned. After all, Luo Bai's query was one that Gu herself had contemplated. She had borrowed bits of power, accumulating a vast amount from an unknown number of deities, to the point where she was uncertain of how much she had borrowed. Nevertheless, it hardly concerned her, as she no longer needed to repay the power she had borrowed from other gods. Her only obligation was to the living tribunal. The reason was simple. The living tribunal was the most powerful entity among them. With that thought, Gu smiled and replied, "It ultimately depends on where your soul finds its allegiance." Upon hearing this, Luo Bai understood that it seemed to align with his predictions. Each deity required followers, which meant there existed a competition among deities for followers, as for where the followers would ultimately belong. That would naturally be determined by the strongest among them. Thus, Luo Bai need not overly concern himself. While studying the Darkhold might lead him to pledge his soul to Zysorn, as long as he sought to borrow power from an even mightier deity than Zysorn. His soul would belong to that deity. This cycle could persist indefinitely. Ultimately, as long as Luo Bai grew sufficiently powerful, the question of to whom his soul belonged would remain uncertain. With this realization, Luo Bai suddenly perceived the Darkhold in a more favorable light. It appeared to be a fortuitous opportunity for him to achieve a tremendous leap in power. "I understand now, Supreme Sorcerer," Luo Bai exclaimed eagerly. Gu nodded and said, "Go forth." Subsequently, she closed her eyes. Luo Bai did not linger. A portal opened, transporting him to New York. Once he departed, Gu slowly opened her eyes. I could see that moment. She pondered how remarkably fortunate Luo Bai was. Not long ago, he was pursued by the Vishani for blessings, and now he was being chased by Zysorn for power. Luo Bai's magical aptitude was exceptionally high. Given time, it was almost unimaginable. Initially, she had worried that Luo Bai, still a novice in the arcane arts, might struggle to confront the myriad adversaries within the multiverse, which was why she had remained at Kamartaj. However, upon reflection, perhaps it was time for her to depart. Perhaps she should directly approach the Eternal Emperor and entrust Kamartaj to Luo Bai. After all, with Zysorn and the Vishani shielding him, Luo Bai should be able to navigate most challenges. Contemplating this, Gu finally spoke. It was time to leave, but she needed to find an opportune moment. With that, she closed her eyes once more. Meanwhile, completely unaware of these developments, Luo Bai had returned to his villa in New York and was seated in his study, preparing to continue his magical studies. The Dark Grimoire was undoubtedly a tome that could swiftly enhance his power, yet without a formidable soul to support him, Luo Bai would be unable to withstand its might. Thus, his immediate priority was to master all the spells as quickly as possible and fortify his soul, enabling him to better harness the power within the Dark Grimoire. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai resumed his perusal of the spellbook. He locked himself in his room, remaining so for an entire week. During this week, Luo Bai completed all the borrowed spellbooks and successfully opened the mirror dimension. Although he was still unable to fully control the power within the Time Stone, he had become adept at utilizing most temporal spells. Having mastered the majority of spells, he began to meditate in order to initiate his journey through the multiverse. There are various methods for mages to train their souls in addition to enhancing their own energy. One such method involves embarking on multiversal travel. The energies contained within the multiverse are far more potent than those of Earth. Consequently, many mages, after acquiring the necessary knowledge, venture into the multiverse. The Marvel Universe can roughly be categorized into singular universes, multiverses, hyperuniverses, and omniverse. Most mages at Kamartaj can only achieve singular universe travel, which essentially involves spatial teleportation within a single universe to a specified location. Few mages possess the ability to traverse the multiverse. Only a handful of archmages at Kamartaj can manage it. Given Luo Bai's current prowess, he was already quite proficient at navigating the multiverse. Therefore, he was training not his corporeal form but rather his spiritual essence, or soul as of now. Only Gui could accomplish soul traversal through the multiverse at Kamartaj, and she alone could do so. After all, the soul is far more fragile than the body. The multiverse is replete with energy, and an ordinary soul cannot withstand such immense power. However, in order to train his soul, Luo Bai had no choice but to proceed. During his first attempt, he experienced significant turmoil. His soul could barely endure a day in the multiverse before it succumbed to the overwhelming force that he felt as though an invisible and formidable power was pressing down upon him. From the crown of his head to the tips of his toes, every cell in his body was subjected to tremendous stimulation, as if his very being were on the verge of being torn asunder. After enduring a day of this onslaught, Luo Bai was compelled to return his soul to his body for recuperation. Once he had rested and regained his composure, he attempted again. After 20 arduous trials, Luo Bai finally withstood the pressure and began to delve deeper into the multiverse. The passage of time within the multiverse differs from that on Earth, leaving Luo Bai uncertain of how long he had been practicing. Eventually, he noticed some commotion downstairs, as if Polaris were engaged in a dispute with someone. This piqued his curiosity. There should only be Polaris in the house. After all, who could she be arguing with? Considering how long he had been practicing, Luo Bai decided it was time to take a break. He rose and opened the door, descending to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, he saw Polaris standing outside the door, seemingly engaged in conversation with someone, her emotions running high. The agitation in her demeanor caused the metals within the house to tremble. Even the chandelier on the ceiling swayed precariously. "Lona, what are you doing?" Luo Bai called out. His voice instantly silenced the room. Polaris turned her head. Her anger swiftly transformed into excitement. "Luo Bai the mage, you finally emerged? You come out." The way she spoke made it seem as if he had been absent for an eternity. Amused, Luo Bai couldn't help but retort. "What do you mean, finally?" Polaris, in a fervent tone, replied, "I calculated it. It has been a whole month since I last saw you, Luo Bai." "A month? Has it really been that long?" He couldn't help but ask. "Indeed. Just look at the date," Polaris asserted. Luo Bai picked up his phone and glanced at the time. Remarkably, a month had indeed passed. It was astonishing. The flow of time in the multiverse differed significantly from that on Earth. Although Luo Bai hadn't perceived his travels as lengthy, a full month had elapsed on Earth. This was truly unexpected. "So, have you been in the study the entire month?" Polaris inquired. Luo Bai contemplated for a moment and replied, "Not exactly. In fact, I went traveling afterward." "Traveling?" Polaris exclaimed in astonishment. Her eyes widened, clearly misunderstanding the situation. "Luo Bai the mage, I stayed in the house guarding you for an entire month, not daring to leave even a step. Fearing you might not find me, that if you were going to travel, you should have at least informed me that I could have taken a break," Polaris said, her tone tinged with a hint of frustration. "I honestly had no idea it had been so long." "Very well," Polaris sighed. After all, Luo Bai was the debtor, and she had no choice but to endure it. "By the way, has anyone come looking for me during this month?" Luo Bai inquired, contemplating. Polaris nodded eagerly. "Yes, Mr. Stark, Natasha, and that egghead all came to find you. However, I didn't dare disturb you on the second floor, so I told that you were busy and couldn't meet anyone." After the previous incident, Polaris was now extremely cautious about setting foot on the second floor, fearing that Luo Bai might inadvertently transform her into a frog. Luo Bai understood her concerns and felt relieved that she hadn't allowed anyone else to disturb him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to conduct his soul fortification training so smoothly. With this in mind, Luo Bai praised her. "You did well, Lona. But who were you talking to just now?" Upon hearing his question, Polaris appeared slightly anxious and asked, "Did I disturb you, Luo Bai the mage?" "Not at all, but I noticed you seemed rather agitated," Luo Bai replied. Polaris seemed reluctant to reveal the identity of the visitor. Using her body to block the door and hurriedly said, "Oh, it's nothing, Luo Bai the mage. Just a few people asking for directions." As she spoke, she attempted to close the door. However, a voice from outside interrupted. "Hello, Sir. My name is Charles, but you can also call me Professor X. May I come in to speak with you?" "Professor X?" Upon hearing the visitor's introduction, Luo Bai quickly deduced the situation. It was likely that Professor X had come with the X-Men to find Polaris, presumably wishing to take her away. Since taking Polaris in, he had anticipated that mutants would eventually seek her out, given her unique identity. With this expectation, Luo Bai was not surprised at all, since they were here. He thought it best to extend an invitation. "Please, come in and have a seat," Luo Bai said courteously. Polaris was taken aback. It seemed she hadn't anticipated Luo Bai's response and was concerned about troubling him. She quickly said, "Luo Bai the mage, I can handle this." Luo Bai smiled lightly and replied half-jokingly, "If you could truly resolve this, you wouldn't have entered my room only to be mistaken for a thief." Polaris fell silent. After a moment, she finally allowed Professor X to enter. As soon as Professor X stepped through the door, Luo Bai's gaze was drawn to his prominent bald head. Although Luo Bai was aware that Professor X was bald, the brilliance of his dome compelled her to mutter softly, "Another bald head has arrived." It must be said that he bears a striking resemblance to the bald characters from the Marvel Universe. In such a short span of time, she had already encountered multiple individuals of this kind. His voice was not particularly loud, and Professor X remained unaware of whether he had heard her comment. However, he did inquire, "What?" Luo Bai shook her head and replied, "Nothing." "Hello, Professor X. Pray tell, what would you like to discuss?" As she spoke, she settled onto the sofa. Professor X maneuvered his wheelchair closer to her, accompanied by several X-Men standing behind him. While Luo Bai was not entirely sure about the identities of some of the mutants, she immediately recognized Jean Grey among them. The red-haired beauty standing behind Professor X was indeed Jean Grey. Luo Bai's attention was drawn to her primarily due to the immense power of the Phoenix Force that she emanated. Consequently, Jean was also known by the nickname Phoenix. Speaking of the Phoenix Force, it is imperative to mention its origins. No one is certain where this force derives from. It is generally speculated to originate from the primordial cosmos, birthed at the dawn of all things. An existence that is both chaotic and immortal, eternal yet transient, and a true child of the universe. Such a description makes it abundantly clear just how formidable the Phoenix Force truly is. This power is so overwhelming that it instills fear. The fervor of the Phoenix can manifest as its judgment, capable of rebirth or destruction of all things within the universe, even the universe itself. While many might assume the Phoenix Force is merely a type of power, the reality is that it possesses a self-aware consciousness of great magnitude. Typically, it is rare for power to give rise to consciousness. However, the Phoenix Force is unique. From its inception, it has developed a strong and autonomous awareness, allowing it to choose its hosts. The strength of a host enables the Phoenix Force to manifest more effectively. Within the original multiverse, Jean Grey was the most compatible host for the Phoenix Force. Thus, the Phoenix Force sought out Jean Grey. Perhaps due to Jean's current state of incompleteness, Luo Bai could sense the Phoenix Force within her. Albeit clearly suppressed, it appeared that Jean had chosen to suppress the Phoenix Force herself, and the culprit behind this suppression was likely Professor X. After all, this bald man was no ordinary individual. Professor X's status as the founder of the X-Men and the loyalty he commanded from so many mutants stemmed not only from his wealth, but also from his own formidable powers as a mutant. He possessed telepathy and mental manipulation abilities, allowing him to read others' thoughts and memories, control their actions, and even connect with all individuals across the globe through brainwave amplification. While Professor X himself is not regarded as a villain and is even lauded as a superhero, Luo Bai could not bring herself to like this bald figure. After all, who would appreciate having their consciousness manipulated and their memories read? It is akin to an invasion of privacy. "Good day. Sir, I heard Polaris refer to you as Luo Bai. Is that correct?" Just as Luo Bai was lost in thought, Professor X suddenly spoke up. Luo Bai replied, "Allow me to clarify. It is Master Luo Bai." "Very well, Master Luo Bai." Professor X politely corrected himself. Afterward, he explained his purpose for visiting. "I am Professor X, the founder of both the X Academy and the X-Men. I have come today to retrieve Lorna. Although I am unaware of your relationship with Lorna, I believe you understand that she is a mutant, and her identity makes it unsafe for her to remain out in the open." Professor X said earnestly. Luo Bai was not surprised by his intentions. After all, he had suspected Professor X's purpose from the outset. To be frank, Luo Bai felt he had no obligation to conflict with Professor X on behalf of Polaris. Nor did he need to forge any ties with mutants for Polaris's sake. After all, he had not known Polaris for long, and they had not established a deep emotional bond. Thus, allowing Professor X to take Polaris away would not be unreasonable. However, considering that Polaris had diligently fulfilled her duties over the past month, coupled with the fact that Luo Bai had previously inquired about her strong aversion to Professor X, he felt a twinge of compassion and ultimately refused. "She is my hired help, and for the time being, you cannot take her away." "Hired help?" Professor X was taken aback, his gaze clearly reflecting his astonishment. Perhaps he had not anticipated that, given Polaris's nature, she would willingly remain with Luo Bai as a housekeeper. Is he speaking the truth? The shock was evident, prompting Professor X to turn to Polaris for confirmation. To his surprise, Polaris did not hesitate and replied with unwavering conviction. "Yes, I am here as Master Luo Bai's hired help, so I cannot return with you." The X-Men stood in astonishment at her response. Raven Darkholm, known as Mystique, immediately interjected, "Polaris, you possess immense power that a being of your caliber should not be reduced to mere housekeeping." Scott Summers, also known as Cyclops, expressed his confusion. "Lorna, are you serious? You would willingly settle for being a housekeeper?" Although mutants do not enjoy high social status, most of those with significant abilities tend to be quite proud. They believe their powers grant them the right to aspire to greater achievements and higher positions. Consequently, the members of the X-Men were taken aback by Lorna's choice. "Lorna, do you truly believe that we X-Men are inferior to an ordinary housekeeper?" Cyclops questioned incredulously. His words incited Luo Bai's dissatisfaction. "I must disagree with your assessment. Is it truly shameful to serve as my housekeeper?" Luo Bai retorted. "For heaven's sake, I am a gifted mage with immense potential. A future Supreme Mage. Is it a disgrace to be a housekeeper for a Supreme Mage?" Just as he was pondering this, Cyclops replied, "Of course, no matter how you look at it, being an X-Man is far superior to being a housekeeper." As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with Polaris's opposition. "No. In my view, being Master Luo Bai's housekeeper is far better than being an X-Man," Polaris asserted, her gaze resolute as if she were making a solemn commitment. Her unwavering conviction provoked the X-Men. "For heaven's sake, we X-Men have undergone rigorous training and have been dedicated to maintaining world peace. How can you say that we are inferior to mere housekeepers?" The X-Men were understandably perturbed. "Lorna, you are utterly incomprehensible," Cyclops exclaimed angrily. Mystique, equally curious, gently urged, "Lorna, this is unlike you. Have you been threatened? You must be aware of your current situation. The Association and the Special Operations Bureau have dispatched individuals to hunt you down. Only we can protect you." Yet, Polaris was entirely unfazed by their pleas. She merely challenged Professor X. "You claim you can protect me, but what do you have to offer for my protection?" Professor X has consistently collaborated with the government. Yet the Association and the Special Operations Bureau are government-established organizations. How many mutants have they killed that you are unaware of, and you still wish to cooperate with them? How can I trust you?" Polaris was furious. Her anger heightened her anxiety, and she became increasingly agitated. The power within her surged wildly, as if she were on the brink of unleashing a terrifying energy. Polaris had always grappled with mental issues, and the provocations from the X-Men had triggered unwelcome memories, causing her emotions to spiral out of control. However, comforting others was Professor X's forte. Sensing that Polaris was nearing a breaking point, he swiftly reassured her. "Lorna, I understand your anger and your hatred. They have taken many friends from you, and you wish to resist, but I know your true nature is kind. You desire fair treatment for mutants in human society. I am fighting for the same cause that my collaboration with the government aims to show the world that mutants are not to be feared. Mutants can also protect humanity. Instigating war does not yield peace. Only by demonstrating to humanity that we mutants pose no threat can peace be attained, allowing mutants to receive equitable treatment," Professor X gently implored, attempting to reason with Polaris. Yet, how could Polaris possibly be receptive at this moment? "Do you truly believe that all your efforts will move them?" "No. Absolutely not. They merely seek to exert total control over us mutants. They wish to enslave us, Polaris retorted with fury. Professor X was taken aback. Bewildered as he inquired, "How could you think this way? It is not so. Not so. Then why do they study us mutants? Why do they create devices to restrain our abilities? They capture us and conduct experiments. Is this not to subjugate us as their slaves?" Polaris countered. Professor X fell silent, fully aware of these individuals' actions. As he had already engaged in dialogue regarding them, I have been communicating with the higher-ups. Trust me, this matter will soon reach a satisfactory resolution, Professor X assured. However, Polaris was evidently unwilling to place her faith in him. "I believed you once. And what was the outcome? You did not save Bella. Did you?" Polaris chastised, her anger continuing to escalate. Sensing her imminent loss of control and fearing she might harm someone, Professor X's gaze darkened as he employed his telepathic abilities. He sought to calm Polaris and soothe her turbulent emotions. Yet in her rage, Polaris's power surged beyond measure, rendering her mental state uncontrollable even to herself. How could Professor X easily gain mastery over her? "Do not try to control me," Polaris bellowed. A green radiance enveloped her, lifting her body skyward. Witnessing Polaris spiraling out of control, the X-Men assumed battle stances, poised to act at any moment. Professor X immediately cautioned, "Do not engage. Let me attempt once more." With that, he prepared to exert his abilities to subdue Polaris. He had underestimated her mental state in a fit of rage and had thus held back his power. But now, Professor X had no intention of sparing any effort as he ready to employ his abilities again. Lorelei interjected, "Polaris, calm yourself." Those simple 6 words instantly restored tranquility. The near uncontrollable fury within Polaris dissipated the moment she heard Lorelei's command to calm down. Having accompanied Lorelei for so long, she had witnessed Lorelei's formidable power firsthand. She was acutely aware of Lorelei's terrifying capabilities. She recalled Lorelei's prior warning. If she allowed her emotions to spiral out of control and caused adverse consequences, she would be confined to the little black room. While Polaris had never been to the little black room, she understood the imperative nature of not challenging the authority of the mage. "Lorelei, I did not mean to," Polaris hastily declared. "I understand. IT is all right. I will resolve this." Lorelei reassured her. In the next moment, a series of crackling sounds echoed around them, akin to shattering glass. As the sound crescendoed, the environment transformed. Everyone felt as though they had been transported to a new, wondrous, and surreal world. This was Lorelei's mirror dimension. The mirror dimension, a spatial magic of Kamartaj, requires the user to possess a substantial reserve of magical energy to create. Each mage's mirror dimension varies, as it functions as a realm. Within this domain, the mage can manipulate everything according to their imagination. Since each mage's imagination differs, the mirror dimensions they conjure will also differ. Thus, Lorelei's mirror dimension is distinct from Ancient One's. In truth, to a powerful mage, the mirror dimension is not regarded as particularly advanced magic. However, Professor X and the X-Men were unaware of this. They were merely astonished and intrigued by the sudden alteration of their surroundings. "What is this?" Mystique inquired, astonished as she surveyed the transformed environment. "The mirror dimension, my domain," Lorelei replied calmly, and sooner had she spoken than the ground beneath Professor X and his companions inexplicably fissured. Before they could react, they plummeted downward rapidly. When they regained their bearings, they found themselves inexplicably suspended high above the ground, their faces pressed against the earth as they descended swiftly. Below them lay a concrete surface. In that instant, panic ensued among them. Falling from such a height, even as mutants, they could not possibly emerge unscathed. Consequently, they desperately sought a means of cushioning their fall. Yet there was no recourse. Everything around them felt illusory. They grasped at nothing. They could hold on to nothing. Just as they were about to crash into the ground, the surface unexpectedly split apart. They experienced the same harrowing sensation once more, plummeting from the heights. The X-Men exclaimed in disbelief, "What the hell?" Professor X exclaimed, "I'm done for." Amidst their collective despair, they continued to fall for what felt like an eternity before finally being cushioned by a stone staircase. Oh, for heaven's sake, can you believe it? I just fell for 10 minutes. For a moment, I thought I wouldn't survive. Once they ceased their descent, they began to regain their composure, unable to suppress their murmurs. Yet Professor X remained silent, as he was still reeling from the shock. No, he was, after all, a person with disabilities. Did no one consider his feelings? Professor X internally lamented, though he maintained a facade of calm. He understood that everything they had just experienced was likely orchestrated by Lorelei. Just as he sought to locate her, both Lorelei and Polaris appear before them. Suspended in mid-air, I had already stated that Lorelei is now my hired help. You cannot take her away. Moreover, she does not wish to leave with you, Lorelei stated coolly. Professor X, at your age, bullying a young girl is rather unbecoming, Lorelei added. Before Professor X could respond, Cyclops, filled with indignation from their recent fall, interjected angrily. Professor X. The fall had left Cyclops incensed, and sensing a threat, he was clearly poised to act. He looked to Professor X, seemingly seeking his approval. Professor X discerned his intent and firmly declined. Stay calm. Everyone, remain composed. Do not act impulsively. In truth, Professor X felt highly frustrated. Anyone would struggle to endure a 10-minute fall from the sky while bearing the immense pressure of potential death. Yet Professor X understood that they could not engage in conflict with Lorelei. For he was familiar with her. He had seen her confront the Hulk in recent news reports. Thus he knew she possessed considerable power. With this in mind, Professor X hastily explained, Lorelei, we only wish to take Lorelei with us today. Her current situation is perilous, that we harbor no ill intentions. Using abilities to control another's mind at will and rummaging through their memories are rather impolite actions. Lorelei spoke with equal gentleness. However, Polaris' emotions spiraled out of control, and I merely sought to calm her. I feared she might unintentionally harm someone, Professor X defended once more. However, Lorelei's stance remained unwavering. She is my hired help, and this is my home. I apologize, Lorelei. I was too rash earlier. I should not have acted in your domain. Lorelei had anticipated a potential conflict, yet she was taken aback by how swiftly Professor X offered his apology. Were anyone else in his position, they gazing downward reveals an abyss that seemingly stretches into infinity. After enduring a harrowing 10 minutes of freefall, Professor X is utterly reluctant to endure such an experience again. Heaven knows how terrifying it was. For a fleeting moment, he even contemplated how to allocate his inheritance. This, of course, is merely one of the reasons. Another reason lies in the fact that Lobo has garnered immense media attention, soaring to unprecedented popularity. Should the X-Men engage in conflict here, it would undoubtedly dominate the headlines by day's end. If the media were to report that the mutant X-Men provoked the superhero Soul Sorcerer, all of Professor X's prior efforts would be rendered futile. Under such dual pressures, Professor X dares not offend Lobo lightly. Hence, he opts for the most amicable approach, offering a sincere apology. Recognizing his earnest demeanor, Lobo refrains from any further action and calmly issues an eviction notice. You have seen Lorna's stance. Therefore, I kindly ask you to leave. Professor X understands that he cannot take Polaris away today. Yet there are a few words he feels compelled to convey. Lobo, Polaris's identity is quite unique. For the time being, she is still a wanted fugitive, and it is inevitable that the Association and the Special Forces will send personnel to apprehend her. If it truly comes to that, what will you do? Professor X inquires. Although he frequently utilizes his abilities to infiltrate others' minds, Lobo has made it clear that Professor X's nature is kind and gentle. Thus, his question serves as a genuine reminder. Lobo does not respond directly, instead retorting, "What crime has Polaris committed?" Professor X's expression darkens, and he replies gravely, "She is a mutant and may pose a threat to society." Hearing this, Lobo chuckles lightly and continues to question, "Charles, do you find this accusation reasonable?" Without hesitation, Professor X affirms, "Certainly not. Lorna has never harmed anyone if that is the case. Why do you regard her as a criminal?" Lobo inquires that I never considered Lorna a criminal. Professor X quickly denies. Lobo smiles and counters. Then why did you bring the X-Men along? The X-Men, an organization founded to safeguard world peace. Their involvement suggests that the tranquility of the world may be jeopardized. To bring Polaris back, Professor X nearly assembled the entire cadre of X-Men. Doesn't that say it all? Contemplating this, Professor X falls silent. Observing his quietude, Lobo continues, "If you truly do not believe Polaris has committed any crime, your duty should be to prevent those people from pursuing her, not to take her back. You just asked me how I would respond if the association came looking for her. I would like to ask you, Charles, if Polaris returns with you and they demand her, will you comply or refuse?" Lobo's words and inquiries pierce to the core. At this juncture, Professor X comprehends. "I understand your point now. Mr. Lobo, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance we caused today. If the actions or words of the X-Men or myself were inappropriate, I hope you can forgive us." Professor X speaks earnestly. It appears he has come to terms with the situation and intends to leave. Although the two parties have indeed had their share of unpleasantness, Professor X's demeanor is commendable, prompting Lobo to refrain from pursuing the matter further. "I hope there will not be a next time." Lobo cautions, as his words resonate. The surrounding scene returns to normalcy. Observing the boundless abyss beneath them giving way to tiled flooring, Professor X and the others finally exhale in relief. "I trust there shall be no next time. After all, it truly is improper to disturb you excessively," Professor X responds. With that, he turns his gaze towards the X-Men behind him and gently states, "Let us return." Following his lead, the group departs alongside the X-Men. Before leaving, Jean Grey unexpectedly glances back at Lobo, her expression enigmatic. Once Professor X and his entourage have exited, Lobo reclines back onto the sofa. This moment, Polaris appears anxious, her eyes darting as if troubled by something. Lobo cannot help but reassure her. "Lorna, it is all right. They have already left." And no sooner has he spoken than Polaris suddenly interjects. "Lobo, I didn't mean to do that just now. You aren't going to lock me in a dark room, are you?" "A dark room?" At her reminder, Lobo recalls that he indeed mentioned such a thing earlier. It seems Lorna is worried about this. Goodness, is that really the case? He merely said it casually, and Polaris still remembers? What a remarkable memory she possesses. With a sigh, Lobo reassures her. "Of course not. You were acting in self-defense. I can understand." "Thank you, Lobo," Polaris replies. Her tone is calm and devoid of emotion, revealing no trace of happiness, while her expression remains solemn, hinting at lingering concerns. Before Lobo can inquire further, Polaris herself can no longer contain her thoughts. She suddenly raises her head, looking at Lobo with a guilty expression, and apologizes. "Lobo, I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Lobo comprehends the reason behind her apology, but has not taken the matter to heart, so he responds nonchalantly. "If it were truly a bother, I would not have kept you as my housekeeper." He has long been aware of Polaris's identity and circumstances, and his choice to retain her stems from his utter indifference. Yet Polaris still feels guilt and unease, prompting her to express. What Professor X said earlier was not incorrect. "I am indeed a wanted fugitive, and those people will inevitably come looking for me. Lobo, I know you probably dislike trouble, but I may still bring you inconvenience in the future." Her identity predestines her life to be tumultuous, and those closely associated with her will inevitably be affected. Though outwardly, Lobo and Polaris appear to have an employer-employee relationship, their time spent together has fostered a bond that transcends mere employment. In Polaris's heart, Lobo has become not just an employer, but a friend. She worries that her identity will continually burden Lobo, hence her fleeting thoughts of leaving. In this brief span of time, Polaris has contemplated much, even staging an emotional drama in her mind. However, Lobo does not fully grasp her concerns. After all, he has clearly stated that he does not mind the trouble, yet Polaris still expresses such sentiments. This prompts Lobo to quip. "You aren't thinking of fleeing, are you? We agreed on 3 months, yet you wish to escape after only 1 month?" "Of course not," Polaris hastily clarifies. "Professor X is actually quite reasonable. I'm merely worried that the association's people will show up later. The team may not be so easily resolved then." Lobo replies casually. "Well, when they come next time, you can deal with them outside without my knowledge. Right? Me?" Polaris is taken aback, and after a moment, she cannot help but respond. "But I can't take them on." Lobo shrugs and replies earnestly. "Then practice more." "Practice? Huh? Me? I possess the ability to control magnetic fields. I unskilled? Well, perhaps I am indeed somewhat lacking. Polaris is inherently strong-willed, and such a disposition makes it difficult for her to accept being called unskilled, especially since those words come from Luo Bai, a sorcerer she deeply respects. This makes it even harder for Polaris to accept. Originally feeling rather low, her spirits rise in rebellion upon hearing this. Her light green eyes brim with defiance. Yet despite her indignation, Polaris finds herself unable to refute the truth. After all, she currently is lacking. She cannot contend with the X-Men, nor can she face the mutant association. How can she not be unskilled? Reflecting on this, Polaris takes a deep breath and, almost through gritted teeth, responds, "You are correct, Luo Bai. I am indeed lacking." Observing her stiff expression, Luo Bai raises an eyebrow and asks, "What? You seem rather unconvinced." The young girl, sulking, lowers her head and stubbornly replies. No. Luo Bai chuckles and remarks, "The four fundamental forces of the universe: strong force, weak force, electromagnetic force, and gravity. You possess the ability to control magnetic fields, yet you cannot even handle these people. Is that not lacking?" Polaris, people are going to drive me mad. Though she had always hesitated to counter Luo Bai's remarks. Her anger compelled her to retort, "It is because I suffer from a mental illness that I find it challenging to control my abilities." No sooner had she spoken than Luo Bai replied, "But you have never practiced, have you? You are aware that being a mutant places you in a precarious position. Why not diligently train your powers?" Polaris found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, Luo Bai was not entirely wrong. Why not practice more? With this thought, Polaris's resolve suddenly hardened as she declared, "I will train my abilities earnestly from now on. Next time, I will resolve the situation before they arrive, ensuring I do not inconvenience you." Luo Bai smiled faintly, teasingly responding, "Well, someone must still handle the chores. Don't let your training leave the house in disarray." "All right, I understand," Polaris replied. That moment, all her worries and concerns dissipated. Although she felt somewhat disgruntled by Luo Bai's previous comments about her lack of skill, she realized that Luo Bai genuinely cared for her. After all, given the current challenges faced by mutants, how could she possibly navigate life without honing her abilities? Did she truly intend to hide away for the rest of her life? With this clarity, her gratitude towards Luo Bai deepened. Luo Bai, I recognize that your words stem from a desire for me to grow stronger. Thank you for standing up for me in front of Professor X. That I will certainly strive to improve." Polaris expressed her heartfelt appreciation to Luo Bai, affirming her determination to grow stronger. Before Luo Bai could respond, she inquired, "Luo Bai, do you have any other matters to attend to? If not, I would like to practice my abilities first." "Go ahead," Luo Bai waved his hand dismissively. After Polaris stepped into the room and closed the door, she began her training. While practicing, she muttered to herself, "I must work hard. I will show everyone that I am not weak." Though her voice was not loud, Luo Bai still heard her. After all, having trained for a month, he had experienced significant improvements across the board. It was only natural for his hearing to be sharper. Upon hearing Polaris's lament, Luo Bai couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, having someone accompany you in another world was quite pleasant. However, his break had come to an end, and it was time to continue his study of the soul. Just as he intended to return to his study, the doorbell rang. As he prepared to answer the door, he suddenly felt a surge of energy coursing through the room, and the door swung open. Polaris, like her father, could control magnetic fields and metals. Thus, using her abilities to open a door was a trivial task. However, since she had not utilized this power often before, Luo Bai had nearly forgotten she possessed it. "This ability is impressive and quite practical." Luo Bai nodded in approval. Just then, he heard a familiar voice from outside. "How strange. Why is no one here?" It was evident that Stark was the visitor. He seemed perplexed as to why no one had opened the door for him, especially when it swung open on its own. Curiosity piqued, he stepped inside and, upon seeing Luo Bai seated on the sofa, his furrowed brow relaxed. Confusion transformed into excitement as Stark exclaimed, "Oh, my friend, I finally see you again. Where have you been this past month?" "I went traveling," Luo Bai replied. "Traveling? Where to?" Stark inquired. After a moment's thought, Luo Bai answered. To the cosmos, that moment, Stark's expression was truly remarkable. Well, the life of a mage is indeed beyond our comprehension. Stark shrugged, speaking with a hint of resignation. While others traveled, at least they remained on Earth. Luo Bai, however, had ventured far beyond the planet. In no wonder he had not been able to locate him, but of course, Stark did not press the matter further. He simply plopped down onto the sofa and, with curiosity, asked, "What about your housekeeper? Where's she gone?" "In the room," Luo Bai explained. Stark nodded, then shouted, "Miss Lona, could you please bring me a drink?" No sooner had he spoken than a green light, reminiscent of the auroras, surged forth from a room. The luminous green glow flowed towards the dining table. Stark was momentarily taken aback, muttering, "What is this?" Following the green light, he witnessed it opening the refrigerator door and retrieving a can of cola, placing it on the table before him. Only then did Stark realize something was amiss. "OMG. Is this some kind of ghost?" "Luo Bai, what magic have you used?" Stark, astonished, bombarded him with questions. Understanding his shock, Luo Bai calmly responded, "It is not me. It is Lona." "Lona?" Stark was bewildered that Luo Bai elaborated. "In truth, she is a mutant capable of controlling magnetic fields and metals. Right now, she is in the room diligently practicing her abilities." "What? She can control magnetic fields and metals?" Seriously, Stark was stunned. Initially, he thought Luo Bai had simply found a young, pretty, and obedient girl to serve as a housekeeper, but he had not anticipated her to possess such formidable powers. "Friend, you are rather fortunate. I can't help but feel a pang of envy. Could you perhaps find someone similar for me?" Stark genuinely envied him. How could he not find a housekeeper who was both attractive and capable? Feeling sincere, Stark remarked, "Luo Bai, I believe we have a good relationship, that a small request like this should not be too much to ask, right? Finding someone akin to Polaris as a housekeeper. To be honest, that was rather challenging." "Tony, you are asking too much of me." Luo Bai couldn't help but retort, "Is it that difficult?" Stark asked in surprise. "You could simply ask Polaris if she has any female friend interested in being a housekeeper. With someone as talented as Polaris, her friend should be equally impressive, right?" Luo Bai pondered for a moment before hesitantly replying, "That may be true, but Polaris's identity is quite unique." "Unique?" Stark furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What do you mean?" "As I mentioned earlier, she is a mutant," Luo Bai explained. "A mutant. I am not well versed in mutants, but I have heard of them," Stark muttered. Mutants had existed in society for quite some time, and given that they had previously made headlines, Stark had a superficial understanding. "I have heard that mutants are a group of individuals with altered genes, possessing extraordinary abilities and often causing trouble. Like the Magneto incident that made the news," Stark elaborated. Upon noticing his misconceptions about mutants, Luo Bai clarified, "In truth, not all mutants are villains. They're like humans, with both good and bad among them." Of course, I fully comprehend that. Despite the media sensationalism surrounding mutants, I have never believed it. You know how those politicians love to spin narratives. When I first created the Iron Man suit, they claimed I would undermine global peace. Stark shrugged, dismissively expressing his thoughts. Stark had always held a strong discontent towards the higher-ups in the United States, primarily due to having been publicly criticized by politicians that he understood their nature well. And with Polaris being such an obedient housekeeper, Stark maintained a neutral stance towards mutants. However, he was unaware of how harshly those in power treated mutants, prompting Luo Bai to caution, "You are aware that the higher-ups have consistently oppressed mutants. Therefore, if you hire a mutant as a housekeeper, you may encounter numerous issues. For instance, the X-Men just came knocking at the door, claiming Polaris is a wanted criminal and demanding her arrest." A wanted criminal. Stark was bewildered and immediately asked, "What crime has Polaris committed?" "Her being a mutant is the crime," Luo Bai replied helplessly. Upon hearing this, Stark's anger flared, and he vehemently cursed, "Those bastards! Just because Polaris is a mutant, they label her a criminal and issue a worldwide manhunt. That is infuriating." Luo Bai nodded, affirming, "It is indeed quite upsetting. Thus, I expressed that hiring mutants might prove rather troublesome." Stark had a general understanding of the reasons behind this. In fact, Stark's suggestion for Luo Bai to assist him in finding a housekeeper was initially made in jest. Yet upon hearing about Polaris' current predicament, Stark became somewhat earnest. "Did the X-Men come to see you earlier?" "Intending to take Polaris away?" Stark inquired. Indeed, Luo Bai affirmed with a nod. What transpired afterward, Stark continued to question. Clearly, they were sent away by me, Luo Bai replied. Stark was not surprised and calmly responded, "That's good to hear." However, to be frank, Polaris still retains the title of wanted criminal. Bearing such a label, she will undoubtedly attract a multitude of troublemakers in the future to Luo Bai was well aware of this fact, prompting him to ask, "Do you have any good solutions, Tony?" Although Luo Bai was not overly concerned about future troubles, the identity of a wanted criminal was indeed quite troublesome. If it could be resolved appropriately, that would be beneficial. However, having a mage intervene in this matter seemed somewhat excessive. Stark was clearly the more suitable candidate. Moreover, Stark appeared quite willing to assist with this task. The complexities of mutant and human relations may be beyond my resolution. Yet, addressing Polaris' situation alone doesn't pose much difficulty that I can send Nick Fury to handle it. Having aided him so much in the Avengers, it should be a simple matter for him to resolve this issue. Furthermore, Nick Fury is quite eager to win you over, and since Polaris is one of your own, he would be more than willing to help, Stark replied. Upon hearing his prompt agreement, Luo Bai chuckled. Then I must trouble you. Otherwise, those individuals would come to my home every day, which is quite a headache. Stark waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do we really need to express gratitude in our relationship?" Luo Bai smiled. With Polaris' issue resolved, he no longer pondered it further. Now, he was more curious about why Stark had come to see him. By the way, what brings you here today? Luo Bai inquired. Stark suddenly remembered he had matters to address. Actually, I've come to thank you several times. I wanted to express my gratitude, Stark said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Luo Bai understood. It seems your poisoning issue has been resolved. That IT was resolved long ago. Just as you mentioned, I discovered that new technology, Stark replied. When mentioning new technology, Stark appeared momentarily taken aback, that he recalled his father, which cast a shadow over his emotions that I rarely speak of my father. As I seldom saw him, it seemed he did not love me. He was always busy and rarely accompanied me. However, after watching the films he left behind, I realized he was engaged in truly great endeavors. Stark reflected that Luo Bai empathized, but was at a loss for how to comfort him. So he could only respond with a smile, "As long as you're healthy." "Thank you, Luo Bai. You not only helped resolve the poisoning issue, but also allowed me to gain a new perspective on many matters." Stark sincerely expressed his gratitude. Luo Bai chuckled, responding half-jokingly, "You seem rather sentimental lately." Stark shrugged, saying, "Indeed, I feel it too. I've become quite anxious and insecure recently. That's why I sought you out. I felt only you could provide me with a sense of security." Honestly, he continued, if a beautiful woman, even Polaris, were to say such a thing to Luo Bai, he would feel quite pleased. However, hearing Stark express this while sitting on the couch felt rather peculiar to Luo Bai. "It's difficult for me to respond to that." Luo Bai couldn't help but retort. Stark, fully aware of this, quickly clarified, "Please, Luo Bai, don't misunderstand. I'm merely somewhat frightened. I don't know if I can truly protect the Earth. Do you understand this feeling? As the number of enemies I face increases, I always find myself filled with worry. It seems you've encountered trouble again," Luo Bai remarked. Stark shook his head, explaining, "Not exactly, but I did face a challenge recently. A man named Ivan Vanko confronted me at the racetrack, but I managed to handle it. However, after witnessing the technology he developed, I felt a sense of crisis. Today, upon visiting your home and observing Polaris' abilities, my concerns deepened. Both you, Hulk, and Polaris possess extraordinary powers. Yet as someone designated a superhero, I feel my own strength pales in comparison. Although I don't particularly like Nick Fury, he is correct. The Earth is perilous, and I've begun to ponder whether I can truly safeguard it." Stark mused. This moment, Luo Bai understood. It seemed Stark had come seeking solace. Wait a moment. How did I unintentionally become a spiritual guide? First Natasha worried about the Earth, then Polaris doubted herself, and now Tony has arrived, Luo Bai thought, realizing he could easily become a superhero mentor. Perhaps he could even establish a class dedicated to nurturing the growth of these superheroes. With this in mind, Luo Bai couldn't help but smile and reassure, "Tony, I believe you need not worry excessively. You can certainly do better. I have no idea how to improve further." Stark lamented he had been striving to upgrade his Iron Man suit. Yet the adversaries he faced and the powers he encountered far exceeded his understanding. At this point, he was uncertain how to enhance himself. That Luo Bai could certainly empathize with this. After all, technology develops gradually. And although Stark possesses the latest advancements in America, he must explore and research step by step. Relying solely on himself would entail a lengthy research process. During this time, the Earth would present many entities that would challenge Stark's perceptions, leading to his inevitable self-doubt. Since Stark had come seeking his guidance, Luo Bai believed offering him some advice wouldn't be amiss. Personally, nurturing a few powerful superheroes would yield more benefits than drawbacks for Luo Bai. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai couldn't resist asking, "Do you have a general plan for upgrading your suit?" Stark nodded, of course. Previously, the suit could not withstand the phenomenon of ice formation at high altitudes. So, I improved that aspect. The suit was too cumbersome, prompting me to change the materials. When I battled Ivan, although I won, I realized the suit was rather foolish. The 5 Malawian Quatches I previously created was portable armor. But during combat, I found that villains wouldn't wait for you to transform before attacking. Moreover, the MK5's defense was poor. After a fight, that suit would be rendered useless. Thus, I developed the current 6 Malawian Quatches suit, crafted with new technology and energy sources. However, to be honest, I am still somewhat dissatisfied that I consulted with Ethan, but he had no better suggestions. After saying this, Stark sighed. Luo Bai finally understood. So, you wish to upgrade your armor. But you're uncertain how to proceed, correct? Luo Bai asked. Stark nodded. Yes. Given the current technological level, the 6 Malawian Quatches is the pinnacle I can produce. That I don't know how to further upgrade it. Luo Bai completely understood. At present, Stark's armor had only reached MK6, which was already at the forefront of Earth's technology. To upgrade beyond this, Stark would need to break through the existing technological barriers, a significant reform, which would understandably leave him perplexed. While Luo Bai knew that in the future, Stark would create even more formidable armors, perhaps even a nanosuit, the current technological level made the creation of a nanosuit unrealistic. After all, technology, like magic, requires gradual exploration. Certainly, if he could receive advice and guidance from others, it would yield much greater efficiency. With this in mind, Luo Bai offered a timely suggestion. That I believe I understand your confusion. So, you are currently uncertain about which aspects to upgrade in your suit, correct? Luo Bai inquired. Yes, technology and materials impose many limitations. My practical experience is rather limited, and I'm unsure of the situations I might encounter in real combat. Stark explained. Luo Bai countered. Have you considered that perhaps automation could be the direction for your upcoming upgrades? Automation? What do you mean? Stark, perplexed, inquired. Is my current suit not automated enough? To my mind, it falls short. Automated assembly, remote control, weapon tracking. These are merely the basics. In truth, Stark, I believe there are numerous areas in which the suit can be enhanced. Moreover, what you require is not a single suit, but rather a multitude of them. Luo Bai remarked. Automated assembly, remote control, weapon tracking. Upon hearing this, Stark's eyes instantly lit up. Luo Bai, you understand me perfectly. What you just described is precisely what I need. You are truly a genius, Stark exclaimed with excitement. However, after a moment of exhilaration, he fell into contemplation. What you mentioned could indeed resolve all the challenges I currently face, yet achieving it seems rather daunting. Stark replied thoughtfully. It is entirely reasonable for Stark to express such sentiments. In Luo Bai's recollection, since the MK7, Stark's Iron Legion, or suits, underwent a comprehensive upgrade. This advancement meant that Stark would no longer have to stand within the armor and wait for it to be donned. He could utilize advanced controls to have the suit automatically equip itself, allowing it to engage in combat autonomously. While this might appear to be a minor adjustment, it represented a monumental technological revolution. Within the narrative, Stark spent a full year completing this technological innovation. Yet Luo Bai had already disclosed this technology to Stark a year prior. It is understandable that Stark would find it challenging to realize. Nevertheless, as Luo Bai suggested, he certainly comprehended some of the technologies employed in the MK7, given the current technical landscape. Accomplishing this would indeed be quite difficult. I have a few ideas. For instance, you could employ the innovative 5 mm diameter movable eyeball technology, biometric scanning technology, and so forth. Of course, these are merely my personal suggestions. Luo Bai continued. Stark was momentarily taken aback. Surprised, he couldn't help but ask, "You understand technology too?" Luo Bai, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "Sorcerers also engage with science. We occasionally delve into technology." "What? You sorcerers study science as well?" Stark was momentarily stunned. "Absolutely. We must believe in science, mustn't we?" Luo Bai responded earnestly. Stark fell silent. "No. You, a sorcerer, expect me to believe in science? I can't even." Stark couldn't help but scoff. Under any other circumstances, Stark would find it normal for someone to advocate for believing in science, but hearing it from a sorcerer was simply unacceptable. This prompted Luo Bai to counter, "There is nothing unbelievable about it. Every magic book I read emphasizes the close relationship between magic and science. If your technical skills are up to par, I would recommend that you delve into magical armor." Tony, magical armor, as the name implies, is the creation of a suit capable of wielding magic. This is not an impossible feat, yet given the current technology, Stark would find it quite challenging to achieve. Stark naturally understood this, hence he furrowed his brow. After a brief pause, he replied, half jokingly, "I'll do my best, but I at least need to know magic, right?" Luo Bai responded in kind. "If you're interested, you might consider learning it. The Supreme Sorcerer has stated that anyone with a certain degree of magical aptitude can learn that. I'm currently more intrigued by the automated armor you spoke of." Stark replied that it was not that Stark was unwilling to learn magic. It was simply that with his existing technological prowess, even if he learned magic, crafting magical armor would still be exceedingly difficult. Stark was well aware of this. Thus he felt compelled to take one step at a time. Achieving automation for the suit was indeed necessary. However, simultaneously, a thought began to form in Stark's mind. After some contemplation, he asked, "If I ever wish to learn magic, would you be willing to teach me?" Luo Bai smiled and replied, "Of course, if you possess magical talent." Stark nodded, saying, "That's cool. You've now become my teacher." "Are you still perplexed?" Luo Bai inquired. "Not at all. You fill me with a sense of security," Stark replied earnestly. Luo Bai felt somewhat helpless. He could hardly tolerate Stark expressing such sentiments, leading him to fall silent. Fortunately, with the issue resolved, Stark was eager to depart. By the way, thank you immensely for today. Your suggestions have provided me with great inspiration. I intend to return and completely upgrade the suit." Stark declared excitedly. Luo Bai understood his urgency and nodded, saying, "Go ahead." Without hesitation, Stark departed. Once he left, Luo Bai stretched and prepared to return to his room to continue studying. That moment, Bei Jixing emerged. "What brings you out?" Luo Bai inquired curiously. Bei Jixing pointed to the clock on the wall, responding, "It's dinner time, so I came to see what you'd like to eat." Luo Bai glanced at the time and realized it was indeed true. However, he was not particularly hungry. This was primarily due to the effectiveness of the training over the past month. The strength of his soul made it nearly impossible for Luo Bai to feel hunger, as his prowess had significantly increased, allowing him to transcend the physiological needs of an ordinary human. He was no longer relying on food or diet to sustain life or enhance his abilities. In fact, he had gradually moved away from reliance on food, and now he was essentially in a state of detachment. With this in mind, Luo Bai explained, "I'm not very hungry. If you want to eat, you can go buy something. By the way, the money is in the box Natasha sent. You can retrieve it." Seeing him about to head upstairs, Bei Jixing asked, "Are you going up to practice magic again?" "Yes, just like before. Don't let anyone disturb me," Luo Bai reminded. Bei Jixing nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "I understand. Rest assured, I won't let anyone interrupt you." Bei Jixing had always performed well, so Luo Bai felt reassured. Without further conversation, Luo Bai ascended to the second floor and resumed his multiverse travel. This journey proved to be significantly easier than the last. Luo Bai sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. His soul easily entered the multiverse. Although it appeared he could venture deeper, considering the multitude of powerful beings within the multiverse, he refrained from proceeding recklessly. After quietly absorbing the energy of the multiverse for a while, Luo Bai encountered Gu Yi. No, more accurately, Gu Yi's soul it was evident that Gu Yi had also noticed him. "Supreme Sorcerer, what a coincidence!" Luo Bai initiated the greeting. "Gu Yi." She did not respond, but her gaze clearly held a hint of astonishment. It was unclear how much time passed before she finally regained her composure, subsequently asking, "Have you already reached this level?" Though the two had not seen each other for a month, given Luo Bai's talent, It was highly probable that he had mastered most forms of magic. However, Gu Yi had never anticipated that he would already be capable of soul travel. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? How long have you been studying magic to reach this point? It was no wonder Gu Yi appeared somewhat bewildered. Luo Bai remained composed, calmly explaining, I believe your suggestion was correct. Only a sufficiently strong soul can combat dark forces. Therefore, I have been diligently training my soul. Gu Yi. It is worth noting that even Gu Yi herself had invested considerable time to achieve soul travel. Yet Luo Bai had effortlessly accomplished it within a month that moment. Gu Yi felt it might be time for her to retire. With this thought in mind, Gu Yi inquired, How proficient are you in time magic? I have fundamentally comprehended the understanding of time held by previous supreme sorcerers. However, I am still deciphering the time stone. Luo Bai explained. The time stone encompasses immense power and the mysteries of the universe, making it quite challenging to fully grasp in a short period. It is entirely normal for Luo Bai. Given that previous supreme sorcerers had taken considerable time to comprehend it fully. However, understanding the insights of past supreme sorcerers is already a significant achievement. Thinking further, Gu Yi asked, So, you intend to study the Darkhold? He harbored such intentions. Yet he felt it was best not to engage just yet. Luo Bai remarked. Gu Yi nodded in response. Then added, I am delighted to see that you have fully embraced the role of a mage and have begun to contemplate your future. I perceive greater possibilities within you. Luo Bai smiled faintly and replied, In truth, I had pondered whether the Supreme Mage would impede my studies of the Dark Scriptures, yet you did not do so. Gu Yi chuckled softly, then stated, At times, one must break conventions in pursuit of what they deem to be higher ideals. You are not the first to defy the norm. Luo Bai was taken aback. Before he could speak, Gu Yi continued, I am reluctant to draw energy from the dark dimension. Yet at times, we find ourselves with no alternative. This statement implied Gu Yi's acknowledgement of drawing strength from the dark dimension. Although Luo Bai was aware of this fact, he did not expect Gu Yi to divulge it willingly. Since Gu Yi had previously prohibited other mages from harnessing dark power, she had never shared this with anyone until today. Luo Bai, somewhat surprised, asked, Why did you choose to reveal this to me? Gu Yi responded, Because you possess a remarkable adaptability, while the majority of individuals in Kamar Taj lacks such flexibility. Master Mordo, for instance, is quite obstinate. His stubbornness will ultimately lead him to extremes. This was a cautionary note, and Luo Bai understood its implications. However, he was unsure why Gu Yi would suddenly express such sentiments, which sounded as if she were imparting a legacy of sorts. Are you familiar with Dormammu? Gu Yi inquired abruptly. Luo Bai nodded and replied, I am aware. The texts speak of him as the ruler of the dark dimension. He forsook his corporeal form to become its sovereign, ever seeking to consume planets and transform the entire universe into the dark dimension, Earth included. Thus, the mages on Earth are in constant opposition to him. Gu Yi continued, Dormammu is exceedingly formidable, which is why I have no choice but to draw power from the dark dimension to prolong my existence in order to confront him. Despite our numerous efforts to thwart his invasion of Earth, we have been unable to truly vanquish Dormammu. Luo Bai understood her words. Dormammu was indeed powerful. To eliminate him, one might have to obliterate the entire dark dimension. Luo Bai jestingly remarked, Perhaps the only way to achieve that is to destroy the entire dark dimension. The notion of annihilating the entire dark dimension was an exceedingly difficult proposition, bordering on the realm of dreams, prompting Gu Yi to respond with a half-smile. If you could accomplish that, I would take immense pride in you. Luo Bai replied, As of now, it appears that I am not yet capable. Your future holds limitless possibilities. Thus you must have faith in yourself. Gu Yi encouraged. Luo Bai fell silent. Although he too believed in the boundless potential of his future, it seemed premature to discuss defeating Dormammu at this juncture. Contemplating this, Luo Bai could not help but exclaim, At the very least, I should have some time to develop. At that moment, Gu Yi suddenly spoke with grave seriousness. I fear you may not have much time to develop. For my own time is running short. I do not believe I will endure much longer. Luo Bai was taken aback and asked in astonishment, Supreme Mage, what do you mean by that? Gu Yi answered calmly. What I mean is, you may soon have to face everything on your own. Facing everything alone. Luo Bai comprehended fully. Was Gu Yi planning to retire? But that could not be right. Supreme Mage, the timeline is not aligned. You should not be leaving at this moment, Luo Bai insisted. Gu smiled gently and replied earnestly, from the moment you arrived, the universe has already been altered. Have you not noticed that the timeline has been rewritten? You are the exception, not merely an exception within the mage community, but within the entire universe. Your rapid learning has rendered my existence meaningless. Did you assume I was prepared to embrace death? You will discover how deeply I desire to extend this moment indefinitely. Yet my lifespan was originally stolen. Your growth signifies that it is time for me to depart. Luo Bai. Is this my fault for being too strong? He felt somewhat bewildered. The narrative had barely begun, and he was already contemplating retirement, which left him rather speechless. However, upon reflection, he realized that since his arrival, the plot had indeed accelerated significantly. He had been so focused on practicing magic that he had lost track of time. With this realization, he acknowledged that Guyi's assertion held truth. His presence had indeed transformed the entire Marvel universe. This was to be expected, given that he was a traveler from another realm, an outcome that would be peculiar if he did not cause such changes. Yet, Guyi's retirement felt rather abrupt. In light of this, Luo Bai asked quite impolitely, Supreme Mage, are you truly unable to endure any longer? Guyi fell silent, but her expression conveyed to Luo Bai that she was indeed at her limit. She was nearing death. Though their interactions had been limited, a bond had formed between them. Without Guyi's guidance as the Supreme Mage, Luo Bai would not have advanced so swiftly in such a short time. Thus, he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards her. Yet, despite her impending demise, Luo Bai could not summon any sadness. After all, Guyi was the Supreme Mage. How could she easily perish? Mages possess souls. Guyi's spirit had long since followed the Eternal One, meaning she would only experience physical death while her essence remained intact. In essence, she was simply retiring. Of course, if he wished to see her again, it would not be a simple task. After all, he would have to seek her out in the realm of the Eternal One, and that would likely require considerable training on his part. Death bestows significance upon life, illuminating the fleeting nature of existence, Guyi stated, but I believe, Luo Bai, that you will surpass me. Just then, Guyi suddenly spoke again. Luo Bai snapped back to reality and could not help but sigh. Asking, Supreme Mage, how much longer do you think you can last? I need to prepare myself mentally. Even a few additional days would be beneficial, allowing me to absorb more power in the multiverse. He contemplated this internally, yet the next moment he heard Guyi respond, Now, you told me just a moment ago that you would depart, and now you are leaving. Is this truly happening so abruptly? Luo Bai could not restrain his inquiry. Guyi shook her head and replied, It is not sudden. Everything follows a path. My presence here today, encountering you, was predestined. In fact, I am here tonight for a soul journey because I felt the Eternal One's call. Initially, I found it peculiar. After all, since I chose to follow the Eternal One, I have not been summoned frequently. This is only the second time in a century. The Eternal One's sudden call puzzled me. Yet I had no choice but to heed it. Upon seeing you, I finally understood why the Eternal One summoned me. It signaled that my time on Earth was drawing to a close. I have lived here for quite some time, and parting is indeed bittersweet. Yet I have no alternative. Well then, Luo Bai, I must take my leave. Congratulations on becoming the new Supreme Mage. In her final moments, Guyi conveyed her congratulations to Luo Bai. He responded, Thank you, former Supreme Mage. It has been a pleasure to know you. However, before he could finish his sentence, Guyi's spirit vanished. He was unsure if she had heard him. Gazing at the vibrant cosmos, Luo Bai felt an unexpected emptiness within. Although with his current abilities and a stroke of luck, he could manage quite well even without Guyi, she had been the one to appear during his weakest moments. Offering him the greatest assistance. It was akin to a friend departing suddenly, inevitably leaving a sense of loss. Yet, Luo Bai quickly adjusted his mindset and continued to cultivate his spirit. However, this time, he did not practice for long. After all, Guyi's death had come so unexpectedly, and he felt compelled to check on Kamartaj. With this in mind, it was not long before Luo Bai allowed his spirit to return to his body. As soon as he reclaimed his spirit, Luo Bai sensed a clamor. Voices echoed from below. I must meet with Mage Luo Bai. It is of utmost importance. You absolutely cannot ascend to the second floor. I deeply apologize, but I can only proceed in this manner. As the sound subsided, the quarrel came to an abrupt halt. Luo Bai furrowed his brow and rose to open the door. The moment the door creaked ajar, he was greeted by an unfamiliar visage and middle-aged man. Before Luo Bai could utter a word, the newcomer introduced himself. Greetings, Supreme Mage. My name is Wang. You must return at once. Master Gu Yi is no longer with us. Wang, the Grand Mage of Kamartaj, also serves as the steward to the Supreme Mage. This designation is not unwarranted, as Wang hails from an ancient lineage that has served the Supreme Mage since their encounter with Gu Yi. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to refer to Wang as the steward of the Supreme Mage. The fact that Wang now addresses himself as Supreme Mage indicates that Gu Yi was acutely aware of their dwindling time and entrusted certain matters to him. At the very least, informing Wang of his current status as the Supreme Mage. I am aware. I was just intending to return. However, where did you leave Polaris? Luo Bai inquired. Although he had only overheard their previous conversation, it was evident from the dialogue and the current situation that Wang likely sent Polaris away. Indeed, upon posing this question, Wang sheepishly replied, I apologize, Supreme Mage. The situation was quite urgent. She persistently prevented me from ascending, and thus I had to resort to unconventional means. As he spoke, Wang employed his mental prowess to open a portal. As the portal swung open, Polaris tumbled out. Fortunately, Luo Bai's reflexes were sharp enough to catch her. Though it was apparent that she emerged in a state of bewilderment, I was just in free fall. Polaris exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Bai nodded in understanding. I comprehend. This moment, Polaris finally grasped the situation. Luo Bai the mage. I was doing my utmost to obstruct him, but this individual insisted on ascending to the second floor. He made me endure a 2-minute free fall. Polaris vented her frustration. It was clear that she was seething with anger, nearly on the verge of exploding. Luo Bai hastily soothed her. That was indeed rather excessive. Wang, I believe you ought to apologize to her, as I had instructed her not to allow anyone to disturb me. I am sorry. The situation was quite pressing. Wang promptly offered his apology. Although Polaris was somewhat irate, she refrained from voicing any further objections. It was evident that Wang was a mage, and she could not hope to contend with him. Moreover, it seemed he was acquainted with Luo Bai. With this in mind, Polaris could only wave her hand in resignation and ask, Luo Bai, is there anything else you require of me? Not for the time being. But I may need to be away for a while, Luo Bai replied. Polaris appeared somewhat surprised, yet she did not press the matter further, simply responding, very well, I shall keep an eye on the house during this time. Luo Bai nodded, and then he used his mental focus to open the portal once more. Upon witnessing this action, Wang was taken aback. You just opened the portal with your mind? Is that so strange? Did you not do the same just now? Luo Bai countered. Wang's eyes widened in astonishment as he earnestly responded, I have spent the better part of my life studying magic, as far as I know. You have not practiced for long, have you? But I possess a natural talent, Luo Bai replied. You are remarkable. Wang felt a wave of frustration. While it was true that magical talents vary, he had heard from Gu Yi that Luo Bai's aptitude was exceptional. Yet, this was beyond comprehension. Who could possibly rival him? After dedicating a lifetime to mastering the ability to open portals with mere thought, this individual had accomplished it in such a short time. Wang could not help but exclaim, No wonder Master Gu Yi chose you. You truly are extraordinary. Luo Bai offered no response, merely stepping through the portal and arriving at Kamartaj. Everything appeared normal, seemingly without any discernible difference. Once the portal was closed, Luo Bai inquired, Is there a pressing matter that necessitated my swift return? Wang explained earnestly, Master Gu Yi indicated that you have not spent much time in Kamartaj, and thus you may be unaware of many developments. The Earth is currently unsafe, with the potential for invaders to breach our realm at any moment, which is why I urgently needed to summon you back. A cataclysm could occur at any time. Numerous races in the multiverse covet this fertile planet, particularly Dormammu. With Gu Yi's passing, we cannot ascertain whether Dormammu will take advantage of this vulnerability. That it was imperative and urgent to bring Luo Bai back. Hence Wang's current anxiety. Nonetheless, upon learning that Earth was not in immediate danger, Luo Bai felt a sense of relief. He surveyed the surroundings of Kamartaj. Although he had visited on several occasions, his altered status rendered his perception markedly different this time. This psychological state was difficult to articulate, but he quickly regained his composure. "Lead the way," Luo Bai instructed. Wang nodded and guided him forward. As they traversed towards their destination, Luo Bai, possessing keen hearing, inadvertently overheard a conversation between several mages. "How could the Supreme Mage have died so suddenly? I heard it was a fall. How could that be possible?" Apparently, a formidable dark force invaded the Earth at night. The Supreme Mage went to confront it and sustained fatal injuries, leading to the fall. To be precise, she was killed by the dark force. A dark force? Was it Dormammu? Unclear, but it is exceedingly powerful. The protective array of Kamartaj did not even register it. This is terrifying. The enemy can now evade the array's detection. Indeed, Earth is becoming increasingly perilous. The enemies are growing stronger. We must enhance our abilities post-haste. That I cannot believe the Supreme Mage has left us so abruptly. You should adjust your terminology. We ought to now refer to her as Master Gu Yi, for a new Supreme Mage has arrived. The IT is said to be a genius mage. Upon hearing this, Luo Bai ceased listening, as he was struck with profound astonishment. Overwhelmed by disbelief, he could not help but inquire, "Wang, did Master Gu Yi truly perish from fall?" To be precise, she was gravely wounded while resisting the dark force, and subsequently fell. Wang replied earnestly. Luo Bai fell silent, his expression revealing a myriad of emotions. Master Gu Yi's soul now transcended into the eternal. Thus her physical form was relinquished. She would orchestrate a plausible death narrative to announce her departure, while simultaneously heralding the arrival of the new Supreme Mage. In the original narrative, the manner of death crafted by Gu Yi occurred during her battle with the treacherous Caecilius. After sustaining a wound, she plummeted from a great height and perished. However, that event was not slated to transpire for at least another year. Presently, Caecilius had neither betrayed nor succumbed to darkness. Luo Bai had assumed that Gu Yi would at least devise a different means to declare her death. Yet he was taken aback to discover that Gu Yi had not even bothered to concoct an alternative narrative, instead resorting to the very same tactic. She even fabricated an unknown dark force that the Sanctum could not detect. In an instant, Luo Bai could envision how Gu Yi's lackluster performance would unfold. With this thought, he could not help but inquire, "May I ask what dark force was responsible for Master Gu Yi's demise?" Uncertain. Master Gu Yi engaged in combat with the dark force beyond the Earth, and the Sanctum has yet to detect it. Wang replied earnestly. Luo Bai remained silent. Very well, he muttered to Gu Yi was, indeed, Gu Yi. If she could retire, she should seize the opportunity, even if it meant sticking to the same script. With that, Luo Bai could not help but jest. It must have been a truly formidable dark deity or sorcerer. Otherwise, the Sanctum would not have failed to detect it. Earth has always been fraught with danger, and the adversaries we face are far more terrifying than we can imagine. This incident involving Master Gu Yi serves as a reminder that the detection arrays may require upgrading. Wang's expression grew solemn as he spoke. Luo Bai opted not to elaborate further, simply following Wang as they continued onward. Before long, they arrived at a dimly lit chamber, where Mordo stood at the center. "You have arrived," Mordo greeted them as they entered. Wang nodded and proceeded towards the central magical platform, stating, "For ages, mages have been safeguarding the world from magical incursion." Agamotto, the first Supreme Mage, regarded as one of the earliest minds to unravel the mysteries of the cosmos. He established the mage lineage on Earth and crafted the Eye of Agamotto alongside the three great sanctuaries in the current city. As he spoke, the king raised his gaze towards a radiant, spherical object rotating above Earth itself. Within the sanctuaries, a simulated Earth converged through magic, capable of detecting numerous dangers. Observing the surroundings, one could see stone doors inscribed with symbols. These serve as portals to the various sanctuaries. Passing through these gateways would lead to the cities where the sanctuaries resided. This one leading to Hong Kong, that one to London, and the last to New York. The three sanctuaries formed a protective net for a modern world, also known as the detection array. The sanctuaries safeguard the world, while we, in turn, protect the sanctuaries. The sanctuaries hold immense significance for Kamartaj, as they are instrumental in detecting and safeguarding Earth, serving as its first line of defense against extraterrestrial beings and invaders from the multiverse who might seek to disrupt the sanctuaries. The king continued his exposition, and as his words concluded, a magical protective array emerged, marking the locations of the 3 sanctuaries on the simulated Earth. The array expanded outward, connecting the 3 sanctuaries and enveloping the entire globe. I understand, Luo Bai nodded, grasping the connection between the sanctuaries and the Earth. Noticing that he had comprehended the essentials, Mordo promptly presented a list. This was the roster of mages from Kamartaj up to that moment. I have verified it for omissions. This list was clearly tailored for Luo Bai, who, as the newly appointed Supreme Mage, needed to familiarize himself with the names of these mages. After glancing at the list, Luo Bai nodded. I shall remember. No sooner had he spoken than Mordo handed over several more documents, detailing the current magical artifacts of Kamartaj, the existing library collection, and more, nearly encompassing all that needed to be conveyed. Standing there, he listened to the two for approximately half an hour before he could no longer restrain his curiosity. Is there anything else? After a moment of contemplation, the two confirmed. There should be nothing further. Supreme Mage, Luo Bai nodded, preparing to visit the artifacts room and the sanctuaries when he heard Mordo add, "It may be necessary for you to visit the training grounds tomorrow morning around 6 o'clock. As the new Supreme Mage, it is essential for the mages to become acquainted with you. Very well." After detailing his tasks, Mordo took his leave. "Supreme Mage, I have some matters to attend to, so I must depart. If you have any uncertainties, the king will assist you," Mordo stated. "Go ahead." Luo Bai responded with a nod. Once he was gone, Luo Bai gazed at the substantial stack of documents in his hands, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He recognized that becoming the Supreme Mage entailed a comprehensive understanding of Kamartaj, but he had not anticipated the sheer volume of materials. And oh wonder Dr. Strange spent much of his tenure as Supreme Mage immersed in study. The literature of Kamartaj is indeed extensive. These documents were as thick as tomes. Sensing his distress, the king approached to clarify. Kamartaj has existed for a considerable time. As the Supreme Mage, you may need to invest some time to comprehend it all. However, you can inquire about many matters, and I will assist in addressing most of your queries. Despite this being their first encounter, Luo Bai felt a profound trust in him given his knowledge of the narrative. "I appreciate your help, King," Luo Bai replied. The king waved his hand dismissively. "It is my duty. Do you have any further requests?" Luo Bai nodded, responding, "Indeed, I would like you to guide me through the sanctuaries and the artifacts room." Without further ado, the king led Luo Bai through the sanctuary's entrance. As they walked, the king elucidated. Each sanctuary is overseen by a guardian mage, whose responsibility is to protect the sanctum they guard. The original guardian of the New York sanctuary was Master Gu E, but it is currently under the temporary guardianship of Master Daniel. The guardian of the London sanctuary is presently Master Silas. While I serve as the guardian of the Hong Kong sanctuary, prior to becoming the librarian, the king had indeed been the guardian of the Hong Kong sanctuary, a fact that did not surprise Luo Bai. "Supreme Mage, do you have any thoughts on the guardians of the sanctuaries?" the king inquired suddenly, as Luo Bai pondered. Luo Bai remained silent, deep in thought. He understood the implication of the king's question, now that he had ascended to the rank of Supreme Mage. It was his duty to guard the sanctuaries. This meant that unless extraordinary circumstances arose, he would primarily remain within the sanctum to fulfill this role. Naturally, Luo Bai had come to terms with this responsibility. As he had now assumed the mantle of Supreme Mage, that it would be untenable for him to continue residing in a villa, detached from these duties. With this in mind, Luo Bai responded, "For now, I shall oversee the New York sanctuary. Given my limited understanding of Kamartaj, I would prefer to keep Master Gui's arrangements unchanged for the time being. Once I have acquired a clearer comprehension, I will make the necessary adjustments. After all, New York was a tumultuous place, and it was likely that the other mages would struggle to manage many disturbances. Thus, it was prudent for Luo Bai to oversee this location." "Very well. We have now arrived at the New York sanctuary," the king declared. During their conversation, they had indeed reached the New York sanctuary. Soon, a mage approached to greet them. Upon seeing him, the king acknowledged him and began the introduction. Master Daniel. This is the current Supreme Mage, Master Luo Bai. Master Daniel respectfully addressed him. Supreme Mage, he then began to appraise Luo Bai, his expression revealing a mix of astonishment and bewilderment. Overcome by his surprise, Daniel seemed momentarily oblivious to the impropriety of his behavior. Noticing his reaction, Luo Bai chuckled lightly and said, "Master Daniel, you appear quite intrigued by me." Only then did Daniel realize his rudeness, hastily apologizing. "I sincerely apologize, Supreme Mage. I did not intend to be disrespectful. I was merely taken aback. What caused your astonishment?" Luo Bai inquired amiably. Daniel smiled sheepishly, responding, "You appear quite youthful." Luo Bai anticipated this remark. After all, among the esteemed mages, he was indeed the youngest. It was only natural for Daniel to be surprised that someone of such tender years and appearance had ascended to the rank of Supreme Mage. Additionally, since Luo Bai seldom lingered in Kamartaj, most mages were unfamiliar with him, let alone his capabilities. That Daniel's astonishment was thus understandable. Nevertheless, considering Luo Bai's current status as the Supreme Mage, such comments could be perceived as somewhat disrespectful. Consequently, the king admonished Daniel with surprise. "Daniel, you must understand that this is the Supreme Mage. Such rudeness is unacceptable. That I apologize. I was simply too astonished," Daniel reiterated. Yet Luo Bai smiled and replied, "I comprehend your amazement. It is indeed surprising for someone of my age and experience to hold the title of Supreme Mage. Although Dr. Strange had a similarly brief tenure, he had encountered the invasion of Dormammu shortly after becoming Supreme Mage, thereby proving his prowess. While the mages of Kamartaj seemed amiable at present, it did not guarantee that everyone held no aspirations concerning the position of Supreme Mage. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai felt he might need to demonstrate his capabilities to gain the respect of the mages at Kamartaj. After all, prowess remained the ultimate measure. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai cheerfully inquired, "Master Daniel, how long have you been studying magic?" Daniel grinned and replied, "I can barely remember. Around 30 or 40 years? It's a bit hazy," Luo Bai nodded. "I presume you possess a profound understanding of magic, Master Daniel. Perhaps we can exchange insights when time permits. However, for now, I would like to explore the sanctuary, if that is agreeable." "Of course, I will be delighted to show you around. May I take you to the second floor first?" Daniel inquired. Luo Bai nodded and subsequently followed Daniel to the staircase. At the very center of the New York sanctum stood a grand staircase, leading to the second floor. As the guide, Daniel ascended the first flight of stairs. Once he reached the top, Luo Bai and Wang proceeded to follow suit. Just as Luo Bai stepped on the first step, Daniel sensed something amiss. The staircase, once stable, began to move on its own. Yes, you heard it correctly. It was moving autonomously, ascending layer by layer like an elevator. As a grand sorcerer, Daniel could not possibly be oblivious to the reason behind this phenomenon. It was spatial magic. Could it be Luo Bai, the newly appointed Supreme Sorcerer? Wait a moment. At such a young age, has he already mastered magic to this extent? Daniel was bewildered. In truth, Luo Bai could empathize with his confusion. After all, there were not many sorcerers in Kamartaj who could adeptly wield spatial magic. In fact, the combat capabilities of Kamartaj sorcerers were not particularly high. In the storyline, Kaisalius could only utilize it after absorbing dark powers. Thus, being able to employ spatial magic in Kamartaj was already quite impressive. Because of this, it was relatively easy to put on a show in front of these grand sorcerers. Observing Daniel's bewildered expression, Luo Bai realized that his display had indeed made an impact. That by the time the group arrived at the second floor of the sanctum via the elevator, Daniel still had not come to his senses. It was Luo Bai who prompted him, saying, "We've arrived, Master Daniel. Please guide us on a tour." Only then did Daniel regain his composure, his gaze towards Luo Bai now filled with clarity and admiration. "Very well, Supreme Sorcerer. Please follow me this way," he said, stepping forward with enthusiasm to lead the way. Seeing him depart, Wang quietly asked Luo Bai, "Do we really have to ascend this way?" Luo Bai shrugged, replying, "I didn't wish to either, but as the newly appointed Supreme Sorcerer, I must demonstrate my prowess to gain the respect of these seasoned grand sorcerers." Wang nodded in understanding. "I see. I just thought your method of ascending was quite impressive." Luo Bai chuckled. "Next time, I'll show you something even cooler. And no sooner had he spoken than a crisp sound echoed, resembling the shattering of glass. Before anyone could react, a red cloak flew before Luo Bai, obstructing his path. Luo Bai was taken aback. Wait, isn't this the ancient artifact, the Cloak of Levitation? Just as he pondered this, Wang's voice rang out. It seems this artifact has chosen you, Supreme Sorcerer. You should know. It has been here for an indeterminate length of time, without selecting a master. You are truly fortunate. The Cloak of Levitation, a magical artifact, was reputed to be an ancient relic and one of the most renowned garments and pieces of equipment. Luo Bai had learned about this cloak. It not only allowed the wearer to float in the air, but could also act according to its master's will during combat, and even defend the wearer against certain physical and magical attacks. Moreover, it could alter its appearance. Most importantly, it possessed a consciousness of its own. In simpler terms, the Cloak of Levitation would select a master that it found satisfactory. Clearly, it had now chosen Luo Bai. In truth, upon witnessing the emergence of the Cloak of Levitation, Luo Bai felt a tinge of curiosity. After all, in the original storyline, it had chosen Doctor Strange as its master, becoming his exclusive artifact. Little did he expect that the cloak would now choose him. Was this the allure of supreme fortune? Supreme Sorcerer, it appears this cloak has taken quite a liking to you, he mused, just as Daniel began to speak. Luo Bai snapped back to reality and replied, It seems I am rather fortunate. And no sooner had he spoken than the Cloak of Levitation flew over and draped itself over Luo Bai's shoulders, subsequently remaining still like an ordinary cloak, devoid of further movement. Observing this, Luo Bai continued, Very well. Let us proceed to explore the second floor. Daniel nodded and resumed leading the way. The second floor of the New York Sanctum housed numerous rooms, including studies and bedrooms. However, what captivated Luo Bai the most were the various magical artifacts displayed on the second floor. These showcases held an array of magical items from the multiverse. This is the Dragon Fong Sword. That is the Axe of Angarum. And here is the Cosmic Cauldron. Daniel introduced each one in turn. Luo Bai paused, casting his gaze upon an object resembling a holy grail, and inquired, Is this called the Cosmic Cauldron? Indeed, Daniel confirmed. Why is it named so? What purpose does it serve? Luo Bai asked, picking it up for closer inspection. Daniel explained, It is an artifact utilized by sorcerers to predict the future and unveil the secrets of the universe. Sorcerers typically need to recite incantations to activate it, but very few can do so effectively, as predicting the future is no simple task. Just as Daniel was explaining, he suddenly noticed that Luo Bai had already begun to use it. In an instant, Daniel was left speechless. No, he hadn't even mentioned what the incantation was. How did Luo Bai start the activation? Puzzled, Daniel could not help but ask Wang beside him, Wang, did you tell him the activation incantation? Wang shook his head. No, then how did the Supreme Sorcerer activate the Cosmic Cauldron? Daniel pressed. Wang furrowed his brow and replied helplessly, Who knows? Daniel fell silent. That moment, Luo Bai had completed his trial. The conclusion he arrived at was that it was completely inferior to the Time Stone. The Cosmic Cauldron's function was not like the Time Stone, which could directly show you the future. Rather, it resembled a prophetic artifact capable of foretelling the future, and oh wonder, the Ancient Ones seldom used this artifact and prefer to let other sorcerers utilize it. However, for an average sorcerer, this artifact was indeed quite remarkable. With this thought, Luo Bai returned the artifact to its original place. When he turned back around, he noticed that both Daniel and Wang wore expressions of bewilderment. Luo Bai, somewhat puzzled, couldn't help but ask, Why do you both look so confused? At this moment, Wang finally inquired, Do you know how to use this thing? I don't know, Luo Bai shook his head. This is my first time encountering it. Then how did you know the incantation? Wang asked again. Luo Bai replied earnestly, I guessed. What? You guessed? In an instant, both Wang and Daniel widened their eyes in shock. Magic incantations are that easy to guess. Wang could not help but scoff. Luo Bai remained silent, merely observing Wang's astonished expression, inwardly reflecting. With fortune on his side, was it a simple matter to guess a password? After all, he had also guessed the incantation from Agamotto. Naturally, he kept this thought to himself and said nothing further. After thoroughly exploring the sanctum, Luo Bai finally spoke up. All right, I have a good understanding of the New York sanctum now, Master Daniel. I intend to take on the responsibility of guarding the sanctum from now on. His meaning was unmistakable. Daniel, understanding the implication, responded, "Then I shall leave the sanctum in the capable hands of the Supreme Sorcerer. I will take my leave now." With that, Daniel departed. Once he was gone, Wang asked, "Is there anything else you need me to do, Supreme Sorcerer?" Luo Bai shook his head, replying, "Not for now, that I will be at the training ground at 6 a.m. tomorrow. You can go about your business. Thank you, Wang." "You are too courteous, Supreme Sorcerer," Wang replied, before also leaving the New York sanctum. After the two had departed, Luo Bai entered the study and began to peruse the books and materials provided by Mordo. Given that Luo Bai had now mastered time magic with considerable proficiency, thus, he has already mastered the ability to utilize the acceleration of time for reading and learning, with an entire wall filled with books and materials. Luo Bai managed to finish reading them in less than half an hour. Upon completion, he gained a general understanding of the temple and the magical formations. Successive Supreme Sorcerers have always integrated their magic with the formations that simulate Earth. In this manner, regardless of their physical location or the state of their souls, the Supreme Sorcerers can instantly perceive the circumstances on Earth and monitor everything concerning Kamartaj. Merging with the magical formations is not particularly difficult. Luo Bai succeeded on his first attempt. Successfully connecting equated to Luo by possessing a simulated celestial body. Whenever he desired, he could perceive and observe everything happening on Earth at any time. Naturally, perfect observation was not feasible in all locations. Certain areas might present obstacles. After all, those who wield magic on Earth extend beyond just the sorcerers of Kamartaj. Currently, the only place he could observe clearly and without obstruction was the city of Kamartaj itself. This was understandable, as Kamartaj serves as the nexus of the magical formations. The closer one is to the center, the better the observation. Once the connection with Kamartaj was established, Luo Bai devised a plan to study the Dark Grimoire. Despite the apparent tranquility of Earth, the peace was largely attributed to the presence of the Ancient One, the most powerful sorcerer on Earth. The Ancient One's existence had deterred many formidable entities. However, with the Ancient One's demise, it would not be long before this news spread throughout the universe. This signified that Earth was on the brink of unrest. The timeline of the universe had already been altered by Luo Bai's arrival. Hence, he could not rely on the memories of the previous timeline, that he needed to prepare for the impending crises that might unfold on Earth. And the most effective means was to enhance his own power. With this thought, Luo Bai retrieved the Dark Grimoire he had sealed and began his studies. Having trained his soul rigorously beforehand, the corrosive nature of the Dark Grimoire, while still present, was no longer as overwhelming as it had initially been. After a thorough perusal of the Dark Grimoire, Luo Bai grasped the general contents within. The magic contained in the Dark Grimoire could be categorized into 6 primary types: how to enter the evil dimensional space, how to transform into a vampire or werewolf, how to control human will, how to summon Shathra, how to absorb spiritual energy, and how to draw in dark power. The magic here is exceedingly extreme. Some spells, once learned, would undoubtedly lead to a loss of control. Thus, Luo Bai opted for the comparatively peaceful spells, how to absorb spiritual energy, and how to draw in dark power. These two spells are intrinsically linked. As their cultivation methods are quite similar, their training methods are straightforward, essentially teaching the incantations required to learn how to absorb dark power. This dark power is not limited to that of Shathra. It entirely depends on the user's application. In simple terms, once one has mastered it, the dark power becomes sufficiently potent to absorb from various dimensions. After understanding this, Luo Bai opened the mirror dimension and began his attempts. Due to his profound foundation in magic, he quickly mastered the technique to absorb dark power. Simultaneously, in the dark dimension, Dormammu and Mephisto, from the demon realm, sensed an anomaly. Why does it feel as though someone is intruding? At the very moment Luo Bai learned to absorb dark power, a tremendous surge of uncontrollable dark energy began flooding into his body. This power was immense, crashing upon him like a raging sea in an instant. This compelled Luo Bai to temporarily halt his absorption and adapt to this influx of energy. To be honest, he was momentarily bewildered. It was indeed his first time studying the Dark Grimoire, and at just having learned to absorb dark power. Yet at that moment, it felt as if he had been pressed down upon some unknown switch. In that instant, he absorbed an overwhelming amount of dark power. Dark energy surged from all directions, from various dimensions. Powerful enough to be entirely uncontrollable. Continuing to absorb this energy led Luo Bai to question whether his current body could withstand such vast power. While Luo Bai understood that dark power is inherently difficult to control, especially after absorbing so much in such a brief moment, it was natural to feel a bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, after a brief adjustment, Luo Bai swiftly integrated this energy. Once he recovered, he attempted to absorb dark power again, this time with slightly more control, refraining from the reckless approach he had taken initially. Yet perhaps Lady Luck favored him, for Luo Bai felt the dark power still surging uncontrollably toward his body. In an instant, his body was once more filled with dark energy. Concurrently, as the sovereign of the dark dimension, Dormammu could distinctly sense the dark power within his realm being absorbed once more. At that moment, Dormammu was furious. How many more times must this happen? Flashing in and out of his dark dimension. Does he think he can simply absorb power at will? Here it comes again. This is truly infuriating. Dormammu cursed under his breath. In truth, Dormammu did not mind granting others the powers of his dark dimension, for by doing so, he could also control their souls, fulfilling his every intention. However, this was contingent upon his voluntary bestowal. Clearly, this time was different. The dark power of the dimension was not being granted. Someone was actively absorbing it, and the source was Earth. The ability to actively absorb dark power from his dimension indicated that someone on Earth had mastered the method of doing so. But this should not be possible. After all, this was his dark dimension, cross-dimensional absorption of dark power. The Ancient One is dead. Could those sorcerers on Earth, with their abysmal magical prowess, truly accomplish such a feat? Dormammu found this puzzling, yet he did not feel anxious. After all, does he really think the power of his dark dimension is so easily absorbed? Since they have absorbed his power, they must yield their soul, a soul delivered to him. Let them become his followers and plunge in. As Dormammu contemplated yet another attempt to invade consciousness, he was met with an unexpected hindrance. No, how much dark power has this fellow absorbed? Is everyone vying for his soul? Dormammu mused, resolved to uncover who was behind this interference. Just then, he felt a familiar force emanating from the shadows. Zysorn. The Dark Grimoire held such notoriety that even Dormammu had once drawn dark energy from its pages to augment his own strength. Thus, he was well aware of Zysorn's identity. The creator of the Dark Grimoire, the very origin of all dark magic, was indeed a formidable figure. Although Zysorn had been forced into exile in another dimension long ago, he had merely departed, not perished. Who could say when he might return? Consequently, upon sensing Zysorn's power, Dormammu was momentarily taken aback. He hesitated to advance, for moving forward would imply a contest for followers with Zysorn, a risk he deemed considerable. After all, no one had witnessed the full extent of Zysorn's might. Even though Dormammu had studied the Dark Grimoire and absorbed some of Zysorn's power, it was but a trifling fraction in comparison to what Zysorn commanded. Furthermore, the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, had also drawn from Zysorn's wellspring of power, underscoring Zysorn's formidable nature. In a direct confrontation, Dormammu's chances of victory were slim. Yet he found himself unwilling to concede. The power of his dark dimension had inexplicably been siphoned away by another, and he could not accept the loss of that individual's soul. That it was simply unjust. Just as Dormammu wrestled with his turmoil, another force surged forth to obstruct him. Unlike the dark magic he was accustomed to, this was a pure, golden energy. The power of white magic was that the Trinity god, Vishanti, had Vishanti also taken an interest in this human sorcerer, bestowing blessings upon him in hopes of gaining him as a follower. What? In that instant, Dormammu was utterly bewildered, his mind swirling with questions. Who could possibly enlighten him as to the identity of this sorcerer? Why were so many ancient gods vying to claim him as a disciple? What was so extraordinary about him? Cursed be these ancient gods. Could they not remain placid? Dormammu seethed with indignation, and the entire dark dimension trembled in response to his fury. While he could certainly afford to lose one follower, his unwillingness to relent was palpable. Moreover, The fact that this Earth sorcerer had garnered the attention of numerous ancient gods suggested that his soul possessed substantial worth. This only solidified Dormammu's determination to claim the soul of Luo Bai. However, he was presently unable to join the fray. Engaging in a contest against so many ancient gods seemed an insurmountable challenge. He had initially believed that with the demise of Ancient One, he could freely devour the earth. Little did he expect that Ancient One would take on such a promising apprentice. He longed to consume more planets, transforming them into his dark dimension to amplify his own power. One day, your soul shall belong to me, Dormammu roared as he retreated. Meanwhile, one of the lords of hell, Mephisto, quietly lamented, I merely sought to claim a soul. Must so many ancient gods be involved? Unbeknownst to Luo Bai, the god of the dark dimension and the lord of hell were engaged in a struggle for his soul that he remained blissfully unaware, eyes closed, continuously absorbing the dark power flooding into him. It was only when he realized that his body could no longer contain any more dark energy that he ceased his efforts, drawing from his previous experience. Luo Bai adapted swiftly this time. The dark energy was assimilated rapidly, and at the moment of absorption, his irises transformed to a deep crimson. His emotions settled. His eyes gradually returned to their normal state. This power, Luo Bai murmured in astonishment. Glancing at his own body, the sensation of newfound strength was exhilarating. Such feelings were rare when practicing white magic. Although he had felt himself progressing daily, the advancements were minuscule. After mastering the Time Stone, he had indeed sensed a significant enhancement in his abilities, yet compared to this moment, it was an entirely different realm. During the mere half hour he had spent practicing dark magic, Luo Bai's power had surged dramatically. It was no wonder that dark magic was so favored. Even Ancient One had been compelled to borrow a fragment of its might. One could only marvel at its generosity. While dark magic was indeed potent and capable of bestowing great strength, Luo Bai was acutely aware of the meaning of moderation. For now, it was prudent to halt his practice, waiting until his soul and spirit were more robust before continuing. Thus, he embarked on another journey of the soul. This particular journey was brief, as Wang arrived promptly at 6 in the morning. Supreme Sorcerer, it is time for you to head to the training grounds, Wang reminded him. Luo Bai adjusted himself and exited the study. Upon passing through the stone doors of the sanctum, he entered Kamar-Taj as he walked towards the training grounds. Wang inquired, Supreme Sorcerer, are you settling in well at the sanctum? Is there anything you need? Luo Bai shook his head in response. It is quite satisfactory. If I require anything, I shall procure it myself. After all, what a sorcerer needed was not a trivial matter. Wang understood and did not press further. Merely noting, today, many sorcerers have gathered. The guardians of the sanctum, sorcerers training outside, and several of Ancient One's former acquaintances are all at the training grounds. They have all come? Luo Bai was taken aback, unable to suppress his incredulity. Yes, oh many. Wang shrugged. Everyone wishes to see what the new Supreme Sorcerer looks like. It's only natural for many to attend. That is true. Luo Bai nodded in understanding, just as he was about to inquire further. He sensed something amiss. Someone had infiltrated Kamar-Taj. With protective wards in place, it was rare for anyone to breach Kamar-Taj effortlessly. Of course, if the intruder were also a sorcerer, that would change the dynamics entirely. Clearly, the intruder possessed magical prowess. Wang also sensed the disturbance in the wards and urgently stated, Supreme Sorcerer, someone has breached Kamar-Taj. I sensed it too, Luo Bai replied, frowning that as soon as the words left his lips. Wang muttered, strange that I distinctly felt an unusual energy fluctuation moments ago. Why can I no longer detect it? It appears this sorcerer is quite formidable, Luo Bai explained. What should we do? Should we summon all the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj? Wang asked. No need, I can sense that she is currently at the training grounds, Luo Bai replied. Although Wang could not perceive the energy fluctuations emanating from the intruder, he could nonetheless feel them. The source of the disturbance was indeed at the training grounds. The training grounds? Has this sorcerer headed straight there upon entering Kamar-Taj? Could it be that she merely wishes to meet you? Wang speculated, as the new Supreme Sorcerer. It was natural for curiosity to arise among the Earth sorcerers. However, Luo Bai sensed that the situation might not be as straightforward. Naturally, he could not assert with certainty the intruder's intentions. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "Let us proceed to the training grounds." Upon arriving at the training grounds of Kamar Taj, Luo Bai and Wang found the sorcerers already engaged in their training. Mordu was instructing the novice sorcerers. While the more seasoned practitioners stood by observing as Luo Bai approached, Mordu greeted him, "Supreme Sorcerer Wang." Luo Bai nodded. Before he could speak, the veteran sorcerers stepped forward to extend their greetings. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Luo Bai turned his attention to the novice's training. However, beneath this surface interaction, he was actively searching for the intruding sorcerer. Through the energy fluctuations, he quickly pinpointed the unexpected guest. At that moment, the intruder was blending in among the novice sorcerers, practicing alongside them. "Supreme Sorcerer, have you located the intruder?" Just as Luo Bai identified her, Wang leaned in to ask in a hushed tone. Luo Bai nodded, responding, "The fourth one from the left in the third row." Prompted by the hint, Wang soon spotted the intruder, which left her even more perplexed. She had infiltrated Kamar Taj while masquerading as an apprentice. Such a ruse was alarmingly easy to see through. Mordu trained these apprentices daily. It would not take long to discern that she was no mage of Kamar Taj. Wang could not help but voice her thoughts. In truth, Luo Bai was also at a loss as to why this was happening. The only plausible explanation was that the mage perhaps had no intention of concealing her identity at all. More accurately, she might have wanted Luo Bai to notice her. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Mordu indeed detected something amiss. An unfamiliar face had mingled among the apprentices. "Who are you?" Mordu halted, standing before the intruder and inquiring, "How is it that I have never seen you before?" The intruder responded with a sinister smile, "I am Agatha. The library of Kamar Taj contains records of numerous mages, including Agatha. She is one of the most powerful witches on earth, her abilities fearsome indeed." Thus, upon hearing the name Agatha, Mordu's expression changed drastically. "Agatha, a witch? What brings you to Kamar Taj?" Mordu asked. "Ha! Why, I am here to see who Ancient One has chosen as the Sorcerer Supreme." Agatha laughed. As her words fell, a powerful dark purple magical aura enveloped her entire being, and soon Agatha reverted to her original witch form, although she appeared to be a middle-aged woman in her 40s after regaining her appearance. In reality, Agatha was an ancient witch, having employed certain special means to delay her aging, which allowed her to retain a semblance of youth. Otherwise, she would likely present as the quintessential old hag. Given that she bore the moniker Old, which Agatha's sudden appearance left all the mages present in shock, for they understood that her intentions were far from benign. In fact, she could hardly be classified as a benevolent mage, as her ideals starkly contrasted with those of Kamar Taj. In the eyes of the many mages of Kamar Taj, the study of dark magic was absolutely forbidden. Yet Agatha paid no mind to such restrictions. If it served her interests, she would learn it. Consequently, Agatha was categorized as an evil witch by the mages of Kamar Taj. Being evil, she undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Realizing this, Mordu shouted, "All mages, prepare for battle." In an instant, the mages of Kamar Taj assumed combat stances and prepared their formations, ready for conflict. Luo Bai understood that, given Kamar Taj's current strength, even combined, these mages would not stand a chance against Agatha. Therefore, he promptly commanded, "Mordu, take the mages and continue your training." Mordu was taken aback. "Continue training? Sorcerer Supreme, Agatha is an evil witch. Her arrival at Kamar Taj surely bodes ill." Luo Bai replied calmly, "I understand. She will not interfere with you." As his words came to a close, the mirror dimension instantaneously activated, and a formidable force enveloped Kamar Taj, isolating the entire space. With the activation of the mirror dimension, only Luo Bai and Agatha remained within. The mirror dimension? Quite impressive. For one so young to have achieved such mastery is truly commendable. I had thought that after Ancient One's departure, Kamar Taj would be left without a successor. Little did I know you would emerge as such a promising talent. Agatha remarked, inspecting the mirror dimension surrounding her with a smile devoid of fear, more so exuding an air of indifference. She scanned the mirror dimension with a disdainful gaze before continuing her taunt. "Child, you don't actually believe this mirror dimension can contain me, do you?" You underestimate me far too much. Luo Bai shook his head and replied calmly. No, I opened the mirror dimension merely to shield Kamartaj from any adverse effects. Before Agatha could react, Luo Bai silently recited an incantation, conjuring the form of Aiken in an instant. Countless clones filled the mirror dimension. He then directed all the clones to unleash the ring of Lagdur. At the moment of release, a red circular magical shield manifested in the hands of each clone, which alongside Luo Bai's original self, charged toward Agatha. Seeing him initiate the attack, Agatha swiftly responded, engaging in a fierce battle with the advancing clones of Luo Bai. It is no wonder Agatha was known as the Ancient Witch. She handled the myriad clones of Luo Bai with ease, even finding time to speak. Your close combat magic poses no threat to me at all. Don't you possess the Darkhold? Come, child. Use the power of the Darkhold against me. As Agatha spoke, a peculiar smile spread across her face. To be honest, had Luo Bai not been aware of the plot and known that Agatha could absorb magical energy, he might have fallen for her ruse as one of the strongest witches on earth. Agatha certainly possessed formidable abilities. While the book did not detail Agatha's specific powers, Luo Bai, being privy to the narrative, knew that Agatha could not only withstand a majority of magical attacks, but could also absorb magical energy. Therefore, employing close combat magic would be far more effective against her. Of course, Agatha's strength was also attributed to a crucial factor. She had studied the Darkhold herself. From her earlier probing inquiries, Luo Bai could surmise that her purpose for coming to Kamartaj today was to retrieve the Darkhold. Contemplating this, Luo Bai continued to attack while replying. It seems you're already aware that the Darkhold is in my possession. The mention of the Darkhold visibly excited Agatha. Of course, it is my book. I have treasured it for ages. Yet one day, it inexplicably vanished. I searched high and low and finally tracked it down, only to discover that you had stolen it. Stolen? No, I merely found that book. Moreover, it is not yours, Luo Bai replied calmly. Agatha, what do you mean, found it? That book has been in my possession for centuries. You expect me to believe you simply found it? Agatha, of course, could not accept that the Darkhold was something Luo Bai had merely stumbled upon. Ever since she acquired the Darkhold, it had been carefully stored in her secret chamber, seldom taken out. Luo Bai must have employed some magic to pilfer the book from her hidden chamber. With this thought, Agatha angrily retorted, that book has always been kept in my home. How could you possibly find it? Luo Bai replied calmly, the Darkhold possesses a consciousness of its own. It can leave quite naturally. You ought to consider why the Darkhold chose to abandon you. Hearing this, Agatha's fury intensified, for Luo Bai spoke the truth. The Darkhold possessed a consciousness and would select its own host. Once the Darkhold chose a host, no one could reverse that decision. Agatha understood that the Darkhold's departure signified her abandonment, yet she was unwilling to accept this, which was why she had come seeking it. It has resided with me for centuries. I am its rightful owner. It must be you who employed foul means to steal it. You mages of Kamartaj incessantly claim that the study of dark magic is forbidden, labeling me as an evil witch. Yet here you are, coveting my Darkhold. It is truly repugnant. Agatha denounced vehemently. Her insults were quite vile, a clear indication of her anger. Initially, she had managed to handle Luo Bai's countless clones with composure, but ever since her ire had been ignited, her movements had noticeably slowed. Observing this, Luo Bai quickly continued to mock. You've studied the Darkhold for centuries and still do not realize it possesses its own consciousness. No wonder the Darkhold rejected you. TSK. With these words, Agatha completely lost her composure. Her mind was filled with the echo of Luo Bai's words. The Darkhold has rejected you. The Darkhold has rejected you. Resonating like an incantation that drove Agatha into a frenzy. It was you who stole it. Damn it. Come out here. Agatha spoke with a voice laced with fury, seizing the moment of her wrath. Luo Bai commanded all his avatars to conjure forth the sacred sword of Visantai, striking simultaneously. In her enraged state, Agatha was caught entirely off guard, overwhelmed by countless divine blades that brought her crashing to the ground. It was only then that Agatha realized that Luo Bai had deliberately provoked her, his aim to distract her, a modicum of cleverness, but ultimately ineffective "Do you believe such meager power can harm me?" Agatha shouted defiantly. With her voice rising, a surge of dark purple energy erupted from within her, radiating outward like a formidable shockwave. The sheer force of her power dissolved Luo Bai's myriad avatars, leaving only his true form behind. In that instant, Agatha unleashed her sorcery. Countless violet beams of light coiled around Luo Bai's body like tendrils, ensnaring him completely. Agatha, possessing ample combat experience, afforded Luo Bai scarcely a chance to struggle. Once she had him under her control, she immediately sought to dominate his will through magic. Fortunately, Luo Bai invoked the magic of time, swiftly reversing the clock to the moment before Agatha had ensnared him. As time rewound, he successfully broke free from her bonds. Seizing the opportunity while Agatha was still disoriented, Luo Bai unleashed a multitude of avatars once more, simultaneously releasing the crimson chains of Setarak. An array of crimson chains surged forth, binding Agatha tightly. It was at this moment that Agatha finally sensed something amiss. No. I distinctly remember Luo Bai was on the verge of being subdued by me. How could the situation have reversed in the blink of an eye? Moreover, she had scarcely registered what had transpired. Could it be? Gazing at the eye of Agamotto adorning Luo Bai's neck, Agatha suddenly comprehended. I never anticipated you had learned time magic. I underestimated you. Boy, she remarked with astonishment. Luo Bai replied calmly. There is much you remain unaware of. Is that so? What else can you do? Agatha inquired nonchalantly. No sooner had she spoken, she vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared behind Luo Bai, and specifically, behind his true form. Agatha's prowess surpassed Luo Bai's expectations. He had employed the form of Aiken to generate numerous avatars. Yet Agatha had instantaneously pinpointed his true self. The crimson chains bore no effect on her. Even though they were the most formidable magical chains in white magic, Agatha wielded sorcery as well. Escaping the crimson chains was a trivial endeavor for her. In an instant, she stood behind him. Luo Bai felt a chill down his spine. He intended to use magic to teleport elsewhere and evade Agatha. To his dismay, he discovered that he could no longer utilize either white or black magic. Don't waste your energy, child. Just look around, Agatha said. It was then that Luo Bai noticed a peculiar and strange array of purple glyphs that had inexplicably appeared around him, interconnected to form a barrier that ensnared him. Upon seeing these runes, Luo Bai began to grasp the situation. It turned out that just moments ago, Agatha had cast a magical barrier using these symbols. This was a sorcery of her own creation, a combination of the powers from the Dark Tome, essentially forming a barrier through runes. Within this magical barrier, only the specific magic and sorcery set by Agatha could be utilized. Any other sorcery or magic would be rendered temporarily ineffective. Even the power of chaos would become unusable once confined by the runes. It was no wonder Agatha was hailed as the strongest witch on earth. Her sorcery was indeed formidable, yet this challenge seemed not to daunt Luo Bai. To be honest, your abilities are quite impressive. If you were to train a bit longer, you might become an extraordinarily powerful mage. Unfortunately, your time for learning has been insufficient, and you still fall far short compared to me. Therefore, the game is over, and you must return the book to me, Agatha declared. As she spoke, she unleashed her sorcery, clearly intending to control Luo Bai, compelling him to retrieve the Dark Tome himself. Yet she faltered as a powerful magical energy sphere hurtled toward Agatha. Although she quickly absorbed the magical energy, she remained momentarily stunned. Wait, did I just see that correctly? Why did Luo Bai cast my sorcery? You know sorcery? Agatha exclaimed, bewildered. Luo Bai shook his head in response. Not really, I just learned it. Agatha was taken aback. Just learned it? No, you learn it on the spot. At that moment, Agatha was genuinely perplexed. Just as she was about to use her sorcery to seize control of Luo Bai's consciousness, the floating cloak draped over him suddenly lunged toward her. Restraining her hands, seizing this opportunity, Luo Bai unleashed a magical energy sphere toward Agatha. While she could absorb magical energy, rendering any magical attack ineffective against her, the impact still resonated within her mind. She had explicitly placed a forbidden spell, meaning that any magic or sorcery, except her own, could not be utilized within this barrier. Yet, Luo Bai had just unleashed a magical energy sphere against her, claiming he had just learned it. This implied that during their brief skirmish, Luo Bai had grasped her sorcery, and he had learned it on the spot. How could that be? In such a short time? How could you possibly learn? Agatha exclaimed incredulously. Luo Bai, however, maintained his composure, stating, "Naturally, it's because I possess exceptional talent. Otherwise, why would the Dark Tome choose me? Exceptional talent. Fine, fine, fine." Agatha conceded that there was indeed a notion of talent when it came to learning magic and sorcery. Moreover, the magical energy sphere was merely a simple sorcery. Learning it was a matter of course. With this in mind, Agatha scoffed dismissively. "Even if you learn this, what of it? Do you think that will enable you to defeat me?" As her words fell, Luo Bai retorted, "Who said I only learned this one sorcery?" Before Agatha could process the meaning behind his words, Luo Bai suddenly unleashed a spell, causing the surrounding glyphs to vanish. In that instant, Agatha's eyes widened. "Wait, did you just cancel my runes?" She exclaimed in disbelief. Luo Bai countered, "Is that so strange?" At this point, Agatha began to feel a sense of alarm. She attempted to break free from the cloak's grasp. Just as Luo Bai cast another spell, black and red light radiated outward. In the next moment, new runes emerged within the mirrored space. Luo Bai restricted the use of magic. This meant that within this barrier, Agatha could no longer employ any form of magic. How is this possible? How can this be? Agatha stammered in astonishment. She gazed at the black and red glyphs appearing around her, observing as they interconnected to ultimately form a barrier that ensnared her. Agatha could no longer maintain her composure. Her mouth agape, her mind racing. "No. You mean to say you learned the sorcery I spent half my life studying in just one glance? You make me look ridiculous. You know?" Agatha gaped in disbelief at the barrier of runes set by Luo Bai. Despite her incredulity, she had no choice but to accept that Luo Bai had indeed learned her sorcery. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Yet she could not fathom. "I have never cast a sorcery to cancel runes. How could you possibly know it?" Agatha inquired in a panic, even if it were feasible to learn a technique by merely observing it. She had never demonstrated the method for canceling runes. How could Luo Bai possibly have learned it? Just as her frustration mounted, Luo Bai casually remarked, "Naturally, I figured it out." "You figured it out? You mean to say that in that brief moment, you not only learned how to create a runic barrier, but also deduced how to cancel it?" Agatha inhaled deeply, nearly choking on her own blood. What a remarkable realization she had come to. It was simply astonishing. Yet upon reflection, it was not entirely implausible. After all, Luo Bai had studied the dark magic within the Dark Tome, as had Agatha herself. Agatha, as sorcery, intertwined with the dark arts, was something Luo Bai could comprehend as well. But what about the incantations? No matter how gifted you are, you cannot simply conjure spells out of thin air. Agatha exclaimed in anger. Most sorcery requires incantations to be unleashed, and Agatha's was no exception. Those incantations were creations she had painstakingly devised herself. The notion that Luo Bai could just guess them was utterly absurd. Lost in her thoughts, Luo Bai spoke. "Incantations? I merely made random guesses. They weren't particularly difficult to deduce, so not only did you master my sorcery after a single glance, but you also managed to guess the corresponding incantations by mere chance." Agatha was utterly flabbergasted. Was this person truly operating on a different level? Could she report him for this? Agatha had initially believed that after the demise of the Ancient One, retrieving the Dark Tome from Kamartaj would be a simple endeavor, which is why she had infiltrated the sanctum today. Yet, she never anticipated encountering such an extraordinary being to learn magic at a glance and intuitively guess incantations. How was she to contend with this? Though it felt humiliating as the most powerful witch on earth, she had been bested by a novice mage. However, at this juncture, Agatha had no choice but to concede. No wonder the Ancient One entrusted you with Kamartaj. "I relinquish my claim to the Dark Tome." As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Bai interjected. "I believe you are mistaken, that it is not you who has forsaken the Dark Tome, but rather the Dark Tome that has abandoned you." Agatha sighed and then conceded. You are correct. Very well. I acknowledge your remarkable insight. I am defeated. Child, release the seals. I shall depart from Kamartaj at once. Agatha thought that by admitting defeat, leaving Kamartaj would suffice. Upon hearing her words, Luo Bai chuckled. Intruder, I trust you have asked all the pertinent questions? He inquired. Agatha paused, sensing something was amiss. Intruder. What do you mean by that? As the current custodian of Kamartaj. The Supreme Mage of Earth, I possess the authority to pass judgment on your unauthorized incursion into Kamartaj, Luo Bai stated. With those words, he summoned dark energies that a shroud of black light enveloped Agatha, who, due to the seals, was now utterly incapable of casting any spells. Before Agatha could comprehend Luo Bai's intentions, he began to absorb her powers, absorbing dark energy. This was a form of black magic Luo Bai had recently acquired from the Dark Tome. Although Agatha was a witch, her powers, derived from the Dark Tome, were also dark in nature. Under normal circumstances, Luo Bai would not have been able to absorb Agatha's dark energies. Yet now, with Agatha's magic restricted, she could only watch helplessly as Luo Bai drained her of all her strength. This meant that from this moment forth, Luo Bai had control over all of Agatha's sorcery and powers. You have absorbed all my strength, Agatha exclaimed incredulously after the absorption was complete. She had never imagined that Luo Bai could siphon off her entire essence. Stripped of her powers, Agatha now appeared as a frail, white-haired elder. This transformation incited her fury, and she roared, You are the Supreme Mage. Have you considered the consequences of your actions if the mages of Kamartaj discover that you have embraced dark powers and done this? I have not. All I know is that anyone who intrudes upon Kamartaj and Earth, whether mage or other being, must pay the price. Thus, you have been exiled, which Agatha Luo Bai declared as he opened a dimensional portal. He cast Agatha into exile. Simultaneously, his magical cloak returned to him. Having been stripped of all her power and banished to the multiverse, Agatha would likely face dire consequences in her current state, perhaps even being devoured, body and soul, by some malevolent deity. Naturally, this did not concern Luo Bai. After all, she had intruded upon Kamartaj without invitation, witnessed by numerous mages. If there were no repercussions, who would respect Luo Bai in the mage community? Her banishment was inevitable, but it must be said that her presence had inadvertently provided Luo Bai with considerable benefits. Point, one of the strongest witches on Earth. Her knowledge and sorcery were realms Luo Bai had yet to explore, making the absorption immensely valuable. After taking some time to digest the knowledge acquired, Luo Bai closed the mirrored space. Soon as the mirrored space was sealed, Wong and Mordo approached him promptly. Supreme Mage, where is witch Agatha? Wong inquired, a hint of concern evident in his expression. Luo Bai smiled reassuringly. She has been exiled to the multiverse. The likelihood of her return is slim, so there is no need for you to worry. Upon hearing Luo Bai's words, their eyes widened in shock. It was known that Agatha had practiced sorcery and studied magic for several hundred years, if not longer. Although Luo Bai was extraordinarily gifted, how could he defeat Agatha and banish her after such a brief period of study? Was this not akin to a novice triumphing over a minor boss? It was no wonder that Wong and Mordo wore expressions of disbelief. From their eager lips, it was clear they had many questions to ask. However, given Luo Bai's status as the Supreme Mage, they felt hesitant to press further. After a moment's hesitation, Mordo finally spoke. Since the Supreme Mage has handled the matter, I shall continue instructing my apprentice. I request your supervision, Supreme Mage. Luo Bai nodded in response. Go ahead. I shall observe from here. After saying this, he stepped aside to supervise the mage's training. Wong quickly followed, standing beside Luo Bai. They remained in silence for a good 5 minutes, until Wong could no longer contain himself. Supreme Mage, I have heard that witch Agatha is one of the strongest witches on Earth. Having studied sorcery for several hundred years, Wong remarked, cautious not to overstep. However, Luo Bai understood the implication behind his words. Are you curious as to how I defeated her? Luo Bai countered. Upon hearing Luo Bai's own admission, Wong finally felt emboldened to voice his thoughts. Indeed, She has studied for centuries and yet could not prevail against you. But I possess great talent. I learned her sorcery after a single glance. Luo Bai shrugged, responding with an air of resignation. Upon hearing this, Wang suddenly comprehended the situation. Imagine someone standing before you, learning all your magic with just a glance, and then using your own spells to attack you. While you fight them, they grow stronger. It would indeed be a challenge to overcome such an opponent. Realizing this, Wang could not help but exclaim, "Is your talent truly that extraordinary? You can learn it all after just one glance?" Luo Bai, somewhat surprised, retorted, "Of course, otherwise how could I have become the Supreme Mage? I assumed the Ancient One had informed you. It appears I was mistaken." Wang fell silent. He had heard of Luo Bai's exceptional talent, but had never fathomed it to be to such an extent, able to learn everything in a single glance. Very well, Wang was thoroughly convinced. "If only I possessed such talent," he murmured, imagining that if he did, he would awaken from dreams filled with joy. Luo Bai smiled, expressing his desire for such a talent, remarking that one must first possess extraordinary fortune, much like himself, who is favored by the goddess of luck. However, these thoughts remained unspoken as he continued to supervise the training of the mages, while overseeing their progress. His phone suddenly vibrated. Considering there was nothing pressing at the moment, he took it out to check. To his surprise, he discovered a message from Stark. The text indicated that Stark had successfully created the latest suit, MK7, and hoped Luo Bai could come by to see if there were any areas for improvement. Upon reading the message, Luo Bai couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It was no wonder Stark was deemed a genius. Luo Bai had merely provided him with a general direction and suggestions. Yet Stark had swiftly upgraded the suit to MK7, that realizing he indeed needed to visit New York to discuss his relocation with Polaris. Luo Bai replied, "All right, see you at the villa tonight." In truth, Luo Bai's task for the day was rather straightforward, merely to introduce himself to the mages. After overseeing the morning training sessions, he welcomed several visiting mages in the afternoon. These mages were admirers of the Ancient One. Although they had not studied at Camartage, they had received assistance from her in various capacities. Initially, they may not have known much about Luo Bai, but upon learning that he had banished the witch Agatha, their respect for him soared. Especially after engaging in discussions with Luo Bai regarding magic, sorcery, and the arcane, the mages quickly transformed into his devoted admirers. After all, Luo Bai not only possessed immense talent, but also demonstrated exceptional diligence. With his understanding of magic and the multiverse far surpassing theirs, it was only natural for them to hold him in high regard. Once the last visiting mage had departed, Luo Bai finally found himself with some leisure time. After a busy day, he stretched and couldn't help but express a light-hearted complaint about the fatigue of being the Sorcerer Supreme. Standing nearby, Wang quickly interjected, "You've just assumed the position. It will get easier with time. If you're tired, you should take a break, Sorcerer Supreme." Luo Bai shook his head, indicating that he could not rest just yet, as he had matters to attend to in New York. Wang did not press further, simply responding, "Since you have business to attend to, please go ahead. Master Mordo is overseeing Camartage. Should anything arise, I will contact you immediately." Nodding in agreement, Luo Bai prepared to open a portal to leave when he suddenly recalled something and turned to Wang, asking Wang, "Do you remember the guardian mage at the sanctum?" "Yes," Wang replied. "Are there many issues over there? If not, I'd like to entrust the library to your care from now on." The mention of the library surprised Wang, although he was unsure why Luo Bai would appoint him as the librarian. He nevertheless agreed. "Understood. I will go and take over the library duties right away." As he was about to leave, Luo Bai called out to him once more, "Hold on, Wang. If you notice any unusual occurrences, do not act recklessly. Just come find me." Luo Bai's words served as both a reminder and a portent of potential trouble that might arise at the library. As a mage, Wang instantly grasped the implication. His expression grew serious as he resolutely stated, "I will heed the Sorcerer Supreme's advice. If anything happens, I will come to you without delay. You can trust me to handle things." With that reassurance, Luo Bai felt a sense of relief and opened a portal to New York. In New York, at Luo Bai's residence, Polaris was seated on the sofa, munching on a hamburger while watching television. At that moment, she suddenly noticed a yellow circle appearing out of thin air. causing her eyes to light up. She quickly rose from the sofa, and sure enough, Luo Bai stepped through the portal. "Sorcerer Luo Bai, you're back. Are you having dinner? I'll make something for you," Polaris exclaimed excitedly, setting aside her hamburger and preparing to cook. Seeing her enthusiasm, Luo Bai teasingly asked, "Didn't you say you couldn't cook?" Feeling a bit shy, Polaris explained, "While you were away, I taught myself how to cook online." Luo Bai was taken aback. Polaris had actually gone to the trouble of learning to cook? Noticing his silence, she quickly added, "Although it might not taste perfect, I've tried it myself, and it's quite good. It's edible." Hearing her words, Luo Bai chuckled. "Honestly, I'm quite surprised. What is the matter?" Polaris inquired. "After all, when I punished you by making you my housekeeper, you seemed rather reluctant. I didn't expect you to go out of your way to learn to cook for me," Luo Bai replied. Given Polaris's nature, he had assumed she had never even stepped into a kitchen. Her willingness to learn to cook was indeed unexpected. Polaris understood his surprise and quickly clarified. "At first, it was because we weren't very familiar with each other. But during this time, you've helped me immensely. You allowed me to stay in the villa, encouraged me to practice my abilities, and helped me get rid of Professor X. Plus. I heard from Mr. Stark that you asked him to assist me with the wanted issue." Recalling this matter, Luo Bai was intrigued. "What did Stark say?" He asked that Mr. Stark said, "I'm now free. The association consulted with various countries and lifted my global wanted status. I am very grateful to you. I just didn't know how to repay you, so I thought I'd help by cooking and doing some chores," Polaris replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Her cheeks flushed, revealing her genuine shyness. However, her reaction brought a sense of comfort to Luo Bai. Being grateful was indeed a virtuous trait, proving that Luo Bai's efforts had not been in vain. Yet, those were merely trivial matters, and Luo Bai had never sought any form of repayment, nor did he wish for her to feel burdened. After a moment of contemplation, he reassured her, "While making you a housekeeper was indeed a punishment for intruding into my home. You have performed admirably during this time. Therefore, I am more than willing to assist you. You need not carry such a heavy psychological burden." His words only made Polaris feel more bashful. "Well then, Sorcerer Luo Bai, I'll go prepare your meal," she said, making her way to the kitchen. Just then, Luo Bai called her back. "Wait, I have something to discuss with you." Polaris paused, looking down and softly asking, "Is there something you wish to convey, Sorcerer Luo Bai?" "It's not so much a conveyance. I plan to move soon, and I might not come here very often afterward," Luo Bai explained. "Move? Where to?" Polaris exclaimed, her eyes widening. "I'll start packing right away. Is there anything you want me to take with you? Just let me know, and I'll organize everything immediately." Taken aback by her eagerness, Luo Bai asked, "You want to come with me?" "Of course, I'm your housekeeper," Polaris replied firmly. "But we only agreed on 3 months," Luo Bai reminded her. Polaris, undeterred, earnestly responded, "Sorcerer Luo Bai, if you don't mind, I can continue being your housekeeper indefinitely." Luo Bai fell silent. Seeing him unresponsive, Polaris pressed on, "I can forego any salary, and I can now earn my own money. During this time, I haven't touched any of your funds." As she spoke, Polaris retrieved a box from her room, the one Natasha had previously sent. Upon opening it, Luo Bai noticed that the money inside remained untouched. "You haven't touched any of this?" he asked, astonished. "I used some earlier, but I returned it all," Polaris explained. This piqued Luo Bai's curiosity, prompting him to inquire, "Where did you get the money?" "Mr. Stark helped me find a job, although I didn't want to trouble him. I couldn't keep using your money, so I decided to go," Polaris replied earnestly. Understanding dawned on Luo Bai. It was Tony who had lent a helping hand. While he pondered this, Polaris continued, "Sorcerer Luo Bai, if you don't mind, I can continue being your housekeeper. I've been diligently training my abilities, and I won't trouble you in the future. Look, I'm not as clumsy as before. I can now control my powers." After finishing her demonstration, Polaris exhibited her abilities that must be said that after this period of training, Polaris had significantly improved her control over the magnetic field. And now she could effortlessly unleash her powers. This brought comfort to Luo Bai, who could not help but praise her, saying, "Well done. I believe you will become quite formidable in the future." Delighted by the compliment, Polaris eagerly inquired, "Does this mean I can move in with you?" "Not for now," Luo Bai gently declined. After all, he was relocating to the Sanctum in New York, a place where sorcerers were forbidden to enter. Even if Luo Bai was touched by Polaris' sincerity and allowed her to continue as the housekeeper, it would be impossible to permit her access to the Sanctum unless she possessed magical talent. However, considering that Polaris was still struggling to comprehend her own abilities, it seemed prudent to delay her exposure to such complexities. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai smiled and remarked, "Though I am moving, I will still visit here. Opening a portal is quite a swift endeavor. During my absence, please take good care of the villa." "Absolutely," Polaris cheerfully agreed. Just then, Luo Bai produced a piece of paper and handed it to her, saying, "This is my phone number. Feel free to call me if anything arises." Polaris accepted it and swiftly entered the number in her phone. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and without a doubt, Luo Bai knew it was Stark. Indeed, when the door opened, Stark stood before him. "Oh, my friend Luo Bai, I've missed you dearly," Stark exclaimed enthusiastically as he stepped inside. Seeing his exuberance, Luo Bai smiled and replied, "You appear to be in excellent spirits." "Of course, after heeding your advice, I returned and upgraded the iron suit successfully." "Let me show you," Stark declared, then shouted, J.A.R.V.I.S. With Stark's command, an iron suit flew in from a distance, and, after undergoing infrared scanning, automatically donned itself on Stark's body. In less than a minute, Stark had transformed. "What do you think? Am I not dashing?" he asked with pride. Luo Bai nodded in admiration. "Cool. Shall we visit my house and conduct some research together? I'm currently contemplating how to further enhance the suit, and I find your suggestion of a magical suit quite intriguing. How about we explore this idea together?" Stark proposed. Luo Bai replied half-jokingly, "Isn't it a bit early for research?" Stark shrugged playfully and said, "All right, just a jest. Actually, I'm planning to investigate the anti-Hulk suit. You know, Dr. Banner is still somewhat unstable, so I'd like to hear your insights." Just as Luo Bai was about to agree, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy fluctuation emerging on Earth. "Wait, Stark, there's a situation," he said. Stark, puzzled, asked, "What situation?" "I just felt an unusual energy disturbance," Luo Bai murmured. Stark paused, becoming anxious. "Why didn't I sense it? Is something happening on Earth? Are extraterrestrial beings invading?" "I'm not sure. Let me take a look," Luo Bai replied. That he activated the time stone to investigate, and upon doing so, he discovered that the peculiar energy fluctuation originated from the Tesseract. To put it simply, the Tesseract is a container for the Space Stone. Given that the 6 Infinity Stones in the Marvel Universe are immensely powerful, so much so that an ordinary person cannot directly harness their might, each stone generally requires a vessel to contain it. The Tesseract serves as the vessel for the Space Stone. In fact, the Tesseract had been on Earth under the protection of CLD since the 1990s. However, it had remained dormant, essentially in an inactive state until now. Luo Bai's sudden awareness of the Tesseract's activation signified that SHLD was conducting research on it. This was not surprising, as SHLD Director Nick Fury had long sought to control all superpowered individuals on Earth, necessitating formidable weaponry. Conventional earthly weapons were no longer sufficient for his ambitions, prompting him to seek energy from the cosmos. The Tesseract was the perfect target for such endeavors. The power of the Space Stone contained within it could potentially enable the creation of powerful weapons, allowing Fury to fulfill his grand aspirations. However, from Luo Bai's perspective, this was an exceedingly foolish course of action. Fury had no means to control the Tesseract, and he was venturing into research without fully understanding what it was. If the stone within the Tesseract became uncontrollable, could Fury truly bear the consequences of his actions? This was not mere speculation on Luo Bai's part. According to the original storyline, H.I.L.D. incessant experiments with the Tesseract had led to repeated spatial fluctuations, which Loki, wielding the Mind Stone, easily detected, guiding him to Earth. Provoked by Thanos, Loki came to Earth with the Mind Stone, ultimately instigating an alien invasion that culminated in the Battle of New York. Now, S.H.I.L.D.'s research on the Tesseract was undoubtedly signaling both Loki and Thanos. Luo Bai had glimpsed into the future through the Time Stone and discovered that Loki would arrive on Earth in 3 days. This revelation caused him to furrow his brow. Noticing Luo Bai's prolonged silence and serious demeanor, Stark grew anxious. Luo Bai, "What is going on?" he asked. Reclaiming his magical powers, Luo Bai succinctly laid out the situation. However, due to the multitude of unfamiliar terms, Stark was left bewildered. I'm sorry, Luo Bai. I didn't quite grasp what you just said. You mentioned that S point, H point, I point, E point, L point, D is researching the Tesseract to extract energy for weapon creation. Could you first explain to me what the Tesseract is? Stark inquired. You can think of it as a powerful weapon originating from the cosmos, one that humanity's technology cannot fully comprehend, let alone control. Luo Bai explained. Upon grasping this, Stark became infuriated. So Fury is investigating a cosmic energy source that he can't even control. That damn Nick Fury. What on earth is he doing? Always meddling with such dangerous matters. At this moment, he clearly had yet to recognize the gravity of the situation, prompting Luo Bai to caution. That's not the crux of the issue, Tony. The real concern is that his current actions will endanger Earth. If left unchecked, extraterrestrial beings will invade our planet. Extraterrestrial beings? Upon hearing this, Stark completely lost his composure. Damn it. Fury told me he created the Avengers to protect Earth, and yet look at what he's doing. We can discuss the suit later. Luo Bai. We must head to S.H.L. immediately. I need to confront him, Stark cursed, his urgency palpable. Upon learning of Fury's reckless actions, he was determined to fly to S.H.L. without hesitation. However, Luo Bai halted him. Don't act impulsively, Tony. What do you mean? Stark asked, visibly anxious. Luo Bai. We need to stop him at once. Luo Bai shook his head. It's already too late to stop him. I can feel the spatial fluctuations emanating from the Tesseract. Powerful beings in the cosmos can sense it too. The location of the Tesseract has already been exposed. Are we just going to ignore this? Stark pressed that of course not. We'll take action, but it's not the right time yet, Luo Bai replied. Since the Tesseract's location was compromised, Loki would soon arrive with the Mind Stone to seize it. Why not wait until then to act and acquire both the Tesseract and the Mind Stone? After all, the Mind Stone embedded in Loki's scepter was a formidable asset. Loki was practically delivering the stone to them on a silver platter. And Luo Bai had no reason to refuse it. Rather than allow Thanos to snatch it away and trigger a global catastrophe, he would prefer to reclaim it for his own use. With this thought, Luo Bai reassured Stark, Tony, trust me, I will take action when the time is right. Although Stark was quite anxious at that moment, the thought of Luo Bai being a sorcerer and the presence of the Supreme Sorcerer safeguarding Earth calmed him down somewhat. If anything truly perilous were to occur on Earth, the Supreme Sorcerer would surely lend assistance, wouldn't he? Stark inquired. Before Luo Bai could respond, he continued, Since we are friends, I shall not conceal anything from you. My abilities are, after all, limited, and I am uncertain whether I can prevail against extraterrestrial beings. You are already so powerful. If the Supreme Sorcerer could intervene, I would feel much more at ease. Luo Bai, understanding his concerns, reassured him, of course. The Supreme Sorcerer is already aware of the situation. That is good to hear, Stark sighed with relief, although a hint of worry still lingered. After a brief silence, he asked, Is there anything you need me to do? I am willing to do whatever it takes to ensure the safety of Earth. Luo Bai pondered for a moment before replying. Indeed, there is. What is it? Stark asked, If S.H.L. contacts you, remember to call me immediately. Nick Fury's actions have seriously endangered Earth, and he should be held accountable. Stark was momentarily taken aback, suddenly comprehending the implications. Mission Impossible? Okay, I've seen similar movies. I never expected I would one day become a spy, but I am quite willing. Rest assured, if S.H.L. reaches out to me, I will certainly call you, Stark declared, casually gesturing an okay sign. Luo Bai chuckled, and then shifted the topic. Asking, by the way, didn't you ask me to help you figure out how to upgrade your suit? Let's go check out your villa. Meanwhile, at S.H.L.D. headquarters, agents led by Coulson were conducting a stringent lockdown of the basement. Dr. Selvig and a team of researchers were studying the Tesseract. The energy fluctuations are intensifying. Dr. Selvig, shut down the power immediately. The power is off, but the Tesseract's energy continues to emanate. Dr. Selvig, we can no longer control the Tesseract. It appears to have activated itself. As their research progressed, Dr. Selvig and his team found themselves utterly unable to manage the Tesseract. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Coulson promptly contacted Nick Fury. S.H.L. was unable to control the Tesseract. Having inadvertently activated it, the energy was continuously released, growing increasingly uncontrollable with the passage of time. The Tesseract seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, acting with impunity upon learning of this development. Nick Fury returned to Civil headquarters as swiftly as possible after finishing his prior engagements. 3 days later, he arrived at the S.H.L.D. building, only to find that the Tesseract had completely spiraled out of control. It had autonomously opened a portal, allowing Loki to descend upon Earth. It was not until Loki seized the Tesseract while wielding the Mind Scepter that Nick Fury fully grasped the seriousness of the matter. In that moment, the words of Luo Bai echoed in his mind. Do you think you can control everything? No, you cannot control anything. Fury felt a deep sense of frustration, but he was unable to think clearly. The theft of the Tesseract would inevitably pose a threat to Earth, and he could only seek assistance from others to retrieve it. Although, given the current circumstances, Luo Bai should be perfectly capable of resolving the issue. He did not dare to ask for his help and thus sought out other allies instead. That moment, atop Stark Industries, Stark and Pepper were engaged in a conversation over drinks. Tony, I recall that your suit has successfully upgraded. Yet you seem somewhat unwell these past few days. Is everything all right? Pepper inquired with concern. Stark remained silent, merely taking a sip of his drink. 3 days prior, Luo Bai had informed him that extraterrestrials were about to invade Earth. While he knew that with the Supreme Sorcerer and Luo Bai present, Earth should be safe, Stark still felt a profound worry. His anxiety had transformed into restlessness, yet he hesitated to disclose this to Pepper. After contemplating, Stark responded with a smile. It's nothing serious. I just feel a bit tired. You have been working tirelessly on your suit and haven't had a proper rest in quite some time. Tony, you really should take a break, Pepper urged. However, Stark found it impossible to sleep, his mind consumed by thoughts of extraterrestrials. That moment, he heard Jarvis's voice through his phone. Sir, my program has been rewritten. As Jarvis's voice faded, Coulson's voice followed. Stark, we need to talk. Coulson, from S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon hearing this voice, Stark's interest piqued. I've been wanting to reach out to you for ages. Where are you? I'm coming to find you right now, Stark declared. No sooner had he spoken than Coulson appeared at the door. Stark quickly sent a message to Luo by using a secure program. After sending the message, Stark set his phone down and turned his attention to Coulson. Noticing that only Coulson had arrived, Stark asked, Where's Nick Fury? Why didn't he come? The director has other matters to attend to, Coulson replied with a smile. Other matters? You mean matters that threaten Earth? Stark inquired. Coulson appeared momentarily confused, asking, I do not understand what you mean. You need not understand. You simply must summon Nick Fury here immediately. Stark exclaimed angrily, his expression grave. Coulson sensed Stark's agitation, but, due to the urgency of the situation, refrained from probing further, merely saying, If you urgently require him, I will relay your message. However, before that, I hope you will first review this information. I have just implanted it into your phone. After delivering his message, Coulson departed. Furrowing his brow, Stark opened the file sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. just as Luo Bai had indicated. S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed studying the Tesseract. Moreover, it had been stolen by an extraterrestrial visitor named Loki. Upon reading this information, Stark could no longer remain calm. He immediately flew to Luo Bai's apartment. Fortunately, Luo Bai was at home that day. Thank goodness you are here, Luo Bai, Stark exclaimed as soon as the door opened. I received a message and suspected you would come looking for me, so I deliberately waited for you, Luo Bai replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Stark urgently explained the current situation. You were right. Nick Fury is indeed researching the Tesseract. Now, an extraterrestrial named Loki has stolen it. This is very dangerous, Luo Bai. I am aware, Luo Bai responded. Previously, he had used the time stone to examine the timeline of the future and was fully informed about all potential occurrences. Thus, he was not particularly worried. However, Stark was quite anxious. This extraterrestrial named Loki appears to possess formidable abilities, and, notwithstanding, do you know who he is? Luo Bai nodded, replying, I am familiar with Loki. He is an Asgardian, the son of Odin. Upon hearing the name Odin, Stark was visibly taken aback. Odin? The father of all gods from the storybooks? Stark asked incredulously. After receiving a confirming response from Luo Bai, Stark wore a remarkable expression. The existence of sorcerers on Earth was already astonishing enough, and now he was being told that Odin from myth and legend resided in the cosmos. Stark appeared utterly bewildered and couldn't help but comment. I feel like I might need some time to digest this. Just then, Polaris arrived with a cup of coffee. Thank you, Miss Lorna. This coffee is quite timely, Stark remarked while taking the cup. After sipping the coffee, Stark's expression remained one of astonishment. After what felt like an eternity, he finally mustered the courage to ask, Luo Bai, may I ask a rather bold question? Go ahead, Luo Bai replied. Who is more powerful? The Supreme Sorcerer or Odin? This, too, was unclear to Luo Bai. He sighed, expressing his unawareness of who would prevail in a contest between himself and Odin, having never faced him. Hearing Luo Bai's uncertainty only heightened Stark's apprehension. You mentioned that Loki is Odin's son. Does that mean his actions in coming to Earth to steal the Tesseract are sanctioned by Odin? Stark could not help but inquire. Not all, Loki replied, shaking his head. Odin is unaware of this matter, I see. Stark muttered, then asked, can the Supreme Sorcerer deal with Loki? That should be relatively straightforward. Loki responded, that's good to hear. He is far too dangerous to remain on Earth. Stark sighed in relief. He took another sip of coffee, and upon finishing, he continued, do you have any plans? Yes, we have a plan, Loki replied. What is the plan? Do you need my assistance? Stark inquired. Wait, Loki said. Wait? For what? For Loki to come to me on his own. His unauthorized invasion of Earth requires judgment. Loki explained. Stark was taken aback, incredulously retorting. How could he possibly come to you for judgment? Loki remained silent, merely using his mind to activate a retrieval spell. With the opening of a small yellow circle, he reached his hand inside, that he then produced a scepter and a blue, square energy cube. Stark was momentarily bewildered by these items. What are these? Stark asked. The Tesseract and the Mind Stone. Loki replied, Stark. He will be here shortly, Loki stated. Stark shrugged in resignation. Impressive. It seems my concerns were somewhat unwarranted. That moment, Loki stared at his empty hands. Utterly bewildered. No. Where's my Tesseract? Where's my Mind Stone? How could such large items just vanish? Who took them? Loki fumed when suddenly he noticed a note lying on the ground. It bore a message. I graciously accept the raw gem you delivered to my doorstep. To express my gratitude, please come to this location. It was followed by an address, and the note concluded with the Supreme Sorcerer. Upon reading those words, Loki was enraged. What do you mean I delivered it to you? This is theft, Supreme Sorcerer. Damn that Supreme Sorcerer. Just you wait. I am coming for you now. Loki shouted infuriated. This juncture, Loki was seething with rage. After pilfering the Tesseract from S.H.I.E.L.D., he had taken the Mind Stone and a multitude of researchers to an abandoned factory. To achieve his objectives, Loki needed to find a way to harness the power within the Tesseract. In simpler terms, he required a device to activate its formidable energy and open a cosmic portal. Once the portal was opened, the Chitauri would be able to invade Earth in droves. Once Earth was completely conquered, he would ascend to the throne as king. This was the reason Loki had come to Earth to seize the Tesseract. He aspired to be the ruler, to reign over Earth. Yet, he never anticipated that while the technicians were working on the device, he merely took a soul trip to the Chitauri homeworld to discuss the invasion plan. When he returned, to his utter dismay, the Tesseract and the Mind Stone had vanished. Most crucially, the individual who had taken them had audaciously left a note behind. This was a provocation, a blatant affront. The Supreme Sorcerer, is it? Very well. Once I find you, I will ensure you pay dearly. I will pierce your heart with my blade and tear you asunder. Loki growled in fury. Who does this person think they are? Daring to call themselves the Supreme Sorcerer in front of me, the foremost sorcerer of 9 realms. What on earth has transpired? Just as he was seething, Dr. Selvig could no longer contain his curiosity. Previously, when Loki had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., he not only absconded with the Tesseract, but also used the Mind Stone to control the minds of Dr. Selvig and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Hawkeye, compelling them to assist him in developing a device to activate the Tesseract. Moments ago, while Dr. Selvig was conducting research, the Tesseract had suddenly disappeared. Unaware of the situation, Dr. Selvig inquired. Loki did not explain, for he was in a furious state. Instead, he brandished the crumpled note and demanded, "Where's this address?" As an Asgardian, Loki seldom visited Earth, so it was understandable that he was unfamiliar with it. Dr. Selvig glanced at the note, quickly providing the location. Not far from here. Do you wish to go there? I have no time for your idle chatter. Tell me the coordinates immediately. Now, Loki bellowed in rage. Dr. Selvig was taken aback and hastily complied upon receiving the precise coordinates. Loki vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself outside an apartment building. After confirming the address, he muttered through gritted teeth, "I've found you, Supreme Sorcerer. Your days are numbered." Just as he prepared to force his way inside, he suddenly sensed something amiss. A familiar power was approaching him. Loki's expression shifted as he swiftly turned around. He spotted a gleaming object hurtling towards him like a meteor. What on earth is that? Suddenly, without any warning, a hammer struck Loki, sending him sprawling face first onto the ground. He lay there, pinned beneath a massive hammer that glimmered in the night. Thor's enchanted hammer. Mjolnir. Loki, what was that aimed so precisely? Loki thought to himself. Struggling to breathe as he coughed up blood, he attempted to rise, but the weight of Mjolnir rendered him incapable of catching his breath. "Thor," he shouted, in the blink of an eye. Thor appeared before him, radiating with vigor. "Oh, my brother, it has been so long. I apologize for meeting you in such a manner. Are you well?" Thor smiled broadly. Loki. He had come so close to personally dispatching that accursed Supreme Sorcerer. Yet he could never have anticipated being felled by Thor before he even reached the door. This moment, Loki's rage reached its zenith. "Thor, can you please remove that damned hammer from my back?" Loki yelled. Thor shook his head nonchalantly, replying, "To prevent your escape, I deem this to be the most prudent course of action." "Damn it." Loki's face flushed crimson with anger as he cursed. Thor, witnessing Loki's fury, could hardly contain his delight, but he knew his brother all too well. But he had expected some trouble upon Thor's arrival, yet it had been resolved with such ease. Looking down at Loki, immobilized beneath Mjolnir, Thor inquired, "Where's the Tesseract, Loki?" Hearing the phrase Tesseract only fueled Loki's anger further. However, at that moment, he composed himself. He recognized how to handle his brother. This brute would not yield to force. Thus, to extricate himself from this situation, Loki adopted an air of vulnerability. "I, too, am searching for the Tesseract," Loki asserted. "Searching too? You lost the Tesseract?" Thor questioned. "A self-proclaimed Supreme Sorcerer stole the Tesseract and my scepter. Had you arrived a moment later, I would have apprehended him," Loki replied, his tone laced with feigned helplessness and fury. Despite the sincerity apparent on Loki's face, Thor was far from convinced by his brother's deception. "Do you think I would believe your words?" "Loki," Thor remarked. He had been fooled by his brother too many times to count, and while he could overlook minor transgressions, he could not forgive the things Loki had done when their father had banished him to Earth. "Do you think I would fall for your tricks again? I previously thought you had perished. To my astonishment, not only are you alive, but you have also made your way to Earth," Thor exclaimed in anger. When Thor was banished to Earth, his father Odin stripped him of all his powers. His mischievous brother not only nearly caused his demise on Earth, but also incited an invasion of the Frost Giants upon Asgard. Although his brother eventually assisted him in dealing with the Frost Giants, Asgard suffered greatly, with half of it in ruins and the Rainbow Bridge destroyed. Ultimately, Loki fell from the shattered Rainbow Bridge, leaving his fate unknown. Thor once believed that Loki, having plummeted from the Rainbow Bridge, was certainly doomed. Yet here he was, alive and causing chaos on Earth. Upon learning this, Odin used his immense power to transport Thor to Earth, intending for him to retrieve Loki and the Tesseract. Now, however, Loki claims that the Tesseract was snatched away by some Supreme Sorcerer. With the Tesseract and the Mind Stone in hand, how could Loki, the renowned sorcerer of 9 realms, fail to contend with this so-called Supreme Sorcerer? Having been deceived too many times, Thor was now skeptical of his brother's words. "Loki, my father, and I believed you to be dead. Father even had everyone in Asgard mourn for you. Yet here you are, not only alive, but also wreaking havoc on Earth. You truly cannot remain still," Thor remarked sarcastically. Upon mentioning this, Loki seemed to recall something and asked, "He informed you of my lineage, did he not?" "Indeed, he did. But what of it? We were both raised by him," Thor replied. He appeared to be utterly indifferent to the fact that Loki was the son of the Frost Giant King. This was understandable, for Loki knew well that his brother placed great value on fraternal bonds. With this in mind, Loki decided to play the emotional card. "I know, My brother, it is precisely because we are brothers that I have not deceived you. The tesseract was indeed taken from me. Remove the hammer, and I shall lead you to it. Perhaps it was the term brother that struck a chord with Thor. Ultimately, he chose to trust Loki. Lifting the hammer that had been pressed against his brother's back, Loki finally felt a sense of rebirth. Stretching his limbs, Thor spoke. Take me to find the tesseract. I hope this time you are not deceiving me. I assure you, I will not deceive you, Loki responded, feigning innocence. However, in reality, he had his own ulterior motives, preparing to take Thor to confront the Supreme Sorcerer. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed. Hulk! In the next instant, a massive green figure burst forth. Before Loki or Thor could react, Hulk seized Loki by his foot, slamming him to the ground repeatedly, as if he were a mere ragdoll. Loki exclaimed, "No! What is this creature? And why did it suddenly appear? Moreover, Thor is right beside me. Why do you not strike him instead? Why?" The sounds of impacts reverberated through the still night sky. For a moment, Thor stood in stunned silence, watching as the green giant mercilessly pounded his brother into the ground. His expression was a tapestry of emotions. Only when Hulk ceased his assault did Thor regain his senses, gazing down at his brother, who lay in a crater. Thor could not help but ask, "Loki, are you all right?" Loki remained silent, clearly dazed from the blows. Thor continued, "Though you were struck 56 times, you will be fine, won't you?" Finally, Loki responded, "Thor, you just stood there and watched your brother." 56 times? Thor shrugged, exasperated. It was all so sudden. I couldn't react in time. Although his explanation was quite reasonable, the smirk that betrayed him revealed his true feelings. Thor had no intention of intervening. "Thor!" Loki shouted. Just as he finished, Hulk bellowed again. "Hulk!" In an instant, Loki fell silent, looking up at the menacing Hulk, his eyes wide with fear. Thor could no longer contain his delight and remarked, "Loki, I have never seen you so obedient." Loki was at a loss. He could not comprehend why the giant, without hesitation, chose to target him instead of Thor, who stood so close and was much larger. It seemed so unfair. Yet, Loki had no time to ponder this. For the green giant Hulk was now looming nearby, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Loki dared not speak or meet Hulk's eyes, instead choosing to lie still in terror. Once the commotion subsided, Thor finally remembered to inquire about the green giant's presence. "Who are you, and why are you here?" he asked, gripping his hammer tightly. Before Hulk could respond, a woman clad in a black bodysuit stepped forward to answer. "His name is Hulk, and he is a member of the Avengers." Thor furrowed his brow, turning his attention to the woman, asking, "And who might you be?" "I am Natasha. Your brother Loki has stolen the tesseract from H.L.D, and he must return it," she explained. Thor had heard of it during his previous visit to Earth. Upon realizing she was also after the tesseract, he scowled and retorted, "I shall never allow you to take the tesseract back to H.L.D. With that, his gaze sharpened, sensing Natasha's hostility. Hulk, sensing Thor's aggression, grew increasingly furious to Hulk. He roared, locking his eyes on Thor. "You two are in cahoots? Excellent. I was just eager to test this brute strength," Thor declared. With that, he threw his hammer at Hulk. The blow landed squarely, leaving Hulk momentarily dazed. Shaking his head to regain his bearings, Hulk became even angrier. "Hulk!" he roared, launching a powerful punch at Thor. The impact sent Thor flying. As Thor landed, Hulk pounced upon him, pinning him down, delivering a barrage of punches to his face. Each blow left Thor more dazed than the last. Fortunately, Thor managed to summon his hammer, which struck Hulk, allowing him to regain his composure. After taking a beating, Thor became more alert, realizing that the green giant was no ordinary foe. Before he could contemplate further, Hulk lunged at him again, and the two were soon engulfed in a chaotic brawl. The scene descended into utter pandemonium, precisely what Loki had been hoping to witness. Observing Thor engaged in battle with Hulk, Loki seized his opportunity, and no longer pretending to be incapacitated, he climbed out of the crater, intent on seizing the tesseract from the so-called Supreme Sorcerer. Just then, Natasha blocked his path. "You intend to flee? Foolish mortal. Do you believe you can stop me?" Loki retorted angrily, producing a dagger and engaging Natasha in combat. Clearly, Natasha was no match for Loki. However, He seemed disinterested in prolonging the fight, opting not to harm her. After breaking free from her grasp, he dashed into an apartment. Natasha attempted to follow, but suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. This apartment seemed eerily familiar. Confused, she glanced back at the door number. Good heavens! Wasn't this the residence of the Lokis? In an instant, Natasha fell silent. Just then, a black sedan sped into view and came to a halt by the roadside. Shortly thereafter, Nick Fury and Captain America emerged from within. Soon as they stepped out, they beheld the chaotic clash between Hulk and Thor. Realizing that intervention would be futile, Nick Fury approached Natasha to ascertain the situation. "Natasha, what is happening right now?" he inquired. It was only then that Natasha noticed Nick Fury and Captain America. "When I arrived with Dr. Banner, I saw Thor confronting Loki. A minor altercation ensued, and Hulk and Thor began a fight," Natasha explained. After surveying the scene, Nick Fury asked, "Where is Loki? Why is he not here?" "He's gone inside," Natasha replied. "Inside?" Nick Fury questioned, perplexed. "Inside where?" Natasha gestured towards the nearby apartment, responding earnestly, "He has entered the home of Loki White." Nick Fury glanced to the familiar location, falling silent once more. Observing the sudden quietude enveloping the two, Captain America appeared bewildered. "What is it? Who is Loki White?" he asked. "He is a very powerful sorcerer." Natasha replied, "A sorcerer?" Captain America responded, incredulous. Natasha nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Can he handle Loki? Should we assist?" Captain America continued to question. After a moment of contemplation, Natasha answered earnestly, "Assistance should not be necessary. I can only mourn for Loki at this point." "Why did you choose to venture here, of all places, to seek your own demise?" "Wishing you the best of luck," Natasha thought to herself, letting out a sigh. Meanwhile, at Loki White's apartment, Loki, Stark, and Polaris were casually engaged in conversation on the sofa. "With all that commotion outside, shouldn't we go check on it?" Stark asked, a hint of concern evident as he occasionally glanced towards the door. "And no need. They will all come in eventually. After all, the Tesseract is with me." Loki White replied nonchalantly. "But now Hulk has arrived. You know how uncontrollable he becomes in a fight," Stark said, growing increasingly anxious. Just then, the door was forcefully flung open with a loud bang. In the next moment, Loki appeared before them, looking quite disheveled. Upon seeing Loki, Polaris immediately grew alert, rising to her feet and glaring at him with indignation. Stark too adopted a wary stance. Loki clearly noticed the trio within the room, scanning them before bellowing in fury. "Where's the Supreme Sorcerer?" Loki White calmly responded, "That would be me." Instantly, Loki's gaze shifted back to Loki White, recalling the indignities he had suffered on his journey. First having the Tesseract and the Mind Stone stolen from him, then being struck by Thor, and finally receiving 56 brutal blows from Hulk. Loki's heart surged with all the pent-up anger and grievance. "You are the Supreme Sorcerer. Very well, foolish mortal, daring to provoke a god of Asgard." "I am a god. I shall," Loki shouted as he conjured two blades, poised to attack Loki White. However, before he could finish a sentence, he was abruptly whisked away into a portal, plummeting into freefall. What the hell? Clearly, Loki had initially underestimated the so-called Supreme Sorcerer. In his mind, taking on a mere human sorcerer was well within his capabilities. Yet before he could complete his bravado, he found himself vanishing. Why must a sorcerer insist on engaging in close combat? Loki White mused, shaking his head in disbelief. Just then, Polaris inquired, "Loki White, where did he go?" "He's gone for a freefall," Loki White replied calmly. Freefall. Upon hearing those words, Polaris's expression shifted dramatically. She had experienced freefall before, at the hands of the king. Although her descent lasted only a few minutes, the sensation of aimless freefall in an endless void was excruciatingly torturous. The memory was so harrowing that Polaris preferred not to revisit it. Thus she fell silent. Meanwhile, Stark was grappling with his shock. He was astonished not by Loki White's use of the portal, but rather by the fact that Loki White had just proclaimed himself the Supreme Sorcerer. "Wait a moment, Loki White. You are the Supreme Sorcerer?" Stark asked incredulously. Loki White nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Stark was momentarily speechless. realizing he had always assumed the Supreme Sorcerer and Loki White were two distinct individuals. "Why didn't you tell me you were the Supreme Sorcerer?" Stark couldn't help but ask. "You never inquired." Loki White replied sincerely. "You mentioned you had only studied magic for a few months. How was I to know you were the Supreme Sorcerer?" Stark retorted, unable to contain his sarcasm. Loki White shrugged. Somewhat exasperated, "Truth be told, I only recently assumed the title of Supreme Sorcerer. It happened so suddenly that I didn't have the chance to inform you. So, you studied magic for just a few months and then became the strongest sorcerer on Earth?" Stark asked, incredulous. Loki White pondered for a moment before responding. "That's about right." Stark was still baffled. "How did you manage that, brother? Having talent is one thing, but a sprinkle of luck is also necessary." Loki White replied. "Talent plus a sprinkle of luck?" Stark was bewildered yet profoundly astonished. "But just recently, you claimed to be a novice sorcerer just starting out. Now you become the Supreme Sorcerer?" "Of course," Loki White affirmed. Although Stark was still grappling with this revelation, he refrained from pressing further. After all, he was not well versed in matters of sorcery, and at that moment, he was more concerned about the commotion outside involving Thor and Hulk. "Well then, aren't you worried that Thor and Hulk's ruckus could end up destroying your home?" Stark inquired. Loki White shook his head, replying, "Not in the slightest. Given his luck, even if the entire city were reduced to ruins, his residence would likely remain intact. Indeed, after an indeterminate amount of time, the outside noise finally subsided. Before long, Nick Fury, Captain America, Dr. Banner, and Natasha entered, accompanied by Thor. Judging by their demeanor, it appeared they had reached a friendly consensus after their earlier altercation. Otherwise, Thor would hardly be so composed at that moment. Upon entering, they spotted Stark. Nick Fury, slightly puzzled, couldn't help but ask, "Stark, why didn't you come out to assist? You're also a member of the Avengers, and now Earth is in peril, yet you hide away here with Loki White." Had he remained silent, Stark might have felt more at ease, but now, not only did Nick Fury speak up, but he also confronted Stark. In an instant, Stark's ire flared. "Assist? Assist with what?" "Helping you reclaim the Tesseract, so you can manufacture weapons of mass destruction that endanger Earth's safety," Stark scoffed. His words left everyone in a state of shock. "Tony, I don't understand what you mean," Dr. Banner queried. Stark let out a cold laugh, revealing everything he knew. "Do you know what Nick Fury has been up to? He is utilizing the Tesseract to create weapons of mass destruction on Earth. In the process, S.H.I.E.L.D. lost control of the Tesseract's power, inadvertently sending a signal into the universe. That is how Loki discovered the Tesseract's location and came to Earth to wreak havoc." The more Stark spoke, the more agitated he became. As he laid out the situation, Dr. Banner was left astounded. "Nick, is what Tony said true?" he asked incredulously. Realizing the tide was turning against him, Nick Fury quickly countered, "Earth is in grave danger. We need certain measures to protect it. Otherwise, if it is invaded, we will find ourselves in a situation like the current one with Loki. Earth is in peril. That I asked that the reason behind your research into weapons of destruction?" Stark retorted, "Tony, do not forget how you made your fortune." Nick Fury chastised him. Seeing that Fury did not rebut, Dr. Banner understood completely. "Nick Fury, when you asked Natasha to seek my assistance, you did not phrase it this way." Dr. Banner remarked. Just a few hours prior, Natasha had approached him, stating that Loki had acquired the Tesseract and intended to dominate Earth, rendering the planet perilously vulnerable. In truth, Banner was reluctant to come, as he knew he had yet to fully control the Hulk. Ultimately, out of concern for Earth's safety, Banner acquiesced. However, he could not fathom that Fury sought his help merely to exploit them in reclaiming the Tesseract for the purpose of developing weapons of mass destruction. The realization that Fury was simply using them ignited a surge of emotion within Dr. Banner. That moment, Thor seemed to grasp the entire situation. "To manufacture weapons with the Tesseract. Do you comprehend the peril of the Tesseract? By doing so, you are indisputably declaring war on Earth to the entire universe. I absolutely cannot allow the Tesseract to remain on this planet," Thor exclaimed in fury. Nick Fury snorted derisively, countering, "Declare war? Your brother Loki has come to Earth with intentions of conquest. Is that not an act of war against Earth? It is your research on the Tesseract that has signaled to extraterrestrial civilizations, thus prompting Loki's arrival. Even if Loki had not shown up, Your actions would have attracted beings from other worlds, Stark retorted angrily. Captain America interjected, should we simply allow these Asgardians to abscond with the Tesseract? What if they utilize it to create weapons? The Avengers, upon merging their efforts, immediately fell into a quarrel, a scenario Loki had come to expect. Hearing their bickering made Loki's head spin. Noticing his displeasure, Polaris immediately shouted, silence. You are disturbing Master Loki. Upon hearing the name Loki, the others finally quieted down. With the room now subdued, Loki couldn't help but voice his irritation. You all came here merely to argue in my presence? Reminded by this, Thor suddenly recalled that he was here to find his brother. How could he almost forget this? Where is Loki? Thor demanded. Loki did not respond. He merely opened a portal with his mind. As the portal materialized, Loki tumbled face first onto the floor. With a resounding thud, he landed on the ground. And the following moment, the room echoed with Loki's furious bellow. I just experienced free fall for 70 minutes. Loki was incensed. 70 minutes. Nearly 70 minutes of free fall. Did they know how he endured that? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Rising from the floor, he glared at Loki and shouted, do you think you are so powerful, a supreme sorcerer? You are nothing but a second-rate, amateur magician. As Loki yelled, he gripped his twin daggers and charged at Loki. Loki closed his eyes, activating the mirror dimension. In an instant, the surrounding scenery transformed completely. The villa morphed into a breathtaking height of 10,000 meters, with everyone standing on a suspended stone platform. Buildings spiraled around them in a magnificent display. Before Loki could approach, Loki moved the stone platform in front of him, causing it to vanish. A despairing scream erupted as Loki found himself plummeting into the abyss. He descended rapidly, akin to a free-fall experience in a high-rise building. In the blink of an eye, he was nearly face-planting onto the ground. Fortunately, at the last moment, he halted, suspended in mid-air, face down. Before him stood Loki. Now, can you be a bit more compliant, Loki? Loki inquired, having just been thrust into a portal and subjected to 70 minutes of free fall. Followed by a high-altitude experience, how could Loki possibly calm down? Is this all you can do? Loki screamed. Fine, I admit I may have been a bit lenient earlier. Loki sighed in exasperation, closing his eyes. He initiated a continuous series of free-fall experiences. Loki plummeted from great heights repeatedly, only to stop just before hitting the ground each time. Before he could catch his breath, he would plunge again. After nearly 10 iterations of this, the Avengers stood in stunned silence, witnessing Loki flickering in and out of view, rapidly appearing and then descending, accompanied by his cries of, ah, shit, ah. To be honest, it was unclear whether Loki was genuinely terrified. But the onlookers certainly felt fear. When I was very young, I experienced a free-fall ride once, but never from a height of 10,000 meters that I suspect that if I went through that a few more times, I might just suffer from a heart attack, Polaris remarked. Thor, is he really your brother? Why do you seem so amused? Nick Fury inquired incredulously, eyeing Thor that moment. Thor showed no inclination to assist, instead relishing the situation, which perplexed Nick Fury. Your brother is in this state, and you find it amusing? Just as he pondered this, Thor cheerfully replied, we are actually cousins. He was adopted. His smile was impossible to conceal if you are not blood brothers. Can you truly disregard him? Natasha questioned. You have no idea. He has always wanted to kill me. When we were 8, he transformed into a snake, and when I picked it up, he reverted to his true form and stabbed me. Such incidents have occurred more than once, Thor lamented. Upon hearing Thor's account, the others were left speechless. Oh, that is truly terrifying, and no wonder you seem so cheerful, Dr. Banner remarked in astonishment. And no sooner had he spoken than Loki's voice pierced the air. Thor, help me. Hey, right away, Thor replied, then continued chatting with the Avengers. Honestly, I wish this moment could last longer. I quite enjoy his current demeanor. I even want to document you need my assistance. My suit can take photos. Tony offered eagerly that, if that is possible, that would be splendid. Thor replied enthusiastically. He then called out to Loki, who was still experiencing his free fall. Loki, smile. Loki retorted, fuck. Thor understood that Loki had no intent to harm, merely intending to frighten Loki. He was unconcerned and found enjoyment in the situation. However, amidst the banter, Thor felt a surge of curiosity towards Loki. He surveyed the mirrored space around him before finally fixing his gaze on Loki. So, Earth now has sorcerers? Thor inquired. To be precise, they're mystic practitioners, Loki corrected. Thor nodded and asked, very well, sorcerer. Previously, my brother Loki claimed that you took his tesseract. Is that not true? Indeed, Loki affirmed, I have come to retrieve the tesseract. You should understand that leaving such an artifact on Earth is perilous. I must bring it back to Asgard. Thor stated bluntly. Loki, well aware of his intent, replied, Son of Odin, God of Thunder, Thor Odinsson, I understand your purpose. However, you will have to wait for the time being. With that, he turned his gaze toward Nick Fury. Nick Fury, you are also here for the tesseract, correct? Loki inquired. Nick Fury was taken aback. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. Revealing his anxiety, he realized that the likelihood of retrieving the tesseract for Sifildu was slim. So he hurriedly explained, I am indeed here for the tesseract, but my sole concern is that Loki may use it to harm Earth. I have no ulterior motives. Loki chuckled softly, then asked, Are you intending to use the tesseract to create weapons of mass destruction against me? Nick Fury shook his head and exclaimed, Of course not. Luo Bai did not respond, but instead retrieved the Mind Scepter. Embedded with the Mind Gem.as its name suggests, the Mind Gem possesses all abilities related to the mind. When wielded correctly, it can influence thoughts, control consciousness, and delve into one's innermost thoughts. Nick Fury, a seasoned agent, is deeply shrewd and adept at concealing his true intentions. Without some extraordinary means, he would not divulge the truth. Thus, Luo Bai presented the Mind Scepter. As the scepter emanated a radiant light, Nick Fury, momentarily losing control, blurted out his heartfelt truth. It is certainly not merely because of you. There exist sorcerers on Earth and beyond, Asgardians and various perilous beings. If you formidable power wielders desire to annihilate Earth, what should Earth do? S.H.I.L.D. must take action. We need to develop weapons capable of eliminating you, so we are not at your mercy. Upon uttering these words, everyone was taken aback, including Nick Fury himself, who was bewildered by his sudden candor. And Nick Fury clearly did not comprehend why he had spoken such words, especially in front of Luo Bai. He was astonished and struggled to find his voice. Noticing the skepticism in the eyes of those present, Nick Fury realized there was no turning back. He chose to express his thoughts openly. Luo Bai, I implore you to consider things from my perspective. I do not possess such immense power. Why is it wrong for me to worry that beings as powerful as you might destroy Earth? As the director of S.H.I.L.D, is it erroneous for me to wish to protect humanity's safety? You know your abilities are not limitless. Even if you create formidable weapons with the Tesseract, can you ensure they will not be seized? Can you guarantee that you will not harbor malevolent thoughts? Luo Bai retorted. Nick Fury momentarily lost his words. As he seemed unprepared for a rebuttal, that moment, Luo Bai spoke again. Precisely because you lack such power, you should not meddle with that which you cannot control. Even if you were to create weapons using the Tesseract, what of it? Have you considered that if they were to be taken from you, the very tools you devised to protect Earth could transform into instruments of its destruction? Stark nodded in agreement, responding earnestly. Indeed, for that reason, I have shut down Stark Industries' weapons division. But Nick Fury appeared to still want to argue. Just then, Luo Bai interrupted him. Nick Fury, you question and fear sorcerers. Yet you have never comprehended what they face. Your actions have left me feeling repulsed. Thus, I have decided to let you confront the life of a sorcerer, to face the enemies they contend with. Upon finishing his statement, Luo Bai opened a portal with his mind. Before Nick Fury could react, he was transported away. In that instant, everyone was left in shock. Where has Nick Fury gone? Natasha inquired. I have sent him to experience the life of a sorcerer. I believe he will find joy in confronting those adversaries. Luo Bai replied. Face the enemies of sorcerers. Good heavens! If sorcerers are already so powerful, how formidable must their foes be? It is almost unimaginable. Natasha gasped. After a moment of hesitation, she could not help but ask, will he be able to return? Luo Bai pondered before answering. That depends on his luck. For millennia, Agamotto and the sorcerers of Earth have battled against dark forces to safeguard the planet, sacrificing their souls and even their lives. The The sorcerers bear the weight of their duty to protect Earth. Yet now Nick Fury has begun to question them and seeks to suppress their power through weaponry. Luo Bai could not accept this. Hence he compelled Nick Fury to face the darkness directly. Once Nick Fury's matter was resolved, Luo Bai turned his attention to Thor. "Well then, Thor, let us discuss your brother's situation," Luo Bai remarked. As he spoke, he gestured with his mind, and Loki found himself face down, having been unceremoniously dropped before the group. "Thor, you promised to help me, yet just now I endured nearly 40 minutes of free fall." Loki bellowed in fury. Thor chuckled and replied, "I understand, Loki. However, the situation is rather complex at present that I must retrieve the Tesseract before I can attend to your predicament." "Thor!" Loki shouted in exasperation, his voice piercing. This caused Thor to frown, covering his ears with one hand, relishing the moment as he said, "Loki, I still find it amusing to watch you plummet. During those moments, you are quite serene, perhaps due to having experienced 2 instances of free fall." Loki, initially irate, surveyed his surroundings, Luo Bai's mirrored realm, and gradually found his composure. It dawned on him that this supreme sorcerer was not the second-rate amateur he had presumed, prompting him to adjust his strategy. "Thor, are you not here to retrieve the Tesseract? It was taken by him," Loki asserted, directing his gaze toward Luo Bai. At this point, Thor was already aware of the situation, responding nonchalantly, "I know. He has admitted to taking the Tesseract." Seeing Thor's indifference, Loki grew serious, insisting, "You must reclaim the Tesseract. Do you comprehend its danger?" Loki's words were delivered with righteous fervor. An outsider, it might seem that Luo Bai was the one originally intent on using the Tesseract to dominate Earth. Fortunately, after being deceived multiple times, Thor had become wiser. He understood that Loki intended to manipulate him in a battling Luo Bai, hoping to seize the Tesseract amidst the chaos. Thus, Thor replied earnestly, "I am well aware that I must retrieve the Tesseract. But first, I must ensure that you cannot move." Loki was taken aback, incredulous as he looked at Thor, and he could hardly believe his brother had become so astute. Of course, that was merely his internal thought. Outwardly, he would not voice it. Instead, he gazed at Thor with utmost sincerity, asking, "Am I not your brother? Do you not trust me?" The mention of brother seemed to resonate with Thor. Loki seized the opportunity to press on. "Thor, he wields both the Tesseract and the Mind Scepter, and has imprisoned us within his crafted realm. Our situation is perilous. He clearly does not wish to relinquish the Tesseract." His incitement proved successful. Perhaps recalling Nick Fury's previous attempts to utilize the Tesseract for creating large-scale weapons, Thor's expression shifted noticeably. Loki understood his brother well. Noticing Thor's wavering demeanor, he continued to fan the flames. "I admit, I originally sought the Tesseract to invade Earth, but..." As Loki began to employ his persuasive rhetoric, he unexpectedly lost control and blurted out the truth. "But I cannot believe it, Thor. You have actually become clever?" No, that should not be. Are you not the brawn over brains type? You should be charging in with your little hammer to smash this damned sorcerer. While you two are locked in battle, I can make my escape with the Tesseract." After uttering this, both Loki and Thor were left in shock. Originally moved, Thor now regarded Loki with an expression of kindness and brotherly love. "What did you just say, Loki?" Thor asked incredulously. Loki intended to clarify. "That is not what I meant." Yet the next moment, he uncontrollably revealed his true feelings. "Is it not true? You wield your hammer to strike others daily, flaunting your weapon. Are you not the god of hammers?" "Loki, Thor." At that moment, Loki finally recognized something was amiss. He turned to Luo Bai, who was holding the Mind Scepter, which was still glowing. It finally dawned on Loki why he had spoken his mind earlier. It was due to the Mind Scepter. "Loki, despite your many missteps, I have always regarded you as my dear brother. I never anticipated that in your heart I would merely be a god of hammers." Thor lamented with deep sorrow, though Loki was acutely aware that he should refrain from further remarks. He found himself utterly unable to restrain the scepter of the mind from asserting its influence. In the next moment, Loki blurted out, "Thor, of course, I regard you as my brother. However, that does not alter the fact that your intellect is rather simplistic and your physique quite robust." Before Loki could further defend himself, Thor inquired of Loki White, "Is there a way to silence him?" Loki White nodded in response. Certainly. Panic-stricken, Loki exclaimed, "No, no, no. Thor, we are brothers. You cannot side with outsiders." At this juncture, he became aware of the precariousness of his situation. He contemplated fleeing, but in the next instant, the floating cloak lunged at Loki. Before he could react, he was struck down and subsequently bound. Kneeling on the ground, "I cannot believe it. I've been bested by a mere rag," Loki uttered in disbelief. And no sooner had he spoken than the floating cloak delivered another blow to his face. Enraged, Loki shouted, "You wretched, tattered cloak!" Thus commenced a scuffle between Loki and the floating cloak. Observing Loki ensnared by the cloak, Loki White replied earnestly, "Well, he should be quiet for a while now." This moment, Thor appeared somewhat dejected, helplessly stating, "I cannot believe my own brother would speak of me in such a manner." Banner quickly attempted to console him. "I understand your feelings, Thor." Thor shook his head. "No, you do not understand. I have always regarded him as my brother." Stark replied earnestly, "If he were my brother, I would have certainly given him a good thrashing for those words. Yet your reluctance to strike him speaks volumes of your affection for him. That it is only natural for him to feel a bit emotional, considering he has only recently discovered he was adopted." Thor continued to speak, and it was evident that everyone felt a sense of exasperation regarding Thor's brother. Nevertheless, exasperation aside, Thor did not forget the purpose of his visit to Earth. "All right, Loki White, you have addressed your matters. Shouldn't you now hand over the Tesseract?" "I simply wish to return to Asgard," Thor said with resignation. Handing over the Tesseract to Thor was certainly feasible. Given Loki White's luck, even if he were to relinquish the Tesseract, it would likely find its way back to him. Thus, he was not overly concerned about it. Rather, he was more preoccupied with the fact that he could deliver the Tesseract to Asgard. However, should Asgard not provide Earth with an explanation regarding Loki's invasion? Having served as the Sorcerer Supreme for many years, Ancient One had garnered a certain level of authority within the multiverse. Therefore, perhaps Ancient One could overlook Loki's incursion into Earth, but Loki White could not afford to be so nonchalant. He had just assumed his position when Loki caused turmoil. Surely he had to seek some form of accountability. After all, Loki's invasion of Earth was not solely his affair. Thanos and the Chitauri were both monitoring the situation. If Loki White did not take a stand, it was likely that both sides would take action, necessitating an explanation from him. Yet Thor appeared to be quite oblivious to this implication. "An explanation? What do you mean?" Thor inquired. Recognizing that conversing with him was futile, Loki White stated, "Speaking of which, I should indeed pay a visit to the All-Father. Aren't you heading to Asgard? I shall accompany you." The notion of accompanying Thor to Asgard left Thor momentarily stunned, for Asgard was not a place one could visit casually. Moreover, as of now, Thor had little understanding of Loki White, not even his identity. Thus, Thor would not hastily agree to take him to Asgard. "What business do you have in Asgard? Although Loki's invasion of Earth is indeed wrong, my father will pass judgment upon him," Thor remarked. Loki White offered no response, merely closing the mirror dimension. Shortly thereafter, the group returned to the chamber. This moment, Loki White opened a portal. Beyond the door lay Asgard. Asgard and Earth existed in different dimensions. Even Thor required the Bifrost or Odin's power to achieve cross-dimensional travel. Now, with a mere door, Loki White had opened a pathway directly to Asgard, which surprised Thor greatly. "You sorcerer, you possess quite the skill. But are you certain you wish to accompany me to Asgard? If my father were to hold you accountable, I would be unable to protect you," Thor stated earnestly. Loki White was well aware of the potential consequences of entering Asgard, yet he had no fear given his esteemed lineage. With that thought, Loki White calmly replied, "Let us proceed." Thor refrained from further persuasion, merely gesturing towards Loki, who was still entangled with the cloak, and asked, "Could you perhaps retract your cloak?" The floating cloak acted according to its master's will, and soon enough, it was retracted. As soon as the cloak was withdrawn, Loki could no longer contain himself. "I cannot believe I fought with a tattered cloak for nearly 10 minutes. Loki roared in fury. He had endured being smashed by the Hulk, withstood the blows from Thor's hammer, and even tolerated a free fall lasting over 2 hours. Yet in the end, he had battled a mere rag for 10 minutes. Loki was now utterly incensed, his mind reeling. Paying no heed to his outrage, Thor lifted him as one might a small chick. Loki, if it weren't for the fact that you have been rather unfortunate of late, I would truly like to give you a good thrashing for your sour mood. Thor spoke sincerely. Loki, all right, we return to Asgard, Thor declared, carrying Loki as they made their way toward Asgard. Loki was most reluctant to return to Asgard. Thus he resisted vehemently. What a Tesseract! What purpose is there in going back to Asgard without it? Loki bellowed. In the next moment, he saw Loki White stepping through the portal. Loki was bewildered, asking he's going to Asgard too. Indeed, so you need not worry. The Tesseract is currently in Asgard, Thor kindly reminded him. Loki, he was filled with resentment. He had initially planned to seize the Tesseract to open a portal, allowing the Chitauri to invade Earth and help him reign as king. Yet, before his plan could even commence, it had already failed, and now he was being dragged back to Asgard. Loki was unwilling, but no matter how he felt, he was powerless to change his fate. With the portal closing, it seemed as though everything had been predetermined. Upon Thor's return to Asgard, his friends immediately approached him. Hey Thor, you're back. Quickly inform my father that I have brought back the Tesseract and Loki, Thor shouted. Soon, someone replied, the All-Father is already waiting for you in the Great Hall. Seemingly at ease now that he had returned home, Thor glanced back at Loki White that moment. Loki White was observing everything around him. This was his first visit to Asgard. Although he had seen countless images of Asgard through videos, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different sensation. From a technological standpoint and in every other aspect, Asgard was far more advanced than Earth. Each structure radiated grandeur and authority, delivering a sense of awe that reached the heavens. Compared to Kamartaj, Asgard truly exuded a far more imposing presence. This led Loki White to ponder whether Kamartaj might be due for some renovations. You would do well to stay close. You are not a citizen of Asgard. If you stray too far, you may very well be apprehended as an intruder, Thor advised in a friendly manner. Loki White was well aware of this, considering he could not afford to be away from Earth for too long. He replied, let us go. Take me to meet the All-Father. Thor said nothing further, leading Loki and still carrying Loki to the Grand Hall of Asgard. That moment, within the Grand Hall of Asgard, the aged All-Father Odin sat in the central throne, flanked by the warriors of Asgard. Upon seeing Thor return with Loki, a squad of guards immediately approached to apprehend Loki. Father, I have brought Loki back, Thor shouted loudly. Odin did not respond, merely directing his gaze to the side at Luo Bai. Sensing his attention, Thor hastily explained, Father, this is a mage from Midgard. He wishes to meet you, a mage from Earth. Before he could ponder further, Luo Bai introduced himself. I am the current Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartaj. Odin was aware of Kamartaj and knew that the former Sorcerer Supreme, Gu-E, had just recently stepped down, with the new Sorcerer Supreme having just taken office. However, he had never met the new Sorcerer Supreme, and it was unexpected that Luo Bai sought him out directly. A glance at the current situation revealed to Odin the general purpose of Luo Bai's visit. Luo Bai had come to settle accounts. Odin was already incensed by Loki's mischief on Earth using the Tesseract, and now seeing the Sorcerer Supreme personally deliver Loki to him only fueled his anger further. He was the All-Father. He had a reputation to uphold. After all, although Loki was his adopted son, he had caused chaos on Earth and had been apprehended and returned by the Earth Asgardian. The Sorcerer Supreme. Where could he possibly save face in this situation? This matter could have been resolved discreetly. But now, with Luo Bai's arrival, Odin had no desire to handle it privately. Taking a deep breath, Odin spoke with utmost courtesy. I understand your purpose, and I shall provide an explanation. Please wait on the side. Luo Bai nodded and stepped aside. That moment, Odin declared, bring forth the prisoner Loki. As his words fell, Loki was brought in, shackled, but at that moment, Loki was already seething with anger, compounded by the revelation that he was not Odin's biological and in his dual fury. Loki was unlikely to speak civilly. What play are you all performing now? Prisoner Loki, have you begun my trial already? Loki queried. Odin inhaled deeply, still managing to ask calmly, do you truly not realize the weight of your sins? Sins? Is it a crime for a deity to rule over one of the realms among the nine? Have you not done the same? Loki retorted. Had this been a private matter, Odin might not have reacted so vehemently to such words. But this was in the Great Hall, with the Sorcerer Supreme present. Loki's words ignited Odin's wrath, and he thundered, "Loki, you are not a god. You are the son of the frost giant king." Loki immediately countered, "Then you should never have taken me in." Odin rebuked, "Indeed, I should not have. I should have let you perish." Loki shrugged nonchalantly. "Then perfect. I no longer wish to live, that I seek only death." Odin, unparalleled. Here I am, a dignified king of the gods, and in my old age, my reputation is sullied by my own son. Truly. Odin took a deep breath, nearly overwhelmed by his anger. Gazing at the defiant and audacious Loki below, Odin felt his heart nearly give out. In truth, Odin had always been quite fond of both his sons. Despite Loki's numerous transgressions, as long as he could utter a few good words, Odin would merely confine him for a time. Unexpectedly, Loki was obstinate and bore an expression of defiance. With the Sorcerer Supreme watching, Odin found himself in an untenable position, unable to retreat or advance. Ultimately, it was Queen Frigga, with her wisdom, who spoke up. "My king, Loki simply has yet to reconcile his identity. Grant him a chance." Thor also quickly interjected, "Father, considering he has not caused a great calamity yet, please forgive him." This finally provided Odin with a way out. "Loki, had it not been for the queen and your brother interceding on your behalf, you would have faced the death penalty. Take the prisoner Loki to the dungeons. He shall spend the remainder of his days there." Odin angrily decreed. Although Loki did not speak, the derisive expression on his face spoke volumes. He was defiant and resentful. "Take him away at once. I do not wish to see him again," Odin thundered. Though on the surface, Odin feigned a desire for Loki to hasten into the dungeons. In truth, he feared that if Loki lingered any longer, he would utter even more blasphemous words. Fortunately, the guards were swift. Dragging Loki away at last, Odin exhaled deeply. Unfilial son, truly an unfilial son. With the Sorcerer Supreme still present, had you uttered even a few kind words, you would not face eternal imprisonment. I expected you to be unlike your forthright brother Thor, possessing a modicum of cunning. Yet both of you are as stubborn as mules. Truly foolish. Odin felt a sense of helplessness. After a sigh, he turned to Thor and inquired, "Where is the Tesseract?" Thor promptly replied, "Father, the Tesseract is with Luo Bai." Luo Bai understood the implication immediately. He said nothing further, merely producing the Tesseract. Odin exchanged a glance, and soon a guard approached to take the Tesseract to the treasury of Asgard. Once all matters were settled, Odin finally spoke, dismissing the assembly. "You may all leave. I wish to speak privately with the Sorcerer Supreme." The assembly bowed and exited, leaving only Odin and Luo Bai in the main hall. Although Odin sat majestically in his golden armor, wielding the eternal spear, his white hair and weary visage revealed the toll of time. The once mighty king of the gods was now aged and frail. After all, according to the narrative, Odin likely had little time left. Before the twilight of the gods descends, he would pass from this world. This thought brought Luo Bai to recall Gui. The rulers of the old era were gradually aging or departing, while the heroes of the new age were making their grand entrances. Luo Bai, the new Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartaj. I have long heard of Gui's departure and was aware of your existence. Yet I never had the opportunity to meet you in person until today. Odin remarked suddenly at that moment. Odin spoke as if he were an elder. After all, he was somewhat of a disciple to Gui. In terms of seniority, Odin was nearly equal to Gui, thus he could be considered an elder. Realizing this, Luo Bai responded politely, "I did not wish to intrude upon the All-Father, but today I had no choice." "I understand. Loki's use of the Tesseract nearly resulted in disaster. Though he is not my biological son, I raised him. His mistakes are also my shortcomings that I have now punished Loki, and I trust such incidents will not recur in the future." Odin spoke calmly to recognize that this situation was partly Asgard's fault, especially since Luo Bai hailed from Kamartaj and was the Sorcerer Supreme of Earth. Out of respect for Gui, his demeanor was exceedingly courteous. Not only did he take the initiative to acknowledge the error, but he also assured Luo Bai that such occurrences would not happen again. Had anyone else heard these words, they might have obediently taken their leave. After all, Odin was the king of the gods, ruling over the order of the 9 realms, including Earth. He was akin to a monarch, with the other realms largely bowing to his authority. Yet Earth was an exception. And Kamartaj was a remarkable exception within that exception. The Sorcerer Supreme was not obliged to heed Odin's commands. With this in mind, Luo Bai smiled and replied, "It is evident that you hold great affection for Loki." Had any other Asgardian acted thus, the consequences would likely not have been merely imprisonment. Odin was taken aback. After a moment, he furrowed his brow and retorted, "Are you questioning my judgment on this matter?" Luo Bai remained unperturbed, responding with a smile. Loki conspired with the Chitauri and sought to invade Earth using the Tesseract. Were it not for my intervention, a planetary war would have erupted on Earth. I trust you are aware of Kamartaj's stance against Earth invaders, that I am returning Loki and the Tesseract because I believe you will dispense fair justice, that in truth, I could have handled this matter myself, treating Loki as an extraterrestrial invader. This statement bore a weight of threat. Provoking Odin's anger, he gripped the eternal spear tightly and slammed it forcefully into the ground, bellowing, "Luo Bai, do you not know that before you stands the All-Father, the King of the Gods?" As the words fell, a powerful force surged towards Luo Bai. This energy was emitted by the eternal spear, infused with Odin's divine power. He was attempting to intimidate Luo Bai. Yet Luo Bai remained unfazed, his expression darkening as he solemnly declared, "But I am the Supreme Mage, and it is my duty to protect the Earth that in the next instant." A tremendous energy erupted from Luo Bai as well. The collision of this energy with that of the eternal spear immediately provoked a colossal shockwave, causing the entire temple to tremble. That moment, Odin finally sensed that something was amiss. Although he seldom concerned himself with matters regarding Kamartaj and the realm of mages, he was somewhat aware of the renowned sorcerers within it, such as Ancient One, Merlin, and Agamotto, figures of great repute. However, he had not previously heard of Luo Bai. He had only learned of this mage's emergence when the position of Supreme Mage changed. As he was the designated successor of the Ancient One, Odin had assumed that a mage who suddenly appeared like this would possess abilities comparable to his son Thor best. Yet the earlier display had left Odin utterly bewildered. Luo Bai's strength could easily overpower 10 Thors. How could the Ancient One have found such a prodigy? As a human, he appeared no older than a newly adult individual. Yet he wielded such formidable power. His magical talent must be truly extraordinary. Most importantly, this young man exhibited remarkable composure. In the face of Odin's oppressive aura, he remained neither servile nor hasty, though perhaps still carrying a hint of youthful recklessness. He was far more composed than either of Odin's sons. This hardly seemed fair. Why were his sons so brash, one more troublesome than the other? Meanwhile, the Ancient One had casually chosen an heir so exceptional. "I am, after all, a king of the gods. Are my genes not superior to those of mere mortals?" How infuriating! At this thought, Odin's fury intensified. The disparity between people truly could drive one to madness. To be honest, just thinking about his two sons gave Odin a headache. Especially after witnessing Luo Bai, his frustration only grew. His sons had lived for quite some time, yet they seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of steadiness. One constantly brandished a hammer to intimidate others, and the other fixated on the throne, always striving to prove his worth, frequently attacking his brother without cause. Oh, the pain in my heart! The irritation made his head throb. Taking a deep breath, Odin ultimately managed to calm himself. He turned his gaze back to Luo Bai. Truthfully, had he been of a younger disposition, he would have acted upon Luo Bai's first utterance. He was a king of the gods. How could he be questioned by a mere junior? However, he understood that he was now too old, and given that Ragnarok was not far off, if he were to act against Luo Bai, it would equate to making an enemy of the mage community. As a being nearing death, he would soon pass, and at that time, it would be Thor facing the mages. Thor still required growth. With his current abilities, he would not be able to contend with the mage community for several years. Moreover, this situation stemmed from Loki's initial wrongdoing, and Odin had already shown him leniency. He had to resign himself to the reality of aging. At this moment, he could no longer act impulsively as he did in his youth. He needed to secure a future for Thor. With this in mind, Odin reluctantly spoke. Loki's nature is not wicked. He merely found it difficult to accept his lineage upon learning of it, and hastily sought to prove himself, which led to his transgressions. Indeed, age had tempered him. The once proud king of the gods had learned to maintain his composure. He intended to resolve this matter amicably. Continuing, I am aware that you are the disciple of the Ancient One, that although Asgard and Kamar-Taj have not interacted for quite some time, I maintained a relatively good relationship with her in the past. With your ascension to the position of Supreme Mage, it is only fitting that I present you with a significant gift that, on the surface, Odin spoke of offering a congratulatory gift, but in reality, he sought to use a treasure to smooth over the situation. This was his greatest concession, and Luo Bai was well aware of it. Although Loki had indeed erred, Luo Bai had intervened to stop him and had even taken the Mind Scepter, thereby gaining some advantage. Now, with Odin offering him a treasure and maintaining a favorable attitude, it would be wise for Luo Bai to accept this gesture. There was no need to sever ties completely or leave no room for retreat. With this thought, Luo Bai softened his stance. Thank you, your majesty, he said. Odin nodded, then rose and spoke. I know that Kamar-Taj possesses a multitude of magical artifacts, yet Asgard also boasts a considerable collection. I shall take you to the Asgardian treasure vault. Aside from the Tesseract, feel free to take whatever you desire. Once a formidable warrior, Odin had amassed numerous spoils from his battles across the 9 realms. There were so many treasures that he could hardly keep track of them all, leading him to decide to let Luo Bai choose for himself. However, for Luo Bai, aside from the Tesseract, there were very few items he truly coveted. This was primarily because he already possessed exceedingly powerful artifacts. Not to mention the multitude of treasures within Kamar-Taj, he also held the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone, and the Mind Scepter. There were not many treasures in Asgard that could surpass these 3. This left Luo Bai somewhat perplexed. What are you standing there for? Seeing that he had not responded or followed, Odin could not help but inquire. He tapped the eternal spear against the ground, as if to remind Luo Bai that moment. Luo Bai suddenly recalled something and asked, aside from the Tesseract, can I truly take whatever I fancy? Odin furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his thoughts. I am the king of the gods. Do you think I would deceive you? Furthermore, as a god, why would I be so miserly? Every one of those valiant warriors has been rewarded with treasures. I am not lacking. With this realization, Odin responded somewhat impatiently. Of course, seeing his impatience, Luo Bai no longer minced words. Pointing at the eternal spear in Odin's hand, he declared, then I shall take this. Odin was visibly stunned. No, this young man dares to covet my weapon. He truly possesses audacity. With this thought, Odin's expression darkened as he asked, do you know what this is? I know, which is why I fear you may be reluctant to part with it. Luo Bai replied with a grin. The eternal spear, originally known as Gungnir, was said to have been forged by the dwarves at Odin's request. This spear was not only incredibly sharp and capable of piercing any armor, but was also fated to strike true, meaning that once aimed at an enemy, escape was impossible. The strength of this weapon needs no embellishment. Odin's ability to conquer the 9 realms with it attests to its power, although the eternal spear had not made many appearances in the original narrative. That did not imply it lacked strength. It simply remained by Odin's side, as he had grown old and was no longer the warrior he once was. Luo Bai hesitated precisely because he knew this was Odin's weapon. Yet, since Odin refused to allow him to take the Tesseract, there was little else that would catch his interest. However, observing Odin's expression, it was clear he was unwilling to part with it. With a smile, Luo Bai remarked, I understand this is your weapon, your majesty. I thought that since it caught your eye, it must be exceptional, which is why I expressed interest. While Luo Bai's audacity was indeed notable, his words were undeniably flattering. His statement subtly highlighted Odin's formidable strength. Compared to his 2 sons, who only knew how to clash with him, Luo Bai was far more agreeable. Odin, after all, was still concerned with his image. A few compliments would certainly please him. Smiling, he slowly replied, you have a discerning eye. It is indeed a divine artifact. However, this spear has been by my side for a long time. You cannot take it. The meaning of his words is quite evident. The Spear of Eternity has been an exceedingly powerful weapon since its inception. Its tip is inscribed with runes, while the shaft is crafted from the branches of the World Tree. Moreover, it is imbued with the might of Odin, granting the spear a sense of self-awareness. The existence of such self-awareness signifies that the spear recognizes its master, much like the majority of magical artifacts in the cosmos. Once a spear acknowledges its master, it will return to their hand upon summoning, rendering it impossible for an ordinary person to wield it. Even if someone were to seize it, they would be unable to harness its true power unless it aligned with the master's intent. This is precisely why, despite Thor ascending to the throne of the God King, he did not wield the Spear of Eternity, leading to its eventual revelation after Odin's demise. You are a mage and are aware that most magical artifacts recognize their masters. It would be wise for you to seek another treasure. Odin advised that Luo Bai, being resolute, refused to change his decision once made. Besides, he believed he had the favor of the goddess of fortune. Contemplating this, Luo Bai replied, "Why not let me give it a try?" Odin furrowed his brow, but ceased his persuasion, stating, "Since you are so eager to wield Gungnir, test your ability to command it. However, should Gungnir reject you, you will forfeit the right to select another artifact." Very well, Luo Bai readily accepted. Odin had absolute faith in Gungnir, confident that Luo Bai could never wrest it from its rightful place. In truth, when Odin sensed his time was short, he had intended for this spear to be wielded by his two sons, curious to see if they could earn Gungnir's acknowledgement. Yet, even his sons, blessed with potent lineage and blood, could not gain Gungnir's favor. Could a supreme mage, devoid of Asgardian blood, possibly be worthy of Gungnir's recognition? Upon hearing Luo Bai's enthusiastic agreement, Odin felt a flicker of joy within him. He had anticipated that it would take a treasured item to dissuade Luo Bai. Yet this fellow had set his sights on Gungnir. This was splendid. He would not need to part with any treasures and could let Luo Bai depart on his own accord. Truly, it was perfection. However, he reflected, young ones should not become too arrogant, for many things lie beyond their grasp. With this in mind, Odin extended the Spear of Eternity and remarked, "Indeed, the vision of Gu-E is commendable. You are a naturally gifted mage, yet you remain too youthful. Many matters." He intended to offer guidance in a manner befitting an elder, aiming to assist Luo Bai's growth. However, before he could finish, he witnessed Luo Bai seize Gungnir. Then, a radiant golden light illuminated the spear, and Odin fell into silence. Wait a moment. It accepted him? How could this be? Odin was utterly bewildered. Gungnir, you have gone too far. This is truly excessive. Gungnir, I have two sons, yet you refuse to acknowledge them. And now you choose the supreme mage of Kamartaj. In days of yore we battled together across the 9 realms, side by side. Now, you abandon me for a new master simply because I have grown old. For a fleeting instant, Odin was taken aback. One of his eyes widened in disbelief, the look on his face reflecting his profound incredulity. Although Gungnir is merely a weapon, it has been a comrade in arms for thousands of years. Such a deep bond, and it simply walks away. At that moment, Odin's expression was one of sheer horror. Recognizing his fury, Luo Bai understood that lingering here was unwise. Before Odin could regain his composure, Luo Bai promptly declared, "It seems I am indeed capable of wielding this spear. In that case, I shall take this treasure with my gratitude, God King." With that, Luo Bai opened a portal and vanished, leaving Odin alone in the temple, bewildered. After a moment, Odin seemed to recollect something, reluctantly shouting, "Gungnir." No response. He called again, "Gungnir." Still no reply. "Excellent, splendid. So Gungnir truly despises my old age, opting to abandon me like this." Odin fell silent. Though he was deeply reluctant, it was, as he stated, the nature of magical artifacts to recognize their masters. The more powerful the artifact, the stronger its autonomy. Gungnir had chosen Luo Bai, signifying that it was not Luo Bai who sought to leave, but Gungnir that selected him. This moment, Odin was furious, yet he found himself powerless. Once a magical artifact has acknowledged its master, one cannot expect it to heed their commands. Still, Odin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He slowly approached the throne and sat down, gazing at the majestic temple before him. Reminiscing about his youth, in those days, he wielded the Spear of Eternity, riding the steed Sleipnir, and every realm bowed before him. Now, looking at his present self, his former valor had faded. They say the Asgardian gods grow stronger with age, and in terms of power, he should be far more formidable than in his youth. Yet, no matter how powerful he became, he could not prevent the onset of Ragnarok and his own mortality. If only there were no cursed Ragnarok. How could he have fallen so low? All of this was the doing of those gods lurking in the shadows. Alas, one cannot blame anyone for this. Gungnir's departure was inevitable. It was crafted from the branches of the World Tree. The World Tree must have foreseen Asgard's fate, compelling Gungnir to seek a new master. Odin pondered, his heart heavy with sorrow, still struggling to come to terms with the situation. Yet he had little time to reflect, for he sensed something amiss. It seemed trouble was brewing in Asgard. Loki has escaped. God King, we have a grave situation. A guard shouted as he burst into the temple. Before Odin could speak, the guard reported, God King, the fugitive Loki has fled just moments ago after escorting him back to the dungeon. We discovered it was merely a projection. His true self is now unaccounted for. Before the first guard had finished his report, another rushed in, exclaiming, God King, it is dire. Loki attacked the escort carrying the Tesseract. By the time the God of Thunder arrived, Loki had already utilized the Tesseract to open a portal and escape. Odin, who was expected to immediately issue commands, instead remained silent. He sat upon his throne, murmuring, this shouldn't be happening. This shouldn't be. Those present might not grasp the meaning behind his murmurs, yet Odin understood perfectly. In truth, with Odin's current abilities, he could observe every corner and detail of Asgard. At the very moment of Loki's escape, he could have sensed it and taken action. Yet due to Gungnir's departure, Odin's focus was divided, granting Loki the opportunity to sow chaos. But this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal issue was that after drinking from the well of wisdom, Odin sacrificed one of his eyes, gaining the ability to foresee the future. Although his precognitive abilities were not as potent as those contained within the Time Stone, which could directly reveal the future, he could foresee significant events. Ragnarok was one such future he had foreseen. However, Luo Bai's emergence was unexpectedly absent from his foresight, and the Tesseract was supposed to remain in Asgard. How then did Loki manage to seize the Tesseract again? Why? Odin could not fathom, yet he had no time for further contemplation. After all, he had just dispatched Luo by using Gungnir. Yet now, Loki had taken the Tesseract to wreak havoc on Earth. Should Luo Bai capture him again, Odin dared not imagine the consequences. Could he safeguard his treasury? Quickly, send Thor back to Earth. He must find Loki before Luo Bai does. Odin bellowed in fury. Meanwhile, in Kamartaj, Loki and Luo Bai were locked in a tense stare. After an indeterminate time, Luo Bai broke the silence, offering a friendly greeting. Hi. Loki roared back. Why is it you again? At that moment, Loki was at his wit's end. Truth be told, he felt a deep sense of frustration. So close. Had he not been interrupted, he would have wielded the Tesseract to open a portal, leading the Chitauri army to invade Earth and claim dominion as their sovereign. Yet he was unprepared for the sudden emergence of a supreme sorcerer, who apprehended him and transported him back to Asgard. Unwilling to concede, Loki seized the Tesseract once more, determined to pursue his ambitions. In his frantic evasion of Asgardian pursuit, he hastily activated the Tesseract to open a portal, his mind fixated solely on reaching Earth. However, he was utterly unprepared for the outcome of that portal, as he found himself standing before Luo Bai. Not only was he taken aback, but Luo Bai was equally astonished, having only recently returned from Asgard himself, only to be confronted by Loki once again. Yet, gazing at Loki with the Tesseract in hand, Luo Bai suddenly had an epiphany. You have come to deliver the Tesseract to me, have you not? He inquired. Loki, taken aback, responded, No, do I look like someone who has come to deliver the Tesseract? Yet before he could further protest, Luo Bai interjected, Actually, you needn't have gone to such lengths to come here. Loki sensed something amiss and, clutching the Tesseract, attempted to hastily teleport away. However, Luo Bai had already anticipated his movements. Before Loki could react, a portal whisked him away, leaving the Tesseract behind. When he regained his senses, he found himself in the Asgardian temple, with his father, Odin, seated before him. Loki! Odin bellowed. Loki retorted, by the gods, I discovered something. So I merely became the errand boy for the Infinity Stone, did I? As he surveyed the familiar temple, with Odin upon the throne and Thor standing nearby, Loki experienced a moment of clarity. You would not believe it, but when I had the Tesseract in hand and was en route to Earth, I encountered Luo Bai. The moment I opened the portal, I was met by that infernal supreme sorcerer. He said, you have come to deliver the Tesseract. Then he took it from me and sent me back to Asgard. With a shrug of resignation, Loki confessed, I could see that moment. The defiance that had marked his initial entrance into the temple was replaced by a sense of futility. Thor, still grappling with the situation, looked bewildered and asked, So you delivered the Tesseract to Luo Bai? It was not a delivery, all right? I have no idea why that damn Tesseract brought me face to face with Luo Bai. Loki shouted. You think he wanted that outcome? He was merely unwilling to accept that his plans remain unfulfilled. He only wished to complete his designs. Yet the result was that the Tesseract had been returned. Well, good luck with that, Thor sighed, shifting his gaze toward Odin. Loki, equally resigned, turned his attention to Odin, who bore an expression of ominous displeasure. He remained silent upon his throne, unmistakably filled with genuine ire. Unlike the initial moment of anger, this was a tempestuous fury. Loki, you have profoundly disappointed me, Odin roared. Loki shrugged, exclaiming, I did not wish for this. Yet you expect me to watch him ascend the throne? I cannot abide by that. The people see only Thor's presence. Yet I am undeniably more capable. As his words faded, Thor interjected, So you specifically went to Earth to deliver the Tesseract to Luo Bai. With a deep breath, Loki thundered, I shall reiterate. I did not go to deliver the Tesseract. I went to claim dominion over Midgard, Earth. I sought to prove that I am more worthy of the throne than you. Yet the reality was he had sent the Tesseract away, and now I must clean up your mess. Thor remarked nonchalantly that it was evident that Loki's composure was fracturing at this moment. It was not only Loki feeling the strain, but also Odin that I sent Gungnir to rectify your chaos and left the Tesseract behind. And you, in turn, sent the Tesseract away? Huh, I barely had time to summon you before you were whisked away. Odin inhaled deeply, visibly struggling to maintain his composure. I could see that moment. Thor spoke up. Father, shall I descend and retrieve the Tesseract once more? Odin retorted sharply. Do you believe you can reclaim the Tesseract? The first time Thor managed to retrieve the Tesseract, it was due to the legitimacy of the situation. After all, it was Loki who had caused the disruption. Asgard could demand the return of the fugitive Loki and, by extension, the Tesseract. Even though Luo Bai was a supreme sorcerer, he would have to concede to the king of the gods. But now, the situation had shifted. The individual fled from Asgard and absconded with the Tesseract. This clearly demonstrated Asgard's failure to maintain proper oversight. Let alone retrieving the Tesseract, Luo Bai not coming to see trouble was already a considerable concession to Odin. If Thor were to return to Earth at this juncture, it would spell disaster. How could Thor, as the future heir to the throne, fail to grasp such a straightforward situation? Thinking of Luo Bai and glancing at his two sons, Odin's blood pressure surged. Fools! Reckless fools! You two imbeciles! Odin chastised. Before either could respond, Odin unleashed a torrent of invective. Loki, do you think you are clever? You have repeatedly stirred chaos in Midgard. Do you comprehend the extent of the mess I've had to clean up on your behalf? Do you truly believe Midgard is as feeble as you envision? You understand nothing. And you, Thor, god of thunder, my son Odin, as the heir to Asgard, all you do is wield your hammer to fight and cause strife. Why do you not engage your intellect? Can war resolve everything? It cannot. Odin's fury was palpable. He directed his wrath at both Loki and Thor, the ferocity of his words leaving Thor dumbfounded. Father, I have done nothing. Thor protested, feeling a sense of grievance. I have done nothing at all. You cannot even manage your own brother, and you expect to govern Asgard in the future. Odin rebuked. Thor, taken aback, muttered, Is this truly my fault? Before Thor could articulate another word, Odin thundered once more, Thor, take the fugitive Loki and confine him to the dungeons. Should he escape again, you shall share his fate. Thor exclaimed. Me? Before he could offer further argument, Odin unleashed a surge of immense power, sending both Loki and Thor tumbling out of the temple. With a resounding crash, the temple doors slammed shut behind them. Outside the temple, Loki, wincing in pain, rose to his feet. At this moment, the desire to rule Earth had evaporated, replaced by a nagging suspicion regarding Luo Bai. Thor, do you not find Luo Bai to be rather peculiar? Loki inquired as he stood, unaware of Thor's darkening expression. Loki continued. Noticing Thor's silence, he finally looked up. Realizing his brother's demeanor was off, Thor, with a friendly smile, Thor replied, I cannot say whether Luo Bai is indeed peculiar, but I find you to be rather unsettling. Truth be told, had it not been for you, father would not have held such a low opinion of me. I have long wanted to give you a good thrashing. Brother, with a lamenting cry, Loki was soon on the receiving end of Thor's wrath, subsequently being cast into the dungeons of Asgard. Meanwhile, in Kamartaj, Luo Bai gazed at the tesseract in his possession, reflecting, I knew you would return. But I did not anticipate your return in this manner. One must admit, the goddess of fortune holds a certain appeal. Having spoken, he cast another glance at the eternal spear in his hand. This journey to Asgard had proven fortuitous, yielding considerable rewards. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai resolved to return to the sanctum to delve into the tesseract and the scepter of mind, just as he was about to depart. Wong and Mordo hurriedly approached. Supreme Sorcerer, you have returned? Wong exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. Indeed, I have, Luo Bai replied with an air of calmness, and no sooner had the words left his lips than Mordo hastily interjected. Just now, Wong and I sensed something amiss in Kamartaj. It seems someone has intruded. I am aware that IT was Loki to prevent him from causing a disturbance in Kamartaj. I sent him away, Luo Bai explained upon hearing this. Wong and Mordo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I thought Kamartaj was facing another crisis. Suddenly, Wong's attention was drawn to the eternal spear in Luo Bai's grasp. Wait a moment, Supreme Sorcerer, that object looks rather familiar, he remarked, squinting at it. The more he looked, the more it resonated with his memory. That I believe I've seen it in some book, Wong continued. Luo Bai calmly replied, you must have encountered it in the concept of the cosmos. Wong nodded in agreement. Yes, I never expected the Supreme Sorcerer to remember it as well. You must have read quite a bit. Luo Bai nodded in response. Indeed, I do indulge in reading during my leisure time. I've nearly exhausted the library's collection. Wong chuckled, his curiosity piqued. What is the name of this object again? It's on the tip of my tongue. It is the eternal spear, Gungnir, Luo Bai stated, in the next instant. Both Wong and Mordo were left flabbergasted. What? Gungnir? The eternal spear? Isn't that the weapon of the All-Father Odin? Wong exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Bai nodded affirmatively. Indeed. How did it come into your possession? Wong inquired. Luo Bai replied candidly. The All-Father gifted it to me. Gifted? Gifted? The All-Father bestowed his weapon upon you? What is the nature of your relationship? Wong blurted out. Having wielded the eternal spear for countless years, to outsiders, it symbolized the supreme divine authority of Asgard. It was astonishing that such a significant weapon was not bequeathed to the heir of the Asgardian throne, but rather given to Luo Bai. Is this even reasonable? Wong, with his forthright nature, could not help but voice his incredulity. Why would Odin give this to you? Shouldn't it have been reserved for his son? Luo Bai shrugged and replied with a smile. It seems these artifacts choose their masters. Strangely enough, it chose me. Wong and Mordo were rendered speechless. Their expressions a vivid tableau of disbelief. They likely struggled to comprehend why the treasures of Asgard had ultimately recognized Luo Bai as their master. After a prolonged silence, Wong cautiously asked, Supreme Sorcerer, I am quite curious about Odin's reaction. Surely he won't dispatch troops against us? Recalling Odin's incredulous expression as he departed, Luo Bai chuckled awkwardly. I don't believe so, but it did seem that Odin was rather displeased. Wong remained silent, but inwardly he was lamenting. It would be a miracle if Odin were pleased. This is far more distressing than a spouse running off with another. After all, a weapon that had served for millennia could not simply be relinquished without consequence. TSK. Although Wong and Mordo appeared somewhat dazed, upon learning that the intruder had been dealt with, they decided it was best to take their leave for the time being, since the intruder has been resolved. I shall take my leave, Supreme Sorcerer, Mordo stated before withdrawing. Wong echoed, Supreme Sorcerer, I too shall depart. Luo Bai nodded, and the two of them exited. As they departed, Wong cast one last, incredulous glance at the eternal spear. Once the two had left, Luo Bai turned and made his way to the sanctum in New York. Upon reaching the second-floor study, the first task Luo Bai undertook was to activate the mirror dimension. Once prepared, he retrieved the tesseract and the scepter of mind. The tesseract resembled a square, blue crystalline box. Its overall transparency allowed one to easily gaze upon the blue space gem at its core. As for the scepter of mind, it appeared to be an ordinary staff, adorned at its apex with a mind gem. Within the Marvel Universe, every infinity gem harbored immense power, and harnessing that power required extensive time and research by the wielder to master it fully. Thus, Luo Bai's next endeavor was to study these two gems. He began with the space gem, for he had previously studied some spatial magic and knowledge. Thus, the mastery over the spatial gem became considerably more profound. Placing the cosmic cube upon the table, Luo Bai channeled his magic to dissect its intrinsic energies. After the passage of approximately a day, or perhaps even longer, he finally grasped the fundamental theories and certain concepts pertaining to the spatial gem. As its name suggests, the spatial gem governs abilities related to the spatial realm. Its capabilities extend far beyond merely creating a cosmic portal. It can achieve any spatial manipulation imaginable, including the lifting of spatial restrictions, distortion, stasis, severance, and even the reordering of space or the creation of miniature black holes. Its existence allows the user to disregard the laws of physics, such as distance and magical prohibitions, enabling them to perform any spatial operation in accordance with their will. Provided they possess sufficient power, that of course, this merely scratches the surface of Luo Bai's current understanding. Should he delve deeper, it is conceivable that even greater abilities could be unlocked, having gained a rudimentary understanding of the spatial gem's powers and the flow of its energy. Luo Bai then embarked on an in-depth study of the mind gem. This research consumed roughly 3 days. The complexity of the mind gem far surpassed that of the spatial gem. It is evident that its abilities are intrinsically linked to the mastery of consciousness. While the mind gem may not possess the most extreme powers among the gems, it undoubtedly embodies the strongest autonomous consciousness. Its self-awareness is so potent that it can independently alter a person's psyche. In simpler terms, when one endeavors to comprehend it, the gem employs its own powers to influence their mental state. Had it not been for the extensive magical training Luo Bai had undergone, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the gem's influence. Fortunately, under immense pressure, he managed to perform a dissection of the mind gem. His conclusion was that it is essentially invincible for humanity. Provided the user possesses sufficient strength, they can connect to the minds of all humans, thereby achieving dominion over the earth. Furthermore, it can enhance the user's mental prowess, a boon for Luo Bai, especially considering the significance of the mental realm within magic. After several days of research into the gems, Luo Bai finally comprehended the peril and potency they embodied. These artifacts are not merely objects for human engagement. It is astonishing to recall that Nick Fury once contemplated studying the cosmic cube. Given humanity's current capabilities, before they could fully understand these gems, they had already been subjected to reverse engineering by the gems themselves. The autonomous consciousness of these artifacts is exceedingly formidable, and with Luo Bai's current abilities, he could delve no further. Consequently, he utilized the spatial gem to create a secure storage space, consigning the 2 gems within, intending to study them further at a later time. The arrival of the 3 gems proved to be significantly advantageous for Luo Bai, particularly the mind gem, which rendered considerable assistance. The mind gem not only augmented his abilities, but also profoundly enhanced his mental fortitude. Mastering the dark grimoire to combat the encroaching darkness necessitated a robust mind and spirit. Thus, after integrating certain powers from the mind gem, Luo Bai recommenced his studies of the dark grimoire. Coupled with the abilities he had absorbed from Agatha, he once again devoured a substantial amount of dark energy. As he continued to absorb this energy, Luo Bai found himself enveloped in an abyss of darkness, signifying that he had inadvertently activated the dark dimension. In fact, the primary ability of the dark grimoire is to instruct its user in how to unlock the dark dimension. However, if the user's power is inadequate, learning the method is futile. Yet, once a user attains sufficient strength, the dark dimension can be activated automatically, even without deliberate intention. Upon unlocking the dark dimension, it became evident that not only could he access formidable dark powers, but he could also transmute energy into ability through this dimension. Wait, this is only my second time studying. Has the dark dimension truly activated automatically? Luo Bai was taken aback. The automatic activation of the dark dimension was unexpected, especially considering he had only been studying the dark grimoire for 2 days. While possessing the dark grimoire does confer the potential to unlock the dark dimension, it is merely a prerequisite. Fundamentally, the dark grimoire is no different from other magical tomes. It serves as a supplementary guide for mastering dark knowledge and skills. Thus, not every user can successfully unlock the dark dimension, although it was inevitable for Luo Bai to activate the dark dimension eventually. He had not anticipated it occurring at this moment. After all, the activation of the dark dimension necessitates immense control, or else he risks succumbing to darkness. Such an outcome is unacceptable to Luo Bai. In his view, to be consumed by darkness and lose control over one's will is indistinguishable from becoming a slave to the shadows. Moreover, the dark dimension is inhabited by numerous, powerful dark entities. One could liken it to Luo Bai unwittingly entering a realm of darkness. While he could continuously absorb dark energy to grow stronger, it also meant that beings like Dormammu, the sovereign of the dark dimension, could locate him at any moment. According to Luo Bai's original plan, he merely sought to siphon some dark power to enhance his own abilities. However, one misstep led to the unexpected activation of the dark dimension. No, Zaisorn, how desperately do you covet my soul? This is excessive, Luo Bai sighed. Although he feigned annoyance, he couldn't suppress an urge to explore the dark dimension. It was not as terrifying as he had envisioned. Rather, it resembled a vast and fantastical universe filled with esoteric knowledge, beckoning him to delve deeper. But of course, Luo Bai was aware that this was merely a fade, and venturing further would undoubtedly lead to greater peril. Luo Bai, however, was not one to be greedy. He dismissed the notion of further exploration and chose instead to study dark magic within the dark dimension. This study persisted for several days. Upon finally reopening his eyes, he emerged from the dark dimension, his soul returning to his physical form. Gazing upon the familiar sights of the New York sanctum, Luo Bai couldn't help but mutter, "Thank goodness that IT was fortunate that his magical foundation was sufficiently profound, bolstered by the favor of the goddess of fortune. Otherwise, he might not be able to awaken from the dark dimension." However, it must be said that his venture into the shadows has yielded some gains. Luo Bai can distinctly sense that his strength has escalated several tiers. Beyond mere power, Luo Bai has also become aware of certain phenomena, notably the existence of chaos magic. This revelation prompts him to recall specific events. According to his understanding of the narrative, the current practitioner of chaos magic is named Wanda. It is worth noting that chaos magic is a unique form of sorcery, possessing immense power. Yet, it seems that its wielder, Wanda, is entirely oblivious to the true nature of this force. The thought of Wanda brings a twinge of concern to his mind. In the cinematic storyline, Wanda acquired her ability to manipulate chaos magic through human experimentation conducted by Hydra, utilizing the Mind Stone. Although the narrative has diverged, with the Mind Stone now in Luo Bai's possession, Wanda has yet to master the control of chaos magic. Ultimately, however, she will likely obtain this power through alternative means, awakening her formidable magical potential. The real complication lies in Wanda's inherently fragile psyche, making her susceptible to the darker aspects of her nature. Should she succumb to darkness, she would be unable to reign in her own power. The potential chaos unleashed by such a powerful, which falling into darkness would be catastrophic. Rather than allowing this to transpire, Luo Bai considers the option of nurturing Wanda while she remains unaware of her true capabilities. With this in mind, he adjusts the energy within himself and initiates a portal to the Hydra base. In the human experimentation laboratory, Wanda and Quicksilver find themselves within the confines of the lab. Soon, both become aware of an anomaly. The surrounding environment begins to shift, as though they are being transported to another realm. Before they can comprehend the situation, an unfamiliar man materializes before them. The sudden appearance of this uninvited guest elicits a palpable wariness in both individuals. "Who are you?" Wanda inquires, her expression tense. "My name is Luo Bai, a mage from Kamartaj," he replies courteously. Wanda, still on guard, furrows her brow and questions, "A mage? What brings you here?" "I have come to speak with you, to see if you might be interested in learning magic," Luo Bai states. Learn magic? Wanda blinks in surprise, her eyes reflecting confusion. What do you mean by that? Luo Bai responds calmly, I perceive considerable potential in you. With diligent study, you could become a remarkable mage. Wanda remains silent, glancing around before asking. Like you, I believe you possess even greater potential than this. Luo Bai replies after a moment's contemplation. Wanda stays quiet, though her expression reveals a hint of wavering resolve that moment. Luo Bai continues, rather than remaining here, awaiting Hydra's experiments. Why not accompany me and learn some abilities? I can assure you that from this day forth, you will have a stable environment, free from the need to wander. Luo Bai understands that Wanda's deepest desire is for stability. She longs for a secure place to reside. Coincidentally, this is something he can provide. However, perhaps due to Luo Bai's sudden appearance, she remains somewhat wary of strangers. Why should I trust you? Wanda asks. Luo Bai chuckles softly and replies, because I am the Sorcerer Supreme, tasked with safeguarding this world. I am aware of your past, the missile that obliterated your home, that if you choose to trust me, I believe you could secure a stable future. His words evidently resonate with her, surrounded by the mirrored expanse. Wanda realizes that Luo Bai is no ordinary individual. Yet, she appears hesitant. Can you help me avenge my family? Wanda asks. Are you referring to Stark? Luo Bai inquires. Wanda nods. Luo Bai is well aware of the situation, as Stark Industries missiles were responsible for the destruction of Wanda's home, which has fueled her resentment toward Stark. However, Luo Bai perceives this as a misunderstanding that can be resolved. To be frank, I cannot exact revenge for you, as I maintain a cordial relationship with Stark. However, I can guide you to him, and perhaps it would be beneficial for you both to address your grievances face to face. The prospect of meeting Stark piques Wanda's interest, and she readily agrees. All right, I will accompany you, she declares. Quicksilver, standing nearby, appears somewhat uncertain and promptly asks, can we truly trust him? He claims he can take us to Stark, that we can afford to give him a chance. Wanda replies, and oh sooner have the words left her lips than a portal opens before them. On the other side lies the top floor of Stark Industries, where Stark is presently engrossed in his research within his office. Sensing a disturbance, Stark furrows his brow and tentatively calls out, Luo Bai. In the next moment, Luo Bai steps through the portal. Tony, he greets. Upon seeing him, Stark exhales in relief, his tone infused with excitement as he responds. Hey, my friend, it's truly a pleasure to see you. Luo Bai smiles and inquires, how have you been faring lately? I'm well enough, though S.H.I.E.L.D is in disarray. Stark shrugs. Luo Bai understands his predicament. After all, Nick Fury had been transported away by him, likely leaving S.H.I.E.L.D in a state of temporary chaos. While contemplating this, Wanda and Quicksilver emerge from the portal. What exactly did you just do? And what is this yellow circle? Wanda queries, clearly still unfamiliar with magic. Her curiosity is understandable. Luo Bai chuckles softly and calmly explains, this is a portal, a form of magic. Wanda nods, muttering, okay. At this point, Stark notices that aside from Luo Bai, a pair of unfamiliar individuals has also stepped through the portal, and the woman appears to be quite familiar with Luo Bai. This prompts Stark to raise an eyebrow, and he leans closer to Luo Bai, whispering, have you invited housekeeping? She is not housekeeping, Luo Bai replies earnestly. Stark nods, though whether he comprehends the situation remains uncertain, as he queries, does Polaris know about this? Luo Bai, confused, asks, why would she need to know? Stark offers a cryptic smile and replies, you seem to be quite the charmer, don't you? This revelation finally dawns on Luo Bai. Stark, you've misunderstood. She is here to see you, he states with exasperation. Here to see me? Stark blinks in surprise. He scrutinizes Wanda intently before confidently asserting, all right, I admit it, I may have been a bit of a flirt in the past, having interacted with many women, be they journalists, news anchors, or rising starlets. But I swear I do not recognize her. If I had, I would surely remember someone so strikingly beautiful. Before he can finish his sentence, Wanda interjects angrily, you don't need to know me to destroy my life and my family. Stark is momentarily taken aback by her words. Destroy your life? Your family? I'm not even sure if I know you anymore. Wait a minute. You are Wanda, correct? When did I ever destroy your family? Stark asked. In the next moment, Wanda enunciates each word with palpable hatred. Your missile obliterated my home. Stark is rendered speechless, seeing that she has not elaborated. Luo Bai hastily clarifies, Tony, do you recall why you shut down Stark's weapons manufacturing division? Stark nods, responding earnestly. I remember. She's the victim of that incident. Luo Bai remarked. That moment, Stark finally regained his composure. He had initially assumed that Wanda might be a former girlfriend or acquaintance seeking answers, but it became evident that he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Before he could utter a word, Wanda spoke again. We were only 10 years old, sitting down to dinner as a family of 4 when a bomb struck our home that I clearly saw a word inscribed on that bomb, Stark. Upon hearing her words, Tony, who had been inclined to jest moments ago, fell into a profound silence. The expression on his face shifted to one of seriousness, tinged with guilt. I am truly sorry, but that was never my intention. Stark sincerely apologized. However, Wanda was not in a place to accept it. Your bomb killed my parents and stole my childhood. Can a mere apology erase all of that? Stark remained silent, his face reflecting his frustration. Noticing Wanda's escalating emotions, Luo Bai interjected. I must interject here. Although the bomb you saw was indeed manufactured by Stark Industries, I do not believe Stark should be the object of your vengeance. Wanda furrowed her brow, angrily directing her gaze at Luo Bai. His missile destroyed my home. Shouldn't I hate him? Are you speaking on his behalf simply because you are his friend? Luo Bai shook his head in refutation. This is irrelevant. Let me give you a simple example. Suppose you tell me you wish to protect the world, and I teach you magic. However, your descent into darkness leads to the destruction of Earth, while I bear some responsibility. The true culprit is you, is it not? It is your choices that result in the world's demise, and it is you whom people will come to despise. With this explanation, Wanda seemed to grasp the concept somewhat. Yet she remained resistant. But if he had not created the missiles, how would my home have been attacked? She retorted angrily. Luo Bai continued to reason with her. Stark did indeed manufacture and sell missiles, but it was war that ravaged your home. Wanda fell silent, appearing to be swayed by Luo Bai's words. Yet her years of hatred for Stark left her feeling unsatisfied. Observing her wavering resolve, Luo Bai said, I found you at the Hydra research facility. You joined Hydra, did you not? Yes, the earnest Wanda nodded, declaring, they promised to protect us, to protect this world. Luo Bai smiled gently and asked, so, do you know what Hydra's plans entail? Do you genuinely believe they wish to protect you in this world? Wanda paused, confusion etched across her face. Isn't that the case? Luo Bai remained silent, simply responding with a calm assertion. If you are willing to wait, time will reveal the truth. As you can see, no one harbors malice towards you. You have some time to discern right from wrong. Wanda appeared to be swayed. Her sensitive and kind heart made her willing to wait. That I can wait. You promised me a stable and peaceful life. Did you not? Wanda inquired. Luo Bai nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I had intended to take you back to Kamar Taj to learn magic. However, I understand that your current confusion has not yet been fully resolved. So for the time being, you may stay at my villa. Polaris will take good care of you. With that, Luo Bai prepared to lead Wanda away. Quicksilver, standing by, seemed inclined to follow. Luo Bai halted him. While you share a blood relation with Wanda, there's another lady at the villa, so I did not plan to bring you along. Quicksilver responded. What? Are you suggesting I wander alone? Before he could say more, Wanda stepped in front of him and earnestly declared. He is my only family. Stark, who had noticed Luo Bai's distress, promptly interjected. Actually, the apartment next to mine also belongs to me. If they don't mind, let him stay there. Indeed, some people are simply obstinate. Thank you, Tony. You have resolved a significant issue for me, Luo Bai expressed. Stark shook his head, guilt-ridden as he spoke. This is a consequence of my own making. While your words hold truth, I bear some responsibility. I should ensure their well-being. With Quicksilver residing next door, Wanda clearly agreed. Although she could comprehend Luo Bai's sentiments, she was still unable to express gratitude towards Stark, opting instead for silence. Luo Bai did not linger on a matter and opened a portal to the villa. Inside the villa, upon seeing Luo Bai, Polaris immediately stood up and exclaimed, Luo Bai, you have returned. Yes, Lorna, this is Wanda. You will be living with her for a while, Luo Bai explained. Wanda? Polaris then noticed the unfamiliar woman accompanying Luo Bai and Stark. Clearly taken aback for a moment, she eventually asked, "Is this your friend, Luo Bai? She has come to study magic with me, but due to some issues, she must stay here temporarily," Luo Bai replied. "Study magic?" Polaris nodded, promptly introducing herself. "Hello, Wanda. I am Lorna Dane, Luo Bai's housekeeper." Wanda appeared somewhat reserved around the stranger, yet she responded with polite formality. "Hello." Just then, Stark addressed Quicksilver. "Shall I take you next door?" Quicksilver glanced at Wanda before following Stark out. Once the two had departed, Wanda surveyed her surroundings, appearing somewhat lost. It was evident that she had yet to fully acclimate and was unsure of what to do next. Until Luo Bai spoke up. "Do you need something to eat? If not, I can assess your magical aptitude." "Learn magic? So soon?" Wanda seemed momentarily taken aback. However, seeing Luo Bai's earnest demeanor, she began to trust that he genuinely wished to teach her magic. With this thought in mind, she replied, "I'm not very hungry." And no sooner had she spoken than Luo Bai used a spell to summon a book, saying, "Then take a look at this." Wanda nodded and accepted the book. Noticing that she had nothing to attend to, Polaris quickly stated, "Luo Bai, I will return to my room for now, that I need to practice." During this time, Polaris had been diligently honing her abilities, remembering how hard she had worked the last time they met. Luo Bai couldn't help but inquire, "By the way, how has your training been going?" Polaris eagerly replied, "It's been going well. I have now mastered my abilities. See." As she spoke, a green light enveloped her, and all the metallic objects in the room began to levitate under her control. Once she finished her demonstration, Polaris earnestly asked, "What do you think, Luo Bai? You seem to have become more proficient than before. But is this all you can do now?" Luo Bai inquired. Polaris pondered for a moment before explaining, "I can also fly using magnetic fields and sense my surroundings through them." After hearing this, Luo Bai tentatively asked, "Polaris, did you ever attend school?" Polaris considered this and replied, "Professor X taught me some things, but I didn't study much. Most of the time, I was evading capture." This aligned with Luo Bai's assumptions. Without further ado, Luo Bai conjured a stack of books and handed them to her. "Don't rush into practicing. Start by reading these." Luo Bai instructed. Polaris accepted the books, her expression bewildered as she glanced at the titles. They included magnetic field theory and calculations, exploring the wonders of magnetism, university physics, and more. Over 10 volumes in total. Polaris looked overwhelmed. Before she could react, Luo Bai clarified, "Once you've read these, it should aid in your understanding of your abilities. That if you have any questions, feel free to ask Tony. He likely knows more about this than I do." No sooner had he finished speaking than Stark walked in. As he entered, Stark asked, "Did I just hear someone calling my name?" Luo Bai smiled and asked, "Have you settled him in?" Stark nodded in response, "Yes. I've already instructed my staff to take care of him and procure some essentials." Upon concluding his words, he cast a glance at Wanda, and it was evident from his gaze that he felt a sense of guilt. As if his conscience weighed heavily upon him, Stark solemnly reiterated his apology. "I sincerely regret the harm inflicted upon your family. I do not expect you to forgive me. I merely wish to extend whatever assistance I can offer." Wanda remained silent, but nodded in acknowledgement. Stark refrained from further elaboration, his curiosity drawn to Polaris, who was clutching a stack of books. "Why are you carrying so many books?" "Let me have a look," Stark said, peering at them. After examining one or two, he could not help but jest. "These are merely fundamental texts on magnetic fields. What purpose do you have for such books?" Polaris responded, bewildered. "Master Luo Bai asked me to read them, claiming they would enhance my abilities at this moment." Stark recalled the situation. "Indeed, it would be prudent for you to study them thoroughly. Absorb the knowledge well," he remarked thoughtfully. Just then, Luo Bai interjected, "I instructed her to consult you should she encounter any queries, as you are undoubtedly more versed in this area." "Consult me?" Stark was taken aback. After a brief hesitation, he replied, "I am quite busy. Perhaps I could arrange for a private tutor for her?" Luo Bai nodded in agreement. That would suffice. Stark promptly picked up his phone to make the necessary arrangements. Once he completed the task, he returned to the main topic. "By the way, I was intending to seek you out. There's a matter I wish to discuss." "What matter?" Luo Bai inquired. Stark took a seat on the couch before elaborating. "Did you not send Nick Fury away? The upper echelons of SAIL have become aware of this development, and during your absence, their reaction has been quite pronounced." "Are you referring to the International Security Council?" Luo Bai asked, U.S.H.E.L.D. serves as the special task force designated by the International Security Council to address various extraordinary incidents. The International Security Council, often referred to as the United Nations Security Council, has consistently maintained an opposition to all members of the Avengers, or indeed, to all superpowered individuals. This opposition stems fundamentally from the Council Minister, Pierce, who vehemently opposes the Avengers. Coincidentally, this minister is affiliated with Hydra, which provides a rationale for his opposition. A.S. Starr pondered this. He continued, "In truth, this matter originally bore no relation to you. Their opposition is directed at the Avengers. However, since you have taken possession of the Tesseract and the Mind Stone, I must converse with you regarding this issue. I can surmise that the Council is demanding the return of the Tesseract and the Mind Stone." Luo Bai replied calmly, "Correct. They convened an international meeting, asserting that the Tesseract and the Mind Stone belong to the U.S. government, and that Loki, as a war criminal, must face trial in an Earth court," Stark explained. Luo Bai remained silent for a moment before asking, "Was this theory proposed by Minister Pierce of the Council?" "Indeed," Stark confirmed with a nod. Luo Bai then queried, "Are you aware of his true identity?" Stark furrowed his brow and could not help but ask, "What do you mean?" Luo Bai smiled lightly and explained, "He is affiliated with Hydra. Hydra intends to exploit the Mind Stone and the Tesseract for human experimentation in Sokovia. Naturally, they would seek to acquire these artifacts." "What? He is with Hydra?" Stark was taken aback. He had some knowledge of Hydra, particularly given Captain America's historical conflicts with them. But the notion that a minister of the International Security Council was affiliated with Hydra was utterly outrageous. "Do their tendrils extend this far?" Stark exclaimed in disbelief. Luo Bai nodded, reiterating, "Moreover, a significant portion of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents and upper management are also affiliated with Hydra. Hence, you might as well refer to S.H.I.E.L.D. as Hydra S.H.I.E.L.D. Stark was left utterly astounded. Hydra S.H.I.E.L.D.? But Nick Fury is the king of spies. Surely he must be unaware of the numerous Hydra agents within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Stark questioned, puzzled. Luo Bai chuckled, responding with sarcasm. He has infiltrated Hydra S.H.I.E.L.D. and ascended to the role of director. Indeed, he could be aptly dubbed the king of spies. Stark replied, "Impressive. Nick Fury, you are truly remarkable that I can only imagine the expression on his face upon discovering this situation. It would undoubtedly be quite entertaining." He mused. While Stark might have doubted others' words, he held Luo Bai's assertions in complete trust. The presence of Hydra agents permeating S.H.E.L.D., not to mention the minister of the council being one of them, was alarming. Hydra, as a villainous organization, was dedicated to reshaping the world according to their whims, seeking absolute power and control. With the populace reduced to mere puppets, they disrupt the world's order, incite international wars, and aspire to dominate all of humanity. The fact that such an organization had infiltrated not only the United Nations, but also S.H.I.E.L.D. was deeply concerning. Stark promptly declared, the Tesseract and the Mind Stone must never be surrendered. Should Hydra gain possession of these artifacts, they would likely perpetrate acts far more reckless than those undertaken by Nick Fury. Indeed, that is why I have no intention of handing them over, Luo Bai affirmed. Stark contemplated for a moment before stating, "However, the United Nations has already issued a warning. Should you fail to comply, they may take action that I am well aware that you are indifferent to such matters. But it is the United Nations we are discussing. If you resort to force, it could incite global discontent." Stark expressed his concerns. While he had no doubt regarding Luo Bai's capabilities, he remained apprehensive about the international repercussions. As the Supreme Sorcerer, Luo Bai had always quietly safeguarded the Earth, and Stark would be loath to see him branded as an international war criminal. With this in mind, Stark could not help but voice, "I fear the Council may resort to egregious actions." Luo Bai, understanding Stark's concerns, reassured him, "Rest easy. I do not intend to resolve this matter through violent means." "Then what do you plan to do? Do you require my assistance?" Stark inquired. Luo Bai shook his head. "For the time being, that is unnecessary, and I do not intend to take any action just yet. We shall wait." "Wait for what?" Stark asked, perplexed. "For Hydra to become impatient," Luo Bai replied. At present, both the Mind Stone and the Tesseract were in Luo Bai's possession. Without these artifacts, Hydra's human experiments would come to a halt. In their urgency, they would undoubtedly take action, and once they did, their schemes would be laid bare. In every respect, Loba found himself in an advantageous position, and thus, he felt no urgency. Ironically, he was more concerned about Stark. Given the current trajectory of events, it seemed Stark would soon face his own challenges. With this thought, Loba earnestly advised, "You need not overly concern yourself with Hydra. I believe your own matters warrant your attention, dummy." Stark queried, confused. "Are you referring to Wanda?" "I am aware. I certainly recognize the many mistakes I've made in the past. I will do everything in my power to protect the Earth moving forward." Loba shook his head and spoke earnestly. "I am not referring to Wanda, but rather to Killian." "Killian? What is that?" Stark asked. Bewildered, Loba replied soberly, "Your future adversary." Stark was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of Loba's ability to foresee the future, and as friends, Loba offered him this caution. However, if this individual was indeed his enemy, it fell upon Stark to confront him personally. "All right, I understand. I am aware that I may face numerous adversaries in the future, but that is of no consequence. I will grow stronger. You need not worry about me. I can handle it," Stark asserted. Loba, recognizing Stark's disposition to tackle his own challenges, chose not to press further. "Very well. I must take my leave now. I need to return to the workshop to create my armor," Stark declared, taking a few steps forward before hesitating and returning to, "Is there anything else, Tony?" Luo Bai inquired. Stark hesitated momentarily, and after some contemplation, he spoke. "I truly do not wish to trouble you, but Loki's emergence has made me acutely aware that Earth may face even greater peril in the future. If, and I emphasize if, there comes a day when I'm no longer around, could you look after Pot for me?" "Pot? Little Pepper?" Luo Bai chuckled softly in response. "That day will never come. Have you forgotten your earlier promise to learn magic for me?" A smile spread across Stark's face. "Very well, Supreme Sorcerer." With that, Stark took his leave. Once he had departed, Wanda, who had been listening to their conversation, finally spoke up. "Your relationship with Stark seems quite amiable." "Indeed, he's one of my few friends and has indeed rendered me considerable assistance," Luo Bai candidly replied. "What do you think of him as a person?" Wanda pondered before asking. Luo Bai reflected for a moment before responding. "He is a good man, yet no one is without flaws. Everyone makes mistakes." Wanda fell silent for a moment, then shifted the topic by asking, "What is this book?" "The Fundamentals of Magic," Luo Bai explained. "It elucidates the origins and varieties of magic. It is essential for you to grasp these concepts at this stage." He provided a brief overview. Wanda nodded thoughtfully before continuing. "Where shall I reside?" "For that, you should consult Polaris. She is likely more familiar with this than I am," Luo Bai replied. Polaris promptly returned to the room, setting the book aside, and said to Wanda, "Let me take you on a tour here. Choose a room that you like." "All right," Wanda nodded, following Polaris as they departed. Currently, Wanda appeared somewhat withdrawn, perhaps still struggling to acclimate to her new surroundings. However, with Polaris by her side, Luo Bai felt reassured, as they would likely share numerous common interests. With that thought, Luo Bai returned to the Sanctum in New York and began delving into the study of the Infinity Stones. After spending some time in the Dark Dimension, he realized an important truth. Thon had been bestowing power upon him, seemingly intent on drawing Luo Bai into the depths of darkness with his formidable dark energy. Even if Luo Bai wished to temper his ambitions, Thon was relentless, forcefully inundating him with power. While this could be seen as beneficial, it was also a double-edged sword. Thon appeared to regard Luo Bai as a conduit for his return to Earth, coveting his very soul. Thus, Luo Bai needed to fortify his mental fortitude and soul. After studying the stone for a while, Luo Bai once again embarked on a journey through the multiverse. This time, he resolved to absorb greater energy from the depths of the multiverse, opting to bring his physical form along. This decision proved to be wise. By traversing the myriad universes, he absorbed a substantial amount of energy and unlocked a wealth of knowledge his current understanding. The multiverse comprised his primary universe, Earth 616, along with Earth 1610, Earth 199999, and Earth 688b, not to mention countless other universes yet unknown to him. Naturally, Luo Bai could not afford to land on every Earth within these universes. The risks were simply too great. He had no idea how long he had been traveling. However, sensing that his mental and energy reserves were nearing their limits, he decided to return. Unexpectedly, at that moment, he heard a booming voice reverberating throughout the cosmos. Almost instantaneously, a vast, incomprehensible mass of darkness surged toward him. Acting on instinct, Luo Bai attempted to block it, but the speed of this unknown entity was overwhelming. Before he could react, it penetrated his very being. By the time Luo Bai regained his composure, the entity had already fused with him. An overwhelming hunger enveloped him, accompanied by immense energy and unprecedented knowledge. Luo Bai was momentarily taken aback. Wait, the thing that just entered me is the power of the Fae. Wasn't it sealed away, and now it has chosen me as its host? So, I have arrived at Universe Earth 1298. I was merely on a journey through the multiverse. Why have you come for me? I'm absolutely famished. Luo Bai could hardly fathom that during his sojourn through the multiverse, he had attracted the attention of the power of the Fae. He had some knowledge of it. It was said to be an ancient force, rarely mentioned, yet those who understood it knew of its formidable strength. Much about the power of the Fae remained uncertain. It appeared infrequently, leaving its information incomplete. People only had a general understanding and speculation about it, hypothesizing that it may have originated during the cosmic Big Bang. Its true name and nature were unknown, but it was classified as a celestial element that shared certain characteristics with the Phoenix Force. And under specific circumstances, it could even surpass the Phoenix Force in strength. This belief stemmed primarily from the Fae's ability to consume. Whether it be planets, galaxies, life, or other forms of power, the Fae could devour them all. Remarkably, after absorbing energy, the Fae could augment itself. This meant that once a certain power was consumed, the Fae not only replicated all abilities associated with that power, but also integrated them into its own. As for limits, current observations indicated that the Fae's capacity for absorption and augmentation was undetectable. In other words, it was a bottomless pit. No one knew just how much it could consume in terms of matter or energy. In addition to its devouring prowess, it possessed formidable telepathic abilities and the power to alter reality. Most importantly, the Fae was inherently a sorcerous force. Not only was it adept in all forms of sorcery, but could also create spells that had never been documented before, magic and witchcraft. Thus, a host chosen by the Fae would inherit its unique characteristics. Truthfully, Luo Bai was both surprised and elated to be selected by the Fae. After all, the Fae only targets the elite. Becoming the host of the power of the Fae meant that Luo Bai could grow stronger simply by consuming. Thanos had intended to use him as a conduit to Earth, relentlessly feeding him dark power, but now, with the power of the Fae, Luo Bai felt he could drain Thanos of his strength. Initially, Luo Bai had planned to study dark magic, but now he found it unnecessary. After all, as long as the power of the Fae consumed dark energy, it could flawlessly replicate all dark magic, with accuracy akin to copy-pasting. Thus, the arrival of the power of the Fae represented an epic enhancement for Luo Bai. However, while the Fae was immensely powerful, it was not without its effects on the host. The most significant impact of being possessed by it was an insatiable hunger. This hunger was of a nature that could never be satiated. No matter how much one consumed or how much power one absorbed, the feeling of hunger persisted. Furthermore, the power of the Fae possessed a degree of autonomy. It would attempt to control its host to achieve its objectives. For instance, at this moment, Luo Bai could sense the Fae's persistent attempt to dominate his consciousness, that a bizarre voice echoed in his mind, urging him, devour everything, devour the universe, consume, devour all. This voice was exceedingly seductive, particularly given Luo Bai's current state of hunger. After a prolonged period of temptation, he found himself wavering that I'm really hungry. What should I eat? Luo Bai muttered. As soon as he spoke, the power of the Fae began to entice him once more. Devour the earth. That statement jolted Luo Bai back to his senses. Although he was currently situated in the parallel universe Earth, 1298, distinct from his primary universe, the act of consuming the earth was something that the supreme sorcerer Luo Bai could never consider. With that realization, he promptly retorted, consuming the earth is out of the question. The power of the Fae responded telepathically, uttering two exceedingly simple words, devour. At that moment, Luo Bai suddenly realized a crucial truth. He must learn to master the power of the fairy and adapt to the sensation of hunger. From its inception, The power of the fairy has been accompanied by an insatiable hunger. Yet this hunger is merely perceptual and does not inflict any tangible consequences in simpler terms. Even in the absence of sufficient sustenance, neither Luo Bai nor the fairy's power would perish. They would merely experience a sense of hunger. Thus, this sensation can indeed be acclimatized to, presently. The fairy's power seeks to exploit this hunger, aiming for Luo Bai to become its instrument in devouring the entire universe. Should Luo Bai fail to swiftly adapt to this hunger, he would inevitably succumb to the enslavement of the fairy's power, falling under its control. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai promptly closed his eyes and began to meditate. As he entered this meditative state, a fierce struggle ensued between his consciousness and the fairy's power. It is uncertain how much time passed, but eventually, the ravenous fairy's power relented. It finally agreed to cease its attempts to dominate Luo Bai's consciousness and promised to remain obediently within his awareness. Upon reaching this peace treaty, Luo Bai returned to the main earth. Although the fairy's power and Luo Bai would not perish from the lack of food, it must be acknowledged that the sensation of hunger is indeed quite uncomfortable. Therefore, after establishing a friendly cooperative relationship with the fairy's power, Luo Bai still intended to eat. However, the fairy's power craved not the food of humans, but rather energy. The greater the energy, the more profound the feeling of satiety. Coincidentally, a certain ancient deity had recently been bestowing dark energy upon Luo Bai. Thus, upon returning to the main universe, Luo Bai's first action was to open the dark dimension and venture deeper within. Just as he had anticipated, although the entrance to the dark dimension appeared unthreatening, the further he ventured, the more dark power he encountered. Demons and indescribable, fearsome beings emerged from the shadows. Witnessing this, Luo Bai immediately unleashed the fairy's power. Meanwhile, far away in a distant dimension, Sorcerer sensed something amiss. He felt that the power within his dimension was being voraciously absorbed. The dark dimension, as described in the Dark Grimoire, is also known as the demon dimension. While this dimension is linked to Sorcerer, he cannot directly traverse it to reach Earth unless someone reaches the deepest part of the dark dimension to activate a summoning array to bring him forth. Consequently, Sorcerer had set his sights on Luo Bai. He believed that if he could draw Luo Bai into the darkness, he could control him and thus achieve his goal of descending upon Earth. Therefore, Sorcerer had been bestowing blessings upon Luo Bai and secretly aiding his cultivation of dark magic. He hoped that Luo Bai would mature swiftly, growing into a tool he could manipulate. However, Luo Bai's willpower and mental fortitude were exceptionally robust, complemented by a commendable character, which prevented him from succumbing to the darkness. This left Sorcerer feeling somewhat anxious. He initially thought it would be some time before Luo Bai would be ensnared. Yet now he was inexplicably absorbing the power of the dark dimension. Could it be that the lad has finally awakened? This thought filled Sorcerer with excitement. Indeed, no one can resist the power of darkness. It seems Luo Bai is about to fall into darkness. Yet, as Sorcerer reveled in his exhilaration, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Wait a moment, something feels off? This fellow is absorbing too much too quickly. The dark dimension within the Dark Grimoire is interconnected with Sorcerer's power and consciousness. Initially, Sorcerer felt pleased, thinking that Luo Bai had finally grasped the path toward darkness and was delving deeper into the dark dimension. However, the next moment, his smile vanished. Good heavens! How can Luo Bai, a mere human, withstand such overwhelming dark power? Although human mages can enhance their physical prowess through training and by drawing upon power, the human body has its limits. This limitation has historically rendered it nearly impossible for any human to bear the might of deities, particularly ancient gods like Vashandi and Sorcerer himself. Although ancient gods occasionally bestow blessings upon humanity, granting them power, the amount they provide is trivial in comparison to their own capabilities. That it is not that they are unwilling to grant more power. Rather, it is due to the fact that humanity cannot withstand excessive gifts. This clearly illustrates the fragility of the human body. Despite Sorcerer's continuous bestowals of blessings and power upon Luo Bai, and even opening the dark dimension for him to freely absorb energy, he truly did not care for the meager amounts he provided in Sorcerer's eyes. Even if he opened the dark dimension, Luo Bai could not possibly extract a significant amount of power. However, to Zisorn's utter astonishment, today Luo Bai seemed to be operating under some sort of enhancement that, in the blink of an eye, he absorbed 1/5 of the power. No, that is 1/5 of the entire Dark Dimension's power. This energy is distributed among all the mages on Earth. Even they might struggle to endure it. Yet Luo Bai, all on his own, managed to withstand it? How is that even possible? Is he not human? Wouldn't absorbing this much power cause his body to explode? Zisorn was left utterly bewildered. While he was in a state of confusion, both Luo Bai and the fairy's power were overjoyed. The fairy's power was elated as it finally had something to consume, while Luo Bai was delighted to discover that absorbing energy could alleviate his hunger. Through the fairy's power continually devouring dark energy, Luo Bai realized that his sense of hunger had notably diminished. To illustrate, if previously he had felt as though his stomach were pressed against his back, now he sensed merely a slight pang of hunger. This revelation sparked an exhilarating thought in Luo Bai. Zisorn was practically eager to bestow him with power and had opened the Dark Dimension for him. If Luo Bai could learn to control himself and plan wisely, Zisorn's Dark Dimension could serve as his banquet hall. Even if, hypothetically, Zisorn were to notice something awry and attempt to use other followers to seek revenge on Earth, Luo Bai could simply devour him with the fairy's power and then pursue Dormammu without a care. This thought ignited a spark in Luo Bai's eyes. Dormammu and Zisorn were not antagonists. They were clearly head chefs. If he could discover more villains to nourish the fairy's power, he would be invincible. With this in mind, Luo Bai took a deep breath, suppressing his hunger as he resolved to exit the Dark Dimension. However, the fairy's power, having endured prolonged hunger, was evidently reluctant to depart. Thus, a battle of wills ensued between the two. Fairy's power, I'm still hungry. Let us keep eating. Luo Bai, no, we must conserve that if you consume everything at once, what will we have later? Fairy's power, we'll devour the Earth first. Then other galaxies in the universe, and finally the universe itself, consuming the overlords. Luo Bai, what if we finish everything? You must be mindful of sustainable resource development. Fairy's power, I'm hungry. I want to eat. After a brief exchange, the fairy's power eventually conceded and was forcibly pulled away from the Dark Dimension by Luo Bai. Upon emerging from the Dark Dimension, Luo Bai took a moment to adjust the power within him. Once he had completed his adjustments, he finally had the leisure to glance at the time. Astonishingly, Luo Bai had been absent for a full 5 months. Luo Bai had contemplated that his journey into the depths of the multiverse might extend for a considerable duration. After all, traversing various universes would inevitably consume a significant amount of time. However, he could never have anticipated that this expedition would last 5 months. He remained oblivious to the current circumstances surrounding Kamatage and Wanda. Upon this realization, Luo Bai immediately dispelled the mirror space magic to sense Kamatage. His relief. Kamatage was being well managed by Wong and Mordo, and everything appeared to be in order. Having learned this, Luo Bai activated a portal to his villa in New York. As the door swung open, he beheld Polaris and Wanda seated on the sofa, engrossed in watching television while indulging in pizza. It seemed the two had developed a harmonious rapport. They soon noticed Luo Bai's presence, and Polaris sprang up with excitement, inquiring, Luo Bai, the mage, you've returned? Would you care for some pizza? Before Luo Bai could respond, the power of the Fae began to tempt him within his mind. Consume them both. The Fae's power had fixated on the strength emanating from Polaris and Wanda. In essence, it yearned to engulf any force it encountered. Yet Luo Bai was resolute against its seduction, vocally protesting in his mind. Silence. The Fae whispered back, devour them, devour them. Luo Bai felt a sense of exasperation. Under the Fae's influence, he looked at Polaris and Wanda, who appeared as delectable as 2 succulent cuts of meat. Fortunately, he ultimately managed to suppress his desires through sheer willpower. Luo Bai, what troubles you? Seeing him remain silent, Polaris could no longer contain her curiosity. Luo Bai snapped back to reality, smiled, and replied, nothing much, that it seems you and Wanda have been getting along splendidly. Polaris nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, indeed, Over the past few months, Wanda and I have shared countless conversations. We have truly become quite close. That's wonderful. By the way, how have your studies been progressing? Luo Bai inquired. Polaris nodded, saying Mr. Stark arranged for a professor to come and teach me every weekend that I now possess a much deeper understanding of my abilities. Wanda chimed in. I have already finished the books you provided. I've been eagerly awaiting your return to teach me magic. Where have you been these past few months? I journeyed into the multiverse and encountered some unforeseen circumstances. Luo Bai explained. Upon hearing this, Polaris expressed concern. Unforeseen circumstances. Was it dangerous? If needed, I can assist. I've become quite formidable. Luo Bai chuckled softly, responding, If I require assistance, I shall seek you out. With that, he produced a tome of magic and handed it to Wanda, saying, Since you finished the previous book on magical theory, you may wish to explore this one. Wanda accepted the book with a nod. Compared to 5 months prior, she appeared significantly brighter and more spirited. I've heard Polaris speak of you often. She describes you as a remarkable mage who is also quite kind, albeit generally busy. It certainly seems you have your hands full. Wanda initiated a conversation with Luo Bai. Luo Bai smiled and was about to respond when suddenly, the television broadcasted a breaking news alert. Breaking news! Multiple massive explosions have occurred in downtown New York. Tony Stark has revealed his address. Upon hearing the name Stark, Luo Bai's attention was drawn to the television. The screen then displayed an interview with Stark, who appeared serious and furious as he declared, Is this what you wanted? This is my address, 1088, Malibu Port, zip code 90265. The address Stark recited was the seaside villa where he resided with Pepper Potts. Stark had always been protective of Pepper, and in any situation, his foremost concern would be her safety. Yet, now he was publicly disclosing his home address to a global audience, a clear indication of his anger. Luo Bai, it seems Mr. Stark may be in trouble. Polaris remarked, pondering the situation, that he has come looking for you multiple times during this period, appearing quite anxious. That I am aware, Luo Bai replied calmly. His tranquility stemmed from the fact that he had anticipated this scenario long before. Moreover, he recalled having warned Stark to be vigilant about this matter before his departure. However, Stark had seemed determined to handle everything on his own.